Chapter 1. Rebirth and Return. Mr. Jiang. Mr. Jiang, please have a seat. Mr. Jiang? Ah, what a distant title. It brings back fond memories of the past, and I long to go out and deal with those scoundrels. It must be the fatigue of being assigned to tighten screws lately, causing me to have delusions. Jiang Jingfeng sighed inwardly. The thought of having to endure 4 more years in this wretched place extinguished his fantasies with the cold reality. However, in the next moment, he was taken aback. Something was amiss. The scene before him was entirely different. The iron bed and door had vanished, replaced by a luxurious private room that had played in his mind countless times, filled with the faces of those he despised. Am I reborn? And on the very night I was accused of rape and arrested? Jiang Jingfeng was overwhelmed with excitement, yet he quickly quelled the tumult within. 8 years of imprisonment had forged an unshakable calm in him. Taking a deep breath, he smiled and said, "I apologize, I need to use the restroom." With that, Jiang Jingfeng turned and left. The moment he turned away, the smile on his face was replaced by an icy glare. In the restroom, Jiang Jingfeng splashed water on his face and stared blankly at his 24-year-old reflection. After graduating from university, he had forsaken the opportunity to join a large corporation to pursue a career as an internet celebrity. After a year of hard work, coupled with his striking looks, he swiftly garnered over 1 million followers and earned his first fortune. At this juncture, he keenly sensed that the era of internet celebrity live streaming was on the horizon. Thus, he partnered with his college roommate and friend, Wang Ziming, and Tan Wenhui to establish Jingfeng Media. After a year of relentless effort, Jingfeng Media boasted 6 internet celebrities with millions of followers and 12 with hundreds of thousands, not to mention hundreds with tens of thousands. That a media ranking of MCN companies in Hangzhou placed Jingfeng Media 4th. And tonight, he was being hosted by Longwei Media's owner, Long Xiaodian, who ranked 1st. It was on this very day that he had formally rejected Long Xiaoshan's proposal for a merger, leading to the current gathering, where business had failed, yet camaraderie remained. In his previous life, Jiang Jingfeng's fate had been irrevocably altered that night. Convicted of both rape and embezzlement, he was sentenced to 12 long years. Jiang Jingfeng yearned to find an excuse to escape, to thwart the plans of these rascals, and then seek revenge at leisure. However, doing so would leave his doubts forever unanswered. He desired vengeance, to obliterate all those who had wronged him. Consequently, Jiang Jingfeng resolved, without entering the tiger's den, how could one capture the tiger cub? If heaven had granted him rebirth, then he must exact his revenge. Of course, life should encompass more than vengeance, such as expanding his company and enjoying life to the fullest. Approaching the front desk, Jiang Jingfeng's eyes lit up. The receptionist, with shoulder-length hair and exquisite features, possessed a captivating gaze and a delicate nose that complemented her gentle smile. With a bit of enhancement, she would undoubtedly be a paragon of beauty. As the owner of an MCN company, he was acutely aware that one of the most crucial criteria for becoming an internet star was appearance. Beauty equates to just as beauty can be a currency. With a radiant smile, he inquired of the enchanting receptionist, "Miss, do you have any hangover remedies?" The pretty receptionist, clearly accustomed to such inquiries, replied courteously, "Yes, which one would you like?" "The most effective and quickest acting one, please." "Here, take this. It's most effective when taken half an hour before meals, 3 pills at a time. Also, please give me 3 packs of napkins." "Certainly, sir." "Miss, are you interested in becoming an internet celebrity?" Jiang Jingfeng accepted the napkins but did not leave, instead focusing on the young lady. "Sir, you're joking. I don't possess any special talents. You are mistaken in this day and age. Being attractive is enough." Jiang Jingfeng chuckled, producing a business card from his pocket. "This is my card. Feel free to contact me if you're interested in the bustling live streaming industry of Hangzhou." Yin Dongxue worked as a receptionist at the hotel, frequently encountering various internet celebrities. While she envied their ease of earning money, she understood that some sacrifices were often necessary. She glanced at Jiang Jingfeng's card and quietly tucked it away. After lingering in the lobby for about 10 minutes, Jiang Jingfeng leisurely made his way to the private room. "Jingfeng, are you feeling unwell? Perhaps you should rest." Wang Ziming rushed out of the room and, upon spotting Jiang Jingfeng, immediately shifted from anxiety to concern. "Continue your act." Jiang Jingfeng's heart brimmed with resentment towards this brother, in his previous life, Wang Ziming had been one of the chief conspirators against him, seizing his company and ultimately his girlfriend. The betrayal from someone he had trusted deeply cut the deepest. He loathed him, wishing he could immediately tear this scoundrel apart. Yet he could not. He would savor the torment of these fiends, allowing them to slowly experience the anguish he had endured. Jiang Jingfeng waved his hand, smiling. It's nothing. I must show respect to Mr. Long. Perhaps there will be collaboration opportunities in the future. Indeed, let's head in. Wang Ziming breathed a sigh of relief, his palms slightly sweaty. He was merely being polite, genuinely fearing Jiang Jingfeng's agreement. If that were the case, their plans would be delayed. Inside the private room, Long Xiaotian was flanked by one of Jingfeng Media's top internet celebrities, the twin sisters Gu Ziqing and Gu Zijing. The moniker had been coined by Jiang Jingfeng himself. Dressed in JK uniforms paired with over-thinny white stockings, their twin ponytails cascaded down their shoulders. Their most striking feature, however, was their ample bosoms. While the sisters' looks rated an 8.5 within Jingfeng Media, their figures were undoubtedly perfect 10s according to Jiang Jingfeng's selection criteria for internet celebrities. This was the secret weapon that propelled them to become internet sensations with millions of followers. Beside Jiang Jingfeng sat Longwei Media's two leading ladies, Yingtao Xiaomatzi and Fengli Susu. Yingtao Xiaomatzi sported an innocent first-love visage, pure and sweet, with an impressive figure. The only drawback was her modest A-cup, which diminished the allure for many men. Fengli Susu, conversely, was dubbed the quintessential mature goddess, the dream of countless men. Her figure was perfectly proportioned, curvaceous where it mattered and slim where it should be, making her a fantasy for many. Three others occupied the table: Longwei Media's deputy general manager, Long Tiancheng, and Jingfeng Media's two deputy general managers, Wang Ziming and Tan Wenhui. Soon, the food and drinks were served. Mr. Jiang, I raise a toast to you. May our collaboration be marked by goodwill. Long Xiaotian lifted his glass towards Jiang Jingfeng. You're too kind, Mr. Long, Jiang Jingfeng replied, thinking to himself. Just wait. Once I resolve my internal strife, it will be your turn. You are the true mastermind lurking in the shadows. Today's negotiation had ended on an unsatisfactory note. Jiang Jingfeng had initially intended for Wang Ziming to host Long Xiaotian, as Wang was responsible for business development. Yet, Long Xiaotian insisted on camaraderie, insisting on toasting him. In his previous life, he had been naive, unaware of the intricacies at play. It wasn't until he found himself trapped in a web of deceit while reading financial news that he realized the company he had painstakingly built was being acquired by the very man before him, and it was going public. That it was then that he understood the enormity of the situation. Given the current circumstances, should Longwei Media acquire or merge with Jingfeng Media, it would instantly eclipse the second and third-ranked MCN companies, becoming the undisputed leader in Hangzhou's media landscape. Thus, Long Xiaotian's admiration was not directed at him personally, but rather at his company. In his previous life, after Jingfeng Media was acquired, Wang Ziming became the second-largest individual shareholder in Longwei Media, while Tan Wenhui became the fifth largest. At this point, the scheme was abundantly clear. Chapter 2. A night of revelry. Jiang Jingfeng drank deeply, and beside him, Yingtao Xiaowanzi promptly refilled his glass, demonstrating impeccable service. Mr. Jiang, allow me to toast you as well. Long Zicheng stood up and raised his glass boldly. Please sit down. It's rather inappropriate to stand. Jiang Jingfeng chuckled, lifting his glass once more and draining it. After setting the cup down, he discreetly wiped his mouth with a napkin, unnoticed by anyone. He took the opportunity to discreetly expel half of the liquor onto the tissue, which he then nonchalantly tucked into his pocket. To you, Mr. Jiang. Yingtao Xiaowanzi poured another drink for him and, with a coy demeanor, stood up again. Jiang Jingfeng gazed at her exquisite visage. An overwhelming desire to savor her beauty stirred within him. In his past life, he had been a devoted man, engaged to a stunning girlfriend, blissfully preparing for marriage. Yet, betrayal had struck him down. In this life, vengeance consumed him, and he vowed never to spare a treacherous woman. You are truly enchanting, Xiaowanzi. Perhaps we could arrange a private meeting someday? Jiang Jingfeng suggested with a smile, only to be politely declined by her. Nearby, Wang Ziming and Tan Wenhui exchanged glances. pondering the transformation of Jingfeng. Previously, Jiang Jingfeng had exhibited a serious demeanor, especially after entering a relationship, maintaining a respectful distance from the numerous internet celebrities within the company, even refraining from playful banter. He had become a paragon of the devoted admirer. Yet now, his behavior was decidedly uncharacteristic, though one could attribute it to the influence of alcohol. "Mr. Jiang, let us take a light drink together." Just as he finished Xiaowanzi's drink, the alluring Fengli Susu approached to offer a toast. "Just a light drink?" Jiang Jingfeng replied with a mischievous smile, mentally marking this captivating married woman. As the evening progressed, Long Xiaotian subtly moved closer to the twins, while Jiang Jingfeng, feigning drunken bravado, also inched nearer to the two stunning beauties. Observing the effects of alcohol taking hold, the others hastened their toasts. After several rounds, Jiang Jingfeng and Appo's hands began to betray him, and Fengli Susu found herself lamenting the situation. Meanwhile, Xiaowanzi and Appo's face bore the marks of countless kisses from Jiang Jingfeng, with traces of saliva evident. A flicker of irritation crossed the faces of the two beauties. Yet they stifled their displeasure under Long Xiaotian and Appo's watchful gaze. "Mr. Jiang, for the final toast, a reunion toast, and then we shall take our leave." Long Xiaotian feigned a slight wobble as he rose. The others followed suit, standing up. Jiang Jingfeng, with the assistance of Xiaowanzi and Fengli Susu, barely managed to remain upright, his hand holding the glass, swaying as if an earthquake had struck, spilling most of the drink. Thank you, Long. Mr. Long, for your hospitality. I will treat you next time," Jiang Jingfeng stammered, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Long Xiaotian and Wang Ziming exchanged a glance, excitement flashing in their eyes. "No need for pleasantries. We'll see each other again," Long Xiaotian began, but before he could finish, Jiang Jingfeng's glass slipped from his grasp and crashed onto the table as he began to tilt slowly towards Fengli Susu. Reacting instinctively, Fengli Susu attempted to evade him, but, recalling her boss's request, hastily set down her glass to catch Jiang Jingfeng. Unfortunately, she winced in pain, gritting her teeth as she bore the weight. Jiang Jingfeng thought to himself that he would collect interest before settling the score. At that moment, Wang Ziming and Tan Wenhui approached, each supporting Jiang Jingfeng from either side. "Jingfeng, let us escort you home." I can still drink," he murmured, his body limp, entirely relying on his friends for support. Their eyes met, a silent agreement passing between them. Wang Ziming nodded towards Long Xiaotian, then began to guide Jiang Jingfeng outside, with the twin sisters trailing closely behind. "Ziqing, where are you off to?" At the elevator entrance, Gu Ziqing looked at her sister with confusion, disliking the evening and Appo's gathering. "Sister, you head back. I want to check on the boss," Gu Ziqing replied, ignoring her sister and Appo's further inquiries as she stepped into the elevator. Gu Ziqing frowned, sensing something amiss about the dinner. Why was everyone so intent on toasting the boss? Especially the two vice presidents. Shouldn't they be honoring Long Xiaotian instead? Casting a glance at the elevator, she worried for Gu Ziqing, but ultimately turned to leave. In the luxurious suite on the 32nd floor of the hotel, Jiang Jingfeng entered, weakly calling for his girlfriend. "Jingfeng, you and Appo's quite intoxicated. We booked a room for you to avoid any trouble with your sister-in-law, lest we all face the consequences," Wang Ziming said, his tone tinged with irritation, feeling aggrieved that he had to refer to his first love as sister-in-law. "Damn it," Jiang Jingfeng muttered, but then nodded in agreement, feeling the urge to vomit. With an unexpected burst of strength, he broke free from Wang Ziming and Tan Wenhui and sprinted towards the bathroom. Yet his steps were unsteady, teetering perilously close to a fall. The others hurried after him, standing at the bathroom door as a foul stench wafted out, prompting them to recoil in disgust. Jiang Jingfeng turned to see no one was watching and swiftly retrieved his phone, activating the recording function as he pressed it against the glass. Directing the camera toward the bedroom, he then grabbed a bath towel, hastily wiped his mouth, and tossed it on the floor to obscure his phone. Upon entering, he had carefully observed that the glass facing the bedroom was opaque from the outside, allowing only an inward view. This presented him with a unique opportunity. Having completed his preparations, he pulled out a wad of damp tissues he had concealed in his pocket and discarded them into the toilet, marking the end of the napkin and Appo's mission. He feigned a few retching sounds, flushing the toilet before wiping his mouth and stepping back out. Stumbling slightly, he nearly lost his footing as he exited the bedroom, almost falling flat. Jiang Jingfeng thought to himself, for the sake of vengeance and the truth. He was nearly becoming an actor. His previous life as an internet celebrity had not prepared him for such a performance. Wang Ziming rushed over, disdainfully supporting Jiang Jingfeng as he collapsed onto the bed. Rolling onto his back, Jiang Jingfeng mumbled his girlfriend and Appo's name before swiftly drifting into slumber. Jingfeng, Jingfeng. Wang Ziming called several times, receiving no response, and nudged him without success. He nodded towards the door, and, after a moment of hesitation, Tan Wenhui gritted his teeth and exited the room. Moments later, Gu Zijin entered, shutting the door behind her. Wang Ziming waved her over, and Gu Zijin quickly approached him. "Boss, rest assured I keep my word. Once this is done, you shall be the lady of Jiang Jingfeng Media," Wang Ziming declared, now wearing gloves, establishing the scene to entrap Jiang Jingfeng. Yet, in the end, Wang Ziming lost control. Damn it! The seemingly asleep, Jiang Jingfeng struggled to suppress his internal turmoil. Remaining motionless, he continued to snore rhythmically. What an outrageous setup! He had not anticipated such a treacherous scene unfolding before him. Although he had been aware of Wang Ziming and Appo's secret affair with the twin sisters, witnessing them act so brazenly in a scheme against him was shocking. Did they not consider the implications for the man feigning lifelessness? Was there no sense of decorum? Jiang Jingfeng squinted slightly, nearly causing his nose to bleed from the strain. He could only feign a smacking sound with his lips and turn over. Startled, Wang Ziming reacted urgently. The two of them gazed at Jiang Jingfeng for a good 10 seconds. Upon realizing that Jiang Jingfeng merely shifted his position, Wang Ziming waved his fist, truly tempted to strike Jiang Jingfeng. Jiang Jingfeng had ventured deep into the den of tigers in search of answers. Evidence from his previous life unequivocally indicated that he had indeed committed the crime of rape. What on earth was happening? Could it be? The scene was so stunning that Jiang Jingfeng could only lament how these individuals were truly ingenious to have conceived such a notion. Several minutes later, tranquility returned. Jiang Jingfeng inwardly sighed. What a truly extravagant game this was. Chapter 3. The Successful Sycophant Boss. Boss. After Wang Ziming finished and left the room, Gu Zijin called Jiang Jingfeng several times without receiving a response. Uneasy, she nudged Jiang Jingfeng a few more times, yet he remained unresponsive. Gathering her courage, she reached toward Jiang Jingfeng's waistband. With narrowed eyes, Jiang Jingfeng beheld the delicate, white hand extending toward him and thought to himself, "Is it really as I imagined? Is this what she intends?" The details were too intricate. He dared not dwell on them further. In that moment, a crucial realization dawned upon him. If he were utterly inebriated, perhaps that would suffice. Reflecting back, he recalled how his girlfriend had, for the past 2 weeks, employed various excuses to keep him at bay. It became clear that this was all orchestrated to heighten his excitement for this very moment. Damn, he was truly astounded by these rascals. Calling them geniuses would not be an exaggeration. They had meticulously crafted a scheme to ensnare him. A man devoted to love and indifferent to other women, ensuring he would fall into their trap. There was no way Jiang Jingfeng would allow Gu Zijing to succeed. Feigning a shift in position, he lay sprawled on the bed. Gu Zijing, startled, stepped back several paces. After a tense few seconds with no movement from Jiang Jingfeng, she cautiously attempted to turn him over. However, 178 centimeters tall and weighing over 150 pounds, he was far too heavy for her frail frame to manage. Reluctantly, she turned to leave the room to seek help. Upon opening the door, Gu Zijing discovered Wang Ziming was not outside, prompting her to retrieve her phone. To avoid waking Jiang Jingfeng, she left the door ajar and stepped into the hallway to make the call, vigilant for any approaching footsteps. Meanwhile, Jiang Jingfeng seized the opportunity to rise quietly, tiptoeing into the bathroom. After stashing his phone and confirming the recording had been successful, he swiftly returned to his bed, continuing to feign slumber. The entire process was seamless. Gu Zijing remained oblivious. He contemplated leaving immediately, but realized he must ensure they believed the video was not his doing. Thus, he continued to play the role of the drunken fool. After dialing 3 times, Gu Zijing finally reached Wang Ziming. At that moment, Wang Ziming was engaged in conversation with the hotel security, ensuring that certain cameras on the floor were turned off to prevent any trace of his presence during subsequent inquiries. "Boss, he has passed out. I can't move him," Gu Zijing reported. "Wait there. I'm on my way," Wang Ziming replied, cursing under his breath as he hurried back to the room. 3 minutes later, he arrived at Jiang Jingfeng and Appo's bedside, pushing him again, only to find him still as unresponsive as a lifeless pig. With both hands, he exerted force to turn Jiang Jingfeng's body. Finally, Jiang Jingfeng rolled over but suddenly began to vomit, calling out for water. Wang Ziming was infuriated, tempted to knock Jiang Jingfeng out. But they had previously discovered that knocking him unconscious made it difficult to achieve their aims. What to do? At this juncture, he felt utterly helpless. If he provided Jiang Jingfeng with water, he might awaken further. Initially, this plan had been validated after Jiang Jingfeng had become thoroughly inebriated multiple times before. However, now there was a risk of interruption due to Jiang Jingfeng's instinctive resistance. An idea struck him. What if, upon regaining some lucidity, Jiang Jingfeng saw Gu Zijing in her current state and acted in accordance with their wishes? After all, as long as Jiang Jingfeng acted, they could accuse him. Resolving to proceed, Wang Ziming gritted his teeth, retrieved a bottle of water, twisted the cap off, and placed it on the bedside table. He then propped Jiang Jingfeng up against the headboard and whispered a few words to Gu Zijing before exiting the room once more. There was no choice. The arrow was on the string, and it had to be released. If this opportunity slipped away, finding another would be exceedingly troublesome. The primary concern was that Jiang Jingfeng might become alert, making it impossible to utilize this method again. Gu Zijing glanced at the disheveled Jiang Jingfeng and felt a wave of nausea. However, the thought of becoming the boss in Appo's wife spurred her on. Resolutely, she picked up the water from the bedside table and fed it to Jiang Jingfeng. He opened his mouth and gulped down several large swigs before, after a moment, hazily opening his eyes. "Luoxia?" Jiang Jingfeng murmured, gazing at the alluring vision before him, suppressing his urges to feign confusion. "Jingfeng, it's me," Gu Zijing replied in a sweet tone, mimicking Xiao Luoxia and Appo's voice, her cheeks flushing at the opportune moment. Jiang Jingfeng closed his eyes again, then said, "You are not her. Luoxia, right? I'm in a hotel. I need to go back." With that, he swayed and began to stagger toward the exit. Gu Zijing panicked, nearly shouting rape. But then she reconsidered. She would not win a case against him, especially since Jiang Jingfeng had not yet touched her. Both she and Wang Ziming had not anticipated that he would stand up and leave, and thus had not thought to leave his fingerprints on her. In a rush, she followed him, but her current state restricted her from pursuing him too aggressively. Instead, she could only stand at the door, watching to see how Wang Ziming would bring Jiang Jingfeng back. Once he was back, she could ensure Jiang Jingfeng left numerous fingerprints on her, setting the stage for an accusation. "Jingfeng, you're drunk. Don't go back. Just rest here at the hotel," Wang Ziming urged, gripping Jiang Jingfeng tightly while simultaneously pulling him back. "Oh," Jiang Jingfeng pretended to retch, deliberately facing Wang Ziming. Frustrated, Wang Ziming released his hold and stepped aside. Jiang Jingfeng, aware of their intentions, resorted to this desperate measure. "Your sister-in-law is a tigress. She'll deal with me," Jiang Jingfeng muttered, continuing toward the elevator. Wang Ziming felt powerless, clenching and unclenching his fists, ultimately sighing in resignation as he watched Jiang Jingfeng depart. Turning, he pulled out his phone, opened WeChat, and sent a message. "Jiang Jingfeng has left, failure." Then he re-entered the room, dejectedly sitting on the edge of the bed. At that moment, Gu Zijing, clad in a hotel bathrobe, joined him in silence. It appeared they could only hope that their alternative plan would prove effective. Meanwhile, Jiang Jingfeng exited the hotel, swaying on the roadside for quite some time before a ride finally arrived. Closing the car door, his muddled gaze quickly regained clarity as he fixed a fervent stare upon the hotel, a smile creeping across his lips. Today's venture into the lioness den had truly been worthwhile, yielding unexpected rewards. Upon returning to his residence, Jiang Jingfeng opened the door, still pretending to be inebriated. Xiao Luoxia quickly caught him, exclaiming, "How did you get this drunk again? How many times have I told you? I had a great time today. So I drank a bit more." Jiang Jingfeng replied with a silly grin, while inwardly cursing, "You wretched woman, even now you continue to play games. If you keep this up, you might as well not come back next time. Baby, I'll obey your command. I'll go take a shower," Jiang Jingfeng declared, swaying as he entered the bathroom. Half an hour later, he emerged, glancing at Xiao Luoxi on the sofa as he headed straight for her. Tonight, he was utterly vexed by Wang Ziming and Gu Zijing's antics. If he did not resolve this matter, he genuinely feared he might become ill. Xiao Luoxia, Jiang Jingfeng's official girlfriend, had captured his heart at a chance gathering after their university graduation. Possessing an exquisite figure, fair skin, and breathtaking beauty that could easily ensnare anyone, she exuded sensuality and femininity. Many women could easily be swayed by her charms. To win her affection, Jiang Jingfeng had exerted considerable effort, ultimately securing her love. To reassure her, he devoted himself entirely to her, ignoring the many beautiful women at his company. Others mocked him as a sycophant, but he retorted with a smile, claiming to be a successful one. However, at this moment, he gazed at the other person, his heart brimming with animosity. He plopped down onto the sofa, beginning to fidget restlessly. Don end amp. Amp. Oppose. T move. That one has an end amp. Amp. Oppose. T left yet. Xiao gently pushed his hand away. "Your relatives have been here for half a month. How can you still be on standby? I refuse to believe it." Soon, the atmosphere grew fervent. Jiang Jingfeng observed the notably candid Xiao Luoxia, his heart already filled with curses. Damn it, he had once regarded her as his precious treasure, always handling her with utmost care. It was only later that he realized that what he had cherished as his heart and Oppose, S. delight was in fact. Chapter 4. Temptation the following day at 11:00 and Oppose. Clock. In the conference room on the 6th floor of Building 5 at the high-tech live broadcast industry park. The senior management meeting was delayed for 2 hours due to the tardiness of Jiang Jingfeng and Xiao Luoxia. Jiang Jingfeng, the general manager, sat at the head of the table, wearing a broad smile. Although he appeared composed, only he was aware of his true condition. The previous night, he had performed exceptionally well, and he had lost count of how many flights of stairs he had ascended. To his right sat Xiao Luoxia, adorned with heavy makeup. Yet it could not conceal the lingering fatigue etched on her face. Her posture was awkward, betraying a sense of discomfort. Under Jiang Jingfeng's gaze, she averted her eyes, her demeanor tinged with anger. To Jiang Jingfeng and Oppose, S left was Wang Ziming, standing at 180 centimeters tall and possessing a handsomeness that surpassed even Jiang Jingfeng and Oppose. Yes. He feigned casual interest in Xiao Luoxia, yet she showed no sign of acknowledgement. The silence was palpable, causing Wang Ziming to feel a twinge of anxiety. Despite the failed scheme from the previous evening, he was uncertain whether Jiang Jingfeng recalled what had transpired. If Jiang Jingfeng were to confront him during the meeting, how would he respond? Would he admit to his relationship with Gu Zijing? What explanation could he provide to Xiao Luoxia? How could he justify his actions to his newlywed wife, who was expecting a child? The thought of the situation spiraling out of control unsettled him. The second individual present was Tan Wenhui, who maintained an air of calm. After dropping Jiang Jingfeng off the previous day, he had been informed by Wang Ziming of the events that unfolded, and he believed there were no apparent flaws. However, he had not anticipated that Wang Ziming would engage with Gu Zijing on site, leading to a series of indescribable maneuvers. Had he known the complete truth, he too would have felt restless. As per our usual practice, Ziming, please commence with the report on the Business Development Department. I have no significant matters to discuss aside from the termination of negotiations with Longway Media, Jiang Jingfeng prompted, looking towards Tan Wenhui. Everything is proceeding as planned. There are no issues. Our fan base continues to grow, Tan Wenhui replied. That an amp? Amp? Oppose. That's good to hear. Luoxia, everything is normal in the finance department, correct? Jiang Jingfeng turned to the stunning visage of Xiao Luoxia, his expression radiating concern and affection. Xiao Luoxia harbored intense resentment towards Jiang Jingfeng. Had it not been for the timing, she would not have tolerated his behavior from the previous night. Jiang Jingfeng resembled a ferocious beast. "Everything is normal," she replied, her tone devoid of emotion. "Excellent. The company and Oppos' development is thriving, thanks to the efforts of the three vice presidents. I believe we can successfully take the company public," Jiang Jingfeng declared, feigning ignorance of Xiao Luoxia and Oppos' discontent, his usual smile replaced by boisterous laughter as he painted grand visions. "Oh, by the way, I nearly forgot something. I had borrowed 2 million from the company for Wenhui's house, and the repayment is due soon. I was thinking that we could distribute the dividends next Friday. As it wouldn't and Oppos make much difference. We can settle the account later. What do you think?" "That seems inappropriate." Wang Ziming hesitated. "After all, we are a legitimate company, and adhering to protocols is a fundamental requirement." Jiang Jingfeng and Oppos' expression soured at this remark, and he glanced at Tan Wenhui. His voice tinged with suppressed anger. "Wenhui, what do you say? The money was lent to you, and you mentioned that as a major shareholder, my word should carry weight, which is why I lent it." Tan Wenhui's face shifted through various expressions of discomfort, while Wang Ziming maintained his composure. I agree," Tan Wenhui responded, forcing himself to comply. With a 2-to-1 vote, the resolution was contingent upon the approval of Xiao Luoxia. According to the shareholder agreement, any significant corporate decision required a 2/3 majority to pass. This meant that if Xiao Luoxia consented, Jiang Jingfeng and Oppos' proposal would be approved. Currently, there were 4 partners at Jingfeng Media, who were also its primary shareholders. Jiang Jingfeng held 51, Wang Ziming 25, Tan Wenhui 15, and Xiao Luoxia 9. Xiao Luoxia's shares were granted by Jiang Jingfeng. She had not invested a single cent, considering that the financial authority needed to remain under his control. And recognizing Xiao Luoxia's relevant expertise and her status as his chosen spouse, he had entrusted her with the financial reins. Coupled with his control over the company's seals and his role as the legal representative, his grip on Jingfeng Media appeared unassailable. However, this perceived control had previously led to significant flaws, resulting in his eventual downfall. "I do not agree," Xiao Luoxia stated coldly. When Jiang Jingfeng sought a reasonable justification for her dissent, she remained silent. Why? Jiang Jingfeng was aware of the truth, yet he felt compelled to adhere to protocol, asking what he considered to be foolish questions. Rules cannot be changed arbitrarily. Otherwise, how can the company develop in the future? Xiao Luoxia replied flatly. Jiang Jingfeng remained nonchalant, casting a glance at Xiao Luoxia and then at Wang Ziming, internally cursing them for their treachery. Xiao Luoxia feigned composure, while Wang Ziming felt a flutter of anxiety, maintaining a serious facade. "Very well, the vote does not pass," Jiang Jingfeng declared casually. "Wenhui, consider alternative solutions. We need to arrange for 150,000 today. I still have several tens of thousands here, so we can manage to repay the company temporarily." Jiang Jingfeng refrained from mentioning the legal ramifications of failing to repay, framing the discussion solely from the company and Oppos' perspective. The 3 men were struck with fear, wondering when he had become so knowledgeable about the law. This was the second plan they had devised to set Jiang Jingfeng up. Originally, the first and second plans were interconnected. Now that the first had failed, they could only pin their hopes on the latter. If they could just delay for another 2 days, they would achieve their goal. 2 million, roughly calculated. That would mean a decade-long sentence. Jingfeng and Oppos' just purchased a house and cannot produce the funds. After all, we are all on the same side. The company and Oppos' money belongs to us. It won and Oppos' matter if you deduct my share when the dividends are distributed next Friday. Tan Wenhui scratched his head sheepishly. "How dare you treat me like a fool?" Jiang Jingfeng was seething with indignation. However, if he were to voice his anger, the 8 years spent in a harsh environment would be for naught. Moreover, if he had to wait until next Friday, he would be imprisoned by then. His rebirth would be rendered meaningless. If such a scenario unfolded, he would become the greatest laughingstock and disgrace among those who had been reborn. With these thoughts in mind, Jiang Jingfeng forced a laugh, choosing not to comment further. Chapter 5. Unable to raise the gun as the meeting concluded and several vice presidents departed, he retained Xiao Luoxia. Darling, I was wrong. I drank too much last night, and my actions were indeed a bit rough. Jiang Jingfeng approached Xiao Luoxia, attempting to offer her a massage. Remove your filthy hands. Xiao Luoxia stood up in a fury, pushing Jiang Jingfeng away before striding out. Darling, forgive me. Next time Jiang Jingfeng and Amp, Oppos, S-word were cut short as Xiao Luoxia slammed the meeting room door shut, producing a dull thud. Jiang Jingfeng resumed his seat, crossed his legs, lit a cigarette, inhaling slowly before exhaling a cloud of smoke. The entire floor was leased by Jingfeng Media, an enterprise he had single-handedly established. He glanced at the bustling staff outside, appearing vibrant and flourishing. Yet, in Jiang Jingfeng's eyes, he, as the general manager, was being undermined by 3 vice presidents, surrounded by adversaries. Thus, it felt like a desolate ruin. Since it was a ruin, he had no fear of collapse. Regarding the proposal for early dividends, Wang Ziming's opposition was entirely expected, while Tan Wenhui's agreement was inevitable. Otherwise, it would be illogical. Only Xiao Luoxia's disapproval seemed unfounded on the surface. Had Jiang Jingfeng not been reborn, he would have been oblivious to the truth in his previous life. In this life, everyone was aware of the voting outcome, but chose to remain taciturn. Wang Ziming and Tan Wenhui knew that Xiao Luoxia belonged to Wang Ziming, unaware of her ordeal the previous night. It was precisely this experience that rendered Xiao Luoxia and Amp, Oppos, S opposition a reasonable explanation in Jiang Jingfeng and Amp, Oppos, size. Thus, no one suspected Jiang Jingfeng of knowing the truth. They continued to perform diligently on the makeshift stage. This was also why Jiang Jingfeng refrained from confronting Xiao Luoxia directly about her dissent. Jiang Jingfeng did not conduct his usual inspection of the company. Instead, after finishing his cigarette, he left the premises. Half an hour later, he arrived at a street near a Swiss town in a Lamborghini Revuelto he had acquired just over 2 months ago. A cluster of real estate agencies crowded this area, their services encompassing the villas and commercial properties surrounding the town. Upon parking, a swarm of female agents surrounded him. Boss, are you here to view villas? Boss, do you want to see a house? Handsome, what type of house do you wish to see? Our commission rates are quite reasonable. 5 or 6 female agents excitedly greeted Jiang Jingfeng as he exited the Lamborghini, their eyes filled with fervor at the sight of the gleaming vehicle. He took a step back, nearly overwhelmed by their proximity. I am not buying a house. Then you must be here to sell. I have several clients eager to purchase. One slightly plump woman chimed in. I have clients too. May I inquire about the type of house you wish to sell? After the chorus of eager voices, Zhu Qi, who had been quietly standing at the periphery, spoke up crisply. At this moment, the other agents realized they had been too hasty in vying for this significant client, neglecting to ask the most crucial question: what were the client and Amp, Oppos, S actual needs? Zhu Qi, with her delicate and charming appearance, had a complexion as smooth as jade, devoid of any makeup, resembling a fresh lotus blossom. Especially captivating were the dimples that appeared when she smiled, starkly contrasting with the worldly, seasoned agents around her. As Jiang Jingfeng's gaze fell upon her exquisite features, a thought flashed through his mind. What a potential internet celebrity. This was his professional instinct. In his criteria for selecting female internet personalities, beauty was paramount. Undoubtedly, this young woman eclipsed the other agents in allure. With a touch of refinement in her appearance, she would undoubtedly stand out in the beauty-laden halls of Jingfeng Media. Moreover, her thoughts remained untainted by external influences, always considering issues from the client and Amp, Oppos, as perspective. If she were to become an internet celebrity, her unique traits and striking looks would effortlessly attract a legion of followers. Jiang Jingfeng smiled at her. Do you have clients interested in villas? Zhu Qi hesitated slightly. Yes. Good, you will do, Jiang Jingfeng replied, grinning. Everyone, please make way. The other agents were reluctant to let such a lucrative opportunity slip away to a newcomer. Attempting to obstruct her, one rather ample agent pressed her curvaceous form against Jiang Jingfeng, saying, Handsome, what do you think of me? Entrust your property to me. The benefits will be beyond your imagination." With that, she winked suggestively. Jiang Jingfeng glanced at her figure, which indeed had its allure. However, in comparison to the enchanting Gu Zijing sisters, the rest of her attributes lacked similar appeal. "No, thank you," he replied with a polite smile, stepping back. "Come on, feel free to make any requests. I am very open-minded." The woman, appearing to be in her 30s, coyly shook her endowed assets, revealing a hint of shyness beneath her heavily powdered face. The other agents regarded her with disdain, clearly recognizing her as a habitual offender. Jiang Jingfeng and Appo's stomach suddenly churned, and he felt nauseous. He quickly waved his hand and pointed at Zhu Qi. "Sorry, just her." "Oh, I understand. I have a sister who is also quite lovely and even more adventurous. I and Appo's. I'll call her over right away." The agent persisted, pulling out her phone to make the call. Jiang Jingfeng was well aware that a villa in this Swiss town would cost at least 10 million. According to the commission standards, properties exceeding 1 million are charged at 0.5. Thus, closing a deal would yield them a commission of 50,000, a sum not to be overlooked despite the agency taking a portion. Additionally, securing this property would also yield a similar commission upon sale, resulting in double the joy. This was the peak of prosperity for real estate sales and agents over the years. 2 months prior, during the company's first dividend distribution, he received over 11 million. Initially, he intended to purchase a smaller villa and a car of similar stature. However, Xiao Luoxia expressed a particular fondness for the Lamborghini Revuelto, and without hesitation, Jiang Jingfeng acquiesced, ultimately spending over 6 million on the vehicle. Regarding the house, Xiao Luoxia also suggested acquiring a villa, and, as a devoted admirer, he complied and made a 40 down payment. These expenditures nearly depleted his savings, leaving him unable to assist Tan Wenfeng when he sought a loan. In retrospect, it all felt like a trap, a gradual descent into their scheme. How pitiable he was, a devoted admirer, manipulated by his brother's girlfriend while still counting their profits. Jiang Jingfeng had originally planned to sell the Lamborghini, but considering it might alert Xiao Luoxia, he opted to sell the house instead. He recalled that in less than half a year, property prices would peak before beginning to decline. After several months of gradual decline, the market began to plummet rapidly. At this moment, he decided to sell the villa, which he had purchased merely 2 months prior, yet its value had surged by 20%. This equated to an impressive monthly profit of over 1 million, totaling more than 2 million. Thus, which agent would not be tempted? Who would easily relinquish such a rare opportunity? Furthermore, given that the clientele primarily comprises affluent individuals, this elucidates why most agents are women. Particularly, some attractive female sales agents earn hundreds of thousands each month. Jiang Jingfeng comprehended the woman's persistent pursuit and understood her ability to thrive in this environment. Firstly, she possessed an ample amount of audacity. Secondly, her advantageous position was unmistakable, and her openness attracted wealthy individuals with such tastes. Jiang Jingfeng chuckled and shook his head. The persistence of a cunning woman did not imply that he would settle for anything less than extraordinary. His standards were exceptionally high. Otherwise, he could not have established criteria for selecting stunning internet celebrities, nor could he have guided Jingfeng Media to its current success. Certainly, with Xiao Luoxi as a precedent, if someone were too unattractive, he would indeed find it difficult to muster any interest. Chapter 6a. They are handsome. Why not let the two of us take care of things? I and Appo's, am quite open-minded myself. One of the attractive female agents, tall and clad in a suit, raised an eyebrow at Jiang Jingfeng. Indeed, her physique and looks were commendable, and her professional attire undoubtedly caught the eyes of some successful men. Interestingly, the other agent, who had spoken earlier, remained silent, seemingly acquiescing to the situation. It was evident that this was not their first collaboration. Reflecting on the countless tales of real estate saleswomen and agents that circulated among the populace, Jiang Jingfeng found no surprise in such occurrences. After all, do ordinary people not live for wealth and beauty? When he purchased his villa, had it not been for Xiao Luoxi's presence, A mere hint from him would have surely enticed that stunning saleswoman to accompany him for a driving test. "Excuse me, could you please make way?" "Thank you." Jiang Jingfeng needed to expedite the process of handling the property. Time was of the essence, and being obstructed was not an option. Oomph. Noticing Jiang Jingfeng and Appo's resolute expression, the two agents exchanged displeased glances at Zhu Qi. Unfazed, Zhu Qi glared back, earning Jiang Jingfeng's respect for the poised girl. The other agents, resigned, could only sigh and depart. "Sir, over here, please." Zhu Qi gestured for Jiang Jingfeng to follow her to their office. "Please take a seat. I'll fetch you some water." "No need. I'm in a hurry. The matter at hand is urgent," Jiang Jingfeng promptly replied. Without hesitation, Zhu Qi took a seat herself, exuding a demeanor that was both obedient yet marked by the characteristic defiance of her generation. "I wish to sell villa number 68 in the Swiss town. If you were to handle the sale, how long would it take?" "That depends on the price you're willing to set. If you sell at the current market rate, it should take about a week. If you aim higher than the market price, the time frame becomes uncertain." Zhu Qi perceived that most sellers were merely looking to profit further. During her 2 weeks at the agency, she had never witnessed anyone reducing prices to sell. Even buyers were scrambling to increase their offers. Yet the supply of villas was limited. Moreover, the developer's marketing was effective, and with national property prices surging rapidly, experts predicted that the upward trend would likely persist for another year or two. Consequently, everyone was eager to capitalize on real estate speculation. "A week is too long. I need everything settled by tomorrow," Jiang Jingfeng stated, gazing intently at the beautiful face before him. "That is quite a challenge unless you lower the price. Otherwise, it's unlikely." Zhu Qi frowned. Although she was a novice, her inquiries with seasoned employees had revealed that closing a deal in 2 days was virtually unheard of. "All right, let's reduce the price by 5 based on the current market," Jiang Jingfeng insisted, seeking a swift resolution. "Very well, sir. Is the villa purchased outright?" Zhu Qi suddenly recalled this crucial detail. As a newcomer, it was easy to overlook important information, especially since Jiang Jingfeng dominated the conversation with his inquiries. "No, I made a 40 down payment. Then, even with the price reduction, 2 days 1T suffice, as we must address your bank loan before proceeding with the transaction." Jiang Jingfeng frowned. "Is there any way to secure 2 million urgently?" In transactions involving mortgage properties, there are generally 3 methods: transferring the mortgage, using the buyer and Appo's down payment to settle the remaining loan, or borrowing against the title. All these options require time. Zhu Qi contemplated, shaking her head. Jiang Jingfeng bit his lip, inhaling deeply as he contemplated, his gaze fixed on the Lamborghini parked outside. Sighing, he stood up, preparing to leave. "Sir, wait." Zhu Qi quickly called after him, speaking softly. "There's another option. We collaborate with some mortgage companies. If you urgently need funds, you could secure a loan against the property and repay it after the sale. However," she added, "the bridging fees can be quite high. If you have a better solution, I would advise against it." Zhu Qi's expression betrayed no sign of anxiety over potentially losing a significant business deal. A graduate from a modest second-tier university in Hangzhou, majoring in accounting, she had taken this intermediary job as a temporary measure due to the lack of employment opportunities. Having been there for a brief time, she had not yet adopted the unscrupulous practices often found in the industry. Although tempted by the prospect of substantial earnings, she remained steadfast in her principles, opting for honesty. Unlike seasoned agents who would agree to anything a client said, only to later concoct excuses, this honesty impressed Jiang Jingfeng. "You don't seem like someone with extensive experience," he observed as he resumed his seat. "I just graduated and have only been here for half a month." "What did you study?" "Accounting." Upon hearing this, and recalling her previous composure in the presence of seasoned agents, Jiang Jingfeng realized her potential and asked, "I run a media company named Jingfeng Media, and I'm currently in need of an accountant. Would you be interested in joining us?" Zhu Qi paused momentarily, then regarded Jiang Jingfeng thoughtfully, taking her time to respond. "Why me?" Jiang Jingfeng admired her cautious approach, recognizing her ability to maintain composure despite the allure of a lucrative offer. "Because you possess a fresh perspective. You may appear gentle, but have your own convictions. This is precisely the quality one needs in finance. Zhu Qi continued to scrutinize Jiang Jingfeng, skeptical of his words. He pressed on, "Of course, if you aspire to become an internet celebrity, I can help you develop that path, but first, you must assist me in accomplishing a task in finance. It's quite simple. You're aware of the crime of embezzlement, right? Due to a bond of friendship, I lent some money to my associates, but it's a trap. I have 2 days to repay it, or you understand. I can arrange the funds. But my girlfriend has betrayed me. She dismissed the previous accountant and has taken control of that position, leaving me in need of someone who can help me navigate this issue." With that, Jiang Jingfeng locked eyes with Zhu Qi, knowing that this was within her realm of expertise. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhu Qi replied, "I can assist you, but given what you've just described, it seems your girlfriend won't transfer the relevant accounts and permissions to me until her objectives are fulfilled. That is not a concern. I'll figure something out." "It all hinges on your willingness," Jiang Jingfeng replied, allowing Zhu Qi the space to ponder. Jingfeng Media held a notable reputation within Hangzhou's MCN circles, and those familiar with platforms like Douyin would have heard of the company. As a member of the new generation, Zhu Qi was well-versed in Douyin and had indeed heard of Jingfeng Media. Thus, this opportunity presented itself as a remarkable chance for her. Otherwise, she faced a choice of returning to take civil service exams, unsure of success, or seeking employment in a small private company with limited prospects. The burgeoning influencer economy offered abundant opportunities. And given her youth, why not take the plunge? Resolutely, she nodded in agreement. Chapter 7. A family. Half an hour later, Jiang Jingfeng escorted Zhu Qi out of the real estate agency. Behind them, the furious voice of Zhu Qi and Amp, Oppo's supervisor and store manager echoed, his ire understandable. Ever since Zhu Qi joined the store, irrespective of her performance in closing deals, the manager had long coveted her beauty. For the past few days, he had sought her out for private discussions, insinuating that if she followed him, he could assist her with various transactions. However, Zhu Qi merely entertained his advances without yielding, inciting his wrath. Just as he was preparing to exert further pressure, Zhu Qi boldly announced her resignation. Though he opposed her decision, she had already submitted her resignation letter and declared that if he disapproved, she would simply take 3 days off and be considered to have resigned voluntarily. This infuriated him. The prospect of losing her, a prized catch, was unbearable. Yet, glancing at the tall, handsome Jiang Jingfeng beside her, he could only swallow his anger. Meanwhile, other agents witnessed Zhu Qi getting into Jiang Jingfeng and Oppo's Lamborghini and began to jeer. The seemingly demure girl, thought to be virtuous, was revealed as a gold digger. How deceptive appearances could be. They mused she had been pretending to be aloof while secretly engaging in unsavory liaisons. The air was thick with bitterness. As Jiang Jingfeng drove off in his Lamborghini, leaving the scornful comments behind. "Looks like I and Oppo's rescued you from a dire situation," Jiang Jingfeng jested. "Is it possible that I've merely fallen into another pit of fire?" Zhu Qi pondered, gazing at the road ahead, uncertain if her choice was indeed right. If she did not follow Jiang Jingfeng, she would eventually have to leave the agency, unless she acquiesced to her manager's demands and compromised her integrity. Such a thought was utterly unacceptable. Even if she were to sell herself, it would not be to a base individual. Rest assured, once we navigate this matter, no one in the company will dare to provoke you. You need only adhere to the principle of legality in your work. Should I propose any dubious requests, you are free to refuse, Jiang Jingfeng stated. Having learned from past mistakes, he was determined not to repeat them. The iron bed was not a comfortable place to rest. He painted a rosy picture. "Moreover, I promise that no one will harass you in the company, and I shall ensure you are well compensated." Upon hearing this, Zhu Qi felt a surge of excitement, sensing she had found a mentor. Jiang Jingfeng regarded her with a knowing look, recognizing the naivety of a freshly graduated student. And he understood that financial control must lie firmly in his hands. Soon, Jiang Jingfeng arrived at a mortgage company. Half an hour later, he emerged with an additional $3 million in his bank account. Naturally, the documentation for the Lamborghini was also secured at the mortgage company. with 3 GPS devices installed in the vehicle. At 3 in the afternoon, Jiang Jingfeng returned to the office with Zhu Qi. Upon entering, Zhu Qi felt a profound shock. She had been harboring doubts about Jiang Jingfeng's status as the boss, but when everyone addressed him as Manager Jiang, her skepticism dissipated. He led her directly to the Human Resources Department. Xiao Wei, please assist Zhu Qi with her onboarding procedures. She will be our new accountant. Of course, boss, replied Wu Wei, the HR manager and Jiang Jingfeng and Oppos, as confidant. Boss, what about Manager Xiao? Wu Wei hesitated to inquire. Don and Oppos, worry, I will discuss it with her shortly. Jiang Jingfeng responded with a smile, then turned to Zhu Qi, saying, this is the HR manager. You can call her Sister Wu. If you have any questions, just approach her. Thank you, cousin, Zhu Qi replied, her smile tinged with shyness. Wu Wei, overhearing their conversation, realized their familial connection and understood why Jiang Jingfeng had brought her in. Jiang Jingfeng then returned to the general manager's office, not rushing to seek out Xiao Luoxi, but rather waiting. As anticipated, a few minutes later, Xiao Luoxi stormed into the office, slamming the door behind her and demanding, Jiang Jingfeng, what is the meaning of this? You bring someone in without informing me. What do you take me for? Jiang Jingfeng quickly stood, approaching her with a feigned affection. Darling, please don't be angry. I had no choice. My father called me at noon, mentioning a relative from my uncle's side, a recent graduate struggling to find work, and asked me to assist. It was fortuitous that I learned she studied accounting, just as we needed someone to alleviate your burden. I couldn't and Oppos. Bear to see you so exhausted. After his explanation, Jiang Jingfeng feigned innocence, tightening his embrace around Xiao Luoxi and attempting to kiss her cheek. Step away. From now on, I will be the one to hire my staff. This is the last time, Xiao Luoxi thought, relieved to discover that the newcomer was merely a fresh graduate. However, she also resisted Jiang Jingfeng and Oppos' advances, pushing him away and storming out. After work, Jiang Jingfeng visited the finance department, where Xiao Luoxi's desk was situated. Zhu Qi, how was your first day? It was great. Sister Luoxi has been very kind to me. Of course, Sister Luoxi and I share a close bond, and you are both my cousins. Thank you, cousin and sister-in-law. Zhu Qi replied bashfully. You're welcome. We are all family here. Just do your best, Xiao Luoxi said with a smile before gathering her things and leaving. Zhu Qi, heed your sister-in-law and Oppos' advice. After work, make sure to rest well. If you need anything, Don and Oppos, hesitate to ask her, Jiang Jingfeng instructed, eagerly following Xiao Luoxi as she departed. Zhu Qi silently observed Jiang Jingfeng's retreating figure, puzzled by his transformation upon entering the office, especially in his interactions with Xiao Luoxi. Upon returning home, Xiao Luoxi placed her bag down and locked herself in her bedroom. Jiang Jingfeng and Oppos, as previously affectionate demeanor, instantly turned cold. However, in a moment, he resumed his cheerful facade, heading to the kitchen to prepare dinner. In the absence of social engagements, he had always taken charge of cooking upon returning home. An hour later, a feast of steaming dishes was ready. Jiang Jingfeng uncorked a bottle of red wine and lit candles, creating an inviting atmosphere. Darling, I and Oppos, prepared a table full of your favorite dishes as a sincere apology, he called out. Jiang Jingfeng was determined not to let the matter slip by. His quest for revenge had merely begun, and one act of contrition would not suffice. I and Oppos, am not hungry, Xiao Luoxi retorted, her anger stemming from both Jiang Jingfeng's rough treatment and the failure of their plans. With all focus now on their secondary strategy, maintaining her anger was advantageous. Darling, please don't be like this. I have good news to share, Jiang Jingfeng continued. After a prolonged silence from Xiao Luoxi, he added, I plan to take you to Beijing tomorrow to explore the possibility of opening a branch office. What do you think? With a creak, the door swung open, and Xiao Luoxi, her expression stern, confronted him. Are you serious? Seeing her at the door, Jiang Jingfeng and Oppos' smile broadened, reflecting the joy of a man who had just appeased his girlfriend. Absolutely. I and Oppos, already purchased the tickets. Tomorrow morning, we will head to the office to make arrangements before departing. Chapter 8. Drawing the tiger from its mountain, Xiao Luoxia cast a cold glance at the meticulously arranged candlelit dinner prepared by Jiang Jingfeng, a wave of intense aversion swelling within her. However, reason dictated that now was not the time to sever ties with him completely. After all, until their plan bore fruit, she needed to maintain the facade of a romantic relationship with Jiang Jingfeng. She was acutely aware that if she rashly proposed an immediate breakup, Jiang Jingfeng might promptly settle his debts with the company, a resolution she was unwilling to facilitate. Consequently, ensuring the smooth execution of their scheme was of paramount importance. Earlier, Jiang Jingfeng had mentioned taking her to Beijing the following day. Initially, she contemplated concocting an excuse to evade the trip, but to her surprise, he had willingly offered the opportunity, akin to a pillow presented to a weary head. It seemed as though Jiang Jingfeng was concerned she might not meet her demise swiftly enough. This thought eased her mood considerably, prompting her to don a semblance of a smile to further disarm Jiang Jingfeng and lower his guard. As they savored the meal, both found themselves slightly intoxicated. Throughout the evening, Xiao Luoxia discerned no irregularities in Jiang Jingfeng's demeanor, which allowed her to relax entirely. In fact, she discreetly sent a reassuring emoji to Wang Ziming. Ultimately, the warm and romantic dinner concluded, and their relationship appeared to revert to its former state. As night fell, Jiang Jingfeng, as was his custom, tenderly cared for his beloved bicycle, a ritual he had cherished for a long time. The following morning, Jiang Jingfeng brought Xiao Luoxia to the company, but upon entering, she was inundated with several calls, either from downstream agents requesting payments or from various shooting activities requiring financial disbursements. The previous afternoon, numerous artists had been dispatched to capitalize on trending events. Furthermore, following the dismissal of her former accountant, all expenses now fell under her purview. To ensure the smooth progression of their plan, she had refrained from hiring a new accountant for the past 2 months, forcing her, as a vice president, to toil like an ordinary laborer, utterly exhausted. Managing these affairs would invariably consume at least an hour. Yet, Jiang Jingfeng insisted they must depart in 30 minutes to catch their flight. At this juncture, she hesitated. She clandestinely messaged Wang Ziming, sharing the details regarding Zhu Qi's situation. Wang Ziming, seated in his office, glanced towards Jiang Jingfeng and Oppo's office. Despite the mere glass partition separating them, the disparity felt monumental. He yearned to seize control of the company, to prove his superiority over Jiang Jingfeng, unwilling to remain overshadowed indefinitely. Particularly haunting was the memory of a year prior when Jiang Jingfeng had invited him to collaborate, only for him to discover that his first love was now entangled with Jiang Jingfeng. Enraged, he had longed to confront Jiang Jingfeng. He and Xiao Luoxia had cherished a mutual love, having been each other in Oppo's as first loves for 4 years. However, due to long-distance circumstances and familial pressures, they were forced to part ways. Yet, upon their unexpected reunion, Xiao Luoxia had become the girlfriend of one of his college friends. Meanwhile, under familial compulsion, he had become engaged to another woman, a marriage imminent. He contemplated annulling the engagement, but his parents and Oppo's relentless pressure left him no choice but to proceed with a marriage rooted in obligation. Their rekindled feelings inevitably led to clandestine meetings, a situation that could no longer satisfy them, thus spawning a series of plots directed at Jiang Jingfeng. In response to this unforeseen circumstance, they conferred and concluded that it posed no significant issue. Hence, Xiao Luoxia entrusted the company's basic accounts to Zhu Qi, delegating relevant tasks to her. Just then, Jiang Jingfeng arrived at the finance department, discreetly signaling Zhu Qi before calling out, "Luoxia, it's time to go." The two exited the company in a display of intimacy, a scene that elicited a smile from Wang Ziming, who found amusement in the notion that his first love was merely a pawn in Jiang Jingfeng and Oppo's ascent to professional prominence. Jiang Jingfeng and Xiao Luoxia boarded the flight to Beijing. Meanwhile, during the lunch hour, Zhu Qi finally managed to leave the company. Rather than visiting a nearby bank, she sought out a more distant one. At 1 o'clock, as work hours commenced, she found herself waiting in line, producing the pre-prepared power of attorney identification, and bank card. She repaid the $2 million borrowed from the company's special account on Jiang Jingfeng's behalf, noting it as a repayment dated July 29, 2018. Back at the office, Wang Ziming had already visited the finance department multiple times without catching sight of Zhu Qi, causing a pang of anxiety to grip him. Lacking Zhu Qi's contact information, he resorted to messaging Xiao Luoxia. However, she remained unresponsive, still in transit. Approaching HR, he inquired of Wu Wei. Do you have Zhu Qi and AMP, Oppos, as contact information? Why do you want it? Wu Wei retorted, her demeanor unyielding, unafraid of Wang Ziming's position, as she was well aware of his entanglements with Gu Zijing and other social media figures. She is not at her desk. I need to speak with her about something. Wang Ziming replied. She is Jiang's cousin. It's best you keep your distance, Wu Wei shot back curtly. Wang Ziming felt a flush of embarrassment at her words, forcing a smile to mask his discomfort. I meant no offense. If she is unavailable, so be it. He turned to leave, his expression darkening with resolve. In a few days, he would ensure she faced consequences. With no means of contacting Zhu Qi and no response from Xiao Luoxia, he retreated to his office. In the agonizing wait, it was not until 2:00 and AMP, Oppos, clock that Zhu Qi leisurely appeared at the company entrance, clutching a cup of coffee. Zhu Qi, where have you been during work hours? Wang Ziming bellowed, startling her to the point where she nearly spilled her drink. Who are you? Zhu Qi blinked in surprise, though her heart raced with anxiety. Wang Ziming and Oppos' anger surged. It felt as though she had dismissed him entirely. I am Vice President Wang Ziming, and I demand to know your whereabouts. I took leave with my cousin. What is the issue? Zhu Qi feigned innocence, conveniently neglecting to mention that all pertinent documents were now stowed in Jiang Jingfeng's Lamborghini. Wang Ziming felt stifled by her retort, his frustration mounting without an outlet. Just then, Wu Wei emerged, drawn by the commotion. Ha ha ha, it's nothing. I was merely having a bit of fun with her. Wang Ziming laughed awkwardly, attempting to diffuse the tension. An executive vice president intimidating a recent graduate? Quite impressive, Wu Wei quipped with biting sarcasm before addressing Zhu Qi. Get back to work. If you need anything, just let me know. Thank you, Sister Wu, Zhu Qi replied, dropping the formal title of manager in favor of a more familiar address. Wu Wei nodded in satisfaction, watching her depart before returning to her office, deliberately ignoring Wang Ziming, who was seething with frustration. Chapter 9. Divergent Dreams at the Same Bed at the Capital Airport. Jiang Jingfeng had just disembarked from the plane when he activated his phone, revealing a message from Zhu Qi, accompanied by a photograph of a successful repayment and a note in the company accounts confirming the transaction. Jiang Jingfeng saved the image and subsequently deleted the chat history with Zhu Qi. Completing these tasks filled him with immense satisfaction. With the hidden dangers now resolved, it was time to set his revenge plan in motion. He glanced at the enchanting Xiao Luoxi beside him, a beautiful woman who had accompanied him for over a year, and who had also delivered the most devastating blow in his past life. She returned his gaze with a radiant smile. This truly exemplified the notion of a woman's heart being the most venomous. Xiao Luoxi, however, was feeling agitated, having seen a message from Wang Ziming, which raised her suspicions. Given Jiang Jingfeng and AMP, Oppos' recent changes, she sensed something amiss, particularly regarding his fervor that night and the sudden introduction of a cousin into her life. Everything felt orchestrated since their arrival in Beijing. Wasn't and AMP, Oppos, this what she had hoped for? She was preparing to message Wang Ziming with these clues when she caught Jiang Jingfeng's smile, which she found quite repulsive. Why was he so suddenly joyous? Certainly, he must be pleased. Did he not notice the multitude of people covertly observing them? I feel so esteemed. Come on, give me a kiss to infuriate them, Jiang Jingfeng exclaimed, attempting to embrace Xiao Luoxi. Get away. It's broad daylight. How embarrassing, she retorted. Embarrassing? We've done far worse. Remember that time in the park when you were so excited? Jiang Jingfeng raised his voice just enough to fluster Xiao Luoxi, who quickly covered his mouth. Her face flushed. Nearby, a few lecherous uncles overheard him and were already imagining the scene in the park. their gazes at Jiang Jingfeng filled with envy and admiration for his audacity. Jiang Jingfeng was unfazed by their thoughts, wrapping his arm around Xiao Luoxi's waist and humming a tune. In the afternoon and evening, Jiang Jingfeng took Xiao Luoxi to Sanlitun and the Worker S Stadium, for since they were here for an inspection, they ought to make a show of it. As they strolled through the streets, numerous individuals approached them, inquiring if they wished to become internet celebrities. Originally, they were internet influencers, with Jiang Jingfeng boasting over 1 million followers and Xiao Luoxi even more, surpassing 3 million. However, due to their recent shift in focus, they had hardly produced any content over the last year and had ceased all updates in the past 6 months. Consequently, many failed to recognize them, eagerly attempting to sign them on and emphasizing that with their profiles, they could undoubtedly become top-tier influencers. Each time, Jiang Jingfeng politely declined, while Xiao Luoxi merely offered a courteous smile. That night, they stayed at the Guomao, where they stood before the hotel's floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing out at the panoramic view of the area, even catching sight of the distant Big Pants. They enjoyed the scenery for a while, but soon became part of the landscape. 2 hours later, Jiang Jingfeng reclined against the headboard, smoking a cigarette. The exhilarating thrill of revenge was intoxicating. He felt invigorated. Meanwhile, Xiao Luoxi found herself unexpectedly nostalgic, battling against the shameful thoughts that intruded her mind, reminiscing about the joys of being with Wang Ziming. Each had ulterior motives, divergent dreams at the same bed. The following morning, Xiao Luoxi awoke with an unusual excitement. Yet, she feigned innocence, asking sweetly, "Feng, when we going back? It's such a rare trip to Beijing. I was thinking of returning on Sunday." Jiang Jingfeng, fully aware of her intentions, realized she wished to return early, perhaps to rendezvous with Wang Ziming. Although he had resolved the hidden dangers, he knew this affair could not conclude so easily. He needed to prolong their anticipation, allowing it to evolve into a form of torment. Should their psychological resilience wane, lack of sleep and mental fatigue were inevitable. Furthermore, if they returned today, Xiao Luoxi would discover the repayment had been made without her knowledge, and in her fury, she would undoubtedly sever ties with him. That would be a tremendous loss. He had not yet fully enjoyed the game. To let such a beautiful adversary slip away unscathed would be a failure in vengeance. Xiao Luoxi's voice was soft. "I see no further need for inspections. We've already visited the 2 most popular spots for influencers. Let us just return this morning." Her reasoning was quite astute, prompting a cold smile from Jiang Jingfeng. He grasped her hand, slipping it beneath the covers. Anger surged within Xiao Luoxi, and unable to restrain herself, she squeezed him hard, nearly making Jiang Jingfeng cry out. With a disgruntled hum, he replied, "Then we shall not leave." He was determined to keep Xiao Luoxi close, firmly. Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Jingfeng's thoughts were far more convoluted. Observing his irritated demeanor, she felt compelled to make sacrifices to ensure their return. 2 hours later, they finished their morning routines and prepared to depart. Just then, Jiang Jingfeng's phone rang. He feigned impatience as he pulled out his phone, but immediately transformed his expression into a smile. He answered the call on speakerphone. "Hello, Liang. What is going on? You didn't even give a shout when you arrived." "I want to take no for an answer. We must drink together tonight." "Liang, you've forgotten your brothers since achieving success, haven't you? Back when you started such a large company, you didn't invite me." "You, Jiang Jingfeng, Fine, I'll treat you. You choose the place, but you must drink with me until we're satisfied. That is more like it. Hang up, see you tonight." Aside from the beeping sound of the call disconnecting, the atmosphere was tense. "Luoxi, you see," Jiang Jingfeng hesitated, glancing at Xiao Luoxi, words stuck in his throat. He had initially thought of He Tianliang when starting Jingfeng Media, but the latter had succeeded in securing a government position and thus did not participate. Ultimately, after much deliberation, he had approached Wang Ziming and Tan Wenhui. Wang Ziming had the weakest bond with Jiang Jingfeng compared to He Tianliang and Tan Wenhui, yet he was the most ambitious. Tan Wenhui, on the other hand, lacked strong opinions, merely following the lead of Wang Ziming. Jiang Jingfeng had not anticipated that his indecision in the past would consign him to an 8-year stint of hardship. Meanwhile, Xiao Luoxi's expression had turned frigid. her hands still lacking strength to compel this man to depart. Her lips twitched involuntarily. Chapter 10. Dual torment. Xiao Luoxia was on the verge of exploding with anger, yet she had to maintain a facade of composure. As exhibiting overt frustration might lead others to believe she had ulterior motives for wanting to return. At this moment, revealing her intentions to Jiang Jingfeng was evidently an unwise choice. She managed to force a smile, deciding to stay. Jiang Jingfeng playfully pinched her cheek, exclaiming that he knew Luoxia was the most sensible of them all. Understanding is not your forte. Xiao Luoxia shot him a glance, tossing her handbag aside before lying down on the bed to rest. She too was exhausted. She couldn't fathom why Jiang Jingfeng had suddenly become a bit brusque, although she secretly relished the sensation. In the past, she had refrained from expressing herself, adhering to the role of a lady, at least in front of Jiang Jingfeng. It seemed today would be the day she could send this fellow away, yet he was unwilling to return from his business trip. Originally, she had planned to be out for just a couple of days, but now she found herself tethered to him, spending each day in his company and performing in a charade, accommodating his needs as required. This arrangement was destined to last several more days, until she returned to audit the accounts and confirmed that Jiang Jingfeng had not repaid his debts. She could not take any action against him. Of course, she could have Zhu Qi check the accounts, but would Zhu Qi be willing? On the day of her hiring, she had indeed subjected Zhu Qi to a barrage of persuasion and manipulation, yet she remained uncertain, as Zhu Qi was Jiang Jingfeng and Appo's cousin. After a night of fitful sleep, they casually dined at noon, and Jiang Jingfeng took her to the 798 Art District. In the meantime, Xiao Luoxia discreetly communicated with Wang Ziming several times to explain the situation. Wang Ziming was nearly incensed enough to call He Tianliang and request the cancellation of his dinner with Jiang Jingfeng. However, after a moment and Appo's reflection, he realized that He Tianliang may not heed his request, given that their relationship was not particularly stronger than that with Jiang Jingfeng. Thus, he swallowed his indignation and endured the wait. In the evening, Jiang Jingfeng brought Xiao Luoxia to the Yunding restaurant in Guomao to treat He Tianliang to dinner. He Tianliang was punctual, arriving at 6:15. "Aliang, long time no see," Jiang Jingfeng exclaimed, opening his arms for a warm embrace. "It and amp, Appo's, it's been ages. Ha ha ha." He Tianliang responded joyfully, yet his expression faltered when he noticed the girl standing beside Jiang Jingfeng. Since their graduation, they had not crossed paths, and Jiang Jingfeng rarely posted on social media. Even during his brief stint as an internet celebrity, he mostly appeared solo, never alongside Xiao Luoxia. Hence, He Tianliang had no inkling of what Jiang Jingfeng's girlfriend looked like. "Aliang, this is my girlfriend, Xiao Luoxia. Isn't she lovely?" Jiang Jingfeng released He Tianliang and gestured towards Xiao Luoxia for introduction. He Tianliang, recovering from his initial surprise, responded, "Indeed, she is beautiful. You have excellent taste, Foam." Perhaps having learned the nuances of social interaction and emotional management within the bureaucracy, his compliment appeared sincere. During their senior year, an unexpected encounter with Wang Ziming and Xiao Luoxia had left him awestruck by her beauty. Wang Ziming had often claimed to have a girlfriend throughout college, yet no one knew her appearance. This reunion left He Tianliang envious for quite some time. Now, however, he was left with a multitude of questions. Wasn't Appo's this woman Wang Ziming and Appo's as first love? How had she become Jiang Jingfeng and Appo's girlfriend? Meanwhile, Xiao Luoxia noticed the look in He Tianliang's eyes, and a wave of anxiety washed over her. She feared that He Tianliang might reveal her past connection with Wang Ziming. If Jiang Jingfeng discovered this relationship, how would she explain it? After all, she had interacted with Wang Ziming frequently over the past year without ever acknowledging their prior acquaintance. Now, if she were to inform Jiang Jingfeng that Wang Ziming was her first love and they had been together for over 4 years, how would he react? A breakup would be inevitable, as would her departure from Jingfeng Media. Nevertheless, she quickly steadied her thoughts, firmly believing that Jiang Jingfeng had not repaid his debts. Therefore, once they returned, her first order of business would be to confront him, ensuring that the company would belong to her and Wang Ziming. Even if He Tianliang were to disclose this information now, she could simply turn and walk away. With this realization, her anxiety dissipated, and she smiled at He Tianliang, nodding. "Hello, hello, I'm He Tianliang," he replied politely, refraining from exposing the truth. The dinner was a pleasant affair for Jiang Jingfeng, while He Tianliang bore a heavy heart. And Xiao Luoxia felt a sense of unease. Until their departure, He Tianliang remained unable to voice his suspicions. Another tumultuous night passed, and Jiang Jingfeng found it curious that despite having been reborn, he felt significantly more powerful in certain aspects. Under normal circumstances, his body would have succumbed to exhaustion from the past few days and activities, yet he remained remarkably strong. Unable to comprehend it, he decided not to dwell on the matter. After all, who would complain about being strong? On Saturday, Xiao Luoxia once again urged Jiang Jingfeng to return, but he insisted that the weekend was the perfect time to witness the other side of Sanlitun. Thus, they spent Saturday exploring various places until they finally boarded a flight back to Hangzhou on Sunday afternoon. Xiao Luoxia, having endured several taxing days, felt psychologically and physically drained, as time seemed to stretch endlessly. Upon boarding the plane, she finally exhaled in relief, eagerly anticipating the moment she would return to the company. Stealing a glance at the sleeping Jiang Jingfeng beside her, her resentment surged like a raging river. She had not considered how well Jiang Jingfeng had treated her in the past, instead blaming his presence for the seemingly endless delay in reconciling with Wang Ziming. She had to acknowledge her own beauty, capable of captivating many, yet her mind had been thoroughly indoctrinated by Wang Ziming. She had never contemplated that she and Wang Ziming's secretive affair and scheming had made Jiang Jingfeng the true victim. Meanwhile, Wang Ziming and Tan Wenhui had also endured several grueling days. Upon learning that Jiang Jingfeng had boarded the plane, the two of them celebrated with several drinks. At the airport, as they disembarked, Xiao Luoxia suddenly affectionately embraced Jiang Jingfeng's arm. "Feng, let's make a stop at the company. I have something to attend to. Would you accompany me?" "Of course, my dear. If you have a request, I'm more than happy to oblige. Let's go." Jiang Jingfeng agreed without a second thought. After hailing a cab, they arrived at the company an hour later. Due to being a startup that frequently required shooting and planning, many employees were still working on a Sunday. However, departments such as human resources, finance, and administration were nearly deserted. Jiang Jingfeng went to his office, lit a cigarette, and waited in solitude. Meanwhile, Xiao Luoxia returned to her office and immediately attempted to access the designated computer. However, upon entering her password, she was met with an error message indicating that the password was incorrect. After several attempts, she felt her frustration boiling over. Suddenly, she recalled that she had given her account and password to Zhu Qi, prompting her to call her. Yet, the line indicated that the number was temporarily unreachable. After multiple failed attempts, her anger surged like a volcano ready to erupt. Abruptly, she thought of Jiang Jingfeng and stormed toward his office. Chapter 11. My good brother. At the entrance, she paused, refraining from immediately pushing open the closed door. Gently closing her eyes, she took a deep breath, striving to quell the tumultuous emotions within her. After a moment, a smile graced her lips as she softly pushed the door open and stepped inside with an elegant gait. The room was shrouded in smoke, where Jiang Jingfeng sat quietly on the sofa, indulging in a cigarette. In truth, he had sensed her presence even before she arrived at the door, yet he made no move to greet her. Instead, he silently observed the entrance with a calm gaze, his heart devoid of any turmoil. Upon spotting Jiang Jingfeng enveloped in smoke, Xiao Luoxia suppressed her discontent and endeavored to soften her voice. "Phone, I and Amp, Oppos, you've been trying to reach Zhu Qi, but her phone seems unreachable. Could you possibly get in touch with her?" Jiang Jingfeng responded leisurely, and Amp, Oppos, as the weekend. "Perhaps it's best to let it be. After all, she'll be at work tomorrow. We can discuss anything then." With that, he took another deep drag from his cigarette. Xiao Luoxia frowned upon hearing this, persisting, "But I urgently need to talk to her." To her surprise, Jiang Jingfeng's response was resolute, even forceful, "Even if it's important. Waiting half a day won't hurt." Such a decisive refusal left Xiao Luoxia momentarily disoriented. Previously, regardless of her requests, Jiang Jingfeng would patiently explain his stance, even if he disagreed. Yet today, he not only smoked brazenly in her presence, but also showed no inclination to stand and welcome her. What bewildered her further was his unyielding dismissal of her plea, leaving no room for negotiation. What could be the reason for such a change? Had he truly uncovered their plans? A myriad of questions flooded Xiao Luoxi and Amp, Oppo's mind, particularly with Zhu Qi and Amp, Oppo's involvement, leaving her feeling unsettled, plunging her into profound fear. Darling, what an Oppo's the matter? Jiang Jingfeng approached her during her moment of distraction, playfully pinching her cheek. Realizing her daze, Xiao Luoxia hurriedly replied, and Oppo's nothing. Let an Oppo's head home. You go ahead. I just remembered I have something to attend to, Jiang Jingfeng said with a smile, turning back to his seat and opening his computer. Xiao Luoxia cast him a glance, nodded, and left, needing her own space and time to discuss their next steps with Wang Ziming. Her intuition warned her that the situation was dire. As the door closed, Jiang Jingfeng transferred the video from his phone to the computer using a data cable and began to play it. Since filming that video, he had yet to revisit it. The footage opened with Wang Ziming and Tan Wenhui, both casting disdainful looks towards the bathroom. Then, he stumbled out of the bathroom, even taking a fall. After being thrown onto the bed, he was shoved several times. Subsequently, Tan Wenhui exited, and Gu Zijing made her entrance. Before long, Jiang Jingfeng had finished watching the entire video, reigniting the fire of anger within him. If Xiao Luoxia or the Gu sisters were present, he couldn't guarantee he would maintain his composure. Once a social media influencer, he adeptly edited videos and swiftly completed the task. The footage began with Wang Ziming donning gloves and concluded with Gu Zijing rushing towards the bathroom. Of course, he had skillfully altered the background in the bed scenes, leaving no trace. Admiring his creation, Jiang Jingfeng smirked, Ziming, my good brother, you will surely appreciate this. After transferring the edited video to his phone and retrieving the Lamborghini keys from the drawer, Jiang Jingfeng swiftly departed the office. He first located a nearby pharmacy, purchasing several masks and gloves, then withdrew 3,000 yuan in cash from a nearby bank. Only then did he call for a ride to leave. Half an hour later, Jiang Jingfeng arrived at Hangzhou train station. Although high-speed trains had started operating, the frequency was still limited, leaving many K and T trains at the station, resulting in a significant flow of passengers. After alighting in front of the square, he donned a mask and wandered aimlessly. Unfamiliar with the area, he relied on past experiences to find the train station and Oppo's exit and followed the crowd to the right. As the crowd thinned, Jiang Jingfeng noticed a few individuals on either side of the street persistently inquiring of passers-by, their pockets bulging. Scanning the surroundings, he spotted no cameras. Thus, he approached one of the young men with an air of nonchalance. Hey, looking for a phone? Very cheap. As he passed the young man, the latter leaned closer and whispered what? Jiang Jingfeng feigned ignorance. A phone, a cheap one, can be unlocked? Yes, it has an unlock code. Has it been reset? Of course. Then forget it. Jiang Jingfeng shook his head and continued walking. Hey, wait. What are you looking for? The young man called after him. Jiang Jingfeng paused and quickly replied, freshly acquired, unlockable, and the WeChat inside works. The man, having failed to make a sale all day, contemplated before saying, Can you wait 10 minutes? Jiang Jingfeng responded, I'll come back in 10 minutes. With that, he turned and walked away without looking back. Finding a secluded corner, he discreetly watched the young man. The man headed towards a busy area and, moments later, followed a middle-aged man in a suit, who pulled out his phone, unlocked it, and made a call. After hanging up, he placed the phone back in his pocket. The young man quickened his pace, pretending to bump into the suited man, mumbling an apology before swiftly returning towards Jiang Jingfeng, while the suited man waited at the intersection for the light to change. Soon, the young man returned to his original spot. Jiang Jingfeng did not rush over, waiting until the suited man had crossed the street and disappeared before approaching. Got it, the young man exclaimed excitedly. Jiang Jingfeng merely nodded, turning to head back. In a short while, he arrived at the previously visited location, a narrow alley with hardly anyone around. 800, the young man quietly stated, pulling out his phone. I and Amp, Oppos, am not buying a phone. Jiang Jingfeng and Amp, Oppos. S sentence was interrupted. Are you messing with me? The young man glared at Jiang Jingfeng with fury. Maintaining his composure, Jiang Jingfeng replied softly, let me finish. I just need to use his WeChat for 10 minutes, and then I and Amp, Oppos, LL return the phone to you. I and Amp, Oppos, LL give you 500. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, the young man realized the opportunity and eagerly handed over the phone, saying, haha, my mistake, man. Sorry, the password is 851120. Chapter 12. The traitor Jiang Jingfeng swiftly took the phone, entered the password to unlock it, and quickly paired it with his device via Bluetooth to transfer the edited video. He then opened the other party's WeChat and added them as a friend, writing in the remarks, Ding Yujia, long time no see. I heard you're pregnant. I'd like to come see you. Ding Yujia, the wife of Wang Ziming, had received a generous red envelope from Jiang Jingfeng at their wedding. They had added each other on WeChat due to frequent gatherings, yet Jiang Jingfeng had never conversed with her. He crafted the message to ensure that Ding Yujia would accept his friend request, indicating their familiarity and mutual acquaintances through the mention of her pregnancy. As anticipated, within a minute, the request was accepted. Ding Yujia replied, Hello, who is this? Jiang Jingfeng could hardly suppress a grin concealed beneath his mask. I'm a classmate of yours. To avoid awkwardness and knowing my less than desirable preferences, I want to reveal my identity. But would you like to know a big secret about your husband? At that moment, Ding Yujia was reclining in bed, clad in a radiation-proof garment. Having ceased work to focus on her pregnancy. Frowning, she quickly typed back, What secret? With little time to spare, Jiang Jingfeng responded swiftly. Yesterday, I stumbled upon a video on a certain obscure site, and the person in it bore a striking resemblance to your husband. Would you like me to send it to you? Although she wished to decline, knowing her husband well enough to suspect he might have other entanglements. Her curiosity got the better of her, and she replied, Obscure site? Video? Jiang Jingfeng. I'm convinced it's him. I'll send it over. He selected the video he had previously uploaded and sent it. After the transmission was complete, he added another message. It's definitely him. It seems the woman is a social media influencer. This statement was primarily aimed at capturing Ding Yujia and Amp, Oppos' attention, serving as a catalyst for the impending conflict. Without waiting for her reply, Jiang Jingfeng blocked her and deleted their friendship on WeChat. To further ensure his safety, he proceeded to restore the phone to factory settings. 5 minutes later, Jiang Jingfeng vanished into the crowd. Half an hour later, he returned to the underground parking lot of his company, disposed of the mask and gloves, and leisurely drove his Lamborghini home. Meanwhile, Xiao Luoshi did not head home directly. Instead, she visited a nearby CF, filled with excitement at the prospect of seeing Wang Ziming. Her spirits dampened slightly upon observing the scene in the corner. Wang Ziming waved at her, his expression fraught with urgency, while Tan Wenhui looked on anxiously. Before Xiao Luoshi could sit down, Wang Ziming impatiently inquired, Luoshi, please reiterate everything you know and your speculations. Although they had exchanged some information on WeChat, Jiang Jingfeng had been trailing them, leaving many details incomplete. Knowing Xiao Luoshi was returning home alone, Wang Ziming had immediately brought Tan Wenhui along. Analyzing the situation collectively was certainly more effective than doing so alone, preventing the omission of crucial information. After all, they were all in the same boat. Thus, Xiao Luoshi recounted Jiang Jingfeng and Oppos' recent actions in their entirety, omitting any mention of the incident in bed, primarily to shield Wang Ziming from unnecessary thoughts that could affect their relationship. Moreover, she expressed her suspicion. I believe Zhu Qi is an agent sent by Jiang Jingfeng to monitor me. Upon hearing this, Wang Ziming and Oppos' brows furrowed with concern. I too sensed something was off. It all began at that gathering. Tan Wenhui wore a grave expression at the gathering. I felt as though he were a different person entirely. Indeed, the more we discuss it, the more suspicious it seems. That night at the hotel, he didn't appear as intoxicated as we presumed. Remember, he usually collapses after consuming a liter of liquor. Yet that night, he managed a liter and a half and still returned home. Wang Ziming grew increasingly suspicious. Xiao Luoxi recalled Jiang Jingfeng and Amp, Oppo's behavior upon returning home that night, which did not align with the antics of a drunken man. While it was typical for men to become more exuberant when inebriated, it was unreasonable for someone who had consumed a liter and a half of liquor to be so agile. She voiced her thoughts. Is it possible that he wasn't drunk at all, but merely pretending? Perhaps he took an antidote beforehand? Wang Ziming reflected on the events before their drinking session, suddenly awakening to the realization. Now that you mention it, it's quite possible. He had arrived, but then stepped out for several minutes before returning. Tan Wenhui nodded in agreement. In an instant, the trio fell silent, the tension and fear palpable on their faces. If their suspicions were correct, and Jiang Jingfeng had not been intoxicated, then the actions of Wang Ziming and Tan Wenhui would render them nothing more than fools. Especially Wang Ziming, who had been with Gu Zijing in the room. Wasn't he the mockery? Tan Wenhui glanced between Wang Ziming and Xiao Luoxi, lingering momentarily on Xiao Luoxi. Suspicion evident in his eyes. Then why didn't he confront us the following day? Moreover, only the three of us were privy to the plan. He remained skeptical of the previous theory, feeling it was too implausible, particularly since no one else knew of their scheme, aside from the three of them, unless a traitor lurked among them. He had initially been persuaded by Wang Ziming to join in. If the plan failed due to either Wang Ziming or Xiao Luoxi, dragging him down with them, it would be an egregious injustice. It would be far more prudent to follow Jiang Jingfeng, raking in millions annually. Damn, Wenhui, are you suspecting me and Luoxi? Wang Ziming and Oppo's countenance darkened. Tan Wenhui and Oppo's insinuations were unmistakable. One of them must be the traitor. Yet Wang Ziming trusted Xiao Luoxi. Otherwise, she would not have risked her relationship with Jiang Jingfeng to meet with him. She could have easily declined and continued to play her role as the dutiful boss. However, Tan Wenhui and Oppo's words shattered the unity among the three. Are you implying that I am the traitor? If I were, the initial plan was largely dependent on me. Would I have any incentive to betray you? With such a devoted admirer at my beck and call, Wu and Amp, Oppo's, it'd be more advantageous for me to maintain the status quo? Am I so foolish as to conspire against him? Before Tan Wenhui could respond, Xiao Luoxi, overwhelmed by the pressure of recent events, launched into a fierce interrogation. The weight of her worries had become unbearable. Since devising the plan to bring Jiang Jingfeng down 3 months ago as someone with a finance background, she had conceived the embezzlement scheme and meticulously planned each step. Consequently, she had been haunted by the fear of revealing her secrets even in her dreams. Now, she found herself unjustly accused of betrayal. Chapter 13. Prey and predator, I did not imply that you are, Tan Wenhui retorted ominously. In his heart, he believed that Xiao Luoxi was indeed the most suspicious. After all, they had spent over a year together, sharing a bed daily. Who could say if she had inadvertently revealed something? You, Xiao Luoxi and Oppo's face flushed with anger, and she struggled to articulate a response. She understood that no matter what she said, she could not escape the shadow of suspicion. Enough with the bickering. I trust Luoxi, Wang Ziming declared in a grave tone. Luoxi, since we cannot reach Zhu Qi, you should return home and act normal. First thing tomorrow, check the accounts. Xiao Luoxi and Amp, Oppo's initially flushed face sank dismally. She knew Wang Ziming all too well. He could be selfish, and even when they were not together, he bore some responsibility. She truly loved Wang Ziming, but his words pierced her heart once more. She stared at him, tears welling in her eyes. Seeing her distress, Wang Ziming took a deep breath and reassured her. I do not doubt you, and Oppo's. It's just that if Jiang Jingfeng returns and finds you absent, he may become suspicious. Though logically sound, the rift had already formed. Xiao Luoxi and Amp, Oppo's tears flowed freely, and she stood up to grab her bag and leave. Wang Ziming remained seated, even doubting if Xiao Luoxi might have inadvertently leaked information, risking their entire plan. To both Tan Wenhui and Xiao Luoxi, he appeared to be the mastermind, merely orchestrating against Jingfeng Media. However, unbeknownst to others, his ambitions were far grander. Thus, for his purposes, Both Tan Wenhui and Xiao Luoxia were mere pawns, privy only to the information he chose to share. Now, they faced the peril of their plans unraveling. Zimming, should we withdraw our investment? Tan Wenhui suggested reluctantly. Withdraw? We must wait until next Friday and Oppo's dividends before making any decisions. Otherwise, we would be handing Jingfeng an advantage, Wang Zimming replied, filled with anger and frustration. Yet, they faced a dire predicament. If all suspicions proved true, the original prey had transformed into a predator, while they, the hunters, had become vulnerable prey. But Tan Wenhui and Oppo's gaze faltered, hesitating to articulate his thoughts, only to be interrupted by Wang Zimming. There are no and Oppo's, buts and Oppo's. At this point, we can only hope that tomorrow brings good news from Luoxia and Oppo's investigation. Then victory will still be ours. Wang Zimming felt a deep sense of injustice. The opportunity to utterly dismantle Jiang Jingfeng was within reach, and he could not resign himself to relinquishing it. A year ago, when Jiang Jingfeng invited him to partner, upon seeing Xiao Luoxia with him, he had resolved to see Jiang Jingfeng brought down, regardless of his marital status. Xiao Luoxia was his woman, untouchable by anyone. Throughout their university years, he had resented the fact that Jiang Jingfeng was more capable than he was. Yet now, he found himself entangled with Jiang Jingfeng. He had secured the investment funds from his parents, while Jiang Jingfeng had earned his, which stung his pride immensely. The seeds of danger had been sown the moment Jiang Jingfeng proposed collaboration. After conversing for a while longer, Wang Zimming calmed Tan Wenhui's emotions before taking his leave. Tan Wenhui lingered a bit longer before finally departing. Once Xiao Luoxia returned home, she wandered dazedly, eventually retreating to the bathroom to cry for a considerable time. She felt deeply wronged, her tears turning her ire towards Jiang Jingfeng. Yes, it was him. If it were not for him, she could be with Wang Zimming. All of this was his fault. Her resentful gaze yearned to bite Jiang Jingfeng if he stood before her. However, after weeping, she calmed down. Jiang Jingfeng could return at any moment, and she had no choice but to conceal her hatred. Tomorrow represented hope, their hope. When Jiang Jingfeng returned, he heard activity in the kitchen. Upon closer inspection, he found Xiao Luoxia busily preparing a meal. This was unprecedented. After being together for over a year, it was the first time Xiao Luoxia had cooked. How peculiar! Was she bidding him farewell? In ancient times, before executions, the condemned were asked what they wished to eat. Was she viewing herself as having reached that point? Jiang Jingfeng smirked devilishly and returned to the couch to wait patiently. An hour later, Xiao Luoxia presented the meal, her light makeup slightly masking the traces of her tears. Feng, wash your hands. It an Oppo's. It's time to eat. She called out with a smile. All right, today is a celebration. My wife is cooking for the first time, so we must have a drink. Jiang Jingfeng grinned as he went to wash his hands, grabbing a bottle of red wine and a goblet. However, upon glancing at the dishes on the table, all of which were his favorites, he became increasingly convinced of her intentions. It was as if she wished to send him away, harboring deep resentment. Jiang Jingfeng pondered what he would have done had Xiao Luoxia been upfront about her relationship with Wang Zimming. After much contemplation, he believed he would have chosen understanding and forgiveness, continuing their relationship. After all, who was without a past? Yet he could not endure their rekindled romance, especially since they conspired against his company, aiming to ruin him. Thus, if they acted without mercy, they could not blame him for responding in kind. Wife, what made you decide to cook? Jiang Jingfeng asked playfully, intentionally calling her Oppo's, wife and Oppo's, to express his delight. Given how well you have been taken care of, you should consider yourself fortunate. Xiao Luoxia retorted with a playful roll of her eyes, exuding charm. Ha! It seems you enjoy a bit of intensity. Why didn't I realize this sooner? It's made us both feel so constrained, Jiang Jingfeng teased, making a silly face as if he had uncovered a secret. Eat up. Stop talking nonsense, Xiao Luoxia pouted. Her cheeks slightly puffed. Though pretending to be angry, her inner flame of resentment burned fiercely. Yet, despite her overwhelming anger, Xiao Luoxia had to contemplate her future. After all, she was acutely aware of Jiang Jingfeng and Oppo's capabilities. Should she provoke him too much, the repercussions could be dire. A person who could establish a company and command a significant presence in a fiercely competitive market was undoubtedly formidable. Thus, tonight in Oppo's meal was not merely a simple probe. It was crucial in easing their tense relationship. Should circumstances demand a complete confrontation, Xiao Luoxia secretly hoped Jiang Jingfeng would consider their year-long relationship and show her some mercy. This realization came after her tears. While her heart remained filled with resentment and bitterness, the reality compelled her to think rationally and weigh the pros and cons. The root of her turmoil stemmed largely from Wang Ziming and Oppo's disheartening behavior earlier that day. After dinner, they sat side by side on the sofa, watching a heartwarming romantic short film. They nestled together like a couple in the throes of young love. Post-movie, they completed their evening routines and, 2 hours later, as the storm subsided, Jiang Jingfeng gently stroked Xiao Luoxia's silky hair and softly inquired, "Darling, do you regret being with me?" Chapter 14. Regret for betrayal. Xiao Luoxia was eager to respond, yet she found herself unable to articulate her thoughts. With her cheeks still faintly flushed, she inquired, "What prompts you to ask such a question?" Jiang Jingfeng smiled, but offered no further words. Exhausted from the recent nights and anticipating a theater visit the following day, he kissed Xiao Luoxia gently before lying down to sleep. However, sleep eluded her. The past few months had been a torment, and particularly in these recent days, Jiang Jingfeng and Oppo's transformation filled her with dread, causing her to question whether she had truly spoken in her sleep. This turmoil left her mental state considerably weakened. Meanwhile, Ding Yujia had viewed the video sent by Jiang Jingfeng and was unequivocally certain that the man in the footage was her husband. The woman was familiar to her as well, having dined together on several occasions, yet she could not discern whether she was the twin sister or the younger sibling. Enraged, she could no longer contain her fury. She scrolled through her contacts and attempted to call Wang Ziming, but he rejected the call. Undeterred, she dialed repeatedly, only for him to escalate the situation by activating airplane mode. Ding Yujia sat up abruptly, her sudden movement causing a sharp pain in her abdomen, prompting an involuntary cry. Yet, no one was aware of her distress. After lying on the bed for a while, she gradually regained her composure, her expression as cold as ice. And her anger intensified. How could he revel in indiscretions while I remained at home bearing his child, especially during my pregnancy? Wang Ziming, are you even human? Scoundrel, cad, wretched being, cursed creature. Fuming, she stormed into the kitchen, seized a kitchen knife, and returned to the living room, placing the knife beside her on the sofa. An hour later, the door creaked open, and Wang Ziming entered with a dark expression. "What's going on?" "I was busy with a client," he muttered while changing his shoes, his tone tinged with annoyance. "A client? More like a female client," Ding Yujia retorted coldly. "You've misunderstood it, and Oppo's as a male client. I assure you," Wang Ziming hastily clarified, likely having misheard the emphasis in Ding Yujia's words. "Misunderstanding? Huh, a misunderstanding, you scoundrel. You're fooling around behind my back and still deny it." Ding Yujia rose in anger, seizing the kitchen knife and charging at him. Wang Ziming, having finished changing his shoes, stood up only to find Ding Yujia rushing towards him, leaving him momentarily stunned. He thought to himself, what on earth is wrong with this madwoman? Without a second thought, he turned and fled out the door. "Where are you going?" "Where am I going? Don't you know what you've done? Today I'm going to chop that thing off." Ding Yujia pursued him relentlessly. "Yujia, I swear I haven't done anything." Wang Ziming's heart raced as he wondered where things had gone wrong. He hadn't been out cycling with Xiao Luoxia or Gu Zijing excessively lately, and he always returned home on time. How had she gotten wind of this? He could not fathom it, but he was adamant that he would never admit to anything. "Swear? Do you still have any credibility, you wretched man? It was acceptable before marriage, but now that I'm pregnant, you dare frolic outside? If I don't chop it off today, I don't deserve the surname Ding." Ding Yujia pursued him, their voices escalating. They resided on the 6th floor, and their commotion soon attracted the attention of neighboring residents. Upon seeing Ding Yujia wielding a kitchen knife, many quickly retreated, yet they whispered among themselves, intrigued by the unfolding drama. Try running again. Upon reaching the community and Oppo's entrance, Ding Yujie realized she could not catch up to that scoundrel Wang Ziming, and in desperation, pressed the knife against her wrist, shouting. Wang Ziming turned back, his heart sinking. Was she really threatening to harm herself? If he intervened, would he not be delivering himself into a fatal predicament? He stood still, shouting, "All right, I want to run. Just put down the knife. Can we not discuss this calmly at home? You come here, you wretched man. I toil at home to bear your child while you indulge in affairs. Are you even a man?" Ding Yujie screamed, her face flushed with rage, embodying the very image of a woman scorned. The onlookers finally grasped the situation, directing sympathetic glances at Ding Yujie. What a scoundrel! They regarded Wang Ziming with disdain, spitting in his direction. A man like him would face scorn wherever he went, especially for cheating on his pregnant wife. Wang Ziming felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, struggling to defend himself. Yujie, listen to me. I truly was meeting a client. You can ask Tan Wenwei. You two are in cahoots. Do you think I don't know? Ding Yujie advanced toward him, the knife still in hand, while Wang Ziming dared not retreat, his heart pounding. Then asked Jiang Jingfeng. He is aware that my work is largely arranged by him. With no other choice, Wang Ziming invoked Jiang Jingfeng's name. He promptly dialed Jiang Jingfeng. At that moment, Jiang Jingfeng was lounging on the sofa, awaiting Xiao Luoxia and Oppo's culinary skills. Upon seeing the caller ID, a grin spread across his face. After a few rings, he hung up without hesitation, reveling in the chaos. However, Wang Ziming's call came through again shortly after. After a moment in Oppo's delay, Jiang Jingfeng finally picked up. Jingfeng, your sister-in-law is looking for you. Could you speak with her, please? Wang Ziming hastily pleaded, emphasizing his desperation. Understood, Jiang Jingfeng replied coolly. Holding the phone up, Wang Ziming said, Yujie, don't act impulsively. I'll put the phone down. You can come and take it, all right? Ding Yujie swiftly approached, and Wang Ziming retreated several steps after placing the phone down. She reached the spot where he had stood, picked up the phone, and switched to speaker mode. Brother Jiang, what has that scoundrel Wang Ziming been up to lately? Though Ding Yujie endeavored to keep her tone calm, her underlying anger was palpable. Recently, Ziming has been quite busy. Wenwei has been overwhelmed. So I've assigned him half of the artists to manage, which often requires him to be away for shoots. Jiang Jingfeng explained matter-of-factly. All right, I understand. Thank you for your time. Ding Yujie ended the call, hurling her phone to the ground in frustration. Chapter 15. Well-intentioned missteps. Jiang Jingfeng ended the call, a genuine smile illuminating his face. He began to imagine the events that had transpired and those that were yet to unfold. Initially, Wang Ziming did not perceive anything amiss in Jiang Jingfeng and Oppo's words. However, upon further contemplation, he realized the incongruity. The artists of Jingfeng Media were all female internet celebrities, and taking them out for a shoot was, in essence, indefensible. In a state of disarray, he panicked when he witnessed Ding Yujie's phone shatter in her fury. Could he blame Jiang Jingfeng? The crux of the matter was that the other party was oblivious to the turmoil that had erupted on his side. Claiming to be busy was merely an excuse in his favor. Ultimately, it was a classic case of good intentions leading to disastrous outcomes. Before he could ponder further, Ding Yujie lunged at him once more, brandishing a knife, compelling him to flee. However, the more Ding Yujie shouted and raged, the more aggrieved she felt, leading her to a sudden halt. With a steely resolve, she pressed the blade against her wrist, and in an instant, blood gushed forth. Wang Ziming, upon witnessing this, panicked and shouted to the onlooking neighbors, "Call 120." He dashed back to Ding Yujie and Oppo's side, kicking the knife away and preparing to carry her out of the community. Yet, Ding Yujie and Oppo's stubbornness thwarted his efforts. Try as he might, he could not lift her. You worthless scoundrel, just let me die. Ding Yujie pushed him away, allowing the blood from her wrist to flow freely. Yujie, don't do this. Even if you wish to end your life, think of our child. Wang Ziming was forced to appeal to her vulnerability. But mentioning their child only fueled Ding Yujie and Oppo's resolve. What is the point of bringing a child into this world just to acknowledge you as its father? I fear he would never hold his head high among others. It's better for us to perish together." As she raged, Ding Yujie crawled toward the knife, intent on teaching Wang Ziming a harsh lesson. Yet, Wang Ziming dared not let her reach it, clinging to her and pleading, "I was wrong. Can't we resolve this? You need to seek treatment. I promise to listen to you from now on. There is no future for us. A dog cannot change its habit of eating excrement," Ding Yujie sobbed, her cries echoing throughout the community. At that moment, a police car entered the neighborhood. A neighbor, alarmed by the sight of Ding Yujie with a knife, had called the authorities. Four officers emerged, surveying the scene. A pool of blood, the knife discarded nearby, and a couple engaged in a violent struggle. They quickly deduced the situation. One officer swiftly separated the concerned neighbors, while another approached the knife, positioning himself between Wang Ziming and Ding Yujie to prevent any further escalation. Simultaneously, he called for medical assistance. The remaining two officers rushed to Wang Ziming, attempting to defuse the escalating conflict and calm Ding Yujie and Oppo's volatile emotions. One officer comforted Ding Yujie and began administering basic first aid. 3 minutes later, an ambulance arrived, and Ding Yujie was transported to the hospital while Wang Ziming was taken by the police for questioning. "I must accompany her to the hospital," Wang Ziming insisted, his concern palpable. After all, Ding Yujie was his wife and carried their child. Moreover, he had never genuinely contemplated divorce. While Ding Yujie may not possess the beauty of Xiao Luoxi, she was undeniably a rare gem, devoted to her family and an exemplary wife. His promise to Gu Zijing to make her the boss was merely to ensure her cooperation in his endeavors, with plans to eventually sever ties. To him, Gu Zijing was merely an outlet for his frustrations, while he only reminisced about Xiao Luoxi's beauty and physical allure since their separation. Contemplating a future with her post-divorce was an impossibility. Wang Ziming enjoyed indulgence, but the thought of marrying a woman with ties to Jiang Jingfeng was unappealing. His pursuit of wealth had been under the guise of first love. Thus, despite Ding Yujie's harsh words, calling him a scoundrel, a cad, and a worthless dog, he remained unperturbed, more concerned for her well-being and their unborn child. Ding Yujie was indeed fierce, but her intentions were to impart a lesson to Wang Ziming, compelling him to amend his ways. Neither had any real desire for divorce. In truth, Ding Yujie worried who would provide for their child should they part ways. Once in the ambulance, Ding Yujie remained composed, cooperating with the medical staff, as any resistance was futile. The emotional turmoil had nearly severed an artery, and she didn't truly wish to die. Upon reaching the hospital, after urgent care and dressing, the bleeding was finally controlled. Meanwhile, Wang Ziming was at the police station, giving his statement. Despite the officers and Oppo's inquiries, Wang Ziming remained tight-lipped about the incident, describing it only as a domestic dispute exacerbated by his wife and Oppo's emotional state due to her pregnancy. The two officers who accompanied Ding Yujie to the hospital began mediating once the surgery concluded. Ding Yujie understood the value of discretion, recognizing that her neighbors had likely pieced together the story. However, recounting it to the police would only bring further humiliation. Thus, she downplayed the incident as a minor quarrel, admitting only to her emotional overreaction. The police, left with no choice, visited the community to uncover the root of the conflict. They soon discovered that Wang Ziming had been engaging in dubious activities outside their marriage. Upon learning the details, the officers sought to question Wang Ziming. Nonetheless, he vehemently denied any wrongdoing, insisting it was simply a minor marital dispute, assuring them that everything would be resolved once his wife calmed down. He even expressed a desire to visit her in the hospital, but the police declined, fearing it would only provoke Ding Yujie further. With no progress made on Wang Ziming and Oppo's end, the police decided to approach Ding Yujie. A female officer was dispatched to mediate, yet Ding Yujie, akin to a stubborn mule, refused to disclose the truth and even recanted her previous statements about Wang Ziming and Oppo's infidelity. She insisted their argument was merely a result of her anger, declaring that it was no longer an issue and that such impulsiveness was unwarranted. By 8:00 and Oppo's clock that evening, the police escorted Wang Ziming to the hospital. Observing his genuine concern for Ding Yujie and their lack of further conflict, the officers finally departed. At 9:00 and amp, Oppo's clock, Wang Ziming and Ding Yujie returned home. Having skipped dinner due to the day and amp, Oppo's upheaval. To make amends, Wang Ziming took to the kitchen, personally preparing a feast of Ding Yujie and Oppo's favorite dishes in an effort to reconcile. Chapter 16. The spectacle is about to begin the following morning on a Monday. Jiang Jingfeng arrived at the office in his dazzling Lamborghini, accompanied by Xiao Luoxia. Although she maintained a calm demeanor, it was evident that she was plagued by concerns. Simultaneously, Wang Ziming and Tan Wenhui arrived at the company in trance almost at the same moment. Wow, everyone is so punctual today, Jiang Jingfeng remarked with a chuckle upon encountering the two. Wang Ziming and Oppo's face flushed with embarrassment as he silently chastised himself for being overly eager. He scratched his head and sheepishly replied, "Hee, I came early to thank you for helping me out yesterday," though he referred to it as being rescued. Had he known the nature of the video his wife had received, he would undoubtedly have lashed out at Jiang Jingfeng. What he called a rescue was more akin to pouring fuel on the fire. Jiang Jingfeng burst into laughter, waving his hand dismissively. It and amp, Oppo's, that's nothing to worry about. However, from today onward, our broadcasting management department will be divided into 2 sections, and you two will each oversee one. That way, you can provide your wife with a satisfactory explanation. As he spoke, he turned to Tan Wenhui with a knowing smile, inquiring, "Wenhui, do you have any objections to this arrangement?" At that moment, Tan Wenhui was consumed by regret, lamenting why he hadn't and Oppo's tea arrived a few minutes later. Little did he expect to hear about his demotion upon arriving at the office. Did this not signify a further diminishment of his power and status within the company? Yet, there was no point in lamenting. What could he do? Reluctantly, he forced a smile, saying, "Since you have already made the decision, I have no objections. I will abide by your arrangements." "Ah, but this is not my decision. It rests with Ziming. He must provide an explanation to his wife." Jiang Jingfeng and Oppo's sentence trailed off abruptly as if he remembered something, and he deftly redirected it, "You understand." With a wink at Tan Wenhui, he seemed to convey an unspoken message. Understand? What nonsense! This was clearly an attempt to usurp his authority. Even more infuriating was the fact that Jiang Jingfeng had placed the responsibility squarely on Wang Ziming and amp, Oppo's shoulders. But how could this be? They were supposed to be allies. Yet now it felt as if Wang Ziming was encroaching upon his power. Was it too much to expect a heads-up beforehand? Tan Wenhui, filled with suspicion, turned to Wang Ziming, his mind racing with questions. Meanwhile, Wang Ziming was acutely aware of the underlying implications in Jiang Jingfeng and amp, Oppo's words. Clearly, the burden of blame would fall upon him, and no amount of explanation would likely alleviate Tan Wenhui and Oppo's mistrust. It was a classic case of spending all day hunting wild geese, only to end up with one's eyes pecked out. When he felt Tan Wenhui's accusatory gaze upon him, Wang Ziming chose to ignore it. After all, at this juncture, further justification would be futile. Once the arrangement was finalized, he would wield significant power, and Tan Wenhui would have no choice but to comply. The thought of soon being rid of this troublesome colleague brought a slight relief to both Wang Ziming and Tan Wenhui. "All right, why are we all standing around? Let an Oppo's get to work," Jiang Jingfeng said, having noticed their impatience. He strode into the building, heading toward his office. Once inside, he closed the door and sat down leisurely, lighting a cigarette as he watched the clouds drift by. Since they were so eager, he would let them attend to their duties. "How generous of me," he mused. Wang Ziming and Tan Wenhui returned to their respective offices, casting expectant glances at Xiao Luoxia as they walked. Once inside their offices, they paced restlessly, unable to settle down. Wang Ziming frequently glanced at his phone, his face etched with anxiety, while Xiao Luoxia entered the finance department at a measured pace. The closer she got, the more she forced herself to appear calm. She could not afford to let her tension undermine her efforts. Even if she wished to abandon her plan, it was no longer an option. Should she retreat, Wang Ziming and Tan Wenhui would immediately alert the authorities to apprehend Jiang Jingfeng. It appeared increasingly likely that Jiang Jingfeng had indeed failed to repay his debts. He simply did not possess the funds. And given that he had been in Beijing for the past 2 days, repayment was clearly impossible. She hoped for Zhu Qi and Amp, Oppo's assistance, but from where would the money come? Xiao Luoxia understood Jiang Jingfeng and Oppo's financial situation all too well. Thus, she chose the path with the highest probability of success, while others within the company busied themselves. The general manager and 3 vice presidents were embroiled in a gripping struggle for power. Would General Manager Jiang Jingfeng achieve a triumphant reversal, or would he succumb to the onslaught of the 3 vice presidents? The answer was imminent. Xiao Luoxia stood at the door of the finance office, took a deep breath, and gently pushed the door open. However, upon surveying the scene within, her brow furrowed deeply, and an ominous premonition washed over her like a tidal wave. Meanwhile at home, Ding Yujie was scrolling through Douyin, searching for the name of that shameless woman. Returning to the finance office, Xiao Luoxia steadied herself and feigned nonchalance as she casually inquired of her colleague seated nearby. "Have any of you seen Zhu Qi at work today?" One colleague looked up, pondering for a moment before responding. "I arrived the earliest in Haven and Amp, Oppo's. Seen her at all?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Luoxia and Amp, Oppo's heart sank. She clenched her fists tightly, biting her lip to suppress her rising anxiety and anger. Then, she set down her bag and retrieved her phone, dialing Zhu Qi and Amp, Oppo's number without hesitation. Yet, the persistent, busy signal echoed on the other end of the line. Once, twice, thrice. No matter how many times she called, she could not reach Zhu Qi. At that moment, Xiao Luoxia and Amp, Oppo's fury ignited like an inferno within her chest. She glared at the finance computer before her, wishing she could shatter it to pieces. However, reason urged her to refrain from such actions, and she quickly composed herself, contemplating whether to log in on a different computer. Yet, just seconds later, she decisively shook her head, dismissing the thought. Deep down, she understood that if Zhu Qi were indeed in trouble, she would have already changed the account password. Chapter 17. The Eagle and Oppo's trial in the office. Wang Ziming and Tan Wenhui paced restlessly, their shoe soles nearly smoking from the fervent anticipation. Yet still, there was no word from Xiao Luoxia. Particularly for Wang Ziming, the urge to check the finance department was overwhelming, but the thought of encountering Jiang Jingfeng deterred him. Thus, he suppressed his impulse and sent a query to Xiao Luoxia, seeking clarity on the situation. Xiao Luoxia and Oppo's response arrived swiftly. Zhu Qi is absent and unreachable. Frustration welled within Wang Ziming, who had purchased a new phone early that morning, now wishing to shatter it in despair. After 3 months of anticipation, the opportunity to detain that scoundrel had presented itself last Friday, only for him to excuse himself under the pretense of a business trip to Beijing, taking Xiao Luoxia along. He thought it inconsequential, merely a day or 2's delay. However, with Sunday's return, Zhu Qi remained elusive, leaving him and Tan Wenhui to languish in vain for an entire afternoon. Finally, Monday arrived, and Wang Ziming believed Zhu Qi could not possibly evade them now. Jiang Jingfeng was bound to face consequences. Yet, the pivotal Zhu Qi was still absent. What on earth was happening? In recent days, their anticipation had morphed into agony, leaving them feeling as though they themselves were the hunted eagle. Should I inquire with human resources? Wang Ziming contemplated, holding his breath as he could only reply in this manner. Simultaneously, he pondered the likelihood of Jiang Jingfeng repaying his debts, a possibility he had previously discussed with Xiao Luoxia, yet it seemed slim. He feared that without concrete confirmation, alerting the authorities might backfire, resulting in his expulsion from Jingfeng Media with no hope of redemption. Thus, he hesitated to make a decisive move to report the matter. Xiao Luoxia composed herself and exited the finance office, heading towards the human resources department. She pushed the door open. "Sister Wu, has Zhu Qi taken leave?" "Yes. Didn't Shi inform you?" Right as Wu Wei prepared to reprimand Zhu Qi, she suddenly recalled, "Oh dear, I nearly forgot. When she asked for leave, she mentioned she was afraid to tell you, fearing that you would inform General Manager Jiang and he would scold her." Xiao Luoxia felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Such childlike behavior. Yet, she understood the necessity of changing her computer password. She was bewildered by the thought process behind such decisions. Her initial caution diminished somewhat, but she still needed to probe Jiang Jingfeng. Soon, she arrived at the general manager in Oppo's office and pushed the door open. The thick scent of smoke within was displeasing, especially as she noticed Jiang Jingfeng lounging with his legs propped on the desk, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. "Darling, missing me?" Jiang Jingfeng extinguished his cigarette and reclined, inquiring with a smirk. "What is going on with Zhu Qi? I can't find her even for reimbursements," Xiao Luoxia lamented. "What do you mean, what is going on? Isn't she at work?" Jiang Jingfeng frowned, puzzled. Xiao Luoxia observed his expression closely, convinced he was genuinely unaware of Zhu Qi's leave. "Well, that is settled then. Please ensure she is more accountable next time. It's awkward for me to address this." As she turned to leave, Jiang Jingfeng interrupted, beckoning her with a wave. "Wait, darling, come here for a moment." Reluctantly, she returned to his side. "What is it?" Xiao Luoxia was at a loss for words. His sudden shift in demeanor was perplexing. Jiang Jingfeng grinned wickedly. His intentions were clear. He was determined to ensnare those troublesome individuals. Meanwhile, as Jiang Jingfeng and Xiao Luoxia engaged in conversation in the small, dimly lit room, Ding Yujia had managed to locate Qingqing Ziqin's Douyin account. After thorough comparison, she was certain that one of the twins was involved with Wang Ziming. She watched the sister's latest video, filmed nearby, indicating they were likely at the company. With that thought, she hastily grabbed a kitchen knife from her bag and rushed towards Jingfeng Media. Outside, Wang Ziming and Tan Wenhui endured yet another hour of torment, their footsteps leaving a distinct imprint on the office carpet. Reluctantly, Wang Ziming ventured back to the finance office, only to find Xiao Luoxia absent. He pondered sending a message to inquire, but the thought of Xiao Luoxia being with Jiang Jingfeng made him hesitate. Damn it! He was on the verge of losing his sanity, unable to suppress an expletive. The weight was unbearable, reminiscent of a prince learning of his father's impending demise, yet unable to let go of the last breath. On his way back to his office, Wang Ziming considered peeking into the general manager's office. But as he reached the door, he hesitated. Should he step inside, he might just hear the enchanting melodies wafting from the dim room. With a heavy heart, he turned back to his office, his steps burdened. Upon entering, he encountered Ding Yujia, her high heels clicking purposefully as she stormed in. The receptionist, maintaining a polite smile, inquired, "Good day, madam. Whom do you seek?" Ding Yujia snapped, "I'm looking for your General Wang. I'm his wife." The receptionist paused, slightly taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. "Very well, madam. Please hold on while I contact General Wang." Before she could finish, Ding Yujia impatiently interrupted. "No need for that. I can find him myself." With that, she barged past. The receptionist, new to her role, failed to recognize Ding Yujia, but lacked the authority to stop her. Thus, Ding Yujia strode confidently into the company. Having visited a few times before, she was familiar with the layout and made her way to the streamer management department with ease. Along the way, several employees recognized Ding Yujia and exchanged curious glances, but none dared to inquire. Ding Yujia approached the door of the streamer management department and pushed it open. Upon entering, the staff and influencers turned to her with astonished expressions. Yet, Ding Yujia paid them no mind. Her sole focus was to locate Qingqing Ziqin. The prominent influencers each had their own private rooms, and Ding Yujia methodically searched each one, grateful for the nameplates indicating the respective streamers. Finally, she halted in front of a door marked with Qingqing Ziqin's name. Chapter 18. The Mistress and the Legal Wife. Without uttering a word, Ding Yujia forcefully flung open the door to Qingqing Ziqin's live stream room. She completely disregarded the conspicuous live indicator on the door and stormed into the space with an intimidating demeanor. "Who are you? This area is off limits. Please leave immediately." An observant assistant quickly noticed the unusual situation and rushed over to attempt to block Ding Yujia. At that moment, Gu Ziqing, seated before the camera, felt her heart drop upon seeing the uninvited guest. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she hastily uttered, "I apologize, dear viewers, but we must end the stream here for today. and without hesitation, she shut off the broadcast. She immediately recognized the fierce woman before her, Ding Yujie, the wife of CEO Wang. To make matters worse, she was acutely aware of the ambiguous and entangled relationship between her irresponsible sister and CEO Wang. Gu Ziqing's sister, Gu Zijing, also recognized Ding Yujie, her face paling in fear as she instinctively shrank behind her sister, lamenting inwardly, "This is the end. Get out of my way, or else I won't hold back." Ding Yujie shouted angrily, her fierce demeanor causing the assistant to tremble and take several steps back in fright. Seizing the moment of shock, Ding Yujie lunged towards Gu Ziqing, raising her fist and ruthlessly striking her. Simultaneously, she continued to roar, "Today, I will make you pay for daring to seduce my husband. How dare you continue to livestream here? With such shamelessness," she cursed, "you a shameless woman. Even indulge in perverse games. Just wait and see how I deal with you, you vixen." Gu Ziqing was caught completely off guard by Ding Yujie's ferocity, and before she could react, her face was assaulted by a flurry of blows, a searing pain overtaking her senses. Fully aware of Ding Yujie's identity, she dared not retaliate and instinctively shielded her head, desperately dodging the relentless barrage of fists. However, in her attempt to evade, her sister Gu Zijing became vulnerable to Ding Yujie and Oppo's attack. Ding Yujie, in her rage, did not care who was truly the seductress. Both women bore striking resemblance. Without a second thought, she seized Gu Zijing's hair and began mercilessly slapping her face. Gu Zijing, protecting her head with her hands, cried out, "Stop it. You're really mistaken. There's nothing between me and CEO Wang. Stop your futile excuses. I've seen the video clearly. Today, I will strip you of your clothes and drag you through the streets for all to see." With that, she firmly grasped Gu Zijing and Oppo's hair, refusing to relent, while her other hand continued to rain down blows upon Gu Zijing and Oppo's face. Gu Zijing rushed forward, wrapping her arms tightly around Ding Yujie and Oppo's other arm, desperately pleading, "Sister Ding, please calm down. There must be some misunderstanding." To this, Ding Yujie merely scoffed disdainfully. "Well then, since you both refuse to admit it, shall I play that video for everyone to see who is truly flaunting their lure?" Ding Yujie and Oppo's eyes glinted with a fierce light as she fixed her glare upon Gu Ziqing, gritting her teeth. "I may not know which of you it is, but I am certain someone will be able to discern the truth." Gu Ziqing was momentarily speechless, her mouth opening as if to protest, yet no sound emerged. Her throat constricted as if stifled by cotton. At this critical juncture, she understood all too well that since Ding Yujie had come looking for trouble and mentioned the video, it implied that her sister had indeed been discovered in some compromising situation with Wang Ziming. A wave of frustration surged within her, akin to the feeling of being betrayed by her own sister after hearing countless tales of deceit. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, Gu Ziqing could not simply abandon the matter. She clutched Ding Yujie and Oppo's arm tightly, preventing her from continuing her assault on Gu Zijing. As the three women remained locked in a stalemate, the commotion inside the room drew the attention of those outside. A crowd of curious staff and various internet personalities gathered outside Jingfeng Ziqing and Oppo's door, peering in with interest. Yet no one dared to intervene. Sun Xiao, head of the streamer management department, had already discerned the identity of the intruder and rushed to find Wang Ziming. "Boss Wang, it's bad. Sister Ding is in Jingfeng Ziqing and Oppo's room. You need to come quickly," Sun Xiao exclaimed, breathless and frantic. Wang Ziming, upon hearing this, felt utterly bewildered. He had just managed to placate her the night before, and thankfully, the pregnancy-related issues had not interfered with their plans. Now, however, she had come to his workplace to cause a scene, targeting none other than Jingfeng Ziqing, which meant that the connection between her and Gu Zijing had been exposed. He was certain that she must possess some incriminating evidence. Yet no matter how he questioned her, he could not extract the truth. And when he tried to check her phone while she slept, she had changed the password. What a disgrace! Wang Ziming lamented internally, realizing the gravity of the situation. However, he knew he needed to act swiftly and headed towards the commotion. "What are you all staring at? Are you all simply idling about? With a furious shout, Wang Ziming stormed onto the scene. Following closely behind him was Tan Wenhui, who had rushed over, giving everyone a cold, piercing glare. Upon their arrival, the crowd dispersed, quickly retreating to their respective duties. Wang Ziming scoffed and stepped into the room. The sight that met his eyes filled him with despair. Ding Yujie had one hand tightly grasping Gu Zijing and Oppo's hair, tugging mercilessly as Gu Zijing cried out in pain, tears streaming down her face. Her other hand was firmly held by Gu Zijing, immobilized. Yujie, what on earth are you doing? Wang Ziming exclaimed, striding forward to separate them. However, Ding Yujie not only refused to let go, but turned to him with a furious glare, shouting, "Get lost, you scoundrel." She then directed her wrath towards Gu Zijing, commanding, "Let go." Chapter 19. First love is true love. Gu Zijing was so startled that she released her grip and retreated to the side. Wang Ziming hesitated to advance, fearing that Ding Yujie might become too agitated and jeopardize the fetus. "Yujie, do not act impulsively. Let us converse calmly," he implored, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender, his anxiety palpable. In a sudden burst of desperation, Ding Yujie brandished a kitchen knife retrieved from her bag, swinging it wildly. Wang Ziming recognized the scene all too well. A chill ran down his spine. Not again, he thought, teetering on the brink of madness. "Everyone, keep your distance. Tell me, which of these two wretches is she?" Ding Yujie pointed the knife menacingly at Gu Zijing and Oppo's face as if poised to strike at any moment. Gu Zijing and Oppo's complexion drained of color, her fright rendering her tremulous. As a social media influencer, her appearance was not particularly striking, but she had thrived on her figure and the allure of being a twin. A wound to her face would spell the end of her online career. In a state of sheer panic, she pleaded, "I was wrong. I truly apologize. Please spare me." Ding Yujie, realizing that she had indeed seized the true culprit, seethed with rage. "It is you, you little harlot," she screamed, recalling the videos that had fueled her anger. In a fit of fury, she lunged the knife towards Gu Zijing and Oppo's face, intent on destroying her. Gu Zijing stood frozen, her mind blank with terror, while Wang Ziming sprang into action, understanding the gravity of the situation. If that knife landed, the consequences would be dire, not only for Ding Yujie but for their entire family. He could not allow that to happen. His singular focus was to wrest the knife from Ding Yujie's grasp. Tan Wenhui stood by, paralyzed, uncertain how to assist, and too far away to intervene. Gu Zijing's cries pierced the air, her eyes wide with despair. She struggled against Ding Yujie's grip on her hair, unable to escape. As the knife drew closer to her face, Wang Ziming lunged forward, seizing the weapon. However, in his fervor, he lost control mid-leap, inadvertently kicking Ding Yujie in the abdomen. She screamed in agony, releasing her hold on Gu Zijing, collapsing onto the ground, clutching her stomach, blood quickly pooling beneath her. Wang Ziming, witnessing this horrific scene, lost control of the knife, which grazed Gu Zijing's shoulder, leaving a deep gash from which blood poured forth, staining her side crimson. As he fell to the ground, despair enveloped him, his thoughts grinding to a halt. The chaos unfolded in a matter of seconds, and Gu Zijing, now crouched in terror, wept uncontrollably. Only Tan Wenhui acted quickly, dialing emergency services. At that moment, Jiang Jingfeng and Xiao Luoshi, having just finished their workout, heard the commotion outside. Jiang Jingfeng thought, finally, "It has come to this. Aren't and Oppo's. To you all eager to witness my downfall? Well, let me present the drama I have prepared for you." Meanwhile, Xiao Luoshi, bewildered, felt a sense of trepidation. They hastily donned their attire and rushed outside, arriving at the scene in short order. Xiao Luoshi stood aghast at the sight, her mind racing with the possibility that she could also be among the injured. Stealing a glance at Jiang Jingfeng, her heart raced. Historically, mistresses seldom find their rightful place, especially when the legitimate partner is formidable. As Ding Yujie contemplated her course of action, she had undoubtedly researched how to deal with a rival. Unaware of the specifics, Xiao Luoshi felt a chill run down her spine. Jiang Jingfeng, inwardly amused, swiftly pulled out his phone, dialing the police. No matter the storm that brews, crises present opportunities. He hurried to the monitoring room, copying footage of the incident before returning to the scene. Within 5 minutes, ambulances and police arrived simultaneously. Ding Yujie and Gu Ziqing were rushed to the hospital, while the witnesses remained to provide statements. "Officer, let me see my wife," Wang Ziming shouted anxiously, his voice trembling with fear for Ding Yujie's well-being. He never intended to dismantle their family. Moreover, Ding Yujie's father was a sworn brother to his own. If matters escalated beyond repair, both families would suffer. His desperate pleas might have led an outsider to believe him a devoted husband. Yet the police, upon grasping the reality, firmly denied his request. "I advise you to cooperate with our investigation. Your presence could exacerbate her distress and jeopardize the fetus." Wang Ziming sat on a bench vacant-eyed, as Xiao Luoshi discreetly observed him, pondering whether he would exhibit the same concern if she were the one being taken to the hospital. Yet, it was painfully clear that his gaze was solely fixed on Ding Yujie. At that moment, her feelings for Wang Ziming wavered. She recognized the unsettling truth. She might merely be a pawn in his quest for control over Jingfeng Media. For, in moments of extreme fear, one's true feelings often emerge. Realizing this, Xiao Luoshi felt a wave of melancholy wash over her, her thoughts a tumultuous mess. Yet, she clung to a sliver of unrealistic hope for Wang Ziming. After all, they had come so far, on the verge of toppling Jiang Jingfeng and claiming his media empire. Their 4-year history and mutual first love seemed to bind them. Wang Ziming's current demeanor was merely a performance for others. The more she contemplated this, the more resolute she became in her convictions, the previous doubts and hesitations dissipating like mist. When she glanced at Jiang Jingfeng again, the flicker of guilt and regret that had briefly surfaced vanished. She observed the worry etched on his face, yet it bore traces of artifice. If not for their daily interactions, one might not discern the fade. Chapter 20. All for revenge. Xiao Luoshi's intuition proved correct. Jiang Jingfeng was deliberately feigning ignorance. As the head of the company, he was the first to be questioned. Jiang Jingfeng recounted what he had witnessed, emphasizing that the scene was as he found it upon arrival. Afterward, while others were being interrogated, he retreated to his office. Approximately 10 minutes later, he returned to the scene, quietly awaiting further developments. During this interval, Jiang Jingfeng was far from idle. He retrieved his phone, opened the WeChat work group, and issued a stern notice. "Attention all colleagues. Regarding the incident involving Wang Ziming, any disclosure to external parties is strictly prohibited. Should anyone violate this directive, we will not hesitate to terminate their employment and pursue appropriate accountability." From the inception of the company, Jiang Jingfeng had foreseen the potential for various public relations crises. Consequently, he had incorporated a series of highly specific clauses into the contracts. For instance, if any influencer under his banner dared to disseminate or leak any detrimental information about the company, they would face ruthless penalties, including substantial financial compensation to the company. The amount of this penalty was staggering, nearly equivalent to 10 times the influencer and Oppo's annual income. What did this imply? It signified that after a year of hard work, the influencer would not only walk away empty-handed, but also be compelled to reimburse the company a significant sum. Such severe repercussions were clearly intended to deter these influencers from assuming they were untouchable simply because of their fame. They must remember that the company is the overarching authority. They are merely cogs in the machine, expected to labor diligently and faithfully. However, despite the harsh measures, Jiang Jingfeng was ultimately motivated by the company and Oppo's growth. He treated the influencers and employees relatively well, providing them with compensation that significantly surpassed industry standards. As for benefits, they were even more commendable. Whenever the company distributed dividends, he would allocate a portion of the funds to reward outstanding employees. As a result, the majority of employees held Jiang Jingfeng in high regard. Following the issuance of his message, the entire company, numbering in the hundreds, fell into a hushed silence. Tan Wenhui, upon receiving Jiang Jingfeng's directive, felt a weight lift from his chest. He believed that if this information were to inadvertently leak, it would undoubtedly cast a negative shadow over Wang Ziming, jeopardizing their plans. Conversely, If the situation were reversed and Jiang Jingfeng had been apprehended, he would relish such an opportunity. It would signify a chance for him to ascend from the third tier to the top. Who does not harbor ambition? He gazed at Jiang Jingfeng, his thoughts a tangled web. Jiang Jingfeng and Oppo's actions were evidently aimed at covering for Wang Ziming, which Tan Wenhui deemed self-destructive. Jiang Jingfeng, valuing brotherhood, found this behavior laughable. Little did he realize that Jiang Jingfeng was compelled to act in this manner, all in the name of revenge, beyond merely gaining the trust of ordinary employees. He sought the faith of Wang Ziming and Tan Wenhui to believe that he remained steadfastly on their side and would assist Wang Ziming through this ordeal. His singular aim was to lower their guard further. He aspired to be a good man worthy of his brothers. Yet, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Numerous marketing accounts inexplicably began to disseminate sensational rumors on platforms like Douyin and Kuaishou, claiming that the wife of the owner of Jingfeng Media had confronted a mistress at the company. This sparked an uproar. Jingfeng Media, being relatively well-known in Hangzhou and possessing competitive influencers nationally, saw these rumors spread like wildfire, with speculation abounding. Particularly, when videos surfaced of police cars and ambulances outside Jingfeng Media, the veracity of the claims seemed further substantiated. Jingfeng Media owner caught cheating, Jingfeng Media drama unfolds, someone from Jingfeng Media taken away by ambulance soon. Related information surged onto trending topics. However, the identity of the mistress and the outcome of the confrontation remained shrouded in mystery. Various self-media outlets scrambled to confirm the details through multiple channels, yet progress was stymied. Competitors seized the opportunity to redirect speculation toward the leading influencers of Jingfeng Media, relentlessly attempting to undermine them. This left the live-streaming hosts and influencers in a state of distress, forced to respond with statements that all information would be based on official announcements. In summary, the company's normal operations were severely disrupted. Nonetheless, this incident also afforded Jingfeng Media an unprecedented level of attention and traffic. On his part, Jiang Jingfeng promptly instructed everyone to continue their work as usual and to maintain a unified stance. He expressly forbade any commentary on the situation, mandating that all communications be channeled through the public relations team. However, he subsequently took no further action. The public relations team initially considered issuing a denial, but after consulting with Jiang Jingfeng, he vehemently rejected the proposal. Tan Wenhui and Xiao Luoxia, perplexed, quickly sought out Jiang Jingfeng. Jingfeng, we cannot simply stand by and do nothing, Tan Wenhui expressed with concern. Xiao Luoxia echoed, indeed, especially since Ziming is your brother, and the rumors are already affecting the company's operations. Tan Wenhui quickly added, yes, the live-streaming hosts are reporting that fans are inundating them with questions about what is happening, rendering them unable to broadcast. Jiang Jingfeng lowered his head in contemplation, remaining silent. Given that Wang Ziming had been taken away by the police for alleged assault, only the three of them remained in the office. Observing Jiang Jingfeng's prolonged silence, Tan Wenhui and Xiao Luoxia fidgeted restlessly, unsure how to prompt him. Deny the rumors? How would you propose we do that? After a lengthy pause, Jiang Jingfeng finally lifted his head to look at them, a glimmer of anger in his eyes. His fists clenched tightly, clearly struggling to contain his emotions. Do you not realize that all the negative news circulating is directed at me? All you see is Wang Ziming. But what about me? Who holds the reins of this company? Jiang Jingfeng suddenly slammed his hand on the table, fixing a cold, piercing gaze upon Tan Wenhui and Xiao Luoxia as he shouted. Even those outside could hear the boss's voice, and it dawned on them that the trending topics were indeed referring to the owner of Jingfeng Media, who was none other than Jiang Jingfeng himself. Chapter 21. The thrill of revenge. Xiao Luoxia and Tan Wenhui were taken aback. It was the first time they had witnessed Jiang Jingfeng erupting with such fury. In their concern, they overlooked the fact that the source of the troubling news pointed to them. As they stared in astonishment, Jiang Jingfeng continued to bellow. Do you think I do not wish to refute these rumors? I desire it more than you do. But what can I say? Should I announce that I am the owner of Jingfeng Media, that my girlfriend is Xiao Luoxia, and that there has been no infidelity, but rather another party involved? Wooden and Oppo's Tea that only served to confirm that our company is embroiled in a scandalous feud? When you were thriving, all you cared about was money. But now that trouble has arisen, all you can think of is refuting rumors without a proper plan. What good is your hasty anxiety? You are shareholders. Can you not consider the company an amp, oppos, as perspective? Tan Wenhui and Xiao Luoxia felt silenced, unable to respond. They were indeed anxious, driven by their self-interest. For if Wang Ziming were implicated, their plans would inevitably be jeopardized. Wang Ziming might even be forced to withdraw his shares. According to the shareholder agreement established at the company's inception, if a shareholder exits, the major shareholder holds the right of first refusal for the related shares. There are also detailed provisions regarding shareholder withdrawal. One stipulation stated that if a shareholder and oppos, as personal issues significantly impacted the company and oppos, as operations, they must voluntarily exit, and their shares would be reclaimed at 1 yuan per share. Such significant impacts included criminal activities and personal life scandals. Unfortunately, Wang Ziming had fallen afoul of one of these clauses. Moreover, their initial plan targeting Jiang Jingfeng hinged on the possibility of forcibly reclaiming his shares should he face imprisonment. To their astonishment, the boomerang had struck Wang Ziming himself. Given that he was the linchpin of their scheme, any misfortune befalling him would mean the collapse of their strategy, which was the source of their urgency. Jiang Jingfeng was acutely aware of the dynamics at play. His anger was a performance for all to witness. His reluctance to refute the rumors was a means of protecting Wang Ziming, ultimately sacrificing his own reputation. Observing their silence, he demanded, "Tell me, what should I do?" Xiao Luoxia hesitated, but the words never left her lips. Tan Wenhui bowed his head, unable to meet Jiang Jingfeng's gaze. "Wenhui, speak up," Jiang Jingfeng called, refusing to let them evade the unfolding drama. I don't and oppos. Tino, Tan Wenhui stammered, after a moment and oppos, as contemplation, still lacking a viable solution. Jiang Jingfeng pressed, "Oh, you don't know? Weren't you eager to refute the rumors? Do you still wish to?" Tan Wenhui and oppos, as face flushed crimson, for he truly did not know how to respond. Any answer would implicate him, unless a better alternative emerged. Thus, he chose silence. Jiang Jingfeng roared, "Speak up. Aren't and oppos. To you anxious?" Tan Wenhui and oppos, as head sank lower. Jiang Jingfeng turned to Xiao Luoxia. "And you? Do you still wish to refute the rumors?" He no longer addressed her as Luoxia, but referred to her simply as you. This was a first, and Xiao Luoxia recognized the shift. Yet she too remained silent, bowing her head. Since neither of you has a better plan, let and oppos vote," Jiang Jingfeng said, calming his tone to a flat cadence. "Those in favor of refuting the rumors, raise your hands. Abstaining means you oppose the refutation." With that, he cast a cold gaze at Tan Wenhui and Xiao Luoxia. They were startled. This was a clear demand for them to choose sides. Raising their hands would signify their desire to refute the rumors, thereby directing all blame towards Wang Ziming. Should this occur, to preserve the company and oppos' reputation, Wang Ziming would inevitably be ousted from management, perhaps losing his shareholder status entirely. This was the most effective course of action. Conversely, should they choose not to raise their hands, it would indicate support for Wang Ziming, allowing him to shoulder the blame as the major shareholder and general manager. The most favorable outcome would see him sidelined, retreating into the shadows, thus restoring normalcy to the company. The worst-case scenario would be Jiang Jingfeng consolidating power, resulting in both Wang Ziming and Tan Wenhui's expulsion. Naturally, if Xiao Luoxia refrained from raising her hand, it was highly likely she too would be cast out of management. She faced two potential outcomes, either parting ways with Jiang Jingfeng or remaining together, albeit with their relationship irrevocably altered. In such a pivotal moment, her failure to support him would raise profound suspicions in Jiang Jingfeng and oppos' mind. Moreover, he had originally facilitated her acquisition of shares. A traitor from within would be better off far removed. Tan Wenhui and Xiao Luoxia were acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. At this juncture, Xiao Luoxia realized she could say nothing further, lest Jiang Jingfeng and oppos' suspicions peak. After a moment of contemplation, Tan Wenhui ventured. Jingfeng, is there truly no other option? After all, Ziming is our brother. We have fought together to bring the company to its current state. How dare you speak of brotherhood now? Jiang Jingfeng's fury ignited as he maintained a fade of calm. When you were scheming to throw me under the bus, did you consider me your brother? Jiang Jingfeng and Appo's ire surged within him, though his expression remained composed. Ziming is my brother, and I too wish for a better solution, yet I have none. If you possess one, I am all ears. Tan Wenhui stammered, struggling to articulate a response. Jiang Jingfeng exhaled, saying, since there are no alternatives, let us proceed with the vote. With that, Jiang Jingfeng fixed his gaze upon Xiao Luoxia and Tan Wenhui, creating an atmosphere so tense that it felt as though the air itself had solidified. The atmosphere was oppressive, nearly suffocating Tan Wenhui and Xiao Luoxia. Just as their plans seemed poised for success, Wang Ziming, the mastermind, had stumbled, leaving them filled with resentment and frustration. Additionally, a grave risk loomed. Should they raise their hands and Wang Ziming be ousted, they could not ensure he would not expose them. What then would become of them? The ultimate consequence would be their own expulsion, rendering their efforts futile. As time ticked by, both grappled with intense inner turmoil. Observing their distress, Jiang Jingfeng savored the moment. This was the exhilaration of revenge. The thrill of revenge does not stem from simply vanquishing an enemy, but rather from the gradual process of inflicting pain upon them. Tan Wenhui longed to exchange a glance with Xiao Luoxia, and she felt the same yearning. Yet beneath Jiang Jingfeng and Appo's watchful gaze, they dared not communicate. Nor could they arrive at a decision. Unless, under the immense pressure, Xiao Luoxia conceived a brilliant plan to raise her hand and, once outside, immediately report Jiang Jingfeng for misappropriating funds, ensuring his imprisonment. Chapter 22. Can you be any more hypocritical? However, the outcome of the report brought her no benefits. The primary beneficiary of this action would not be Wang Ziming, nor Jiang Jingfeng, but rather Tan Wenhui. With the first major shareholder implicated and the second forced to withdraw, only the third major shareholder stood to gain. Yet, this strategy could free her from Jiang Jingfeng and Appo's grasp, and as for Wang Ziming, she would have leverage over him in the future. In any case, her situation was far improved compared to now. Simultaneously, a flash of inspiration struck Tan Wenhui, and he suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to laugh heartily. Heaven, you have been exceedingly kind to me, he mused, recognizing the rare opportunity to achieve two objectives with one action. In that moment, he envisioned a promising future, the entirety of Jingfeng Media under his sole dominion, transforming into a media empire entirely within his control. As this thought crossed his mind, his eyes gleamed with greed and excitement. She dismissed her earlier hesitation and decisively raised her hand in support of the refutation. Almost simultaneously, Xiao Luoxi followed suit. Jiang Jingfeng, who had been observing quietly, noted every subtle change in their expressions and movements. Witnessing their unpredictable demeanor, a cold smile crept onto his lips. He feigned a look of helplessness, sighed deeply, and said, "Honestly, I never anticipated matters would escalate to this extent. Since both of you have raised your hands in agreement to refute, it would seem inappropriate for me not to do so as well." With that, he leisurely lifted his hand. However, his words infuriated Tan Wenhui and Xiao Luoxi, nearly prompting them to leap from their seats. Could he be any more hypocritical? It was he who had coerced everyone into voting, yet now, the blame fell squarely on their shoulders while he transformed into the innocent bystander. Why not an Appo's, till you just disappear? Tan Wenhui seethed, feeling as if he had swallowed a dead rat. Xiao Luoxi, gritting her teeth, was bewildered. Jiang Jingfeng had not always been this way. He had once been loyal, loving, and sincere. Now, she felt as though she was dealing with a cunning old fox, sensing not love, but a fierce possessiveness instead. As they wallowed in frustration, the door to the conference room swung open, and Hong Tao, the head of the public relations department, entered. "Mr. Jiang, any directives?" he inquired, glancing at Jiang Jingfeng and Appo's immediate superior, Tan Wenhui, before ultimately addressing Jiang. Jiang Jingfeng feigned ignorance and instructed, issue an official refutation, essentially stating that Mr. Jiang Jingfeng, the major shareholder of Jingfeng Media, is not married, and that today's events are unrelated to him. Request all parties to refrain from slandering Mr. Jiang, and mention consequences for any breaches. Understood, Mr. Jiang, Hong Tao replied and quickly exited. Both Tan Wenhui and Xiao Luoxi were perplexed. Was this how one refuted claims? It merely exonerated him while leaving the company and Oppo's reputation in tatters. Xiao Luoxi pondered for a moment and sighed in relief. Jiang Jingfeng's action still afforded Wang Ziming some dignity, avoiding total annihilation. Meanwhile, Tan Wenhui scoffed inwardly, incredulous that he still considered brotherly ties at such a juncture. It solidified his resolve not to squander the opportunity fate had bestowed upon him. Jiang Jingfeng was acutely aware of his intentions, but deemed it unnecessary to inform these two ingrates. Revenge was not yet on the agenda. Let us go. Wenhui and I will visit the police station to see Ziming. Luo Shi, you head to the hospital and keep me updated on any developments, Jiang Jingfeng commanded. Both nodded in agreement. Before long, Jingfeng Media's statement was released. The public relations department leveraged various channels for dissemination, and the statement quickly made headlines. However, internet users were not easily misled, especially with competitors stirring the pot. While they confirmed Jiang Jingfeng's innocence, the lack of clarification regarding the ensuing conflict left a palpable sense of discontent, akin to the saying there's no silver here. Consequently, the statement failed to cool tensions and only fanned the flames further. Rumors erupted anew, now targeting the remaining two male executives, Wang Ziming and Tan Wenhui. As Tan Wenhui rushed to the police station, he felt his temper flare. Was this not collateral damage? Yet, if Jiang Jingfeng could bear the brunt, why could he not? He had previously urged Jiang Jingfeng to consider their brotherhood, but if he issued a refutation now, it would only cement Wang Ziming's guilt. It was a striking reversal of fortunes. Jiang Jingfeng's simple maneuver had ensnared him in an unjust position. He suspected this was a deliberate trap set by Jiang Jingfeng to incite a rift between him and Wang Ziming. As he observed Jiang Jingfeng's retreating figure, he could hardly fathom how someone once so genuine could undergo such a transformation, instilling in him a profound sense of dread. The sophistication of Jiang Jingfeng and Oppo's tactics was unfathomable to him. He felt an overwhelming urge to call the police and have Jiang Jingfeng arrested, fearing that if he delayed, he might miss his chance. Yet, his nature dictated that he was not cut out for decisive action. As he reached for his phone, he hesitated, realizing he possessed scant information. Much of the communication between Wang Ziming and Xiao Luoxi had eluded him. The most crucial detail being Zhu Qi's disappearance and the alteration of the financial computer's password. The only certainty he had was the outcome of their discussion on the afternoon Jiang Jingfeng returned from Beijing. Jiang Jingfeng might be aware of their schemes against him, especially recalling that the day after their initial plan failed, Jiang Jingfeng had specifically mentioned repaying the company and requested a show of hands. In an instant, he withdrew his thumb from the dial pad, silently putting away his phone. Meanwhile, Xiao Luoxi, upon witnessing the direction of public sentiment, realized the blame had shifted onto Wang Ziming and Tan Wenhui. It was merely a matter of who would ultimately bear the brunt of the fallout. Would Tan Wenhui acquiesce? Clearly not. As for Wang Ziming, he would undoubtedly be willing, but persuading Tan Wenhui posed a challenge. Nonetheless, she believed in Wang Ziming's ability to convince Tan Wenhui. Their falling out likely would not unfold as Jiang Jingfeng hoped. At this point, she no longer harbored expectations that Jiang Jingfeng remained oblivious. She was prepared to embrace the worst-case scenario. Ultimately, they could confront the truth, compelling Jiang Jingfeng to choose between imprisonment or voluntarily stepping down from Jingfeng Media. This was the most favorable resolution she could envision. After all, having spent over a year with Jiang Jingfeng, there remained a flicker of sentiment. However, thoughts of Wang Ziming and their 4 years together would always overshadow her memories of Jiang Jingfeng. Chapter 23. Good brothers at the police station. Due to Wang Ziming's persistent pleas to visit his wife in the hospital, the interrogation could not proceed. Upon their arrival, Jiang Jingfeng and Tan Wenwei were asked by the police to soothe him. In the interrogation room, it was evident that Wang Jiming had been crying, and his mental state was far from stable. Jiang Jingfeng, observing him, felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart, yet he maintained a serious demeanor. Jiming, worrying about Ding Yuzhi won't help at this moment. I've sent Luo Shi to see her, and I will inform you at the first opportunity. For now, you must cooperate with the police during the interrogation. If you need anything, you can always call me or Wenwei. Indeed, Jiming, your lack of cooperation will only waste time. It would be better to resolve this matter quickly, so you can go to the hospital sooner, Tan Wenwei chimed in. After hearing their words, Wang Jiming calmed down. Officers, I have a request. I would like them to be present during the interrogation. The police shook their heads. That is not allowed. Tan Wenhui grew agitated and questioned. Why not? What if you Jiang Jingfeng interrupted him, stating, this is stipulated by the criminal procedure law. He then turned to Wang Jiming. Jiming, if I'm not mistaken, you may be charged with causing unintentional injury. For now, cooperate with the police. We will be right outside. We can discuss everything later. Wang Jiming was taken aback. He had committed a crime? How could that be? He had acted unconsciously. What should he do? As he grappled with confusion, Jiang Jingfeng led Tan Wenhui out of the interrogation room. It was absurd. During his 8 years in prison, apart from reading, he would have been utterly bored. Naturally, the most abundant reading material in prison was legal literature. At least, that was true of the place where he had been confined. In fact, another person was equally bewildered, and that was Tan Wenhui, who was following Jiang Jingfeng. Upon exiting the interrogation room, he regained his senses. He had only one question. How did Jiang Jingfeng know the requirements of criminal law, particularly about the charge of causing unintentional injury? Most people were unaware that others were not permitted to participate in the interrogation of a suspect unless they were witnesses or studying law. Their group of rough men had majored in the versatile field of mechanical engineering, which offered ample job opportunities but relatively low pay. How could Jiang Jingfeng possibly know this? During their 4 years at university and more than 2 years since graduation, he had never seen Jiang Jingfeng read even a single page of legal texts. Yet, he had confidently answered Wang Jiming's questions in front of the police without a hitch. Tan Wenhui suddenly felt as though Jiang Jingfeng had donned a mysterious cloak. Considering how Jiang Jingfeng's simple declaration had positioned him and Wang Jiming as adversaries, it was evident that Jiang Jingfeng had indeed changed. He was no longer the emotional and easily deceived brother they once knew. Although he still appeared to be their good brother, having done nothing to betray them, it was merely an impression. The unease in Tan Wenhui's heart escalated further. In the interrogation room, upon hearing the police state again that he had committed the crime of causing unintentional injury, Wang Jiming was rendered numb beyond measure, especially when he learned that he could face a sentence of up to 3 years in prison or detention. He was nearly brought to tears. He even forgot to inquire about any possible means of avoiding punishment. The police left the interrogation room for Jiang Jingfeng and his companions. Observing Wang Jiming's state, Jiang Jingfeng felt a deep sense of amusement within. However, matters could not simply conclude like this. That would be too unfair to his 8 years. No, 12 years of suffering. He patted Wang Jiming's shoulder and said, "Brother, you need to pull yourself together. There's only one person who can help you avoid punishment." Who? Wang Jiming suddenly grasped Jiang Jingfeng's hand as if it were a lifeline, but unfortunately, he was handcuffed. In his frantic response, he pulled too hard, causing pain to his wrist. Yet, he could not care less, incessantly asking who it was. "Calm down." Jiang Jingfeng gently massaged his shoulder to help him relax. He continued, "In cases of unintentional injury, if the suspect can actively compensate the victim for their losses and gain the victim's forgiveness, this factor may be considered during sentencing, potentially leading to a reduction or exemption from punishment." In simpler terms, it meant that as long as you actively compensate Gu Zijing for her losses and obtain her forgiveness, coupled with the fact that her injuries are not severe, you will not face any repercussions. Wang Jiming's eyes lit up with realization. "All right, Jiang Feng, please help me with this." It was clear that Wang Jiming was trivializing the matter, still thinking of Gu Zijing as a mere object he could command. Jiang Jingfeng shook his head, saying, "Jiming, this one be easy. Why? Consider this. Your wife caused a scene, resulting in Gu Zijing's injury. She may not even be able to work as an internet celebrity in the future. Do you think she will easily agree to provide you with a letter of forgiveness? Even if you had a somewhat ambiguous relationship before, now that your wife is aware, why wouldn't she try to extract some money from you to settle the matter?" Jiang Jingfeng spoke candidly. After a pause, he added, "Moreover, if she holds a grudge against your wife, I suspect this will be quite challenging." Wang Jiming felt dazed after hearing this. The logic was sound. Even if Jiang Jingfeng was willing to assist, how could he navigate such a chaotic situation? Why should he help? Especially considering that they had previously conspired against Jiang Jingfeng. Wang Jiming was uncertain if he could persuade Gu Zijing to agree to a letter of forgiveness, especially since he was stuck in this predicament. Thus, he had no choice but to plead with Jiang Jingfeng. "Jiang Feng, my good brother, please help me out. I beg you." Although Tan Wenhui was aligned with Wang Jiming, he could not bear to watch any longer. When in need, the other party was a good brother. When in trouble, the other became an obstacle. Jiang Jingfeng smiled wryly. "You've called me your good brother, so I will certainly do my best to help you. However, this compensation is likely to be substantial. How much savings do you have?" Wang Jiming was taken aback again. During the last bonus distribution, he received 5 million. 3 million of that went toward repaying a mortgage. The remaining 2 million was secretly used, 1 million from him and 1.5 million from Xiao Luoxia. Together they managed to gather 5 million for the down payment on a villa. That villa was their love nest. The remaining 50,000 was all in Ding Yujia's hands. In truth, he was practically broke. "How much will it be?" Wang Jiming asked with a hint of bitterness in his voice. "I'm not sure, but I suspect it won't be resolved without at least 1 or 2 million, Jiang Jingfeng replied, somewhat awkwardly. Wang Jiming gasped sharply. Where could he possibly find such a large sum of money? "Jiang Feng, Wenhui, to be honest, I don't have that much money." You both. Wang Jiming directed his gaze toward the two, revealing a look of desperation. Chapter 24. Brother. I am here. Tan Wenhui felt a sudden jolt at the corner of his mouth, genuinely admiring Wang Jiming. For his own benefit, he was treating Jiang Jingfeng merely as a cash machine, even attempting to seize control of his company. If one were to speak of shamelessness, it was indisputable that Wang Jiming now ranked first among those Tan knew. He scrutinized their collaboration with heightened vigilance, recognizing that such a person was capable of anything. After a moment's thought, he said, "Jiming, you know I'm short on funds. I borrowed 2 million from Jingfeng and haven't repaid it yet." His deliberate mention served as a reminder to Wang Jiming that if he lent him money, their dealings might be exposed. Of course, borrowing 20 or 30,000 should pose no problem. I only have 500,000, which I could lend you for now, but it's still insufficient, Jiang Jingfeng lamented, shaking his head in exasperation. Tan Wenhui suggested, if it comes to that, we should discuss it further. Jiang Jingfeng nodded in agreement, acknowledging the necessity of clarity. All right, my good brother, please hurry. I can't bear to stay here any longer. Wang Jiming nearly wept, struggling with sleepless nights and poor meals. He truly could not endure this existence. Rest assured, brother, I am here. Jiang Jingfeng offered a comforting word before departing the interrogation room. Tan Wenhui was once again left speechless, pondering how Jiang Jingfeng was assisting Wang Jiming in counting money, unaware of the feelings Wang Jiming would harbor on the day he was imprisoned. In the hospital, Xiao Luoxi darted back and forth. Gu Ziqin and Oppo's condition was marginally better, yet a 20-centimeter-long wound rendered her future dreams of live streaming utterly unattainable. Her greatest advantage would forever remain concealed beneath her clothing, leaving much to the imagination. Even her attire had to feature high necklines. Otherwise, the scars on her neck would easily attract the gazes of passersby. For a 22-year-old beauty influencer, this was undoubtedly a thunderous blow. Gu Ziqin vigilantly stayed by her sister's side, lamenting her misfortune. 2 hours had elapsed since the surgery, and Gu Ziqin remained silent, her eyes vacant. Transitioning from fear at the outset to clarity post-surgery, she was now consumed by resentment, resentful of Ding Yujia and Wang Jiming for shattering her dreams of becoming a successful entrepreneur. She yearned for revenge. Yet as a fragile woman stripped of everything, and now with her body ruined, she felt powerless. Moreover, everyone was aware of her entanglement with Wang Ziming. At Jingfeng Media, she could no longer hold her head high. Both her future and financial prospects had vanished. Ding Yujia and Amp, Oppo's mood stabilized somewhat with Xiao Luoxi and Amp, Oppo's presence. Additionally, driven by her desire to protect the child she carried, she complied with the doctor's and Oppo's treatment protocols. Regarding the events that had transpired, aside from her being inadvertently harmed, she was quite satisfied. She believed that after this incident, Wang Ziming would certainly refrain from seeking pleasure elsewhere, and the female influencers within Jingfeng Media would no longer dare approach him. This was a double victory. Thus, her animosity towards Wang Ziming had waned from the initial fury she felt upon seeing the video. However, should anything happen to her unborn child, she vowed to confront Wang Ziming with all her might. Upon arriving at the hospital to ascertain the situation, Jiang Jingfeng and Tan Wenhui wore expressions of deep concern. Tan Wenhui had little hope. This had always been the case. If not for Jiang Jingfeng taking him under his wing and granting him the position of vice president, he would merely be a subordinate, scolded by others. Wenhui, you can't be of any assistance here. Return to the company. We can and Amp, Oppo's, all be absent, Jiang Jingfeng said without even glancing at him, intending to send him away. Tan Wenhui, delighted at this suggestion, departed with remarkable speed. Jiang Jingfeng first approached Gu Ziqin and Amp, Oppo's hospital bed, saying, Ziqin, please step outside for a moment. I need to speak with your sister. After a moment and Amp, Oppo's hesitation, Gu Ziqin exited the room and closed the door. Boss, do I still have a chance to remain at Jingfeng Media? Gu Ziqin and Oppo's heart raced with trepidation upon seeing Jiang Jingfeng. She understood that if her contract were terminated, the compensation she would face was insurmountable. Moreover, she had participated in the plot against Jiang Jingfeng. It was only due to its failure that she felt such profound fear. After all, Jiang Jingfeng was still the major stakeholder, and his words could dictate her fate. Do you believe you can still remain? Jiang Jingfeng countered earnestly, wondering where the boldness from that night had vanished. Boss, may I have a chance? I will do anything, Gu Ziqin pleaded, thinking that as long as she remained, she would avoid the penalty for breach of contract. As for others' opinions of her, she had already sunk to such depths. What was there to fear? Opportunity? Opportunities are seized, not bestowed, Jiang Jingfeng replied with a faint smile, which appeared devilish in Gu Ziqin and Oppo's eyes. Tears streamed down her face as she grasped Jiang Jingfeng and Oppo's arm. Boss, I beg you. Jingfeng Media is under your command. All it takes is your word. Jiang Jingfeng wrenched his arm free, stating, Jingfeng Media is not solely my company. Even if I wish to assist, the estimated compensation would still be 3 to 5 million. Upon hearing this, Gu Ziqin and Amp, Oppo's tears flowed even more profusely. Over the past year, her income from videos and live streaming had barely exceeded 1 million. Of course, the twins had received over 2 million, which was divided equally. This meant she would owe the company over 10 million. Jiang Jingfeng and Oppo's mention of 3 to 5 million considered Wang Ziming and Oppo's involvement. Yet even that was beyond Gu Ziqin and Amp, Oppo's means to repay. Boss, I truly do not have such funds. Alas, this figure was half considering it's not solely your fault. Jiang Jingfeng sighed deeply, his expression one of resignation. Here's the situation. Ziming is in custody for injuring you. We urgently need your understanding letter. Otherwise, he may face 3 years in prison. He paused, gauging Gu Ziqin and Oppo's reaction before continuing. Legally, if the suspect compensates you and you issue a letter of understanding, he can be exempted from punishment. Name your price. Jiang Jingfeng had hinted at this, uncertain whether this woman would comprehend. Gu Ziqin nearly blurted out that she would forego compensation in exchange for the letter of understanding. Yet, just as the words were about to escape her lips, the enormity of the penalty she faced and her deep-seated hatred for Wang Ziming flooded her mind. compelling her to suppress her utterance. Boss, may I consult with my sister first? Of course. Before long, Gu Ziqing gathered the necessary information. However, after much hesitation, the two sisters could not arrive at a definitive compensation figure. Chapter 25. Strategizing. We truly do not know what amount would be deemed appropriate. Gu Ziqing said softly. Mr. Jiang, may I have a moment of your time for a private discussion? Gu Ziqing was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Even if she wished to assist Gu Zin, their combined finances would still fall short. Moreover, how much compensation would be suitable? Asking for too much risked the possibility of being unable to secure it, and even if they did, there loomed the threat of retaliation from Wang Ziming upon his release. Conversely, requesting too little jeopardized her sister's penalty for breach of contract. At this moment, her only recourse was to approach the company's major shareholder, Jiang Jingfeng. Outside, Gu Ziqing's voice trembled with despair. Mr. Jiang, I understand that my sister's actions have rendered her position in the company untenable, but we truly cannot gather such a substantial sum. Jiang Jingfeng regarded her tear-streaked visage, involuntarily comparing her to Gu Zin from that fateful evening. She certainly did not pale in comparison. Jiang Jingfeng had long harbored suspicions that Gu Ziqing was aware of Gu Zin's involvement in the scheme against him. If she were to confess this knowledge, her sister would face termination, thus prompting her pretense of ignorance. Should that be the case, he would not hesitate to exact his revenge. Conversely, if she were genuinely oblivious, he might extend her some leniency. Alas, I wish to assist you both, but Jiang Jingfeng and Oppo's expression was one of conflict, words unspoken. Gu Ziqing, in a state of panic, grasped his hand and lowered her head, imploring, Mr. Jiang, if you help us, I will agree to anything you ask. Gu Ziqing felt cornered. As an elder sister, she bore the responsibility of aiding Gu Zin. Additionally, she was aware of Jiang Jingfeng and Oppo's deep affection for Xiao Luoxi. Therefore, her willingness to acquiesce to any of Jiang Jingfeng's demands did not stem from naivety. Both of you sisters were talents I personally discovered. I never anticipated your sister would descend to such depths. Jiang Jingfeng refrained from immediate response, allowing himself a moment of reflection before stating, how about this? The funds will ultimately return to Ziming's coffers, so let us settle on 2 million. However, you must assure me that this is entirely your idea and that my involvement remains undisclosed, including from your sister. Without hesitation, Gu Ziqing acquiesced. The subsequent events unfolded seamlessly. Gu Zin, in a state of disarray, would acquiesce to whatever her sister dictated. Once Gu Zin agreed to provide a letter of understanding and the terms of compensation, Jiang Jingfeng did not rush to the police station, but instead proceeded to Ding Yujia and Oppo's hospital room. Jiang, how is Ziming faring? Ding Yujia feigned calmness, yet her concern was palpable. Meanwhile, Xiao Luoxi and Oppo's expression darkened. Jiang Jingfeng sighed, prompting Ding Yujia to sit up in alarm. Eager to speak, but interrupted by Jiang Jingfeng and Oppo's raised hand. Hold on, it's neither entirely straightforward nor entirely complex. Jiang Jingfeng proceeded to outline the severity of the situation and the implications of compensation. Upon hearing his account, Ding Yujia was thrown into a state of panic. She had never intended for matters to escalate to this extent. Her wielding of a kitchen knife had merely been a means of intimidation, not an intention to inflict harm. This unfortunate incident could potentially lead to Ziming serving 3 years in prison. Of course, a 2 million settlement could resolve matters. However, once they exhausted that amount, they would be left with nothing but their house and car. How would they sustain their lives? And what would become of the child once born? Jiang, Ziming and I only have 500,000 in cash. Can you suggest a solution? Ding Yujia was at her wits' and Oppo's end. Jiang Jingfeng furrowed his brow. Wait a moment. 3 months ago, didn't Ziming receive 5 million in dividends? What? 5 million? Ding Yujia exclaimed in shock. Jiang Jingfeng and Oppo's expression turned inquisitive, while Xiao Luoxi's heart raced. She understood the implications behind this revelation. Moments later, Ding Yujia gritted her teeth. That scoundrel told me the dividends were only 3.5 million. That should suffice. They're only asking for 2 million. We currently have 500,000, with 300,000 allocated for the bank loan. Jiang Jingfeng sighed, opting for silence. Jiang Gu, perhaps you could lend Ziming some money, and he can repay you once the dividends are distributed? I wish I could, but I too possess only 500,000. The last time, when Wenhui borrowed 200,000, it was drawn from the company funds. Then why not borrow another 200,000 from the company? Jiang Jingfeng was nearly driven to exasperation, exclaiming in frustration. How had she come to view him as a fool? Initially, he had doubted whether he was being too harsh on Ding Yujie, but now he felt unburdened. He strongly suspected she was aware of Wang Ziming and Amp Oppo's scheme against him and was likely complicit. Dear sister-in-law, I would gladly assist, but during the last shareholders and Amp Oppo's meeting, Ziming rejected my proposal to repay the owed dividends early. The company policy binds my hands. However, you might inquire where Ziming's 150,000 went. If he is willing to release it, the situation could be resolved. Jiang Jingfeng deliberately intensified the discord between the couple. Forget it. Who knows if he is spending the money on that vixen? Let him be. Ding Yujie steeled herself into silence. Xiao Luoxi and Amp Oppo's lips twitched in frustration. She could not retaliate against the insults hurled at her, merely enduring the humiliation in silence. The epithet of vixen would be hers to bear in quietude. Standing behind Jiang Jingfeng, she gazed at the two individuals obstructing her reunion with Wang Ziming, an inferno of fury igniting within her. Ding Yujie's reluctance to rescue Wang Ziming stemmed from her gamble on Jiang Jingfeng and Amp Oppo's character. Wang Ziming had repeatedly asserted that his brother was easily manipulated, deeply sentimental, and would not abandon him in dire straits. Furthermore, Ding Yujie was unwilling to part with their remaining 500,000. She was currently unemployed and pregnant, and spending it would leave her destitute. Jiang Jingfeng silently mocked his former self, realizing how his sincerity had been exploited as a vulnerability. Yet, the man he once was had perished. In this life, he was solely driven by the desire for vengeance. Very well, I shall inquire what Ziming has done with that 150,000. If there is no resolution, we may have to witness him serve 3 years. With that, Jiang Jingfeng rose to leave. Ding Yujie lifted her hand, her mouth opening as if to speak, yet no words emerged. Suddenly, she recalled Wang Ziming and Oppo's plot against Jiang Jingfeng. Her decision to create a disturbance rather than directly divorce Wang Ziming was largely due to the fact that, aside from his infidelities, he confided in her about everything else. Naturally, Wang Ziming needed an outlet for his grievances. While she disapproved of Wang Ziming's plan, she tacitly accepted it, particularly as his envisioned future stirred her desires. Thus, Jiang Jingfeng's suspicions were not unfounded. During their several private gatherings and excursions, he had discerned Wang Ziming and Amp Oppo's genuine concern for Ding Yujie. Chapter 26. Thick-skinned Xiao Luoxia was also flustered. She never anticipated that Wang Ziming would be sent in. This was far worse than her previous estimation of being eliminated as a partner. To save or not to save? Under what pretext should she intervene? At that moment, she found herself without a viable solution. Should they convene a meeting to discuss dividends in advance? However, they had previously rejected Jiang Jingfeng's proposal, and it was evident that they were once again caught in a backlash. The gamble now rested on whether Jiang Jingfeng would still cherish their brotherhood as before. Observing his busyness, it seemed he was still eager to assist his brother. This represented a glimmer of hope. Yet, this matter could only be proposed by Wang Ziming, preferably with her and Tan Wenhui participating in the vote, which would significantly increase the chances of approval. On the other hand, Gu Ziqing was looking after Gu Ziqing, while Xiao Luoxia was left to care for Ding Yujie. The atmosphere between the two was undeniably awkward. Xiao Luoxia wished to distance herself from Ding Yujie, especially since they were both entangled with the same man. She longed to consult Wang Ziming on how to handle the situation, but opportunities were scarce. Approaching Tan Wenhui seemed futile as well, as they would likely reach no conclusion. If Ding Yujie were aware of her relationship with Wang Ziming, the tension would have escalated even further. This arrangement, seemingly considerate of Ding Yujie, was in fact a deliberate act by Jiang Jingfeng. He could have easily sent someone from his team, but he chose not to. He wanted to keep Xiao Luoxia on edge, enduring the torment of being betrayed by the one she loved, an affront he was unwilling to forgive. Meanwhile, online, the incident concerning Jingfeng Media was rapidly escalating, garnering significant public attention. The public outcry pointed directly at Wang Ziming and Tan Wenhui, and the accusations were not baseless. They were firmly grounded in evidence. The revelations about them were akin to unearthing graves, with a plethora of information being made public. Tan Wenhui was incensed, cursing vehemently as netizens, based on various pieces of intelligence, surmised a preliminary conclusion. Tan Wenhui bore the most significant suspicion. Why? Because he managed all the streamers at Jingfeng Media, spending the most time with them, making him prone to various entanglements. The proliferation of stories inevitably led to mishaps. Infuriated, Tan Wenhui sought out Hong Tao, the head of public relations, demanding an urgent strategy to mitigate the crisis. However, Hong Tao was not easily intimidated. He feigned compliance under Tan Wenhui and Oppo's scrutiny, promising to devise a solution, yet in reality, he was merely going through the motions, displaying a lack of genuine commitment. It was only when pushed to the brink that he muttered, "You might as well consult General Manager Jiang. The public relations team is now entirely under his purview." With nowhere to vent his fury, Tan Wenhui returned to his office, seething. He silently vowed that when the opportunity arose, he would not hesitate to expel Hong Tao from the company. It is worth noting that Tan Wenhui lacked strong opinions of his own. His character was rather timid, often shying away from responsibility when faced with challenges. Despite overseeing numerous departments, he frequently deferred critical decisions to Jiang Jingfeng. This reliance led to considerable discontent among his subordinates, who often expressed their grievances. Consequently, even with his managerial title, most of the department heads chose to heed Jiang Jingfeng and Oppo's directives. Hence, Jiang Jingfeng remained unfazed by any potential issues within the company. What is paramount in a media company? Talent. As long as there are people, they can always rebrand and rebuild. Jiang Jingfeng made yet another tireless visit to Wang Ziming, candidly sharing the situation with him, including the news that Ding Yujia's pregnancy had stabilized. Upon hearing this, Wang Ziming and Oppo's anxiety somewhat abated. However, he soon erupted in anger, cursing Gu Ziqin for daring to demand money, vowing that once he was out, she would pay dearly. "I swear if I don't bring you down, I'll change my surname." Jiang Jingfeng couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. "Really? If you reverse into Oppo's, Wang and Oppo's, it's still into Oppo's, Wang and Oppo's. I senti it? If you want to curse someone, just do it." Why add such a humorous twist for whom? He sighed in exasperation. "Enough of this. Let us discuss how to resolve the issue. If you wish to vent, feel free, but I must take my leave." Wang Ziming panicked. Wait. My good brother, I can only rely on you now. That wretched Ding Yujia is utterly unreliable. You must save me." Jiang Jingfeng furrowed his brow, exhaling a sigh of resignation. After such a substantial dividend, where did the 1.5 million go? "I spent it," Wang Ziming replied without hesitation. "Spent it on what?" "Invested in someone, but they absconded." Wang Ziming seemed to have anticipated this inquiry, responding without a hint of uncertainty. Jiang Jingfeng scrutinized him, realizing he had grossly underestimated his brother. Wang Ziming exhibited no signs of panic. In fact, his talent for performance surpassed his own. "Well, this complicates matters. Neither Wenhui nor I can muster such funds. And your wife has the means, but refuses to contribute. It appears, my brother, that—" Jiang Jingfeng shook his head, preparing to leave. Wang Ziming grew frantic, exclaiming, "Jingfeng, my good brother, the company is profitable. I noticed the last quarter in Oppo's earnings were favorable. You could lend me some, Kuden and Oppo's, to you?" Jiang Jingfeng halted, conflicted. The shareholders and Oppo's agreement explicitly states that company funds cannot be lent to individuals engaged in illegal activities. After all, we are a legitimate company, and adhering to regulations is our fundamental requirement. He deliberately slowed his speech for emphasis. Wang Ziming and Oppo's face darkened. "Wasn't and Oppo's. Teeth is precisely what Jiang Jingfeng had said when he had initially rejected the proposal for an early dividend. Who could have anticipated that this would come back to bite him so swiftly? Yet, with his thick skin, he hesitated only for a few seconds before suggesting, "Then borrow in your name or Wenhui and Appos, S, and lend it to me under your names. I will repay you during the dividend distribution." Jiang Jingfeng remained silent, observing Wang Ziming, who became anxious, fearing he had revealed a flaw. After a tense pause, Jiang Jingfeng finally spoke. "Ziming, it's not that I am unwilling to lend. It an amp, Appos, as that the company is currently facing significant issues. To survive, this quarter-end amp, Appos, S dividends will be cancelled." "What?" Wang Ziming was taken aback. How could he not be aware of the company and amp, Appos, S troubles? What happened? Why? Jiang Jingfeng stared at him for several seconds. "It's all because of you. Do you realize we are trending online? There are rumors that the wife of Jingfeng Media and amp, Appos, S owner is publicly confronting the mistress, warning everyone to steer clear of our company lest they fall victim to hidden rules. We have hundreds of employees relying on us for their livelihoods. What am I supposed to do?" Chapter 27. The challenge of being good. Meanwhile, the mention of unspoken rules, as articulated by Jiang Jingfeng, had surged to the trending topics. Naturally, Tan Wenhui and Xiao Luoxi soon became aware of the situation. They understood that if the matter continued to escalate, the repercussions for the company could be catastrophic. Anxiousness gripped them, yet their urgency bore little fruit. Their first thought was to turn to the linchpin of their small group, Wang Ziming. But he was closely monitored at the office. Even if he were to emerge, given that the situation had originated from him, the only way out would be to dismiss him. Thus, their thoughts inevitably drifted to Jiang Jingfeng. Consequently, they dared not make any moves against Jiang at this critical juncture. After all, this mess was beyond their capacity to resolve. Particularly for Tan Wenhui, he contemplated the potential consequences of ousting both Jiang Jingfeng and Wang Ziming. Assuming leadership for himself, the likely outcome would be a complete financial ruin, potentially draining his entire fortune. In this moment, he fervently hoped that Jiang Jingfeng would take action to salvage the company. On Jiang Jingfeng's end, after he spoke, he silently regarded Wang Ziming. It was a choice between saving himself or rescuing the company and Appos. His predicament was, after all, partially due to his actions. Wang Ziming quickly regained his composure. Of course, self-preservation took precedence. He had no desire to be incarcerated for years. Self-interest comes before all else. The company's demise held no concern for him. After all, he had already secured several million. At worst, he could sell the apartment he co-owned with Xiao Luoxi and have 2 million left, sufficient for a prolonged period of leisure. Nothing mattered more than his own well-being. However, how could he persuade Jiang Jingfeng to extricate him first? After a moment in Appos, S thought, he implored, "Jingfeng, how about this? The situation hasn't escalated to a point where the company cannot sustain itself. Could you handle my matter first, and then we can devise a plan together?" Jiang Jingfeng scoffed internally. How shameless, to think only of himself at this juncture. Alas, how blind he had been to have accepted such a worthless companion. No wonder he had been sent away in his past life. He had truly failed at being the good guy. "Ziming, this company is not solely mine, so I cannot provide you with an immediate answer. I will return to the company to address this urgent matter and convene a shareholders and Appos meeting. You may await my news with peace of mind." Jiang Jingfeng rose, turning away with a face full of disappointment. Wang Ziming wished to call out to him again, but realized that restraint was necessary and ultimately held his tongue. Upon leaving, Jiang Jingfeng headed straight for the company. Simultaneously, he dispatched someone to the hospital to replace Xiao Luoxi and requested her to return to the company at once. Half an hour later, in the conference room, the three wore solemn expressions. Jiang Jingfeng silently smoked a cigarette, offering no words. He had not dismissed Wang Ziming, thereby granting him a glimmer of hope while continuing to torment him. The thrill of revenge needed to linger. Otherwise, how could 8 years of resentment dissipate? Tan Wenhui and Xiao Luoxi were both in a state of anxious despair, yet none dared to speak. They endured the same torment. Initially, It was expected that Jiang Jingfeng would speak after finishing one cigarette, but he lit a second, showing no intention of breaking the silence. Tan Wenhui gestured for Xiao Luoxi to speak, but she feigned ignorance. The atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. Finally, Tan Wenhui could no longer contain himself, saying, "Jingfeng, we must think of a solution." Jiang Jingfeng turned to glare at Tan Wenhui, replying coolly, "Are you suggesting the company should pay to rescue Ziming or to address the company and Oppos as reputational issues?" "Both," Tan Wenhui replied. "Then what is your solution?" "I don't know." Tan Wenhui's face flushed with embarrassment. This was also the reason for his low presence in the company. He lacked capability, thus resorting to domineering his subordinates. "Oh, you don't know? How impressive of you." Jiang Jingfeng retorted without reservation, offering no semblance of brotherly camaraderie. He then turned to Xiao Luoxi, asking, "What about you?" Xiao Luoxi was acutely aware of the situation. How could she bring up the matter of rescuing Wang Ziming? She could find no suitable rationale to support him. Thus, without hesitation, she stated, "I will follow your arrangements." Jiang Jingfeng nodded in satisfaction, stating, "Excellent. This issue is not insurmountable. Ziming has already violated the terms of the shareholder agreement. We merely need to force him out and subsequently issue a statement to distance ourselves from him. Each of us has invested considerable effort into the company's current stature. Who would wish to witness its demise?" Just as Jiang Jingfeng prepared to elaborate further, Tan Wenhui raised his hand to interrupt. "Jingfeng, perhaps we should wait a bit longer? The fervor may naturally wane with time." Tan Wenhui suddenly realized that if they were to oust Wang Ziming at this moment, given his character, he would undoubtedly retaliate recklessly. The ultimate outcome would not only see Wang Ziming completely ousted, but also jeopardize Tan Wenhui himself, prompting him to hastily dissuade Jiang Jingfeng. Jiang Jingfeng clearly intended to utilize a voting mechanism to remove Wang Ziming from the shareholder list. Although he could simply expel Ziming as the major shareholder, he opted for this approach to compel both of them to declare their positions. Jiang Jingfeng turned to Xiao Luoxi, inquiring, "Are you of the same opinion?" At this moment, Xiao Luoxi was utterly flustered, her mind a blank. She wondered how things had spiraled to this point. Victory had seemed so close, yet had turned sharply in the opposite direction. What had gone awry? Not only was she perplexed, but so was Tan Wenhui, and even Wang Ziming, still at the office, struggled to comprehend the situation. Truly a vexing predicament. "I'll follow your lead." This statement seemed to drain Xiao Luoxi of all her vigor, for at that moment, she could conceive no better response. Jiang Jingfeng nodded in satisfaction and continued to smoke. Once he finished the cigarette, he let out a long sigh, suggesting, "Let us wait a bit longer." He then turned to Tan Wenhui, speaking in a deep, commanding tone, "Issue the directive to suspend all live broadcasts today." "Jingfeng." This Tan Wenhui appeared astonished, as if he wished to voice something. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, Jiang Jingfeng shot him a fierce glare, his brows furrowed tightly, emitting a long huff through his nostrils. Tan Wenhui trembled, cold sweat beading on his forehead, quickly nodding in agreement. "Understood. I will arrange it at once." He promptly stood and exited the conference room. The atmosphere in the meeting room was exceptionally stifling, heavy enough to render one breathless, and he wished to linger not a moment longer. Xiao Luoxi shared his sentiments, gradually rising to leave. Yet at that moment, Jiang Jingfeng suddenly called out, "Wait." Those two words acted as a spell, halting Xiao Luoxi, who had reached the door. Chapter 28. Indifference in the face of death. Xiao Luoxi. "Don and Amp, Oppos, do you still have 1,000,000? I have another 500,000. Let in Amp, Oppos, lend it to Wang Ziming. I can end Amp, Oppos, just stand by and watch," Jiang Jingfeng declared, lighting another cigarette, his demeanor revealing that he was not as indifferent as he had appeared earlier. Xiao Luoxi felt utterly overwhelmed. The torment she was enduring was unbearable. This test of her mental fortitude was beyond reason. How could she possibly have 1,000,000? That sum had long been spent on purchasing their love nest for Wang Ziming. Yet, she could not confess her financial constraints. What was she to do? After all, she was not Wang Ziming, who could casually mention a failed investment. She had never anticipated that Jiang Jingfeng would pose such a question. "Why Don and Oppos? Do we borrow from the company?" she suggested hesitantly. Ziming thinks so, too. But the company is facing difficulties and must retain its funds to weather the storm. This is my life and Oppo's work. I cannot allow it to collapse, Jiang Jingfeng replied decisively. Then turned his gaze to Xiao Luoxia, who was left with no choice but to agree. Fine, I and Oppo's. I'll get it for you tomorrow. After leaving the conference room, Jiang Jingfeng exhaled a cloud of smoke, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Tomorrow, many would undoubtedly be eager with anticipation. No, he reflected. He looked forward to the sun rising anew each day. After a long afternoon, Jiang Jingfeng was exhausted. It was quitting time, and with his evening live streams canceled, the office was devoid of activity. He decided to wait a while before heading home, primarily to see if Xiao Luoxia would find the money. Otherwise, she would have no time to procure it in his presence. Outside, Xiao Luoxia was frantic. She needed to produce 1 million by tomorrow and had no idea where to gather such funds. Her first thought was to approach Wang Ziming for help, but that avenue was closed. Her second option was the company in Oppo's finances. As the head of finance, she could discreetly divert some funds, noting it as a loan to be repaid within 3 months. This was the only swift solution she could devise. However, a significant problem arose. Zhu Qi was on leave and unreachable by phone. Panic set in. She hurriedly sought out human resources, finding Wu Wei. Sister Wu, could you help me contact Zhu Qi? I have an urgent matter. Sure, just a moment, Wu Wei replied, raising an eyebrow at Xiao Luoxia's sudden politeness, a stark contrast to her usual casualness. The phone line was met with a monotonous and urgent busy tone. Wu Wei shrugged, displaying a faint smile of resignation. Naturally, with the phone on speaker, Xiao Luoxia heard everything clearly. These youngsters today are so willful. After taking leave, they wanted Oppo's to even answer their phones. Wu Wei couldn't and Oppo's to help but complain, her tone laced with envy. At around 30 years old, her slightly rounded figure hinted at the pressures of life. It was evident she bore the weight of familial responsibilities and worked diligently. At that moment, Xiao Luoxia felt nearly hopeless. For Jiang Jingfeng was her last resort to reach Zhu Qi. With no other options left, she steeled herself and headed to Jiang Jingfeng and Oppo's office. Standing before the door, she took a deep breath and slowly pushed it open. She recalled the morning when Jiang Jingfeng had forcibly pulled her into the small dark room. Little did she know that within half a day, so many exhausting events would unfold. Upon entering the office, she found Jiang Jingfeng jogging leisurely on the treadmill, sweat streaming down his forehead. The thought of confronting him felt increasingly daunting. Seeing Xiao Luoxia enter, Jiang Jingfeng smiled. Luoxia, you and Oppo's. Here just in time. Let us head home after work. I and Oppo's. LL prepare a delicious meal for you. He stepped off the treadmill and wiped the sweat from his brow with a towel. I have a matter to discuss, Foam. Can you reach Zhu Qi? I and Oppo's. LL give a try, he replied, shaking his head in exasperation. These young people today, if she weren't Oppo's, my cousin, I and Oppo's, do you have fired her by now? His words felt convincingly genuine. Xiao Luoxia, disheartened by his words, turned and left the office. Jiang Jingfeng watched her anxious retreat with a sense of satisfaction. Even now, he saw no sign of remorse or change of heart from her. It seemed she was determined to pursue this path to its bitter end. Zhu Qi and Oppo's absence was not a recent occurrence. She was truly occupied with pressing matters, such as assisting Jiang Jingfeng in selling a house. If he did not sell the villa while the market was high, he would face significant losses. He had purchased the villa for 10 million, now worth about 13 million. However, in just over 6 months, the price would plummet to 11 million. And by the end of 2019, it could drop to around 8 million. If the timeline extended to mid-2020, the value might fall below 6 million, nearly halving, making it challenging to sell. Thus, he was currently in a prime position to cash out. The disparity amounted to 7 million, a considerable sum that no one would dismiss lightly. Additionally, Zhu Qi had another task at hand, locating Xiao Luoxia and Wang Ziming and Oppo's love nest. She had been running around tirelessly for days. Had it not been for Jiang Jingfeng's generous salary, especially with the promise of 50,000 after selling the villa, She might have given up. Finally, today, she discovered the location of the property Wang Ziming had purchased through a real estate agency. To her astonishment, it was situated in a quaint Swiss town. On his way back to the office, Jiang Jingfeng received Zhu Qi and Appo's message and cursed under his breath. They had intentionally picked a place near his home, allowing for easy, clandestine meetings. Fortunately, he had not listed Xiao Luoxia's name on the property when buying the house and car, which would have exposed his plans. Under his direction, Zhu Qi had also blocked their numbers, and they communicated solely through WeChat. He had even advised her to change the computer and bank account passwords. Upon returning to her desk, Xiao Luoxia disregarded her concerns and attempted to log into the company and Appo's bank account from another computer. However, as expected, she faced a login failure. After 2 incorrect attempts, she hesitated to try again. A third error would result in a locked account. If she were to contact Zhu Qi now, it would spell disaster. Chapter 29. The culprit Xiao Luoxia lay languidly on the table, as if every bone in her body had been extracted, leaving her devoid of any strength to struggle. Her heart was filled with despair and helplessness, for she had no idea where she could conjure 1,000,000 by tomorrow. As night descended, Xiao Luoxia trudged home with Jiang Jingfeng. Just as Jiang Jingfeng was about to step into the kitchen, he was stopped by Xiao Luoxia. With a forced smile, she said, "You and Appo's worked so hard today. Let me prepare dinner." "Very well. You truly have worked hard," Jiang Jingfeng replied, smiling joyfully, though this joy was tinged with a different sentiment. He understood her motives for insisting on cooking and could foresee what would unfold that evening. Soon, it was 7 o'clock. After a flurry of activity, Xiao Luoxia had prepared several of Jiang Jingfeng and Appo's favorite dishes. Not only that, she had also taken out a bottle of red wine. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Jingfeng was left speechless. The frequency of red wine and Appo's appearance lately had become rather excessive. Once dinner commenced, Xiao Luoxia exhibited extraordinary attentiveness, continuously serving Jiang Jingfeng food and pouring wine. Compared to previous occasions, she drank noticeably more this evening, and it wasn't too long before her cheeks flushed with a charming hue. Jiang Jingfeng was aware of Xiao Luoxia and Appo's intentions, yet he had no intention of exposing her. Instead, he engaged her in light-hearted banter. After all, if she was willing to play a role, he was more than happy to indulge her. Unbeknownst to them, the meal came to an end, and the wine bottle was emptied. Afterwards, they reclined on the sofa, comfortably watching a short film. Just halfway through, Xiao Luoxia took the initiative to speak. "Jingfeng, there and Appo's something I must tell you, but please don't be angry, all right?" Xiao Luoxia and Appo's breath quickened, her voice trembling. Jiang Jingfeng thought to himself, the fox is finally revealing her tail. He had wondered how long she would maintain her facade. Aside from matters of life and death, nothing is too significant. Go ahead. With that, Xiao Luoxia planted a firm kiss on his cheek and declared, "I transferred that 1,000,000 to my brother. He has started dating someone and is preparing to get married. He needs to buy a house." Her voice was tinged with evident anxiety. Had Jiang Jingfeng been unaware of the truth, he would have assumed she feared his reproach. In reality, her concern lay in whether he would believe her. Although she had already conferred with her brother, she was apprehensive about the questions that might arise, which could lead to her unmasking. Yet the more she acted this way, the more she invited suspicion. She was gambling, hoping that Jiang Jingfeng remained oblivious to her betrayal. Although she sensed his growing doubt, she clung to the hope that if she played her cards right, her actions could be perceived as normal behavior between lovers. Jiang Jingfeng couldn't help but smile. After all this time, she had concocted such a flimsy excuse. It truly was a challenge for her. He had no intention of exposing her. After all, she was a beautiful woman he had pursued for so long. How could he easily relinquish her to another? Regardless of the circumstances, he was determined to keep her by his side. This was also part of the thrill of his revenge. "My dear, how could I be angry? It's your money. You have every right to manage it." However, concerning Ziming, Jiang Jingfeng sighed, imparting a profound sense of helplessness to Xiao Luoxia. She had successfully deceived him, but there was no salvation for Wang Ziming. Yet, the current situation allowed her no room to consider Wang Ziming. She had to save herself first if there was any hope for him. Of course, that required Zhu Qi's return. The thought of Zhu Qi ignited a fire of anger within her. She had no regard for her direct superior and sister-in-law. Where had this unruly wild child come from? So resistant to authority? If she were to be scrutinized, it was clear that had it not been for Zhu Qi's interference, they would have already dealt with Jiang Jingfeng, and such chaos would not have ensued. Thus, the true culprit behind it all was Zhu Qi, the newcomer who had only been at the company for a day. After some casual conversation, Jiang Jingfeng. The next day, in the conference room, the meeting resumed. The three of them wore frowns, aside from Jiang Jingfeng, who appeared relatively well. Xiao Luoxia seemed fatigued. The worst off was Tan Wenwei. Following a night of turmoil, the trending topics surrounding Jingfeng Media had not subsided, but rather intensified. Jiang Jingfeng refrained from smoking. Instead, he gently tapped his fingers on the table, producing a rhythmic sound. To Tan Wenhui and Xiao Luoxia, this noise was jarring, making their hearts race. Speculations about which boss was embroiled in scandals and the impact of hidden rules were rampant, yet they failed to trend. Of course, money could change that, but given the scale of Jingfeng Media, it was impossible. Wenhui, share your thoughts. You've kept me waiting. Jiang Jingfeng maintained his steady rhythm of tapping, yet Tan Wenhui and Oppos, his heart could hardly bear it. Tan Wenhui truly did not know what to say. You should be acutely aware of the current situation. If you don't, perhaps you should stick to logistics in the future. Jiang Jingfeng and Oppos. S words were devoid of any kindness. It was said that the company does not harbor idlers, and when an idler is one of their own, it must be severed. The saying in Oppos, a poor general can exhaust his troops, and Oppos, aptly described Tan Wenhui and Oppos' situation, even if he had not been complicit in the betrayal. Jiang Jingfeng was resolute in his decision to deal with him. To achieve greatness, he could not afford to repeat past mistakes by employing just anyone. Tan Wenhui stared wide-eyed at Jiang Jingfeng, realizing he was being stripped of any semblance of loyalty. In that moment, he finally recalled that Jiang Jingfeng was indeed his brother. Jingfeng, I support clarifying the rumors. Tan Wenhui and Oppos' gaze faltered, ultimately choosing self-preservation. Simultaneously, he clung to the hope that Wang Ziming would spare them from any treachery due to their brotherhood. All right, so it comes down to you and Ziming. You choose self-preservation. Jiang Jingfeng shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. Tan Wenhui felt an acute embarrassment wash over him. Shortly after, Hangzhou from the public relations team entered. The official statement is out. Our company does not engage in any hidden rules. Should there be any, they are merely individual transgressions. Once the truth is uncovered, we will take strict measures against those involved. Furthermore, it should be emphasized that our employees' remuneration far exceeds that of our competitors, and the revenue shares of popular streamers are also higher than others. Please refrain from attaching unfounded labels that could disrupt our operations. As Hong Tao left to carry out his orders, Tan Wenhui and Oppos' mind was clouded with a torrent of frustration. Jiang Jingfeng, were you toying with me? Chapter 30. Psychological warfare. This is how one is driven to madness. Tan Wenhui had begun to seriously suspect that Jiang Jingfeng was targeting him, yet he dared not voice his concerns. He was also anxious that Jiang would relay this matter to Wang Ziming. This was indeed a precarious situation. All right, moving on to the next agenda. Should we use the company's funds to rescue Ziming? As you all know, the company is not in an optimistic state. Please raise your hand if you agree, or keep it down if you disagree. Jiang Jingfeng fixed his gaze on the two, awaiting their decision. Even if Xiao Luoxia wished to utilize company funds, she could not speak at this moment. Just yesterday, she had declared her willingness to follow Jiang Jingfeng's lead, employing every charm to plead for leniency. Furthermore, Jiang and Oppos' words have been crystal clear. The company and Oppos' predicament was dire, and failing to grasp that would spell disaster. Tan Wenhui was on the verge of cursing. Every time he heard the call to raise hands, his heart quivered in trepidation. He was genuinely exhausted from Jiang Jingfeng's psychological tactics. Just when he thought the truth would be revealed, Jiang would twist the narrative, pushing him further into the abyss. Was this truly brotherhood? Yet now he had no choice but to raise his hand. He was not foolish enough to miss the implications of Jiang's words. Yet, fear gripped him. He dreaded what new pitfall awaited him after raising his hand. As he watched both individuals lift their hands, Jiang Jingfeng and Amp, Oppo's expression soured. The sight of his countenance sent a chill down Tan Wenhui and Amp, Oppo's spine. Damn, here we go again. Would you perish if you didn't end Amp? Oppo's. All right, I shall pay a visit to the detention center. Jiang Jingfeng stood up, smiled faintly, and departed alone. Tan Wenhui and Xiao Luoxia were nearly at their wits' end. Amp, Oppo's, and wasn't it Amp, Oppo's, this a vote? They had cast theirs. Now, he simply walks away as he pleases. They exchanged glances, tears nearly welling in their eyes. Who could understand the tumultuous day they had endured? From the anticipation of sending this fellow to prison, only to find him unscathed while their mastermind, Wang Ziming, was the one incarcerated. The anxiety that followed was unbearable. They had barely survived one night, and now the turmoil resumed at dawn. After all the tribulations, Tan Wenhui felt utterly defeated. He would rather remain ignorant and uninvolved. How much easier that would be. Xiao Luoxia, having endured even more, was psychologically tormented and tossed about, and now she had to cooperate without knowing whom to turn to for reasoning. Upon arriving at the office, her first task was to check if Zhu Qi had arrived, only to be met with disappointment. Zhu Qi had only graced them with her presence for a day, and she could scarcely recall her features. Ironically, this girl had hindered their significant affairs. Now that Jiang Jingfeng intended to visit Wang Ziming, they too wished to go, yet felt immobilized. Jiang Jingfeng and Amp, Oppo's imposing aura had completely subdued them. 5 minutes later, estimating that Jiang Jingfeng had left the company, Tan Wenhui and Xiao Luoxia were filled with countless unspoken words. Yet silence prevailed. Ultimately, Tan Wenhui broke the stillness. Xiao, what shall we do now? Xiao Luoxia looked down on Tan Wenhui for only knowing to ask what to do in times of crisis. She couldn't fathom why Wang Ziming had dragged him into this. Strictly speaking, their plans would not be impacted by his absence. Are you asking me? Did you not agree that the company should not lend money to Ziming? What else can we do now? Has that matter been confirmed? If so, we can entirely take the initiative. Otherwise, we are too passive and it is unbearable. It has not been confirmed. What is the situation? Uncertainty remains. Unless you can locate the new accountant. Could this person have been deliberately placed here by Jiang Jingfeng? His cousin. Tan Wenhui gasped. This information had been unknown to him earlier. Now that he was aware, there was a significant possibility that Jiang Jingfeng had either repaid the debt or refrained from doing so, but the accounts might be locked down, making it impossible to trace. If they acted rashly, the consequences could be dire. He felt somewhat relieved that his previous obsession with being the leader had not been so intense. At the detention center, Jiang Jingfeng found himself once again in the presence of Wang Ziming. Good brother, have you managed to secure the funds? Wang Ziming and Amp, Oppo's mental state was evidently poor, yet his face radiated hope. Last night, he had finally experienced the discomfort of an iron bed, and the thought of enduring such conditions for 3 years was nearly overwhelming. He desperately wished for Jiang Jingfeng and Amp, Oppo's assistance. As for other options, particularly selling his house, he had no intention of considering them. He had confidence in this foolish brother. No, really, not at all? Yes, none. Brother, are you mistaken? It's not that I am unwilling to lend, but all the other shareholders are opposed. Because of your situation, all operations within our company have come to a standstill. Jiang Jingfeng shook his head in exasperation and spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, Wang Ziming was momentarily stunned. After a considerable pause, he finally regained his senses, stuttering, What? Wang Ziming could hardly believe what he had just heard. What struck him as incredible was not merely the fact that the company had ceased operations, but that Tan Wenhui and Xiao Luoxia would actually refuse to assist him. In his mind, he had assumed they would exhaust every means to persuade Jiang Jingfeng to lend him money. This shouldn't be. It's impossible. This must be a misunderstanding. Wang Ziming, in a frenzy, shook his head vehemently, repeating, Brother, you must be joking with me, right? Please, do not jest. Faced with the agitated Wang Ziming, Jiang Jingfeng could not be bothered to utter another word. Instead, he expressionlessly withdrew his phone from his pocket and pressed play. A recording began to play. Jingfeng, I support the rumor refutation. The voice that echoed from the recording was undoubtedly that of Tan Wenhui, sounding entirely authentic with no signs of fabrication. Upon hearing this, Wang Ziming and Appo's eyes turned crimson with rage. Desperately, he attempted to rise and confront Jiang Jingfeng for clarification, but his restraints rendered that impossible. Instead, he bellowed at Jiang Jingfeng. How could Wenhui say such things? Absolument impossible. Jiang Jingfeng, you are deceiving me. You must have intentionally used that recording to mislead me. Brother, I have been running around tirelessly for this matter, toiling like a dog, and yet you treat me like this? It truly chills my heart. Jiang Jingfeng shook his head with a sigh, his expression darkening as he turned to leave, not even glancing back. Witnessing this, Wang Ziming was once again struck dumb, utterly bewildered. If Jiang Jingfeng were to abandon him, and if Ding Yujie truly hardened her heart and refused to provide compensation, his predicament would be dire. Was he truly destined to languish for 3 years in that dark, forsaken cell? The thought sent a shiver down his spine, leaving him weak and nearly collapsing. No, this situation must not come to pass. At this moment, he could not afford to entertain any further thoughts. Regaining his composure, he shouted at the top of his lungs. Jingfeng, my dear brother, I acknowledge my mistakes. Those words I uttered earlier were mere nonsense. They hold no weight. I implore you, do not leave. I beg you. Chapter 31. The difficult woman Jiang Jingfeng halted his steps and turned to face the mastermind who had, in a past life, orchestrated his imprisonment for 12 long years. At this moment, it seemed he was on the verge of begging for mercy. How delightful it was. Jingfeng, you are my only hope. You must help me. Wang Ziming wept, tears streaming down his face. Jiang Jingfeng thought to himself how remarkably theatrical this was. I apologize, but I too wish to assist. Last night, I was even gathering funds for you. However, Luo, she has borrowed the 1 million yuan from me to aid her brother. Therefore, your only recourse now is to have Ding Yujie sell her house. After all, once you have the means, you can always purchase a more spacious one. Wang Ziming was struck by an invisible blow yet again. Well, I cannot assist you financially. You must find a way to help yourself. If you have a solution, feel free to have the police call me. Jiang Jingfeng did not linger any longer this time. Having spent merely 1 day on a hard iron bed was minuscule compared to the 8 years he had endured. Wang Ziming seethed with rage internally, cursing Jiang Jingfeng. You wretched scoundrel, how dare you refuse to compensate me with money? Once I am free, you will pay for this. Yet, he dared not voice his anger openly, for he still needed Jiang as assistance. Subsequently, Jiang Jingfeng made another visit to the hospital. Outside Gu Ziqin and Appo's ward, the twins appeared haggard, particularly Gu Ziqin, who had lost her former vibrant allure. Gu Ziqin, concerned about her sister's unresolved issues, couldn't and Appo's to eat or sleep. Upon Jiang Jingfeng and Appo's arrival, Gu Ziqin remained indifferent, while Gu Ziqing appeared to find solace in his presence. Since she had expressed her willingness to do anything for Jiang Jingfeng the previous day, her mindset had shifted. This reliance seemed to harbor an inexplicable affection beyond mere employer-employee dynamics, further amplified by Jiang Jingfeng's tall and handsome stature. What girl does not harbor youthful infatuations? Such feelings are oftentimes unaffected by the presence of a girlfriend. Ziqin, are you feeling any better? Jiang Jingfeng, as the employer, first expressed his concern. The doctor advised ample rest. Gu Ziqin replied, Indeed, rest well. Regarding your matters, I will handle them. Even if we need to dissolve a contract, it won't be overly burdensome. Thank you, boss. Gu Ziqin lowered her head, unable to meet Jiang Jingfeng's gaze. She recalled that night when she and Wang Ziming had acted recklessly beside him, and she realized that Jiang Jingfeng had seen through her completely. She also remembered her role as an accomplice in a scheme to ensnare him. Yet now, he was the one assisting her. She felt deeply ashamed and thus avoided his eyes. Ziqing, step outside for a moment. Outside the door, Gu Ziqing was unsure where to place her hands. Although it appeared that they held the upper hand due to Wang Ziming and Appo's impending release, the reality was they were compelled to yield. They did not even dare to ask for compensation. It was this man before them who was contemplating solutions. However, Gu Ziqing was perplexed. Where and Amp? Amp, Oppos, Jiang Jingfeng and Wang Ziming brothers? Wuden and Amp. Amp, Oppos. It'd be better not to seek compensation? Why was he still pursuing it? Yet, she dared not voice her questions. All she could think was that as long as Jiang Jingfeng stood by their side, Wang Ziming would not dare to act against them. You must be tired after a long day. Allow me to escort you home to rest. Someone will come to care for your sister shortly. Jiang Jingfeng stated before heading towards Ding Yujia's ward. After a brief exchange with her sister, Gu Ziqing quickly followed Jiang Jingfeng. Upon arriving at Ding Yujia's room, Gu Ziqing remained outside, waiting. Inside, Jiang Jingfeng wore a grave expression as he began, "Sister-in-law, we are in a dire situation. Due to Ziming's issues, the entire company's operations have come to a standstill, and we are facing a financial crisis. I truly cannot assist you." At this point, Jiang Jingfeng let out a heavy sigh and continued. Ziming insists that the 1.5 million yuan investment he held has all gone awry, but the question remains, where has that money vanished to? I had initially considered borrowing some funds from Luo Shi, but it appears she too is devoid of extra resources. In this current predicament, you may have to devise alternative solutions on your own. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to call me. Upon hearing Jiang Jingfeng's words, Ding Yujia felt as though she had been struck by lightning, left in stunned silence as her mind went blank. After a considerable pause, tears cascaded down her face like a torrent. Jiang Jingfeng cannot think of a solution? How absurd. This must be a reluctance on his part. Yang Yi, Ziming is your brother. You ought to help him. Ding Yujia sobbed, her gaze fixed on Jiang Jingfeng with desperation. Jiang Jingfeng could only shake his head in resignation. Sister-in-law, I have truly exhausted every possible avenue. Jianggu, you still possess a house and a car. Sell the house, and that valuable Lamborghini of yours can be sold too. Surely, that would provide enough funds to assist Ziming through this crisis. Ding Yujia's eyes lit up as if she had grasped a lifeline. Her urgency nearly infuriated Jiang Jingfeng. He thought to himself how brazen she was to consider sacrificing his property and cherished vehicle. It was utterly unreasonable. This was a blatant disregard for familial ties. Jiang Jingfeng was now entirely convinced that she was not a good person and undoubtedly knew of Wang Ziming's schemes against him. Otherwise, how could she be so certain that brotherly loyalty was his Achilles heel? Any lingering compassion he had for this woman, akin to a shrew, evaporated in an instant. Jiang Jingfeng's previously amicable demeanor darkened, and he coldly replied, "Do you not also possess a house? Moreover, it was purchased outright. Such properties are in high demand and sell swiftly in the market." Ding Yujia's eyes widened in disbelief as she retorted, "If we sell our house, where will our family live? Are we to be cast out onto the streets? Your living arrangements are of no concern to me." Jiang Jingfeng thought bitterly, feeling as if his patience was about to rupture. He forced himself to suppress his anger and calmly stated, "You have a point. I cannot sell my house, lest I end up on the streets as well. Ziming is your brother. Can you truly turn your back on him?" Ding Yujia's agitation escalated, her voice rising as she nearly shouted in anger. "Foolish creature," Jiang Jingfeng cursed inwardly, yet outwardly he feigned sorrow, letting out a deep sigh before continuing, "Indeed, Ziming is my brother, but it is precisely his reckless actions that have led to my company's suspension. Even so, I have never held him accountable. For his sake, I have sought loans from various sources, only to find myself at fault in the end. Let's not dwell on this. You must calm down." With that, Jiang Jingfeng turned on his heel and exited the ward. Outside, Gu Ziqing listened intently, realizing the true nature of the tempestuous woman her sister had entangled herself with. Chapter 32. The Master of Illusions. Throughout the journey, Gu Ziqing occasionally glanced at the driver, Jiang Jingfeng, her heart fluttering anxiously. She had witnessed the tenacity of Ding Yujia. Without a protector, it seemed likely that the days ahead for the two sisters would be fraught with difficulty. Of course, leaving Hangzhou appeared to be an appealing option. Yet, what about the contract? Even if they were to depart, unless they returned to a mundane existence, reality had already deprived them of such choices. The iconic building housing many internet celebrities was where the sisters resided. Initially, they had planned to work for another year, allowing them to purchase a modest apartment. However, the current predicament had altered their plans entirely. "Boss, why not take a moment to hydrate?" Gu Ziqing suggested, aware that her words indicated a deeper implication. Yet, she felt she had no alternative. Jiang Jingfeng nodded and followed her upstairs. The apartment boasted 2 bedrooms and a spacious living room, complete with a grand balcony. "Feel free to look around. I'll take a shower," Gu Ziqing said, setting a glass of water on the table before making her way to the bathroom. She was utterly exhausted, having spent the previous night resting her head on the hospital bed. A day filled with incessant activity had left her feeling sticky and unrest, a state of discomfort that was unbearable. Jiang Jingfeng nodded and stepped onto the balcony. From this vantage point, he noticed many vacant apartments in the building. If memory served him correctly, this place would soon be bustling with individuals striving to make their mark in the live streaming industry. He hoped to eliminate internal adversaries within the company swiftly and to streamline operations, aiming for rapid expansion and growth. The time at his disposal was limited. The MCN industry was teeming with competitors, and none could claim eternal dominance. Today's success could easily be overshadowed by the relentless tide of the internet, leading to one's downfall. Jiang Jingfeng remained on the balcony until Gu Ziqing's voice interrupted his thoughts. "Boss." Turning around, he was met with the sight of Gu Ziqing, wrapped in a towel, resembling a freshly bloomed lotus, her damp hair cascading down. The towel barely contained her alluring figure, and the sight stirred a rush of blood to his cheeks, leaving him momentarily dazed. "Boss." Gu Ziqing softly called him again, snapping him back to reality. He returned to the living room while she retreated into her bedroom. Inside, Gu Ziqing wrestled with her thoughts, and after a prolonged internal struggle, she finally resolved to act. Summoning her courage, she emerged and took Jiang Jingfeng's hand, leading him into her bedroom. For a full 2 hours, until noon, Jiang Jingfeng remained in the bedroom. Afterward, he took a shower. This was his first experience, aside from Xiao Luoxia, of sharing intimate moments with another woman, and he found it delightful. They reclined on the couch, and Jiang Jingfeng observed Gu Ziqing, her cheeks still flushed. "I didn't expect you to be," so he began. "Disgusting," Gu Ziqing retorted, her ears turning crimson. "Ziqing, may I ask a question? Do you know what your sister was up to at the gathering last week?" "I don't know. I asked her to come back with me, but she insisted on going to see you." "I couldn't stop her," Gu Ziqing replied. Upon hearing this, Jiang Jingfeng furrowed his brow in dismay. He had assumed Gu Ziqing was privy to the information, but chose not to engage. After seeing that incident, he realized he had misjudged her character. She truly was a good girl. "What can be done now?" He pondered. "There's nothing we can do. It has come to this. A good girl shouldn't be let down." He began to outline a plan for her future. "From now on, your online persona will be succulent little kitten, embracing a seductive theme. Your videos will feature diverse outfits and captivating dances. What do you think?" Jiang Jingfeng began to sketch out a vision for her career, aspiring to be a master planner for internet celebrities. "All right, I'll follow your lead," Gu Ziqing replied, resembling a playful little kitten. As they chatted leisurely, Jiang Jingfeng continued to elaborate on his ideas, while Gu Ziqing contemplated how to refuse, yet felt a certain inevitability. As the saying goes, one does not need to have seen a pig run to know what pork tastes like. Some films are simply meant to be watched. The afternoon saw Jiang Jingfeng escorting Gu Ziqing to the hospital before returning to the company. On his way back, he sent 2 messages. Upon his arrival, the buzz surrounding Jingfeng Media was already considerable, but a particular video had catapulted it to the top of the local trending list once more. The footage depicted Ding Yujia seizing Gu Ziqing and Oppo's sister by the hair while delivering furious slaps, followed by Gu Ziqing attempting to restrain Ding Yujia. The scene shifted to Wang Ziming, who freed Ding Yujia's hand, brandishing a kitchen knife, culminating in a bloody tableau. The video clearly featured Wang Ziming. Jingfeng Media's vice president Wang Ziming's infidelity leads to a confrontation between mistress and wife. Jingfeng Media's drama. Both mistress and wife injured and hospitalized in an instant. The truth was laid bare. The online community directed its ire towards Wang Ziming, with terms like moral decay being among the milder insults, while harsher slurs permeated the discourse. Meanwhile, Wang Ziming, confined in a detention center, was scheming ways to regain Jiang Jingfeng and Amp. Oppo's trust, still oblivious to the necessity of persuading Ding Yujia to sell her property to secure his release. Ding Yujia, scrolling through Douyin, stumbled upon the video and was infuriated, her pregnancy causing her to panic. She dared not check her phone again. Gu Ziqing's sister, feeling utterly humiliated, realized that her previous hopes of the company covering up the incident had evaporated, leaving her with the grim realization that her career as an internet celebrity was over. In any era, mistresses are reviled and despised. Overcome with despair, she lay on her bed weeping. Gu Ziqing watched her, uncertain how to provide comfort, especially knowing that Jiang Jingfeng had relinquished any hope for Gu Ziqing's sister. When Jiang Jingfeng mentioned succulent little kitten, it signified that her sister would soon embark on a solo journey. All of this stemmed from the troubles caused by her younger sister. In truth, had it not been for this debacle, Jiang Jingfeng would likely have preferred to keep the twin sisters together, as they were undoubtedly poised to become leading figures in their niche as internet celebrities. Chapter 33. A deadly situation. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, Tan Wenhui let out a long sigh of relief. After all, he had shouldered the blame for Wang Ziming throughout the day, a testament to the loyalty of their brotherhood. Yet, the thought that Jiang Jingfeng had already compelled them to take sides left him feeling utterly disheartened. It was clear, without Jiang Jingfeng and Oppo's directive, would the truth ever reach the outside world? In her office, Xiao Luoxia felt utterly defeated. Wang Ziming and Oppo's reputation had been irrevocably tarnished, and Jiang Jingfeng had expressed intentions to eliminate him, making any chance of redemption exceedingly slim. The plans against Jiang Jingfeng could not substantiate whether he had repaid the debts, leaving her and Tan Wenhui too intimidated to report him. Once driven by love, she now found herself at a crossroads, uncertain of which path to take as reality crashed down upon her. Suddenly, she made a decision. With that choice came a sense of liberation. She felt a surge of personal growth. When faced with harsh realities, if one hesitates to affirm their love, it signifies a waning affection, one that is more entwined with status, wealth, or power than with genuine emotion. This was her predicament. Wang Ziming was destined to fail. Clinging to him would only lead to the forfeiture of her current status, power, and wealth. Was it worth it? Certainly not. Thus, she cast aside notions of love and first romance to the winds. But what should she do next to safeguard herself? Once all truths were unveiled to Jiang Jingfeng, her fate would be all too predictable. Breaking up would be trivial compared to losing her shares and power. Who could she rely on then? In the conference room, Jiang Jingfeng was engulfed in worry. Outside, all employees of the company had gathered, their opinions of Jingfeng Media souring online. In the cutthroat world of MCN companies, a single misstep could lead to an abrupt exit from the industry. The favorable conditions at Jingfeng Media had instilled a reluctance among employees to seek new jobs or accept pay cuts. Thus, they rallied, demanding the removal of the malignancy that threatened their work environment. Wu Wei quietly visited the monitoring room, capturing footage of the scene before sending it to Jiang Jingfeng. Inside the conference room, Jiang Jingfeng coldly regarded Tan Wenhui and Xiao Luoxia, stating, "The company stands at a critical juncture. We must make a decision." "Wenhui, do you have anything to add?" Tan Wenhui bit his lip, glancing at the throng of employees outside, and resolved, Wang Ziming and Oppo's moral failings have plunged the company into a grave crisis. According to the shareholder agreement, he will no longer hold shares in Jingfeng Media effective immediately. With that proclamation, he closed his eyes, knowing he had to make a stand. Failure to do so would result in his own downfall. Jiang Jingfeng turned to Xiao Luoxia, awaiting her response. Having already contemplated her course of action, she decisively stated, for the sake of the company, I agree to immediately revoke Wang Ziming and Oppo's shareholder rights and suggest we publicly announce this matter to delineate our boundaries. After hearing this, Jiang Jingfeng gestured for the public relations head, Hong Tao, to enter. Mr. Jiang, how may I assist? Hong Tao, well prepared under Jiang Jingfeng's directives, was instrumental in organizing the employee gathering. Jiang Jingfeng nodded and declared, Wang Ziming is no longer the second largest shareholder or vice president of Jingfeng Media. You know what to do next. Understood. I will get to work immediately. I expect results in half an hour, Hong Tao replied before hastily exiting the conference room. Accompanied by another member of the PR team, Jiang Jingfeng fell into silence. To Tan Wenhui and Xiao Luoxia, it seemed he was pondering how to break the news to Wang Ziming. They believed he was the only one suited to handle this delicate matter, but the next moment, they were left speechless. Jiang Jingfeng shook his head, exhaling a heavy sigh. We were brothers, and I did my utmost, yet it seems I cannot save Ziming. Let us go visit him at the detention center. Tan Wenhui and Xiao Luoxia froze in place, exchanging alarmed glances as their hearts raced. They were genuinely taken aback. How could they confront Wang Ziming with the news of his forced exit? Wouldn't that compel him to expose them on the spot? It was a guaranteed disaster. Their minds were in turmoil, yet Jiang Jingfeng offered no opportunity for strategizing. He turned to the two, barking, What are you waiting for? Let us move. Startled, they leapt to their feet and followed him outside. At the company entrance, Jiang Jingfeng instructed, Give me 2 minutes. He retreated to his office. Seizing the moment, Tan Wenhui whispered to Xiao Luoxia, What we do now? His voice trembled with fear. It was too late to call the police on Jiang Jingfeng. Xiao Luoxia shook her head, uncertain. Tan Wenhui tentatively suggested, What if we call the police now? If we're going down, we might as well take him with us. We have no incriminating evidence against us. Perhaps we could seize control of the company in the end. Xiao Luoxia sighed deeply. What if he has already repaid the debts? Tan Wenhui fell silent. Just then, Jiang Jingfeng reappeared, holding several sheets of paper, leading the way outside. Tan Wenhui and Xiao Luoxia had no choice but to follow, their resolve wavering. Upon reaching the first floor, Jiang Jingfeng opted against taking the basement route to his car, dashing Tan Wenhui's hopes of traveling separately. Instead, he called for a vehicle. The journey felt akin to heading to the gallows for Tan Wenhui and Xiao Luoxia. As the detention center drew nearer, despair enveloped them. Several times, Tan Wenhui contemplated concocting an excuse to escape, yet each time, the paralyzing fear held him back from uttering a word. Ultimately, in desperation, he placed his hopes on Wang Ziming, wishing their long-standing friendship would lead him to show mercy. Simultaneously, he braced himself for the worst-case scenario. If Wang Ziming chose to retaliate recklessly, his only recourse would be Jiang Jingfeng. After all, they shared a bond of brotherhood, and he was merely an accomplice. If Jiang Jingfeng chose to spare him, even at the cost of relinquishing half his shares, he would accept it willingly. Chapter 34. The Obsessive Admirer. Unlike Tan Wenhui, Xiao Luoxia had never harbored any illusions about whether Wang Ziming would spare her. She was acutely aware that he would undoubtedly expose her actions without mercy, seeking revenge against Jiang Jingfeng in the process. What could bring greater delight than to make someone wear a green hat? Thus, at this moment, she had no choice but to humbly beseech Jiang Jingfeng for forgiveness. Tears, without a doubt, are one of a woman and amp, Oppo's most potent weapons. Coupled with Xiao Luoxia and amp, Oppo's extraordinary beauty, they became a powerful ace in her hand. All along, she firmly believed that in the realm of emotions, the devoted admirer was the most forgiving. And Jiang Jingfeng was precisely that unwavering admirer, endlessly orbiting around her. The primary reason she had agreed to be with Jiang Jingfeng years ago was his potential, followed closely by his devoted nature. Unfortunately, in recent days, she had sensed that this once ardent admirer was no longer as attentive, which ignited a flicker of anxiety in her previously confident heart. But was there any better alternative? The trio soon arrived at the detention center. Outside the door, regardless of their thoughts, Tan Wenhui and Xiao Luoxia had no choice but to confront reality. It would be an exaggeration to say their hearts were extinguished. Rather, they had dwindled to mere embers. Jiang Jingfeng stood silently at the entrance, his gaze fixed upon the two, his face betraying evident hesitation. Throughout the journey, none of them had uttered a word. Jiang Jingfeng was acutely aware that both individuals were undoubtedly suffering within. He felt a sense of satisfaction, yet he craved more. Merely expelling these three from a management and reclaiming their shares felt far too lenient a form of revenge. Moreover, having invested so much energy and emotion into Xiao Luoxia, to let her off so easily would be a grave injustice. Such a captivating beauty should not be allowed to fall into the hands of others. With this thought, a subtle, cold smile played at the corners of Jiang Jingfeng and Amp Oppo's lips. He then turned his attention to Tan Wenhui, gently shaking his head, feigning exasperation. Wenhui. You share a good rapport with Zimming. Why not go in and have a proper talk with him? Upon hearing this, Tan Wenhui and Amp Oppo's heart jolted, a spark of realization flashing in his eyes. Was this not an opportunity? For some time, he had struggled to find a moment to converse privately with Wang Zimming. And now, it seemed to have fallen into his lap, a glimmer of hope amidst despair. Nevertheless, despite his inner elation, Tan Wenhui feigned a look of difficulty, hesitating before finally nodding in agreement. Xiao Luoxia and Amp Oppo's previously dim gaze suddenly flickered with a hint of light. Bang! The door closed behind him. Wang Zimming was filled with exhilaration upon seeing Tan Wenhui enter. The presence of another could increase his chances of being released, especially since he could not remain imprisoned for long. Brother, are you here to take me out? He exclaimed with enthusiasm. Tan Wenhui halted, his expression awkward. After much deliberation, he decided to make the most of the limited visiting time, knowing that Jiang Jingfeng would soon arrive. He approached Wang Zimming and sighed. Zimming, about what happened yesterday. Someone leaked the video, and now everyone knows about your infidelity and the harm it caused to two individuals. The entire internet is condemning you and the company. Reluctantly, the company has decided to sever ties with you. Wang Zimming was taken aback. He understood the consequences of this predicament, yet he clung to a glimmer of hope. Just severing ties, right? My shares still remain, yes? He looked at Tan Wenhui with eager anticipation. If he could not eliminate Jiang Jingfeng, at the very least, he wanted to retain his shares and continue enjoying dividends, living life lavishly. He could always seek another opportunity later. However, if he lost his shares, he would truly have nothing left. And here he was, still trapped in the detention center. Most crucially, to win Gu Zijing's forgiveness, he needed 2 million. The company wouldn't provide it, Jiang Jingfeng wouldn't lend it, and Tan Wenhui certainly couldn't offer any assistance. Previously, to make the scheme appear more credible, Tan Wenhui had borrowed 2 million from Jiang Jingfeng, which he had genuinely used to buy a house, leaving him as broke as ever. Thus, selling his house was his only option. Moreover, he could only sell the one he currently lived in, as the one he purchased with Xiao Luoxia had been registered in her name to gain her trust. Given the current situation, Xiao Luoxia would undoubtedly refuse to assist him. It was a dead end. Hence, he desperately hoped Tan Wenhui would convey the message that his shares were still intact. Yet, it seemed impossible to retain them, as the current online discourse could easily uncover the truth. Tan Wenhui was not foolish. Although Jiang Jingfeng had said nothing, the papers he held were likely the stock withdrawal agreement. Wang Zimming roared in frustration. No, you are my brother, and Jiang Jingfeng is also my brother. You cannot treat me this way. Tan Wenhui remained silent, allowing him to process the information. After several moments, he finally spoke. Zimming, for the sake of the company and Amp Oppo's survival, we had no choice. It was perhaps better that he had remained silent. The moment he spoke, Wang Zimming and Amp Oppo's fury intensified. I will absolutely not sign. You and Luoxia should protect me, right? His gaze towards Tan Wenhui turned icy. Tan Wenhui felt a chill run down his spine, realizing that Wang Zimming was prepared to take drastic measures. He raised a hand to calm him. Zimming, please remain calm. It in Amp Oppo's. It's not that we do not wish to protect you. It in Amp Oppo's. It's simply that we cannot. Right now, it in Amp Oppo's. It's just the two of us. And we should consider how to proceed rather than engage in internal discord. Moreover, you must understand that I am merely an accomplice. Even if I withdraw, I can still secure a significant sum of money. What about you? According to the agreement we signed, you would end up with nothing. In this crucial moment, Tan Wenhui had come to a realization. Wang Ziming glared at him, astounded that this brother of his had become so shrewd. He had intended to threaten Tan Wenhui with his willingness to go down with him, but it appeared that tactic had lost its potency. However, the sudden turn of events left him at a loss for what to do. He lowered his head, contemplating for a long while before finally raising it to ask, Wenhui, do you still consider me a brother? Tan Wenhui and Amp, Oppos. S mind was filled with expletives. It was precisely because he regarded Wang Ziming as a brother that he had chosen to engage in this reckless endeavor, leading to daily anxiety. All he wanted to do was curse. Damn it, I regret this brotherhood. Wang Ziming had regained his composure, his gaze fixed intently on Tan Wenhui. That's good. I can refrain from exposing you, but given my tremendous loss, both you and Luoxia must compensate me. How will we compensate you? You both must pledge half of your shares to me. Danbanui fos. Isha mot wisha bulanli. Wang Ziming was indeed ruthless, able to conjure such a demand. Chapter 35. The nonsense of love. Tan Wenhui did not rush to respond. Instead, he engaged in rapid contemplation. After a considerable pause, he finally articulated, 40% is sufficient. Wang Ziming squinted at Tan Wenhui, then closed his eyes, slowly exhaling a single word, good. The tension in Tan Wenhui's heart finally eased, safely landing. Although he had relinquished a portion of his shares, it was far preferable to being ousted by Jiang Jingfeng. After all, given the lucrative nature of MCN companies today, one only had to look at the past year of Jingfeng Media to understand. Sacrifice begets gain. With no further need for discussion, Tan Wenhui summoned Jiang Jingfeng and Xiao Luoxia into the room. Wang Ziming observed as Jiang Jingfeng and Xiao Luoxia entered, his gaze flickering momentarily across Xiao Luoxia's face, which caused her racing heart to quietly exhale. She believed that Tan Wenhui must have reached some form of accord with Wang Ziming. Otherwise, given Wang Ziming and Oppos as temperament, if negotiations faltered, he would have erupted immediately and reported them. This was fortuitous. She now had ample time to influence Jiang Jingfeng, or conversely, to act as an undercover agent to gain his trust. In any case, she had come to realize that Wang Ziming and Oppos' ambition to topple Jiang Jingfeng appeared nearly impossible. Nonsensical love. Nonsensical first love. Let them all perish. Wang Ziming feigned a pitiful demeanor as he addressed Jiang Jingfeng, his voice trembling. Brother, must it really be this way? Jiang Jingfeng nodded, helpless. Well, my shares. Wang Ziming still clung to a sliver of hope, knowing Jiang Jingfeng valued brotherhood above all. However, had he been privy to the events of the past few days involving Tan Wenhui and Xiao Luoxia, he might have thought differently. Jiang Jingfeng shook his head once more. The shareholders of the company are clear on Tianyanka. For the sake of the company, this is unavoidable. Could we not redesign the equity structure to circumvent this issue? Wang Ziming's mind was indeed agile. This was precisely why Jiang Jingfeng had sought him out and entrusted him with managing the business development department. Ziming, time is of the essence. By the time the equity structure's top-level design is complete, our company will have already perished. Jiang Jingfeng would never agree. Furthermore, the redesign of equity was his next strategic move. He desired absolute authority and a veto right, among other things. Jingfeng, do you still consider me a brother? If so, then devise a solution for me. I am in dire straits. Finding a job will be troublesome without income. How am I to support my family? Wang Ziming once again played the emotional card. Tan Wenhui and Xiao Luoxia exchanged glances, recognizing Wang Ziming and Amp, Oppos, as talent. Let us sign first. The company must survive before we can devise a solution. Otherwise, we shall all face ruin. Jiang Jingfeng feigned disappointment, failing to address Wang Ziming's plea. Tan Wenhui had initially hoped Wang Ziming's silver tongue would persuade Jiang Jingfeng, thereby preserving his 40% stake, but he found himself disappointed. Xiao Luoxia's perception had shifted entirely. Jiang Jingfeng had set aside personal feelings, which was detrimental to her cause. Wang Ziming cast a deep gaze at Jiang Jingfeng, realizing that this man had indeed changed. Based on previous experiences, his requests would typically be met with acquiescence. Yet, in recent days, despite several appeals for assistance, He had only offered verbal support without any tangible action, now using the survival of the entire company as a pretext. It seemed he could no longer deceive him, so he reluctantly sought a compromise. I can withdraw, but how shall I do so? According to the partnership agreement, your shares can only be repurchased at 1 yuan per share. Upon hearing Jiang Jingfeng's words, Tan Wenhui and the others were engulfed in a sense of shared sorrow. Brother, I am in urgent need of funds. That price is unacceptable. Wang Ziming harbored a flicker of anger, causing Tan Wenhui and Xiao Luoxia's hearts to race. Business is business. Your financial needs are a separate issue. Jiang Jingfeng would not yield at this juncture, insisting on reclaiming the shares at minimal cost. Wang Ziming and Oppos, as fury erupted as he shouted, Jiang Jingfeng, if you do not consider me a brother, what can you do if I refuse to sign? Jiang Jingfeng remained unperturbed, merely shaking his head. The request for your signature is merely a courtesy. According to the agreement, your signature is unnecessary. We can proceed with a forced exit process, and the court will adjudicate. In that case, you will also incur some costs, as you require funds. This is for your own good. Wang Ziming gritted his teeth, wishing he could silence Jiang Jingfeng, especially as he recalled how close he was to seizing control of the company, yet faced obstacles from Zhu Qi's absence and Ding Yujia's interference. It was a stroke of bad luck. He inhaled deeply, then donned a conciliatory smile. Jingfeng, I may have been a bit hasty earlier. Please do not take offense. How about this? I will sign the agreement, but could you expedite my exit? Time is of the essence. I must address company matters. Jingfeng Media is my lifeline. Anyone who obstructs me becomes my adversary. Jiang Jingfeng concluded with fervor. This outburst startled Wang Ziming, enlightening the trio to the crux of the matter. Jiang Jingfeng was not indifferent to brotherhood. He was focused on saving the company first. This revelation rekindled a glimmer of hope within them. Tan Wenhui hastily urged, Ziming, just sign it. Jingfeng will surely find a way afterward. You must trust him. Xiao Luoxia finally spoke up. President Wang, if the company collapses, there will be nothing left. With her words, Wang Ziming glanced at Xiao Luoxia, grasping the implication. If the company perished, who would come to his aid? Wang Ziming closed his eyes, pondering for several seconds before reopening them. Very well, I shall sign. He needed time to contemplate his next steps. Previously, he had placed unwavering trust in Jiang Jingfeng's ability to rescue him. However, it now appeared that this path had become fraught with challenges due to the company's plight. Soon, Wang Ziming affixed a signature, and Jiang Jingfeng hurriedly exited. Tan Wenhui and Xiao Luoxia had intended to linger, but a dismissive grunt from Jiang Jingfeng prompted them to hastily follow, leaving Wang Ziming seething in place. Upon exiting the detention center, the frost surrounding Jiang Jingfeng dissipated. On the journey back to the company, the group scrolled through Douyin, attentively monitoring the developments. As anticipated, Hangzhou, a capable operative groomed by Jiang Jingfeng, was adept and efficient. With the company's statement released, various marketing accounts began to extol Jingfeng Media's decisive handling of affairs. To eradicate the deleterious atmosphere within the company, even the vice president and shareholder had been dismissed without hesitation. Such a company indeed commanded respect. Simultaneously, previous statements were revisited, highlighting the myriad benefits Jingfeng Media afforded its employees. In a swift turn of events, public sentiment shifted. Outlets that had previously criticized Jingfeng Media now hailed its owner as an exemplary leader, in stark contrast to other enterprises known for their exploitative practices. It was only a matter of time before Jiang Jingfeng was bestowed with the honorary title of China and Oppos' best boss. Chapter 36. A flourishing situation, naturally. Competitors could not idly watch as Jingfeng Media thrived, and thus they mobilized various marketing accounts to launch attacks against the company. The primary target of their scrutiny was the equity situation revealed on Tianyanka. Soon, public sentiment began to shift, with many netizens believing that Jingfeng Media was merely trying to downplay the situation and had not genuinely punished Wang Ziming for his misconduct. By the time the workday came to a close, this negative sentiment had gained traction. Jiang Jingfeng had already returned to the office when Hangzhou was once again summoned to his office. Jiang Jingfeng pointed to the share withdrawal agreement on his desk and instructed, take a photo, and send it out. As Hangzhou approached for a closer look, he felt a surge of excitement. He had been closely monitoring the online developments, and with the situation at Jingfeng Media appearing promising, the recent reversal in public opinion would undoubtedly propel the company into the ranks of the top 3 MCN firms in Hangzhou. This would make it significantly easier to sign various influencers in the future. One could argue that this crisis had inadvertently become a developmental opportunity for Jingfeng Media. However, given the multitude of competitors, it was impossible for Jingfeng Media alone, with its limited financial resources, to withstand the relentless assault from various marketing accounts. It was thus understandable why they could seize upon a single point to reverse public sentiment once again. Yet now, with this agreement sent out and duly signed, all of the competitors' efforts would be rendered futile. This was precisely why Jiang Jingfeng was determined to secure Wang Ziming and Oppo's signature. As the workday came to an end, Jiang Jingfeng did not leave, nor did Tan Wenhui and Xiao Luoxi dare to depart. All the streamers received notifications that they were to go live at 8:00 and AMP, Oppo's clock that evening. Hangzhou worked efficiently, and by 6:30, Jingfeng Media's third statement of clarification was released. With the rapid promotion by certain marketing accounts, public opinion began to shift once more. The previously vocal marketing accounts that had been inciting negativity towards Jingfeng Media had all but vanished. Indeed, while altering business registration information takes time, the agreement itself was inescapable. At 8 o'clock, the previously rampant negative reviews of Jingfeng Media had all but disappeared, replaced by a flood of positive comments. Just then, the various streamers and influencers of Jingfeng Media, who had not broadcasted or updated for a day, collectively went live. Instantly, the traffic to their streaming rooms surged, reaching several times the usual numbers. The questions from netizens predominantly revolved around the recent events concerning Jingfeng Media. The streamers' responses had been meticulously trained beforehand, ensuring no missteps occurred. Moreover, the process was designed to gradually entice viewers into the live stream, carefully unraveling the situation layer by layer. After 2 or 3 hours of streaming, nearly all influencers saw an increase in their follower counts, with some gaining tens of thousands and others even exceeding 100,000. The tips they received were also substantial. Even without broadcasting the night before, the earnings from today's stream surpassed those of an entire week's worth of previous streams. It was indeed a bountiful harvest. All of this was orchestrated and directly guided by Jiang Jingfeng, whose aim was to transform this incident into a developmental opportunity, ensuring a comprehensive enhancement across all aspects of the company. Meanwhile, Tan Wenhui, who was originally responsible for these matters, had been rendered obsolete. Of course, Wang Ziming also contributed to the situation, becoming a hot topic across various streaming platforms. While Jiang Jingfeng was focused on the developments of the live streams, Tan Wenhui and Xiao Luoxi were equally attentive. Tan Wenhui could only admire the unfolding events, filled with regret for having initially agreed to Wang Ziming's terms. He lamented what could have been if he had not made that choice, envisioning a life where he could count his profits daily. However, such thoughts were futile, especially when considering the 4% of shares he had promised Wang Ziming. His heart bled with the cost of having chosen the wrong side. Xiao Luoxi felt even more frustrated, as she possessed only 9% of the shares. Yet, when thinking of Wang Ziming, she felt a tinge of luck. Tan Wenhui had yet to inform her of Wang Ziming's demand for half of her shares. Had she known, she would have likely been devastated. Amid the mix of emotions, joy, frustration, and rage, Gu Ziqin idly scrolled through Douyin while lying in bed. Being an employee, she easily stumbled upon various live streams and, upon entering one, nearly erupted in anger. The streamer, whom she recognized as a minor influencer with only a few 100,000 followers, far less than her own, was now boasting a viewership of several tens of thousands. The topic at hand was, coincidentally, her own situation. The streamer remarked, at the time, the situation was quite complicated. The legitimate partner had no idea who the mistress was. Poor sister received several punches, becoming the real victim. Had the mistress not spoken up, the legitimate partner would have never realized the mistake made. Gu Ziqin felt like crying, furiously pounding on the edge of her bed. She never anticipated becoming the subject of discussion in everyone's live streams. After hopping through several more streams with the same narrative, she was nearly ready to storm the company, demanding an explanation for why she was being treated this way. "I'm already in this state, yet you still choose to kick me while I'm down." However, Gu Ziqing and Oppo's sister, Gu Ziqing, restrained her, saying, "Sister, the company must have its reasons for acting this way. Calm down. Let me contact the boss to inquire about the situation." Gu Ziqing fumed, but knew that if she actually went to the company, with Wang Ziming already toppled, she wouldn't dare to utter a word. She was aware that it was only Wang Ziming who had conspired against Jiang Jingfeng. Had she known of any other accomplices, she might have sought their assistance. Gu Ziqing stepped outside and dialed Jiang Jingfeng's number. "Hello, boss. Did you watch the live stream?" "Yes. You are innocent. Rest assured. But my sister, just tell your sister that the company is attempting to recover losses, and what was said is indeed factual. Encourage her to remain calm. I will consider the compensation later." "Understood." After hanging up, Gu Ziqing finally grasped Jiang Jingfeng's intention of demanding 2 million in compensation to likely expel Wang Ziming. Yet, the reasons behind this remained elusive to her. Returning to the bedside, Gu Ziqing hesitated for a moment before gently speaking. "Ziqing, the boss's intention is actually to help you." Upon hearing this, Gu Ziqing's eyes widened in disbelief. "Help me? How could that be? This is clearly harming me." In comparison to Gu Ziqing appeared somewhat naive and even a bit greedy. It was precisely this nature that had drawn Wang Ziming's attention. Frankly, a character like hers, one that is easily deceived and covets trivial gains, was bound to encounter misfortune. Gu Ziqing gazed at her troublesome sister, secretly sighing. What a troublesome individual, dragging me into this mess. Nevertheless, she patiently explained, due to the substantial losses you have caused the company, this is the only way to recoup some damages. Consequently, regarding your termination fee at this juncture, Gu Ziqing skillfully ceased her words, leaving the implication hanging. Gu Ziqing slowly closed her eyes, feeling utterly lost. Without Gu Ziqing's presence, she truly wouldn't know how to navigate this situation. Observing her sister's despondent and helpless demeanor, Gu Ziqing felt an overwhelming sense of relief regarding her decision made earlier that day. After all, knowing Jiang Jingfeng as she did, as long as she remained obedient and did not cause a scene, he would likely not treat her unfairly. Once one enters the realm of influencers, they must navigate the complexities of human relationships and social dynamics. Chapter 37. The microphone in different wards of the same hospital. Ding Yujia stumbled upon a live stream related to Jingfeng Media. Upon learning that her husband's shares had been forcibly reclaimed, she had been consumed by anger. Regrettably, she had come to realize the futility of her actions. Her outburst had left her in a precarious financial situation. Had it not been for the doctor's persistent reminders to rest for the sake of her unborn child, she would have stormed into Jingfeng Media to create a scene. What kind of brotherhood is this? When problems arise, they not only fail to assist but also betray. She was determined to seek justice for Wang Ziming. However, as she finally managed to calm herself, the situation remained unresolved. The dramatic confrontation she staged, akin to a royal feud against a mistress, had become a trending topic in various live streams. Although most streamers offered reasonably fair assessments of her actions and many netizens supported her stance, such validation was of little consequence. A minority even criticized her for causing her husband to lose not only his job, but also his shares, deeming her actions counterproductive. They labeled her a jinx. In matters such as this, if you care, you have already lost. Ding Yujia, indeed sensitive and affected by the opinions, engaged in heated arguments across multiple live streams. Yet, with so many dissenting voices, thousands in each room, how could she possibly respond to them all? In the end, all she achieved was to drive herself to despair, leading her to turn off her phone. Amongst all this, only Wang Ziming remained oblivious. He was still in the detention center, contemplating how to secure his release and exact his revenge. Meanwhile, at Longwei Media, located within the same complex, General Manager Long Xiaotian was also monitoring the various live streams related to Jingfeng Media. After reviewing the content, he slammed his phone onto the table and closed his eyes. His efforts had seemingly been in vain. He could not fathom how such a well-crafted plan had gone awry. Ultimately, it was still a case of nurturing a talent that could not be uplifted. He lacked the energy to berate Wang Ziming. His thoughts were consumed with how to explain this to the investors. The next day, Jiang Jingfeng summoned Tan Wenhui and Xiao Luoxi for a meeting once again. Tan Wenhui's immediate thought was the distribution issue concerning Wang Ziming's reclaimed shares. Observing the fervor of last night's live stream, he was eager about the potential allocation of shares. Xiao Luoxi shared his anticipation. Thus, the two arrived promptly at the conference room. Jiang Jingfeng was still smoking. Yet the atmosphere had shifted from the oppressive mood of previous days. Tan Wenhui and Xiao Luoxi endeavored to appear composed, concealing their inner excitement. However, Jiang Jingfeng was aware of their thoughts and stifled a smile. Due to Ziming and Oppo's departure, there is no one to oversee the business development and operations departments. After much contemplation yesterday, I believe it is necessary to adjust our respective responsibilities for the betterment of the company's growth. As he spoke, Jiang Jingfeng's gaze flitted between the two, scrutinizing their expressions. Xiao Luoxi remained largely unchanged, as she was still responsible for the finance department. She could not be left without any duties. Tan Wenhui, however, felt differently. He managed the creative, production, and streamer management departments. And Jiang Jingfeng had previously made it clear that the streamer management would be divided into two parts. Now, with Wang Ziming's exit, it meant there would be no division, effectively leaving him without the expected share of authority. Yet, with the impending changes, it seemed impossible for him to take on more responsibilities. Thus, he surmised that Jiang Jingfeng intended to reassign Wang Ziming and Oppo's responsibilities under himself, excluding only the HR department. But that didn't seem right. If that were the case, there would be no need for this meeting. As this realization dawned on him, Tan Wenhui felt a sense of foreboding. Of course, this adjustment is based on input gathered from the heads of various departments, combined with everyone's performance. Jiang Jingfeng continued. First, Xiao Luoxi will remain in charge of the finance department. As she heard this, Xiao Luoxi nodded in agreement. Secondly, the administrative and logistics departments will be separated from the previous HR management and will be overseen by Wenhui. Upon hearing this, Tan Wenhui felt his jaw twitch. He was already overwhelmed with responsibilities. Why would they assign these two additional departments to him? However, the next moment, he was utterly bewildered. Jiang Jingfeng announced the business development, creative, production, operations, and streamer management departments will all fall under my purview, while the HR department will operate independently under Wu Wei, reporting to me. After saying this, Jiang Jingfeng took a drag from his cigarette, quietly observing Tan Wenhui, who was now in a state of shock. Tan Wenhui truly did not expect Jiang Jingfeng to follow through with his words. Just yesterday, they had criticized him for being uninformed, and now he was genuinely being made responsible for logistics, along with an administrative role. Was this a gesture of gratitude, or was it meant to mock him? Jingfeng, what does this mean? It took a full minute for Tan Wenhui to regain his composure. He looked at Jiang Jingfeng, his eyes filled with anger. Wenhui, take on as much responsibility as your abilities allow. I don't wish to manage an excessive number of tasks, but consider the discontent that has arisen from your responsibilities over the past 6 months. Reflect on when you have ever truly made a decision. How many times have you come to me asking what to do? Ask yourself, have I not treated you well? Assigning you these crucial departments was meant to cultivate your skills. Yet what has been the outcome? You are merely a mouthpiece, and at times, you cannot even articulate the concerns of your subordinates clearly. Am I wrong in saying this? Jiang Jingfeng grew increasingly animated as he spoke, spitting words in Tan Wenhui's direction. Tan Wenhui was left dumbfounded by the barrage of insults. He indeed was just a mouthpiece, a relay between the department heads and Jiang Jingfeng. Many would assert that his position as vice president was superfluous. Some even remarked that a dog could perform better in his role. In his quest to uncover who made such remarks, he had conducted an investigation for quite some time, yet to no avail. He was a brother to Jiang Jingfeng, and it was precisely for this reason that the subordinates had refrained from rebellion. Bowing his head in cowardice, he dared not meet Jiang Jingfeng and Oppo's gaze or respond. The more Jiang Jingfeng observed his demeanor, the angrier he became. Damn it, with such capability, you dare to conspire with that bastard Wang Ziming against me? It's utterly infuriating. He shouted at Tan Wenhui, have you gone mute? Speak. Tan Wenhui resembled a child caught in wrongdoing. After a long pause, he managed to stammer, I accept the arrangement. What other choice did he have but to comply? Lacking both capability and courage, Jiang Jingfeng found it incomprehensible how he had ever chosen such a useless person as a partner in his past life. Damn, it seemed that in entrepreneurship, one should not rely on the decisions of Jiang Jingfeng from previous lives. After venting his frustrations, Jiang Jingfeng took several deep puffs of his cigarette and declared, all right, this meeting is adjourned. Chapter 38. No charity Xiao Luoxia appeared calm on the surface, yet her heart raced furiously. All she desired was to leave this place swiftly. After following Jiang Jingfeng for over a year and a half, it was the first time she had witnessed him so enraged, and it was rather frightening. Meanwhile, Tan Wenhui remained seated, seething with anger but daring not to show it. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze to Jiang Jingfeng and stated, Jingfeng, I have no objections to your arrangements, but as one of the shareholders, I have the right to know how Ziming's shares will be handled. Unable to alter Jiang Jingfeng's decision, he resolved to manage the Tu-Qing Shui Yamen with ease. However, he insisted that his financial interests must not be compromised, and he desired even more, especially since Wang Ziming intended to take a portion from him. Xiao Luoxia and Amp, Oppo's footsteps towards the door slowed involuntarily. Luoxia, come back. At that moment, Jiang Jingfeng spoke up, igniting a surge of excitement within her. Once Xiao Luoxia had taken her seat, Jiang Jingfeng retrieved 2 copies from a pile of documents on the table, tossing one to Tan Wenhui and the other to Xiao Luoxia. This is the shareholder agreement. Please read it again, and more carefully this time. After speaking, Jiang Jingfeng lit another cigarette, crossing his legs and waiting in silence. 5 minutes later, both individuals closed the shareholder agreement. Jiang Jingfeng inquired with a smile, is there anything you need to ask? His gaze turned towards Tan Wenhui. Tan Wenhui was at a loss for words. What was there to ask? It was abundantly clear that Jiang Jingfeng intended to repurchase everything. Unwilling to concede, his greed overtook him as he said, Jingfeng, I want a portion of the shares as well. Jiang Jingfeng chuckled, I understand. Tan Wenhui and Oppo's eyes widened, you understand? And then what? Is that all? Jiang Jingfeng ignored Tan Wenhui and Amp, Oppo's piercing stare and looked at Xiao Luoxia. She certainly desired the shares, but she could not voice it. Instead, she smiled lightly, I will follow your lead. Tan Wenhui inwardly cursed her, calling her a despicable woman. He grit his teeth and continued, Jingfeng, I want 5%. How about it? I'll offer double the repurchase price. He dared not ask for more. 5% was the result of much deliberation. In his mind, with Wang Ziming and Oppo's 25%, ideally, he hoped to acquire 10%, especially after the last dividend, where he received 3 million. An additional 10% would translate to over 300,000 more, not including quarterly dividends. Even if he paid double for the repurchase, it would only cost 200,000, allowing him to break even in a month and reap profits within a year. Given the company and Oppo's performance last night, next year and Oppo's dividends would undoubtedly surpass this year and Oppo's. Thus, it was only natural for him to feel envious. This calculation was not lost on Xiao Luoxia, and neither was it to Jiang Jingfeng. Jiang Jingfeng smiled. You're already the second largest shareholder. Aren't you satisfied? Tan Wenhui felt a wave of despair wash over him. How could the situation be compared? He could only laugh awkwardly. It and Oppo's just at their pressure at home. I still owe you 2 million. His strategy of small investments for large returns was indeed a clever one. Jiang Jingfeng, feigning realization, remarked, well, one cannot swallow an entire fat piece in one bite. One must act according to their capacity, understand? He suggested that Tan Wenhui sell his previously purchased house to recoup some funds, stating, you can sell it now and still make a profit. It would also allow you to repay me. Although Jiang Jingfeng only mentioned repaying him, His words hinted at deeper implications for both Xiao Luoxia and Tan Wenwei. Was he implying that he had not yet repaid the company and Oppos as funds? Was this not an opportunity for them? However, now is not the time for such reflections. Tan Wenwei chuckled. Jingfeng, you truly have a sense of humor. That house was bought to live in. Jiang Jingfeng merely smiled, recalling that Tan Wenwei had also been greedy, having purchased a villa in the same community. Reportedly with a 500,000 down payment, 300,000 from dividends, and 200,000 borrowed from him. Thus, he found himself short on cash. Jiang Jingfeng shook his head inwardly. In his previous life, he had hoped to assist his friend, but now, he had no desire to concern himself with Tan Wenhui's fate. After all, they were adversaries, and he was preoccupied with devising a plan against Tan Wenhui. In truth, even if Jiang Jingfeng had no intention of retaliating, he could easily find a way to reclaim his shares and eliminate him from the game. Within a year or so, Tan Wenhui and Oppos' house would leave him bankrupt. Then, he would have nothing to repay, let alone manage his substantial mortgage payments. Thus, it was evident that the inept should refrain from engaging in power struggles and instead content themselves with being at the bottom, lest they meet an untimely demise. Now, here is an additional agreement for your review. If there are no questions, please sign it. Jiang Jingfeng was already disinclined to entertain Tan Wenhui's unreasonable demands. He was no fool. Agreeing to such terms was akin to giving away money for free. He might as well donate it to charity. The two picked up the agreement to examine it. The supplementary agreement? As they read, Xiao Luoxia felt no particular concern, but Tan Wenhui was drenched in cold sweat. The content of the supplementary agreement was straightforward. Any shareholder holding more than 5% must undergo a vote from the shareholders and Oppos, meaning to exit, pledge, or sell shares, which would only be valid with over 60% approval. In simpler terms, without Jiang Jingfeng and Oppos' consent, no one could pledge or sell their shares. With his original voting power exceeding 60%, after repurchasing Wang Ziming and Oppos' shares, his voting power had now surpassed 75%. Unaware of Wang Ziming and Oppos' demands, Xiao Luoxia signed without hesitation. However, Tan Wenhui hesitated, wishing to prevent Xiao Luoxia from signing, but upon glancing up, he saw that she had already done so. He felt a sense of impending doom, especially as he recalled how Jiang Jingfeng had treated Wang Ziming. Tan Wenhui struggled to voice, "Jingfeng, I cannot sign this agreement." Jiang Jingfeng gazed at Tan Wenhui, snorting disdainfully. Tan Wenhui was on the verge of breaking down, unsure of how to respond. After days of psychological warfare with Jiang Jingfeng, he felt his sanity slipping. He stood and walked out, refusing to sign the agreement, displaying rare defiance. "Ouyang Na," Jiang Jingfeng quietly uttered a name, watching Tan Wenhui and Oppos' retreating figure. Tan Wenhui paused at the door, his chest heaving. He was married to his childhood sweetheart, yet a powerless individual. Especially one surrounded by a multitude of attractive social media influencers, often finds themselves entangled in various stories. Whether it was a case of mutual attraction or initiation, Tan Wenhui had become involved with a little influencer named Ouyang Na. With Tan Wenhui and Oppos' support, her resources had notably increased, and within a few months, her followers had surged from tens of thousands to over 300,000. Jiang Jingfeng was already aware of this, having no intention of dealing with him in such a manner. However, when he provided Tan Wenhui the opportunity to negotiate with Wang Ziming, the outcome had aligned with his suspicions. Presently, he was uncertain whether Xiao Luoxia had acquiesced to Wang Ziming and Oppos' demands. Originally, the shareholder agreement contained this provision, though the required voting power was not as substantial. Jiang Jingfeng and Oppos' current strategy was psychological warfare, coaxing them to reveal their intentions without confrontation. To his astonishment, his approach proved exceedingly effective. Chapter 39. The shrew arrives. Jiang Jingfeng did not urge him. Moments later, Tan Wenhui returned and dutifully closed the conference room door. He then returned to his original seat, his eyes fixed on the floor, too apprehensive to meet Jiang Jingfeng and Oppos' gaze. During those fleeting moments, he pondered extensively. He reflected on Wang Jiming's fate, contemplated the potential consequences of pleading with Jiang Jingfeng, and considered how he might explain to Wang Jiming should Jiang Jingfeng agree not to pursue the matter. Naturally, he was also perplexed about where he had slipped up. The affair with Ouyang Na should have remained a secret within the company. After all, they had never had any overt interactions. Even when he provided resources for Ouyang Na, it was merely a modest gesture within reasonable bounds. Otherwise, her fan base would not be growing so slowly. It is worth noting that in the past, Jiang Jingfeng had propelled top-tier streamers to gain millions of followers in a single month. He found it unfathomable. Meanwhile, Xiao Luoxi was equally puzzled. She had been entirely unaware of Tan Wenhui and Amp Oppo's entanglement with an internet celebrity. The credit for the secrecy undoubtedly belonged to Zhu Qi. Recently, Jiang Jingfeng had assigned her a task. She was to shadow Tan Wenhui the moment he stepped out of the company and scrutinize his every move. Perhaps the mounting pressure had clouded Tan Wenhui and Amp Oppo's judgment as he brazenly met with Ouyang Na on the very night Jiang Jingfeng had instructed all streamers to cease broadcasting. Men often resort to alcohol or women when overwhelmed by stress, feeling that without some form of release, they would be consumed by despair. Unsurprisingly, Zhu Qi captured this scene. Though only the image of them entering the hotel was obtained, no video footage was recorded. Jiang Jingfeng remained silent. Tan Wenhui, unable to endure the tension, hastily signed his name and stood to leave once more. Before Xiao Luoxi, he lacked the courage to plead for Jiang Jingfeng's mercy. He was not yet capable of emulating Wang Jiming and Amp Oppo's audacity. "Feng, I must return to my tasks." Xiao Luoxi smiled sweetly before departing. Jiang Jingfeng nodded in acknowledgement. 2 days swiftly passed, leading to Friday. Wang Jiming had been in detention for 5 days, growing increasingly anxious in the absence of any visit from Jiang Jingfeng or his associates. He requested the guard to call Jiang Jingfeng, only to be informed that he was preoccupied. Attempts to contact Tan Wenhui yielded the same response. Wang Jiming was unable to eat or sleep, and with no response from those he sought, he appeared to have lost considerable weight. Ding Yujie had received clearance from the hospital to recuperate at home. As she awaited Wang Jiming and Oppo's return, she gambled that Jiang Jingfeng and Tan Wenhui would undoubtedly assist him. To date, she had no intention of selling her home to secure Wang Jiming's freedom. Her own well-being remained paramount. Upon her release from the hospital on Friday morning, Ding Yujie visited the detention center, marking the first meeting between the couple since their ordeal. The guards, wary of potential disputes, monitored them closely, ready to intervene. However, to their surprise, Ding Yujie and Wang Jiming engaged in conversation without conflict. Ding Yujie was resolute in her belief that their family could not function without Wang Jiming. Thus, she refrained from questioning the whereabouts of the 5 million yuan he had used. After deliberation, they resolved to seek Jiang Jingfeng and Amp Oppo's assistance for the funds, with Ding Yujie poised to take action. However, time was of the essence. Typically in cases of negligent harm, the maximum detention period was around 1 month. Wang Jiming was already on the brink of madness after 5 days in confinement. Upon leaving the detention center, Ding Yujie headed straight to Jingfeng Media. At 10:30 a.m., she arrived at the entrance, intending to storm in, but was intercepted by the receptionist. "Step aside. I demand to see Jiang Jingfeng," she shouted, clearly unafraid of the crowd. However, her disappointment grew as no one emerged to acknowledge her presence. As this level was entirely occupied by Jingfeng Media, her cries seemed futile. "I'm sorry, but Mr. Jiang is busy and cannot meet with you at this time," the receptionist replied politely. "I told you to step aside. Do you hear me?" Ding Yujie asserted, her demeanor suggesting she was ready to confront anyone who dared to impede her. The receptionist, having been briefed on how to handle such situations, stood firm at the entrance. Realizing that a direct confrontation would not suffice, Ding Yujie resorted to shoving the receptionist. The receptionist, unfazed, calmly informed her, "We have cameras here that will record everything, so I hope you understand." With that, she stepped aside and exited the building, leaving Ding Yujie bewildered. Undeterred, Ding Yujie attempted to push her way into Jingfeng Media, but soon discovered that the door was locked. No matter how hard she pushed, it remained shut. She rang the doorbell, but no one responded. Frustrated, she began banging on the glass door, shouting, "Jiang Jingfeng, come out. How can you disregard our brotherhood and turn a blind eye to his suffering? Are you even human?" She also called for Tan Wenhui, but to no avail. Her cries echoed unanswered. Earlier that morning, Jiang Jingfeng had anticipated Ding Yujie and Appo's reaction upon her release from the hospital. He knew she would rush to see Wang Ziming and subsequently cause a commotion at the company. The couple was adamant about extorting 2 million yuan in compensation from him. However, their expectations were misplaced. At that moment, Jiang Jingfeng sat composed in his spacious, well-lit office, his gaze fixed on the surveillance screens. A cigarette delicately held between his fingers as he inhaled slowly. Amidst the swirling smoke, his handsome yet expressionless face appeared particularly austere. Meanwhile, Tan Wenhui had been dispatched on an errand by Jiang Jingfeng and was not expected to return until around 3 in the afternoon. Thus, even if Ding Yujie screamed until her throat was raw, it would be in vain. Unless she possessed the fortitude to shout for an hour and a half until the employees of Jingfeng Media emerged for lunch, her efforts would yield no results. As anticipated, merely 10 minutes into her outburst, Ding Yujie felt utterly drained and breathless. Having skipped breakfast and being 3 months pregnant, her body could not withstand such prolonged exertion. She was increasingly anxious. At that moment, her gaze caught sight of the receptionist's high stool nearby. Without hesitation, she seized it and hurried back to the entrance. With all her strength, she raised the stool and brought it down forcefully against the door. The resounding crash echoed throughout Jingfeng Media. Then came a series of deafening thuds. But to Ding Yujie and Appo's frustration, despite her relentless assault on the door, the glass remained impervious to her efforts. One must commend the quality of Chinese manufacturing. In her fury, Ding Yujie continued to strike the door for 5 or 6 minutes, yet the sturdy glass showed no signs of damage or movement. Moreover, no one from Jingfeng Media had come to investigate her ruckus. Chapter 40. Why Don and Appo's? Do you just rob it? Overcome by exhaustion, Ding Yujie suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. As darkness enveloped her vision, her body weakened, and she lost consciousness, collapsing onto the ground. Jiang Jingfeng, witnessing this, promptly dialed 120 for emergency assistance. His motivation was not born out of compassion, but rather the potential impact on the operations of Jingfeng Media. Before long, an ambulance arrived at the scene, and medical personnel swiftly lifted the unconscious Ding Yujie onto the stretcher and transported her to the hospital for emergency treatment. However, in an unexpected turn of events, Ding Yujie returned the following Saturday. The office was notably less crowded than usual on weekends, with employees preoccupied with their respective tasks, leaving her largely ignored. On Sunday, Ding Yujie decided to take a break, choosing to rest at home for the day. Yet, on Monday, she made another appearance, only to find herself once again overlooked. At that moment, Tan Wenhui and Xiao Luoxi, upon seeing her, reacted as if they had encountered a plague, hastily retreating to their offices and refusing to emerge. Ding Yujie and Appo's true intention was to persuade Jiang Jingfeng to secure funds to bail Wang Ziming out of custody, and she never intended to involve Tan Wenhui and Xiao Luoxi in her plight. As anticipated, Ding Yujie was once again taken away by the ambulance. The pressure weighed heavily on Tan Wenhui, who discreetly exited the company to visit Wang Ziming, who was detained at the detention center. Throughout the journey, he was cautious, fearful of being discovered. At the detention center, Tan Wenhui could hardly contain his urgency as he poured out the challenges he faced. However, he had yet to find the right moment to disclose Wang Ziming's demands to Xiao Luoxi. To some extent, Tan Wenhui was intentionally withholding this information, seeking to gauge Wang Ziming's intentions. With a furrowed brow, Tan Wenhui shook his head in frustration and said, "Ziming, look at the current situation. The collateral we discussed earlier is evidently no longer viable. What should we do?" Wang Ziming smirked internally, feigning contemplation before responding. "It's quite simple. Just write an IOU for a total of 5 million, repaying 1 million each year over 5 years. Why don't you just rob it?" Tan Wenhui, taken aback, exclaimed in disbelief. If he did write that IOU, he would undoubtedly become a victim of his own naivety, preferring to confront Jiang Jingfeng directly. While offering Wang Ziming 8% of the shares seemed lucrative, he knew that if the company thrived, that amount would far exceed $5 million, and moreover, he wouldn't be the one to bear the financial burden, which made it less painful. There was also a risk. Should Jingfeng Media face bankruptcy, he would be left with the unjust debt of $5 million. Who would he turn to for solace then? Therefore, there was no way he would write that IOU. Not a chance, he thought resolutely. Wang Ziming remained indifferent, suggesting they both face ruin together. Fine, I'll confront Jingfeng directly. After all, the $5 million I received previously is sufficient for several years. Worst case, I can sell my house and downgrade. Property values have risen significantly. Tan Wenhui displayed a nonchalant demeanor, indifferent to the consequences. Indeed, he had previously been just an ordinary employee in another company, earning a meager sum each year. Had it not been for Jiang Jingfeng's invitation, he would have lived a mundane life. Wenhui, don't be rash. I was merely joking. There's no way I'd make you write an IOU, right? Wang Ziming observed his demeanor, suppressing a smirk as he attempted to lighten the mood. Tan Wenhui huffed dismissively, refusing to meet his gaze. It became clear to him that in Wang Ziming's eyes, he had never been regarded as anything more than a pawn. Jiang Jingfeng was a cautionary tale. Wenhui, let's take a step back. Given how profitable Jingfeng Media is, you wouldn't want to watch a fortune slip through your fingers, would you? How about this? We establish a shell company. As long as you remain with Jingfeng Media, you'll commit to investing a certain amount each year, which would represent the money owed to me. What do you think? Wang Ziming had no better alternatives and could only ramble on, hoping for a feasible solution. Upon hearing this, Tan Wenhui felt a flicker of intrigue and, after a moment and oppose, as thought, nodded in agreement. He stood up to leave, eager to avoid prolonged conversation with Wang Ziming. He realized that Wang Ziming was solely self-serving. He had been blind to the fact that he had boarded the wrong ship. Moreover, he feared that the more they talked, the deeper he would fall into Wang Ziming's trap. Wait, there is one more thing. Could you do me a favor? Wang Ziming called out eagerly. Tan Wenhui was tempted to deliver a punch, frustrated at how Wang Ziming seemed to be the sole beneficiary of their arrangement. Speak. Please ask Jingfeng to help me. No matter what, Wang Ziming pleaded. Tan Wenhui shook his head, apologizing. I can't assist with that. Your wife has been causing a scene for days, and he hasn't intervened at all. Don't worry. Just tell him that if he helps me, I'll reveal a secret about Xiao Luoxi. Wang Ziming decided to leverage Xiao Luoxi to his advantage. Fine, I'll relay the message, but that's all I can do. This is a one-time favor. Tan Wenhui replied before hastily departing. He felt the urgency to leave, knowing that Xiao Luoxi was Wang Ziming's first love, and was disheartened to realize she had also become just another pawn in this game. On Tuesday, Ding Yujie returned yet again. Only this time, Jiang Jingfeng wasted no time and reported her to the police, refusing to indulge her any longer. At the police station, the officers did not impose any significant consequences on Ding Yujie, but informed her, you have committed the crime of intentionally damaging another's property. If you persist, the other party may choose to press charges, leading to a potential 3-year prison sentence. Ding Yujie was taken aback. 3 years again? My husband is still in detention. I might end up behind bars as well. Yet, the thought of her pregnancy alleviated her concerns. However, the prospect of having to compensate someone left her feeling unsettled. After causing a commotion for 3 or 4 days, she had yet to even catch a glimpse of Jiang Jingfeng, leaving her utterly exhausted. Her confidence in extracting money from him began to waver for the first time. Meanwhile, during the daytime over the past few days, Jiang Jingfeng had been frequently sending Gu Ziqing back from the hospital for various matters. The alluring Gu Ziqing continuously invigorated Jiang Jingfeng, providing him with a refreshing energy every time they met. As for Ding Yujie, he was content to let her stir up trouble. He could endure it, while Wang Ziming could not. Furthermore, Zhu Qi made her appearance at the company, heading straight to Jiang Jingfeng and Appo's office. With a triumphant expression, she announced, President Jiang, it's all taken care of. Zhu Qi had indeed delivered, managing to sell the villa for an additional 600 surpassing Jiang Jingfeng and Oppo's expectations, with the final sale price reaching 13.6 million. In just 3 months, he had made a staggering profit of 3.6 million. What could be more gratifying? This success, combined with the previous down payment of over 4 million, left Jiang Jingfeng's cash flow even more abundant. I can't believe I stumbled upon treasure. You've worked hard. Please give me your bank details, he exclaimed. Not only had Zhu Qi sold the house, but she had also uncovered the details of Xiao Luoxi and Wang Ziming and Amp Oppo's secret rendezvous. She even had evidence of Tan Wenhui and Amp Oppo's infidelity, solidifying her status as a major contributor to their success. Chapter 41. Take it lightly. Zhu Qi had been well prepared, handing her bank card to Jiang Jingfeng with a face full of anticipation. Before long, the transfer was complete. Upon receiving a text notification from the bank, Zhu Qi and Amp Oppo's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Observing her surprised expression, Jiang Jingfeng quipped, "What's wrong? Is it too much? If it is, feel free to return some." "And no." "Thank you, boss," Zhu Qi stammered, utterly taken aback by the substantial sum Jiang Jingfeng had bestowed upon her. He had not only honored his promise of 500,000, but also generously added an extra 100,000 as a reward. After a brief pause, Zhu Qi meticulously examined the message several times, even counting the zeros repeatedly. She logged into her mobile banking app time and again to confirm the reality of the situation. Initially, she had thought receiving 100,000 would be more than enough, and the promised 500,000 was beyond her wildest dreams. Her face blossomed with joy, and she rushed over to plant a big kiss on Jiang Jingfeng's cheek. Jiang Jingfeng was equally surprised by her boldness. Had she not just pushed him into the role of a wolf? Especially when he noticed her 2 faint dimples, which were utterly charming. Unconsciously, he wrapped his arms around her. Zhu Qi froze momentarily, her body instinctively attempting to pull away, yet she found herself unable to escape his firm embrace. Several minutes later, Zhu Qi succumbed to the moment. An hour later, the two emerged from the dimly lit room. Jiang Jingfeng playfully pinched Zhu Qi's little dimple, gently advising, "Go rest now." Zhu Qi replied shyly as she exited the office. However, her gait was peculiar. She paused after a few steps, her lips twitching. Jiang Jingfeng thought to himself, "Next time will be better." In the following 2 days, Zhu Qi did not come to work. It was not until Friday that she finally appeared at the office. Jiang Jingfeng summoned her to his office. Observing her walking, he could see she had recovered and felt relieved. Meanwhile, Tan Wenhui, after much hesitation, decided it was time to convey a message. He entered Jiang Jingfeng's office after knocking and receiving permission. "What's the matter?" Jiang Jingfeng asked without looking up, engrossed in refining his development plan. "Well, you know about my relationship with Ziming, so I went to see him. And then, he asked me to relay a message to you. He said if you help him, he would reveal a secret about Xiao Luoxi. Is that all?" "That's it." "All right. I understand." Another in Amp Oppo's. "I understand an Amp Oppo's." Tan Wenhui was baffled by Jiang Jingfeng's enigmatic demeanor, which now seemed shrouded in mystery and pressure. Regardless, he had delivered the message and quickly exited the office, eager to escape the tense atmosphere. Jiang Jingfeng was undoubtedly aware of Xiao Luoxi and Amp Oppo's relationship with Wang Ziming, and he knew they were each other and Oppo's first love. They had even purchased a villa together in the same community where he had bought his own. So, Wang Ziming was trying to threaten him? How laughable. Wasn't he just a matter of being cuckolded? If he could return to the time when the company was founded, he would have decisively ended things with Xiao Luoxi to avoid wearing such a green hat. However, since he had been reborn on the night of the betrayal, wearing that hat had become inevitable. He decided to take it lightly. After all, life must go on. And as for revenge, it must be pursued to the end. On Wednesday, Tan Wenhui visited the detention center once more, relaying Jiang Jingfeng's response before leaving. Wang Ziming called out for him to wait, but he ignored it. Shortly after Tan Wenhui departed, Ding Yuji arrived. Today, she refrained from causing a scene at Jingfeng Media. It would be futile, as her strength was still too feeble. "What should we do, Ziming? We absolutely cannot sell the house. Otherwise, we will have nowhere to live," Ding Yuji fretted. She genuinely did not want to sell their home. Yujia, given the current situation, the only way to secure funds from Jiang Jingfeng is for me to get out first. So we must sell the house, Wang Ziming replied. Is there truly no other way? Ding Yujia was on the verge of tears. Wang Ziming shook his head, declaring, there really is no other option. Our house has no mortgage. We could sell it for around 4 million, losing 2 million in the process. But we would still have 2 million left to buy a smaller place to live. Rest assured, I will ensure you live in a grand villa in the future. Trust me. Wang Ziming spoke with unwavering conviction. Tears streamed down Ding Yujia's face, yet she ultimately nodded in agreement. Nevertheless, she harbored an intense hatred for Jiang Jingfeng, stating, Ziming, once you're out, you must teach Jiang Jingfeng a lesson. Otherwise, I want to feel at ease. It's as if a heavy stone is lodged in my chest. Wang Ziming replied darkly, I will not let him off the hook, nor that coward Tan went away. After embracing Wang Ziming and shedding tears for a while, Ding Yujia left to sell the house. As the week passed, a new one began. With Ding Yujia no longer causing disruptions, Jingfeng Media returned to normalcy. During these days, Jiang Jingfeng spent his evenings working with Xiao Luoxi and occasionally rode bicycles with Gu Ziqing during the day, keeping his schedule full. However, his joy was short-lived as he soon spotted Ding Yujia once again at the entrance of Jingfeng Media. The receptionist, upon recognizing her, promptly closed the glass door, ready to flee at a moment's notice. She had become quite adept at this tactic, thanks to her training from the fierce woman before her. Ignoring the receptionist, Ding Yujia shouted into the office, Jiang Jingfeng, I want to cause trouble today. Take me to that wretched woman. I'll pay her off and get her to issue a letter of understanding immediately. Jiang Jingfeng, still in his office, did not rush out. In fact, he had learned that Ding Yujia had indeed sold her house and rented a place in the same community. He had seen her coordinating with a moving company when he visited. Thus, he found her claims credible. 5 minutes later, as Ding Yujia appeared to be on the verge of a breakdown, Jiang Jingfeng finally made his entrance. Ding Yujia erupted in anger, cursing, Jiang Jingfeng, you bastard. Jiang Jingfeng, his face cold, retorted, you came here asking for my help. If you continue to curse, I'm afraid I must ask you to leave. With that, he turned his back on her and walked away. You ungrateful wretch. During this time, you've leveraged my affairs to draw attention to your company. And now you want to even help your brother? Ding Yujia's words were indeed sharp. In truth, Jingfeng Media had capitalized on the recent crisis to garner significant attention, reaping substantial rewards. Jiang Jingfeng turned around, sneering, should I be thanking you and Wang Ziming for that? For turning my company into a chaotic mess? Ding Yujia opened her mouth, poised to retort, but the icy glare from Jiang Jingfeng stifled her words. After a long pause, she spoke in a somewhat subdued tone. I can't find that wretched woman and need your help, Brother Jiang. I have the money ready. At last, Jiang Jingfeng softened, thinking to himself that things could have been settled sooner. He grunted, pulled out his phone, and called Gu Ziqing. Half an hour later, the Gu family twins arrived at the company. When enemies meet, sparks inevitably fly. Chapter 42. The succulent little kitten, however, a mere glance from Jiang Jingfeng caused Ding Yujia, who was on the verge of erupting, to shrink back, silencing her. Her gaze towards Gu Ziqing was rife with malice. Gu Ziqing, intimidated by the shrewish woman, also recoiled at the memory of that day when the fierce woman had brandished a kitchen knife at her face, sending chills down her spine. Truly a formidable adversary, quick to resort to threats with a knife. The mobile transfer has a limit. Let's head to the bank, Jiang Jingfeng suggested as he ushered them out. To avert any further conflict, they took 2 cars, one for the Gu sisters and another for him and the shrew. After half an hour, the transfer was completed. Wishing to avoid any encounter with Wang Ziming, Gu Ziqing declined to visit the detention center. Instead, they found a printing shop, drafted a letter of understanding, printed it out, and signed it before departing. Determined to see justice through, Jiang Jingfeng accompanied them to the detention center. As Gu Ziqing and Appo's injuries had not been formally assessed, and with the letter of understanding in hand, Wang Ziming was swiftly released. Upon his release, Wang Ziming laughed heartily. The memory of his fortnight and Appo's confinement on a hard bed still etched vividly in his mind, each day feeling like an eternity. The air outside, is so refreshing. Wouldn't you agree, Jingfeng? He exclaimed, tilting his head to bask in the sunlight. Indeed, this is the essence of freedom, Jiang Jingfeng mused, thinking to himself, damn it, you sent me in for 8 years. Surely I know how fresh the outside air is. After taking a deep breath, Wang Ziming turned to Jiang Jingfeng and said, regardless of everything, you have helped me immensely. Thank you. It was a mere trifle, nothing to be concerned about, Jiang Jingfeng replied with a casual smile. Wang Ziming chuckled lightly, refraining from further comment, glancing back at Ding Yujia as he declared, let us go home. During this period, he had hurled countless venomous insults at Jiang Jingfeng, his heart filled with animosity. The so-called gratitude was merely a polite gesture before their inevitable fallout. Jiang Jingfeng smiled indifferently before returning to the company, knowing well that this vendetta was far from over. The news of Wang Ziming's release left Xiao Luoxia, Tan Wenwei, and Gu Ziqin trembling with anxiety. Although Xiao Luoxia was prepared for confrontation, she secretly hoped that things would not escalate. Tan Wenwei shared a similar mindset. Gu Ziqin, on the other hand, felt unworthy. She could have exposed Wang Ziming's schemes against Jiang Jingfeng, yet she refrained. This was the only leverage she had against Wang Ziming. Though fearful, every time she gazed at the long scars on her body, resentment welled within her. Hence, she resolved that Wang Ziming must either pay a price or compensate her further. In the afternoon, Jiang Jingfeng summoned the Gu sisters to the company. Both were filled with trepidation, particularly Gu Ziqin. Ziqing, come here, Jiang Jingfeng beckoned Gu Ziqing to follow him, leaving Gu Ziqin in his office. Upon reaching the anchor management department, the head, Sun Xiao, immediately approached them, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Gu Ziqing. However, upon noticing the difference in her neck, he quickly realized it was Gu Ziqing, not Gu Ziqin. Smiling, he inquired, General Jiang, what can I do for you? Jiang Jingfeng nodded with a smile, stating, the account for Qingqing Ziqin is considered void. Ziqing will apply for a new account, named Succulent Little Kitten. As for the direction, we will pursue a sultry theme, focusing on cross-dressing and dance. Understood, General Jiang, Sun Xiao readily agreed, harboring no doubts. Most of the top anchors at Jingfeng Media had been nurtured under Jiang Jingfeng and Oppo's guidance. Thus they placed great trust in his judgment. Many aspiring online celebrities hoped to receive Jiang Jingfeng and Oppo's mentorship, but he had entrusted much of that work to Tan Wenhui over the past 6 months, leaving them disappointed. Now that Jiang Jingfeng had resumed control of the anchor management department, they hoped for a stroke of good fortune. To their astonishment, Gu Ziqing had once again caught Jiang Jingfeng and Oppo's attention, evoking envy among many. Although Sun Xiao harbored no suspicions regarding Jiang Jingfeng and Oppo's relationship with Gu Ziqing, one thing was certain. Any influencer personally designated by Jiang Jingfeng would be a prime candidate for concentrated resource development within the company. Consequently, Sun Xiao reassigned Gu Ziqing the exclusive live streaming room previously belonging to Qingqing Ziqin, maintaining her status as a top anchor with a dedicated assistant despite starting with 0 fans. Moreover, in order to expedite her growth and followers, resources from the creative and production departments were also consolidated. After giving his instructions, Jiang Jingfeng returned to his office alone, leaving Gu Ziqin standing there, feeling lost. She was acutely aware of the fate that awaited her. Especially today, as she entered the company, most of the gazes directed at her were filled with disdain. She realized she could no longer remain there. Please, take a seat. No need to be anxious. Jiang Jingfeng gestured to the chair opposite him, a smile gracing his face. Seeing you reminds me of a year ago when you sisters were filming videos on the street. I knew at first glance that you would surely rise to fame. And indeed, my instincts were proven correct, though I never anticipated it would end up like this. You were one of the few I personally mentored. It's a pity. Jiang Jingfeng shook his head. Yet, thinking back to that night, when he was left breathless, a peculiar thought crossed his mind. What would it be like if both twins were together? But it was merely a fleeting thought. This woman before him had yet to divulge her dealings with Wang Ziming, clearly harboring ulterior motives. He surmised her intentions were driven by money and power. Power was unattainable, so it could only be about money. However, he believed her naive enough to confront Wang Ziming, only to be devoured whole. Yet, it was none of his concern. Despite being among his adversaries, he decided to overlook it for Gu Ziqing's sake, as long as she did not provoke him again. Gu Ziqing kept her head bowed in silence. Jiang Jingfeng felt no need to elaborate further. After all, she was busy seeking trouble with Wang Ziming. So why not stoke the fire a bit more? Ziqing, here's the situation. According to the contract, upon termination, you are liable to compensate the company 15 million. Upon hearing this staggering figure, Gu Ziqing and Oppo's head shot up, her eyes nearly popping out. Surely, she was not worth that much, unless a wealthy individual were to sponsor her. She opened her mouth to speak, but Jiang Jingfeng raised his hand to silence her. Continuing, he added, however, since this is not solely your responsibility, after discussions with the shareholders, I have managed to reduce the final compensation to 5 million. As soon as the words left his lips, Gu Ziqing broke down in tears. 5 million? Where could she possibly find that? Last year, she had earned just over 1 million, and this morning she had received 2 million in compensation, totaling a little over 3 million. She was still short by nearly 2 million. Even if Gu Ziqing were willing to part with her earnings from last year, they would still be 1 million short. She felt as though she were losing her mind. Her hatred for Wang Ziming surged within her. If it were not for him, she would not have been injured, nor would her plight have become public knowledge, bearing the label of a mistress. She would not have faced termination and now been burdened with such a hefty debt. Thus, she was determined to make Wang Ziming, that despicable scoundrel, bear the consequences. Chapter 43. No dietary restrictions. Gu Ziqing and Oppo's breath quickened, her fists clenched tightly as she struggled to contain the fury within her. Jiang Jingfeng feigned concern, saying, I understand your difficulties. How about this? You pay 3 million first, and I and Oppo's give you a week for the remaining 2 million. What do you think? After a long silence, Gu Ziqing reluctantly nodded. She needed time to confront Wang Ziming, and coincidentally, Jiang Jingfeng had granted her the time she required. Soon, Gu Ziqing paid the 3 million in breach of contract fees and stormed out of the company in anger. A triumphant smile spread across Jiang Jingfeng's face as he envisioned the troubles that awaited Wang Ziming. For money, even the most timid individuals would risk their lives, let alone a woman filled with resentment. Gu Ziqing watched her sister leave, worry etched across her face. Yet considering that her sister was now an adult, she couldn't hover over her every day. Furthermore, with her account newly activated, she had numerous tasks to attend to. The most pressing issue was how to sever ties with Gu Ziqing. The creative team had been analyzing the situation from that day, striving to identify a better approach and division point. This was crucial for the success of the succulent little kitten account and its potential to rapidly gain followers. Hence, her involvement was imperative. After inquiring about the compensation Jiang Jingfeng planned to provide, Gu Ziqing gasped. However, it was significantly less than what the contract stipulated, so she harbored no grievances against Jiang Jingfeng. Moreover, he had specifically reassessed her target audience to help her regain her popularity. With the company and Oppo's resources leaning in her favor, she believed she would soon rise to fame once more, enabling her to assist Gu Ziqing. After much deliberation and Jiang Jingfeng and Oppo's final approval, the succulent little kitten account successfully launched and commenced live streaming, with a vigorous promotion and traffic directed by the company's marketing channels. Coupled with Gu Ziqing's captivating storytelling, the online audience praised her performance, showering her with likes and support. Dressed in a stunning blue dress, Gu Ziqing danced to the music, expressing her gratitude for their support, and thus became an overnight sensation. After the live stream concluded, a video of Gu Ziqing dancing in her blue dress was uploaded, rapidly climbing the trending charts due to the influx of traffic. Overnight, the succulent little kitten account garnered 500,000 new followers. By the next day, the momentum showed no signs of waning, as former fans of Jingfeng Ziqing flocked in, causing her follower count to soar past 8 million by the evening in Oppo's end. It must be said that sincerity is indeed a formidable weapon. Gu Ziqing and Oppo's authenticity alongside a touch of audacity during the previous conflict, endeared her to a substantial number of fans. Upon learning of the situation, Jiang Jingfeng merely smiled softly. He was confident that if Gu Ziqing followed the path he had outlined, she would soon reclaim her status as a top influencer with millions of followers. Nevertheless, he felt a twinge of regret for Gu Ziqing. After leaving, Gu Ziqing did not rush to confront Wang Ziming, knowing he had just emerged. She was certain he would seek her out soon. Thus, she returned home obediently, watching her sister's live stream that night, her heart a tumultuous sea of emotions. She pondered if, had she not been involved with Wang Ziming, she might still be a major influencer, live streaming and receiving gifts from her fans. But alas, there were no what-ifs. The more she thought about it, the more her resentment grew, especially as her gaze fell upon her shoulder, still wrapped in bandages. Gu Ziqing returned home late, glancing at Gu Ziqing to find her asleep, which alleviated her worries. Meanwhile, Jiang Jingfeng stayed at the company, monitoring the live stream until late into the night. Upon entering his home, Xiao Luoxi eagerly assisted him with his belongings and suggested they spend some time together. Jiang Jingfeng smiled in agreement, pleased by her initiative. This proactive demeanor from Xiao Luoxi often indicated she had something to ask of him, though it had been months since the last such instance. Since his rebirth, he had enjoyed such treatment several times. The bath lasted over an hour. Upon emerging, he found Xiao Luoxi nestled against him on the sofa like a docile little kitten. After a moment and Oppo's hesitation, she tentatively inquired Feng, if one day I did something to hurt you, would you forgive me? Upon uttering those words, her heart raced uncontrollably. Though Wang Ziming had not contacted her since his release, she had spent the day in a daze. She knew he would not accept being ousted from the management and shareholder positions so easily and would undoubtedly seek a way back. In this scenario, she and Tan Wenhui were merely pawns in Wang Ziming and Oppo's game. Having seen Wang Ziming and Oppo's true colors, she felt urgency. Jiang Jingfeng was the only one who could alleviate her worries. She needed his forgiveness to rest easy. Yet, Jiang Jingfeng's recent transformation as a devoted admirer had shaken her confidence in her ability to secure him. Jiang Jingfeng lifted her chin with his finger, gazing into her eyes. With my love for you, how could you ever betray me? Xiao Luoxi bit her lip, her gaze evasive. If Jiang Jingfeng shook his head, there is no and Oppo's. If and Oppo's. Xiao Luoxi was dissatisfied. What if? Jiang Jingfeng had not anticipated her persistence. He harbored resentment for her betrayal. Yet when it came to revenge, expelling her from the company, reclaiming his shares, breaking up, those notions felt too lenient. Moreover, considering Xiao Luoxi's beauty, she could easily find a wealthy partner elsewhere and live comfortably. He wanted to possess her until his interest waned, allowing him to vent his frustrations. If and Oppo's, what if and Oppo's truly occurs, we shall part ways, and I will reclaim my shares. Jiang Jingfeng jested. Tears welled in Xiao Luoxi's eyes. Are you truly that heartless? Jiang Jingfeng thought to himself, what a remarkable performance. It's not that I am heartless, but if you betray me, wouldn't that be akin to placing a green hat upon my head? Wouldn't others find it amusing? Hence, if there is even a slight chance, we can no longer be lovers. Jiang Jingfeng feigned a sorrowful expression. Xiao Luoxi's tears fell freely, but I know I was wrong. Was and Oppo's. This a hypothetical scenario? Jiang Jingfeng thought, bewildered by her sudden tears. This was no longer a matter of acting. She had completely immersed herself in the role. Leaving the company is the bare minimum. Otherwise, I cannot manage the employees beneath me. Whether we can remain together hinges on you. Jiang Jingfeng wiped her tears away. He was well aware of her betrayal, yet he was currently unrestrained in his desires. Chapter 44, An Unexpected Call. What do you mean? Xiao Luoxi blinked her large eyes in confusion at Jiang Jingfeng and Oppo's words. If that day truly comes, I would certainly be reluctant to part with you. Yet I would have no choice but to say goodbye. Would you be able to let me go? I still wish to be with you. Xiao Luoxi said, turning her head and diving into Jiang Jingfeng and Oppo's embrace. Are you suggesting that you wish to become my mistress? Jiang Jingfeng teased with a sly smile. How annoying, Xiao Luoxi retorted. This round of testing concluded with Jiang Jingfeng emerging victorious once more. Xiao Luoxia and Amp, Oppo's aim was achieved. She naturally yearned for Jiang Jingfeng and Amp, Oppo's forgiveness. Yet she understood the unlikelihood of that. Through their conversation, she discerned Jiang Jingfeng and Oppo's boundaries. To be a clandestine lover indicated a possibility of reconciliation, a chance for her to reclaim her status as the lady of the house. Thus, in the days that followed, she endeavored to keep Jiang Jingfeng in high spirits. Observing her demeanor, Jiang Jingfeng smiled faintly, his heart brimming with contentment. Meanwhile, Wang Ziming shared a sumptuous dinner with Ding Yujie in their rented abode. Wang Ziming relished the meal, the memories of the iron bed days still vivid in his mind. What are your plans moving forward? Ding Yujie refrained from mentioning Wang Ziming and Amp, Oppo's infidelity, or the matter of the 1.5 million. Their most pressing concern was how to secure a source of income. Wang Ziming raised his glass, taking a hearty sip of liquor, and declared, "I want half of the proceeds from the house sale. I have my needs. I intend to reclaim what is rightfully mine." Well, fine. Ding Yujie hesitated before acquiescing. Initially, she had intended to refuse, but the words twisted on her tongue, leading to her agreement. They had sold the house hastily for 4 million, receiving 2 million as compensation, leaving them with another 2 million. Wang Ziming refrained from claiming the full amount to put Ding Yujie at ease. A woman must have some financial security if she is not working. Deep down, Ding Yujie had learned from past experiences. The previous disappearance of Wang Ziming and Oppo's 1.5 million served as a cautionary tale, making her reluctant to part with any sum. However, given the current circumstances, if she refused, Wang Ziming might go into a frenzy. After all, their household still relied on him for support. What do you intend to do? Is Tan Wenhui still reliable? He can Amp, Oppo's, to escape my grasp. And what about that woman? Ding Yujie stammered, eventually broaching the crucial topic. She referred to Xiao Luoxia. Though it seemed her knowledge was limited, she only knew that Xiao Luoxia was Wang Ziming and Amp, Oppo's first love. Wang Ziming had merely informed her that he was using Xiao Luoxia, with no intentions of rekindling their relationship. She has boarded this ship. How could she possibly disembark? Wang Ziming took another sip of his drink, then bit into his food with fervor, as if he had already secured Xiao Luoxia and Oppo's fate. Ding Yujie had long harbored doubts about Wang Ziming and Oppo's relationship with Xiao Luoxia, believing it could not be as simple as he claimed. Yet she struggled without evidence. Even regarding the prior 1.5 million investment failure, she suspected it was spent on acquiring a property for Xiao Luoxia. The current situation left her no room for excessive contemplation. Wang Ziming and Oppo's predicament was partly her doing. Thus, she resolved to support him. In the following 2 days, tranquility reigned. On Wednesday afternoon, Jiang Jingfeng, who had intended to invite Zhu Qi out for some leisure, unexpectedly received a call from an unfamiliar number. After a moment and Oppo's hesitation, he answered. Expecting it to be Wang Ziming, he was surprised to hear a woman and Oppo's voice. "Hello, who is this?" "Hello, may I speak with General Jiang of Jingfeng Media?" "This is he." "Oh, I am Yin Dongxue, the receptionist from the Blue Chi Hotel. Do you remember me?" Jiang Jingfeng pondered for a moment before recalling the encounter. "Of course, I remember. I even gave you my business card." The words you spoke earlier, do they still hold?" Yin Dongxue and Oppo's voice trembled slightly, clearly lacking confidence. "Of course they do. Have you come to a decision?" Do I still need to interview?" "You need and Oppo's. Worry about that. Let us find a place to discuss your career direction." Upon hearing the suggestion of a private conversation, Yin Dongxue immediately thought of the hotel and the many similar situations she had witnessed as a receptionist. However, if she declined, would she have to seek another job? Where could she possibly go? In recent days, the hotel and Oppo's operations director had approached her multiple times regarding a promotion to front desk supervisor, indicating that she was being considered alongside another candidate. The operations director had hinted that if she were willing to meet for a detailed discussion, the position would be hers. Yet, After days of silence on her part, the director had arranged a private meeting in the hotel's storage room the previous evening. Naturally, Yin Dongxue dared not attend. Yet she knew that not going would mean losing her job. Reluctantly, she decided to go, recording the conversation on her phone beforehand. As she entered the storage room, the operations director swiftly closed the door. "What are you doing? Open the door." Yin Dongxue shouted. "Why shout? Do you want everyone to know you came here alone? It would tarnish your reputation." The operations director reprimanded her, causing her to fall silent in fear. Once Yin Dongxue quieted down, the operations director, filled with excitement, nearly embraced her. "Xiaoxue, have you thought about my previous suggestion? This opportunity is rare." "What suggestion?" Yin Dongxue feigned ignorance, timidly inquiring. The operations director and Oppo's displeasure was evident. "Stop pretending to be foolish." He licked his lips, his true intentions laid bare. He gazed at Yin Dongxue for a long time. In his eyes, the other women in the hotel paled in comparison to her. His eagerness was palpable. He reached for Yin Dongxue and Oppo's shoulders, attempting to pull her close. "What do you think you're doing?" Yin Dongxue pressed against him with all her strength, shouting loudly. Fearing that their commotion would attract attention, the operations director reluctantly released her. "Xiaoxue, do you not wish to become the supervisor? This opportunity is hard to come by. Even Wang Qing has been proactive. Yet I did not agree all to leave this position for you." "Director, I'm sorry, I'm just not mentally prepared. Could you grant me a bit more time?" Yin Dongxue leaned against the storage door, pleading, tears welling in her eyes. "Give you a maximum of 1 day. If you do not provide a clear response by tomorrow, then consider it over." The operations director, fuming, shoved her aside and stormed out. Yin Dongxue took a moment to compose herself and wipe her tears before returning to her post. That evening, upon returning to her rented room, she wept for a long time. Suddenly, she thought of Jiang Jingfeng, but it was too late, and she decided to wait until the next day to call him. However, now that Jiang Jingfeng suggested a meeting, she found herself ensnared in the same dilemma. "How about this? I happen to be free now. Where are you? I will come to you," Jiang Jingfeng proposed. Yin Dongxue fell silent for a while. Realizing he had not heard a response, Jiang Jingfeng hastily added, "Please do not misunderstand. I merely meant a nearby CAF or somewhere to chat briefly." "Oh, all right. I will add you on WeChat and send you my location." Yin Dongxue finally grasped the situation, relief washing over her. Had Jiang Jingfeng not relented, she was uncertain of her next steps. Chapter 45. Confrontation. The abode of Yin Dongxue was not far from Jingfeng Media. Recently, it had been a tumultuous season, and thus, Jiang Jingfeng opted for a casual ride instead of driving. He arrived at the CAF in no time. Upon entering, his gaze swiftly swept the room, settling on a radiant figure nestled in the corner. Clad in a white short-sleeve top and a blue denim skirt, her attire was both simple and elegant, exuding a youthful vibrancy. Her graceful silhouette, fair complexion, and exquisitely delicate features, complemented by her neatly cropped hair that fell to her shoulders, perfectly embodied the image of a captivating first love. A vivid scene materialized in Jiang Jingfeng's mind. A mere glance and smile from Yin Dongxue, magnified, would undoubtedly capture the attention of countless admirers. On that hurried day, he had not taken a closer look, but now, as he observed her more attentively, he realized that her figure was indeed exceptional. She possessed a slender, curvaceous form, and her long, straight legs were equally as striking as those of Xiao Luoxia. Furthermore, her proportions accentuated her curves, rendering her appearance both alluring and radiantly healthy. As Jiang Jingfeng approached her, he wore a polite smile and introduced himself. "Hello, I am Jiang Jingfeng from Jingfeng Media." As the words left his lips, he extended his right hand in greeting. Yin Dongxue promptly rose, extending her delicate hand in return, introducing herself. "I am Yin Dongxue, 23 years old, with a bachelor's degree in hotel management." Jiang Jingfeng couldn't help but chuckle at the detailed introduction. It seemed unnecessary, as if she were reporting for a census. Nevertheless, her introduction elevated his perception of her. "What prompted you to seek me out? Have you found the world too dark and unfair?" he inquired after ordering 2 cups of coffee and noticing her somewhat melancholic demeanor. Yin Dongxue shook her head in resignation, expressing her disappointment with the industry. She had anticipated a more professional environment at the hotel, but her recent experiences had left her disillusioned, which led her to consider a career change. As for becoming an internet celebrity, it was an impulsive thought. She was well aware of her advantages compared to many others in that realm, with the only shortcoming being her lack of specific talents. Jiang Jingfeng's assurance that talent was secondary bolstered her confidence. Jiang Jingfeng took a sip of his coffee and asked, "Would you like to share your experience? Perhaps I can assist you in venting your frustrations." After a moment and Oppo's contemplation, Yin Dongxue replied, "Let us not dwell on it. He treated me badly. If I pass your interview, I will resign today. Otherwise, I might be in a difficult situation tonight." Thinking of Wang Ziming, Jiang Jingfeng reassured her, "You need not worry about the interview. You'll be fine. However, you cannot start working immediately as the company is currently facing some challenges. It will take about 3 months for me to resolve them and fully focus on your onboarding." Yin Dongxue's expression turned anxious. Having just graduated, she had only been working for 2 months. If she lost her hotel job and couldn't start at Jingfeng Media, she would have to rely on her family for financial support, which felt humiliating. Jiang Jingfeng noticed her distress and offered, "How about I assist you with accommodation and provide you with an advance on your salary? You can repay me once you earn your own income." After considering his proposal, Yin Dongxue agreed. She had mentally prepared herself for this meeting, ready to reject any unreasonable demands, but was pleasantly surprised by Jiang Jingfeng's understanding. Although she recognized that there is no such thing as a free lunch, staying at the hotel would lead to a difficult evening, and her future would be bleak as well. "Do you have your identification with you?" he asked. "Yes, I do," she replied. "All right, let us secure your housing first, and then I will accompany you to resign." With that, Jiang Jingfeng led Yin Dongxue out. Half an hour later, they arrived at the Jingfeng International Building. Jiang Jingfeng and Yin Dongxue stood outside. "Would you prefer a 1-bedroom apartment or a 2-bedroom?" he inquired, feeling somewhat as if he were arranging accommodations for a mistress. "A 1-bedroom will suffice," Yin Dongxue replied, somewhat bashfully. Quickly, Jiang Jingfeng secured her rental and paid a year's rent, totaling 30,000 yuan. Upon seeing such a hefty sum, Yin Dongxue felt a bead of sweat form in her palm. Previously, she had started from the front desk at the hotel, earning barely over 3,000 yuan a month, with the prospect of 5,000 yuan upon promotion to supervisor, contingent upon compromising her dignity. The thought that her body was worth so little was unacceptable to her. The exorbitant rent felt equivalent to her annual salary. She couldn't help but steal a glance at Jiang Jingfeng, perplexed about his intentions. Was he trying to deceive himself? She glanced at her own figure, contemplating her thoughts. Observing her dazed expression, Jiang Jingfeng chuckled internally. "Come, let us get you to resign from your job." Jiang Jingfeng found the situation ironic in today's world. Hiring an internet celebrity often raised suspicions of ulterior motives. Soon, they arrived at the Blue Chi Hotel, where Jiang Jingfeng waited in the lobby. Yin Dongxue was on leave in the morning and would be switching shifts in the afternoon, so it was still early. Another receptionist, seeing her arrive so early, offered no greeting. The two had previously shared camaraderie over aspirations for the supervisor position, but that had now soured. This receptionist had approached the director multiple times, even suggesting to exchange favors, yet had been repeatedly rebuffed. She suspected the director intended to promote Yin Dongxue, but had delayed the announcement until securing her. Understanding the dynamics at play, Yin Dongxue chose to remain silent and approached her supervisor to formally submit her resignation. The supervisor, aghast, exclaimed, "You can't do this. You're in the midst of a promising rise." She had received hints that Yin Dongxue was favored by the director. If Yin Dongxue resigned, it would jeopardize her own prospects. "Xiao Shui, why would you want to leave a good job?" the supervisor pleaded. Yin Dongxue recognized the supervisor's vested interest, but as she was determined to leave, she felt no need to offend anyone. "My family has advised me to seek a different job," she replied politely. "But this position is excellent. If you become a supervisor, your salary will increase significantly." "How wonderful would that be?" The words ignited a spark of anger within Yin Dongxue. Yes, but that would require compromising my integrity, she thought, though she maintained her composure. Supervisor, my mind is made up. Please sign my resignation. Seeing the resolve in her eyes, the supervisor's expression hardened as she attempted to intimidate her. You can resign, but you must give a month's notice. After a month, she would have already secured her promotion. Yin Dongshue's situation was of no concern to her. This is mandated by labor law, the supervisor added menacingly. Chapter 46. Assertiveness. Yan Dongshui had only recently graduated and was utterly unfamiliar with labor laws, leaving her a loss for words. Thus, she turned her pleading gaze toward Jiang Jingfeng, who had been attentively observing her predicament from a lobby. Noticing her distress, Jiang Jingfeng approached her. What seems to be the matter? He inquired. Our supervisor mentioned that the resignation approval process takes a month, claiming it is mandated by labor law, Yan Dongshui replied. Upon hearing this, Jiang Jingfeng pondered for a moment before asking, Do you have any regulations in place? Yes, she responded. Let me see them, he requested. Yan Dongshui hurried to the front desk, retrieving a small notebook from the drawer before swiftly returning to hand it to Jiang Jingfeng, another young woman at the front desk. Having overheard Yan Dongshui and Damp, Oppo's intention to resign, felt a surge of delight. Who are you? What is your relationship with Xiao Xue? The front desk supervisor furrowed her brow, regarding Jiang Jingfeng with an uneasy premonition. Primarily, Jiang Jingfeng exuded an aura of authority that was hard to ignore, and she vaguely recognized him as someone of significance. Jiang Jingfeng paid her no mind and quickly flipped through the booklet until he found the information he sought regarding the termination of labor contracts. Observing Jiang Jingfeng's disregard, the front desk supervisor and Oppo's expression soured. However, in the next moment, panic washed over her. Jiang Jingfeng turned to Yan Dongshui, stating, Let us go. It's written here. After 3 days of absenteeism, the labor contract can be terminated. This way, you need not even formally submit your resignation. Isn't that splendid? Yan Dongshui, still bewildered by the unfolding events, felt herself being pulled along by Jiang Jingfeng as he led her toward the exit. The front desk supervisor, momentarily stunned, quickly came to the realization that they were dealing with someone knowledgeable in the law. Yan Dongshui, come back, she shouted in desperation. Jiang Jingfeng continued walking, not bothering to glance back. Ignore her, he instructed. All right, Yan Dongshui acquiesced, compelled to heed Jiang Jingfeng's words. Just then, the hotel's operations director entered from outside. The front desk supervisor immediately cried out, Director, stop Yan Dongshui. She intends to resign, and I have not approved it. She wants to exploit her 3 days of absence to achieve her goal. Upon hearing this, and noticing Jiang Jingfeng and Yan Dongshui approaching the door, the operations director felt a surge of anger. How dare anyone attempt to snatch away what was rightfully his? His expression turned icy as he positioned himself directly in their path. Jiang Jingfeng assessed the situation. The operations director was slightly shorter than him and appeared presentable. Yet he felt the man paled in comparison to himself. He halted, scrutinizing his opponent with a calm demeanor. Yan Dongshui stepped back slightly, using Jiang Jingfeng's presence as a shield against the operations director. What do you mean by this? The operations director demanded, glaring at Yan Dongshui, who was only half visible behind Jiang Jingfeng. Who are you trying to intimidate? You stated you no longer wish to work. Are you deaf? Jiang Jingfeng retorted without hesitation. The operations director now scrutinized Jiang Jingfeng closely, having previously focused solely on Yan Dongshui. After a thorough examination, he felt his composure slip, but he stubbornly replied, Even if Xiao Xue wants to resign, she must follow the proper procedure. If everyone left by being absent for 3 days, it would create chaos. Labor law does not compel you to write this down. You could just as easily state she was absent for 30 days before being dismissed. I say it's not permissible, and it's not. Xiao Xue must complete a full month of work before she can leave, the operations director asserted, realizing he was losing the argument against Jiang Jingfeng. Who are you? Whether she works or not is her prerogative. Labor law doesn't dictate that. What authority do you have? Jiang Jingfeng scoffed, showing no respect. What do you mean by that? Just because you're a director? Do you think you're above the law? Step aside. You're blocking the way. Be careful. I might call the authorities. Jiang Jingfeng's voice grew louder, echoing throughout the hotel lobby. The operations director, rendered speechless by the confrontation, stood frozen until Jiang Jingfeng led Yandong Shui out of the hotel. Stop! Who are you insulting? He yelled, pursuing them in anger. Jiang Jingfeng turned back, glaring at him. Don't take it personally. If the authorities come, they wouldn't even want to apprehend you. They'd find you dirty. You boss, I have recordings of all his conversations with me. Yandong Shui suddenly recalled and quickly informed Jiang Jingfeng. Very well. Jiang Jingfeng unexpectedly turned back, approaching the now furious operations director with a smile. You may not hold a significant position, but your temper is rather substantial. Xiao Xue possesses recordings of all your conversations with her during this time. Do you believe I want to go to your superior or report you to the police? Yandong Shui, hiding behind Jiang Jingfeng, thought to herself that it was merely one recording, not all. However, the operations director remained oblivious to her expression. What? I cannot fathom how you became the operations director. Your speech is so disjointed, Jiang Jingfeng continued disdainfully. Here's your choice. Either sign Xiao Xue's resignation application now, or I will call the police. With that, he began a countdown. 3, 2, 1. Before he could finish, the operations director finally reacted, raising his hand to interrupt Jiang Jingfeng, gritting his teeth as he conceded, I'll sign. See? That wasn't so difficult. Jiang Jingfeng remarked as he led Yandong Shui back into the hotel lobby. The supervisor, having believed the operations director had resolved the matter with Yandong Shui, wore a smug expression, relishing the thought of how she would deal with her later. Meanwhile, another front desk attendant named Wang Qing, who had been elated moments ago, now felt utterly despondent. The operations director, having calmed his earlier fears, followed Jiang Jingfeng into the lobby, approaching the front desk. He picked up the resignation form from the table and promptly signed his name. Upon witnessing this, the front desk supervisor finally realized she had misinterpreted the situation. Since the director had signed, she had no choice but to comply, signing her name as well. Is there any further resignation procedure? Jiang Jingfeng inquired bluntly. No, that's unnecessary. The resignation certificate will be printed shortly, and I will sign and stamp it, the operations director replied begrudgingly. Despite his discontent, he was aware that he was at a disadvantage, having potentially crossed boundaries in his previous conversations with Yandong Shui. If any of those words were deemed inappropriate, his job could be at risk. In light of this, he reluctantly accepted his subordinate position. How utterly vexing. Soon, the formalities were completed, and Jiang Jingfeng once again took Yandong Shui by the hand to leave. The operations director trailed closely behind, whispering, Xiao Xue, is there any way to delete those recordings? I beg you. His voice was low, fearful of being overheard. Yandong Shui was about to respond when Jiang Jingfeng interrupted once more. Turning to the operations director with a stern expression, Jiang Jingfeng stated, You should have some recollection of me, correct? If not, that's inconsequential. I am the owner of a media company, and I could effortlessly expose your actions, revealing your true character to the public. However, considering your ascent to this position was not easy, and you have not caused Xiao Xue any harm, I shall spare you this time. I advise you to conduct yourself accordingly. As for the recordings, I will retain them but will not disseminate them. You are not worth wasting our company's resources on. With that, Jiang Jingfeng led Yandong Shui away, leaving the operations director in a state of bewilderment amidst the swirling winds. Chapter 47. A comedic error. Do you still need my assistance with your move? Jiang Jingfeng chuckled as he sat in the car. At that moment, Yandong Shui remained in a state of bewilderment. Their operations director had been completely overshadowed by this seemingly unassuming yet charming gentleman, rendered speechless. It made sense, after all. He was the boss. It was only natural for him to possess more knowledge. All right, Yandong Shui replied, but upon uttering the words, she realized they were inappropriate. She quickly added, I'll handle the move myself. Your company is incredibly busy, and you haven't even had lunch yet. Fine, let's go eat then. Jiang Jingfeng observed her wariness towards him, so he casually selected a small eatery. After their meal, Jiang Jingfeng transferred 30,000 yuan to Yandong Shui via WeChat. Surprised, she exclaimed, "Why are you giving me money? And such a large sum?" Jiang Jingfeng wiped his mouth with a napkin and replied, "Part of it is for your living expenses during this period, and the other part should be used for dance classes. These next couple of months shouldn't be wasted. This is for your future preparation." Yin Dongxue felt dizzy and pouted. "Aren't an amp, oppos, talents unnecessary?" Jiang Jingfeng frowned, feeling as though he'd been hit by a boomerang. "Beauty can only get you so far. However, possessing a talent will enhance your appeal. Do you understand?" "Understand," Yin Dongxue conceded, having finally resolved to become an internet celebrity precisely because he dismissed the significance of talent. Yet, before she could even achieve that status, she was already being pushed into honing her skills. Wasn't an amp, oppos, this akin to a scam? However, she dared not voice her concerns. Remembering her lack of physical coordination, she quickly added, "I'm not very coordinated, so if I don't learn it well, please don't blame me. Then start with yoga or Pilates. If you need more funds, just let me know," Jiang Jingfeng replied, feeling helpless. He had initially been oblivious to the idea, but a female internet celebrity had suggested it to him, and now he found it applicable. Moreover, he had developed a more detailed plan regarding Yin Dongxue and amp, oppos, arrangement. All right. Yin Dongxue hesitated, but ultimately accepted the money, realizing she had only a little over 1,000 left in her pocket and feeling the anticipation of becoming an internet celebrity. She had already accrued a debt of 60 to 70,000 to her employer before even starting the job. If she were to work as a hotel receptionist, it would take 2 years of not eating or drinking to repay that amount. After a busy morning, Jiang Jingfeng finally returned to the office at 2 in the afternoon. However, upon entering, he was met with an unexpected sight. Wang Ziming was seated in his chair. Unfazed, Jiang Jingfeng lit a cigarette and took a seat across from him, tossing the cigarette box over. "Care for a smoke?" Wang Ziming crossed his legs and grinned. "I can't end amp, oppos, afford your cigarettes." Jiang Jingfeng shrugged indifferently, continuing to smoke without any intention of inquiring further. Wang Ziming remained composed, silently watching him smoke until Jiang Jingfeng finished one cigarette and reached for another. Frustrated, Wang Ziming felt an urge to punch him, wishing to teach this insolent brat a lesson. Nevertheless, he decided to remain silent, thinking, "You and amp, oppos, LLC what is coming." Indeed, a half-hour later, several police officers arrived at the entrance of Jingfeng Media. The receptionist grew weak in the knees, recalling the previous incident. However, curiosity got the better of her. Politely, she inquired, "Hello, may I ask what brings you here?" One of the officers stated, "We received a report from your company and amp, oppos, vice president, and we and amp, oppos, here to investigate." The receptionist gasped, but before she could say anything further, the officer strode into Jingfeng Media, their focus directed towards the general manager and oppos, office. "Knock, knock, knock." They rapped insistently on the door. From inside, Jiang Jingfeng and oppos, voice call, "Come in." The officers entered, and Jiang Jingfeng furrowed his brow. "What is going on?" Meanwhile, Wang Ziming retracted his legs, his joyous demeanor replaced by a look of concern. The officer approached Wang Ziming and asked, "Are you Mr. Jiang Jingfeng, the general manager of Jingfeng Media?" Wang Ziming's smile vanished instantly. "Crap, this is a misunderstanding." He quickly stood up and politely explained, "Officers, you and amp, oppos, he got it wrong. I an amp, oppos, am not Jiang Jingfeng, he is." He pointed to Jiang Jingfeng across the table. The officer silently cursed under his breath, annoyed that Wang Ziming had been seated in the general manager and oppos, chair, leading to this mix-up. He maintained his serious demeanor, asking, "Then who are you, and why are you sitting in the general manager and oppos' office?" Wang Ziming was at a loss for words. He had already indicated Jiang Jingfeng and oppos' location. Why was the officer questioning him? Frustrated, Wang Ziming responded, "I just wanted to experience what it and oppos' like to be in the general manager and oppos' position." The officer shot him a disdainful glance, choosing to ignore the fact that Wang Ziming had not even clarified who he was. This infuriated Wang Ziming, leaving him to swallow his frustration. The officer approached Jiang Jingfeng and stated, "Mr. Jiang, someone has reported that you misappropriated company funds, which have remained unpaid for over 3 months, and the amount is substantial. We kindly ask for your cooperation in our investigation." Feigning surprise, Jiang Jingfeng inquired, "Officer, could there be a mistake?" "Whether there is a mistake is yet to be determined. We need to investigate. Please cooperate with us." "I shall cooperate. But I would like to know who filed the report," Jiang Jingfeng calmly interjected. "It was someone claiming to be the vice president of Jingfeng Media, named Wang Ziming." The officer replied, flipping through the records. Beside him, Wang Ziming felt utterly embarrassed. He had not anticipated that filing a report would inadvertently expose himself. Initially, he thought reporting was as simple as making a phone call. He was indeed somewhat ignorant of the law. Previously, Xiao Luoxia had taken care of such matters, but today, she was inexplicably absent. Unable to reach her via phone or WeChat, he had allowed his anger over the circumstances at Jingfeng Media, which he once considered his, to compel him to report. Jiang Jingfeng shook his head with a smile. "Officer, first and foremost, I must clarify that Wang Ziming has long ceased to be our vice president. Therefore, I suspect his report might have ulterior motives." He shot Wang Ziming a sly grin, conveying the message that he was no match for him. Wang Ziming's expression shifted to one of dread as he sensed the precariousness of his situation. The officer was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a turn of events, yet he maintained his composure, stating, "Every citizen has an obligation and responsibility to report criminal activity." Upon hearing this, Wang Ziming and Oppo's face brightened, unable to conceal his delight. Jiang Jingfeng nodded in agreement before continuing. "However, I have an additional question. When reporting a crime of misappropriation, is there not a requirement for a formal complaint and supporting materials? Are those in order?" The officer and Oppo's calm demeanor faltered as he recalled that when they received the report, no documentation had been provided. The caller merely stated that Jiang Jingfeng was about to flee, leaving insufficient time to prepare the necessary materials. Reluctantly, they felt compelled to act responsibly and investigate, but they had not anticipated that the accused would be someone so astute. Chapter 48. Psychological torment. At this moment, they were truly at a loss for words. After a moment of contemplation, the police candidly replied, "No." The emotions of Wang Ziming fluctuated greatly. The brief glimmer of hope he had just experienced swiftly transformed into anxiety and tension. Jiang Jingfeng smiled and gestured dismissively, saying, "That and Oppo's. That's good. I see this report is unfounded. You may take your leave." Upon hearing this, Wang Ziming was alarmed. He immediately sprang up, exclaiming, "Officer, he must have something to hide. You must investigate him." The police shot him a glare, questioning, "And who might you be? What does this have to do with you?" "You may continue." Wang Ziming retreated, shrinking back and refraining from further comment. Jiang Jingfeng had initially intended to reveal that he was the whistleblower, but thought better of it and remained silent. After dismissing Wang Ziming, the officer turned back to Jiang Jingfeng, stating, "The informant claims you are preparing to flee abroad. Therefore," Jiang Jingfeng displayed a perplexed expression, only to swiftly respond with a smile, "I appreciate your diligence. I shall cooperate fully. But may I pose a question? If it is ultimately proven that I have committed no crime, what then?" The officer replied straightforwardly, "That would imply the informant filed a false report, which would result in administrative penalties, criminal charges, and other relevant repercussions." Wang Ziming felt as if he had been struck by lightning. The memories of his time in detention flooded back, causing his legs to tremble. Yet, the thought that Jiang Jingfeng likely had yet to repay his loan provided him with a semblance of comfort. However, a moment of reflection brought doubt. If Jiang Jingfeng had not repaid the debt, why was he so composed? Shouldn't he be panicking? No, he must be feigning calmness. Of that, Wang Ziming was certain. Wang Ziming and Oppo's emotions were akin to a roller coaster, a strain that would challenge the heart of any ordinary person. Jiang Jingfeng pressed on with his inquiries. "Could you elaborate further?" The officer, unperturbed, patiently explained, "Administrative penalties. One may face detention from 5 to 10 days, along with a fine of up to 500 yuan. If the circumstances are less severe, detention may be less than 5 days or a fine of no more than 500 yuan. Criminal penalties. One may face imprisonment for up to 3 years, detention, or supervision. If serious consequences arise, the sentence may extend from 3 to 10 years. Jiang Jingfeng nodded with a smile, saying, "Then I shall rest easy." Wang Jiming was bewildered. "You're at ease? Should you be concerned about being imprisoned?" The police were equally perplexed. "You are the subject of the report. Should the investigation confirm the claims, imprisonment is a likely outcome. What are you so relaxed about?" The police sensed they were encountering a formidable opponent. Noticing the silence between the officers and Wang Jiming, Jiang Jingfeng continued, "Officer, look, I am right here. I cannot flee. Shouldn't the informant be required to provide supplementary materials?" Wang Jiming's expression darkened. Where was he to procure such materials? In the company. Only Xiao Luoshi could acquire them, yet she was unreachable. To ask him for additional materials felt like a death sentence. The police hesitated to respond carelessly, taking a moment to reflect before stating, "It is permissible to lack reporting materials. We kindly ask for your cooperation." Instantly, Wang Jiming and Oppo's mood brightened. However, he was genuinely infuriated with Jiang Jingfeng. Why was he, the one being reported and interrogated, the one feeling anxious and fearful? Was there no justice in this? Jiang Jingfeng smiled again, but this smile sent Wang Jiming and Oppo's heart racing, pushing him to the brink of despair. Jiang Jingfeng remarked, "If a report lacks supporting materials and is proven to be malicious, does that not constitute the crime of false accusation, subjecting the informer to corresponding legal penalties?" Wang Jiming's heart felt as though it had been struck with a sledgehammer, leaving him breathless. The police took longer to ponder this time, finally responding, "Yes." Wang Jiming was on the verge of collapse. He wished they would hurry and conclude the investigation instead of dragging it out. Yet, he dared not shout at the officers, instead resorting to silent curses. If memory served, false accusation bore several responsibilities. Civil liabilities aside, administrative penalties were merely a few days of detention. But the criminal responsibility was severe, potentially leading to 3 years in prison or more, depending on the consequences. Jiang Jingfeng eloquently summarized the liabilities. Just as he finished speaking, a sudden sound echoed. Both Jiang Jingfeng and the officers turned to see Wang Jiming kneeling on the ground. His eyes were ablaze with fury, yet filled with terror. A juxtaposition of emotions that seemed absurd. Jiang Jingfeng remained silent, inwardly relishing the moment. This was delightful. "You wish to challenge me? Watch I dismantle you." Having been bitten by the snake once, Jiang Jingfeng and Oppo's inquiries indicated that the ultimate penalties would either be detention or imprisonment. Wang Jiming, who had spent 2 weeks in detention, was acutely aware of the despair that awaited him. Jiang Jingfeng's probing was clearly a psychological torment directed at him, and he had finally reached his breaking point. The police were equally baffled. They were conducting an interrogation. What did this man have to do with it? They exchanged glances, and one officer approached Wang Jiming, asking, "Sir, are you feeling unwell? Would you like us to call an ambulance?" Wang Jiming did not respond. The officer repeated the question several times, and finally resorted to gently nudging him. Wang Jiming snapped back to reality, quickly retreating several steps, his face drained of color. He felt utterly humiliated, especially after glancing at the camera in the corner. He felt as though he wished for death. A grown man, reduced to kneeling in fear over mere words. He turned to Jiang Jingfeng, his eyes filled with resentment, hastily declaring, I'm fine. I just suddenly thought of my great-grandmother." The officers regarded him as if he were a fool, and Wang Jiming seethed with frustration. In truth, not only was Wang Jiming collapsing, but the interrogating officers were equally exasperated. How could this young man possess a greater understanding of the law than they did? It was illogical, unless he had studied law. The officers returned their attention to Jiang Jingfeng, asking, "Sir, are we done here?" Jiang Jingfeng furrowed his brow in thought, then suddenly lifted his gaze, eyes gleaming, fixating intently on Wang Jiming. Wang Jiming sensed impending doom, a wave of foreboding washing over him. As expected, Jiang Jingfeng stated, "Officer, the informant is him. I request that someone monitor him throughout the investigation to prevent his escape." The officers finally understood why this individual occupied the position of general manager. He was attempting a coup. They also comprehended why he had crumbled under the weight of Jiang Jingfeng and Oppos, as few words. There was a significant chance he himself lacked the confidence to ascertain the veracity of the accusations against him. The officers exchanged knowing glances, and the one who had been questioning Wang Zhiming nodded at a colleague, who promptly moved to stand beside him, silently observing. Wang Zhiming panicked, exclaiming, "Officer, I assure you he has committed a crime. You must investigate him quickly. Why are you watching me? I am an upstanding citizen." Chapter 49. Conspiracy. The questioning officer began. "We will certainly conduct an investigation. However, as the informant, your cooperation is essential until we ascertain whether the accused has indeed committed an offense. Do you understand?" "I do not understand." Wang Zhiming and Oppos, as confidence waned. He had previously analyzed with Xiao Luoxia the likelihood of Jiang Jingfeng repaying his debts, concluding there was a 70% chance he had not. Today, in a moment of heated impulse, fueled by anger from Xiao and Tan went away. He had chosen to take a gamble. Little did he anticipate that Jiang Jingfeng might have repaid within the stipulated time frame, leaving him in a precarious situation. Furthermore, he had reported an amount in the millions, which constituted a serious crime. Conversely, should the alleged crime be unfounded, his accusation would amount to defamation, likely resulting in a 3-year sentence of hard labor. Moreover, given the circumstances, Jiang Jingfeng would never grant him a letter of forgiveness. Wasn't that the end for him? "Oh, I forgot to mention," Jiang Jingfeng interjected with a smile. "Once the charge of false accusation is established, it becomes a public prosecution case and cannot be resolved through mediation. Even if the victim chooses not to press charges, an investigation will still be initiated." Wang Zhiming's eyes widened in shock. His legs weakened once more as he knelt again. His mind went blank, thought suspended for several seconds. The officers, though expressionless, could barely conceal their disdain. As Wang Zhiming regained his composure, he frantically considered his next steps. Jiang Jingfeng and Oppos' calm demeanor exceeded normalcy. The earlier 70% confidence now seemed less than 10%. Suddenly, he recalled Jiang Jingfeng and Oppos' initial mention of the penalties for filing a false report, since no severe consequences had yet arisen. The maximum punishment would be 10 days of detention and a fine of 500. With this realization, he made a decisive pivot. "Officers, I was wrong. I filed a false report and am willing to accept the consequences." He continued, tears brimming in his eyes. "He is innocent. We are brothers. A mere misunderstanding. Just ask him, Jingfeng. We are brothers, aren't we?" Wang Zhiming gazed at Jiang Jingfeng with desperate longing. Jiang Jingfeng remained silent, patiently awaiting the officer's response, even if he insisted on pursuing the matter. And Wang Zhiming ultimately received a 3-year sentence. It would not alleviate the bitterness in his heart. 3 years compared to 12 was a vast chasm. Thus, it was not an opportune moment. Should the officer speak, he would be inclined to extend Wang Zhiming a reprieve. However, detention was inevitable. The corners of several officers' mouths twitched. They had not anticipated such a conclusion, nor expected the informant to be of this character. This situation had become quite delicate. One officer turned to Jiang Jingfeng, asking, "Sir, what is your perspective?" "Jingfeng, we are brothers. We shared a dormitory in college. Please do not speak rashly. My wife is pregnant, and I must care for her. She is your sister-in-law. For her sake, please let this go." Wang Zhiming shouted toward Jiang Jingfeng, who, still kneeling, appeared utterly desperate. "Brother? What kind of brother are you? I have no brother like you." Jiang Jingfeng seethed inwardly, filled with contempt. His expression remained impassive, and finally, he sighed, stating, "Since it is a false report, we shall proceed according to protocol." The officers nodded and one stepped forward to escort Wang Zhiming out. "Jingfeng, you truly are my good brother," Wang Zhiming muttered as he left, but Jiang Jingfeng only heard the bitterness in his tone. Jiang Jingfeng chuckled nonchalantly. "Excuse the interruption," the departing officer remarked as they exited, restoring tranquility to Jiang Jingfeng and Oppos' office. He returned to his desk, opened his computer, and copied the video of the earlier incident to his phone, delighting in the valuable material. He then approached the front desk, where the receptionist immediately stood in acknowledgement. "Hello, Mr. Jiang. From now on, Wang Ziming is not permitted to enter the company. Should he attempt to do so, call the police immediately. Understood, Mr. Jiang. Additionally, ensure this door remains closed at all times. Entry will only be permitted with a card. Jiang Jingfeng reiterated before returning to his office. Meanwhile, Wang Ziming, as expected, was detained for 7 days for filing a false report. When Ding Yujie received the notification, she hurried to the detention center, astonished that just days apart, they found themselves reunited in the same place. Wang Ziming recounted the events, albeit omitting the details of his torment. It is all Jiang Jingfeng's fault. I shall never forgive him. He seethed, his eyes red with anger. Ding Yujie stood, exclaiming, "That scoundrel! I will confront him right now." Wang Ziming quickly called after her. "What good will it do to confront him now? Will you collapse as you did last time? What should I do then? I cannot swallow this humiliation. I cannot bear it either, but you may go, provided you do not act recklessly." After a moment of contemplation, Wang Ziming and Appo's eyes lit up. "You cannot go alone. We need someone to record the encounter." Ding Yujie immediately grasped Wang Ziming and Appo's intent. The couple conferred for a while longer, perfecting their plan, and Ding Yujie departed with determination. Upon leaving the police station, she made a phone call and purchased an N95 mask from a nearby pharmacy before hailing a cab to Jingfeng Media. Soon, at the entrance of Jingfeng Media, Ding Yujie encountered an unfamiliar masked individual. After confirming their identities, they entered the building alongside others and approached the entrance of Jingfeng Media. Due to her mask and altered hairstyle, Ding Yujie was nearly unrecognizable to the receptionist. The receptionist politely inquired, "May I ask who you two are here to see?" "We are here to see Mr. Jiang," Ding Yujie replied. "Do you have an appointment?" "No. I and Appo's am sorry, but without an appointment, entry is not permitted." "Listen, young lady, I know you Mr. Jiang personally. There are matters that are inconvenient to discuss. Please allow us to speak with him." "I and Appo's am sorry, but Mr. Jiang is currently unavailable. You may leave your contact information, and I will inform him upon his return." "Are you certain he is not here?" "Yes, I'm certain." The receptionist hesitated briefly before providing a definitive answer. Chapter 50. The Legend of the Brother Jiang Jingfeng. "You scoundrel. You made me pregnant and then ran away. If you have the guts, come out and face me. Do you think you can escape? I will confront you every day. You must take responsibility. My poor child, you haven't even been born, and your father has already abandoned you." Upon hearing that Jiang Jingfeng was absent, Ding Yujie began to shout loudly. The receptionist was momentarily stunned. What was happening? Was President Jiang involved in some scandal outside, and there was a child involved? How could this be possible? The staff at Jingfeng Media also heard Ding Yujie and Appo's voice and gathered at the entrance to see what was going on. Among them, Gu Ziqing felt an inexplicable familiarity with Ding Yujie's voice, though she could not quite place it. Seeing the crowd gathering, Ding Yujie turned her back to them, continuing her tirade against Jiang Jingfeng without fear of recognition. No employee dared to intervene, and the receptionist was at a loss. After about 3 minutes of her outburst, Ding Yujie shouted, "Jiang Jingfeng, you heartless wretch. You already have a girlfriend, yet you got me pregnant. You are nothing but a heartbreaker, a worthless man." With that, she stormed off. Meanwhile, the person who had accompanied her had discreetly started recording her outburst before following her into the elevator. At that moment, Gu Ziqing suddenly realized who this woman was. Panic surged within her as she reached for her phone to contact Jiang Jingfeng, but quickly remembered they were in the office and put her phone away. Once back at her room, she finally sent Jiang Jingfeng a message. Soon after Wang Ziming was taken away, Jiang Jingfeng left the company. Zhu Qi had requested his help with moving, which left him speechless. He had spent the entire morning helping with renting and resigning, yet had not assisted with the move. Upon returning to the office that afternoon, he found himself embroiled in a dramatic verbal confrontation. He had barely rested, and now the task of moving had come knocking at his door. Reluctantly, he made his way to Zhu Qi's residence. Upon entering, he was pleasantly surprised to find a spacious 3-bedroom apartment. "Wow, this is nice," he thought, only to be met with Zhu Qi's quip, "It's a shared apartment. I only have one room." After their encounter in the small dark room, she had come to terms with their situation. Since she did not know anyone else in the city, it was only natural to call Jiang Jingfeng for help. Moreover, as his cousin at the company, no one would suspect anything. Jiang Jingfeng nodded in understanding and inquired, "Where are the others?" "At work," Zhu Qi replied, turning to continue packing her things. He watched her in her delicate camisole and floral miniskirt, a smirk creeping onto his face. With a decisive motion, he shut the door and hurried forward. An hour later, Zhu Qi had changed into another outfit and continued to pack. After some time, Jiang Jingfeng finally got up to assist. Once everything was packed, he contemplated calling a moving company, realizing he could not manage such a large load alone. Just then, someone knocked on the door. He opened it to find 3 men dressed in identical orange uniforms standing outside. The leader politely introduced themselves. "Hello, we are from Ant Moving Company. Is your stuff ready?" Jiang Jingfeng was taken aback, suddenly comprehending the situation. "Oh," she called the moving company herself. "Why did she ask me to come?" His mind raced as he recalled Zhu Qi's attire upon his arrival, and he quickly pieced everything together. He realized that since the last encounter in the dark room, several days had passed without him reaching out to Zhu Qi. After such an intimate experience, much like Gu Ziqing, she would undoubtedly be thinking of second or third time. This was merely an opportunity to invite him under the pretense of moving, allowing her to keep him close. Indeed, Zhu Qi had been contemplating this, but it felt inappropriate for a woman to voice such desires. As for the aftermath of their encounter, she found herself at a loss, caught off guard. Jiang Jingfeng was undeniably kind to her and exuded a certain charm. Yet, she was acutely aware that she could not monopolize him. After all, he had a legitimate girlfriend, even if she knew that woman had betrayed him. Most importantly, she was aware of Jiang Jingfeng's relationship with Gu Ziqing, having witnessed them enter the Jingjing International apartment together for an extended period while following Tan went away. The duration of their stay further fueled her suspicions about their intimacy. She consoled herself, thinking of it as having an illicit boyfriend. The moving company worked with remarkable efficiency, finishing the job in 10 minutes. Jiang Jingfeng and Zhu Qi then shared a taxi to their new destination. Upon arrival, Jiang Jingfeng was taken aback to find they had returned to Jingjing International. The thought of Gu Ziqing being in the vicinity made his head spin. However, he had refrained from seeking Gu Ziqing out recently due to Gu Ziqing and Oppo's return, now faced with yet another dilemma. He began to wonder if he would have to take up residence at Jingjing International permanently. Nevertheless, he thought, as long as they did not cause a scene, it would be manageable. As for Yin Dongxue, he had not yet considered her in this equation. He had already devised a preliminary plan regarding her. Upon entering the apartment, which consisted of a living room and a bedroom, Zhu Qi gleefully exclaimed, "Finally, I won't have to compete for the bathroom anymore." She bounced around the living room in delight. Jiang Jingfeng doused her enthusiasm with cold water, reminding her, "It's not even yours, so why the excitement?" Zhu Qi shot him a glance, retorting, "You wouldn't understand the struggles of sharing an apartment. Speaking to you is like trying to explain the intricacies of life to a wall. Then show me a performance, and let us see if there's any difference." He teased. "You can still manage?" She challenged. "Why don't you decide?" An hour later, Jiang Jingfeng lounged on the sofa, wearing a mischievous smile. "Do not doubt me. I am indeed a legend. Cut it out. If you have the skills." Zhu Qi tilted her head defiantly, refusing to back down. Chapter 51. Framed a wicked smile graced Jiang Jingfeng and Oppo's lips as he prepared to tease the charming Zhu Qi once more. However, in that moment, his phone rang sharply, disrupting their private time. This was not the first time a call had intruded upon their solitude. Yet previously, Jiang had dismissed all such interruptions. This time, however, was different. The caller was Hong Tao from the Public Relations Department. A knot formed in Jiang's stomach, for he understood that Hong's call signified considerable trouble at the company. In less than half a minute, Jiang hastily concluded the call and rose, making his way toward the restroom. Approximately 10 minutes later, he emerged, swiftly donning his attire. With a grave expression, he informed Zhu Qi, "There are issues at the company that require my immediate attention." Without waiting for her response, he turned and exited the room without a backward glance. Zhu Qi, throughout this episode, refrained from inquiring about the cause of the disturbance, merely nodding gently to convey her understanding and support. More than half an hour later, Jiang Jingfeng finally arrived at the company. During the journey, he had perused the trending topics, including the video that had sparked the uproar. Jiang Jingfeng of Jingfeng Media impregnates a woman and abandons her. Jingfeng Media, infested with corruption. His countenance darkened. Coupled with Gu Ziqing's information, he identified the woman in the video as Ding Yujia. It was no surprise. Until recently, he had been involved solely with Xiao Luoxi. His relationships with Gu Ziqing and Zhu Qi had only developed after his rebirth, and the events in question had transpired within the last week or two. There was no way he could have fathered a child with someone else. He knew he was innocent, but the online community did not concern itself with the truth. In the office, Hangzhou wore an anxious expression. Jiang compared the woman in the video with a photo of Ding Yujia. Despite the mask and altered hairstyle, the similarities in their features, eyebrows, eyes, were unmistakable. Mr. Jiang, are you suggesting this woman is President Wang's wife? Hongdao Inguit Astonitz. Take a closer look, Jiang urged, enlarging a previous image of Ding Yujia causing a commotion at the company. Notice her hands, her face, the length of her nails. They all match perfectly, including her physique. Indeed, Hongdao Ak Noet. Mr. Jiang, I believe I know how to proceed. He readied himself to leave. Wait, Jiang called out. This matter clearly involves someone manipulating events from behind the scenes. We must ascertain which companies are involved, and certainly document those self-media outlets capitalizing on this situation. Understood, Hangzhou replied before departing Jiang Jingfeng's office. Soon after, Xiao Luoxi entered, inquiring, Feng, what is happening? Her tone bore no hint of reproach. Jiang did not rush to respond. Instead, he lit a cigarette, replying, Did you not notice? Xiao furrowed her brow, asking, Notice what? Regardless, I believe in you. Even if you are at fault, I will forgive you. Jiang found himself at a loss for words, continuing to feign ignorance. It was absurd that Xiao could not identify Ding Yujia. Their familiarity was such that she would surely recognize her at first glance. Her current demeanor seemed to be a strategic move, providing an escape route for herself when the truth eventually surfaced. Is that so? What if I have more than one woman out there? Jiang jested. I know you love me, and that suffices. Men are prone to errors. It's nothing of consequence. Xiao Luoxi approached from behind, offering a massage, demonstrating her understanding. This generous side of Xiao Luoxi was a first for Jiang. In his previous life, she had been far less accommodating. Any hint of his proximity to an internet celebrity would render her cold as winter. He had to exert considerable effort to avoid her ire. Reflecting on this, he thought, how foolish he had been to indulge in such a tempestuous situation. Relishing in the chaos, if he could send a message to his past self, it would be one word, foolish. Jiang grasped her hand gently and said, You should return now. I must attend to matters at the company. No, I will wait for you, Xiao Luoxi insisted, freeing her hand and continuing her massage, subtly igniting Jiang and Appo's senses. Jiang and Appo's resolve began to waver. The frequency of their encounters had been excessive, and while he did not feel physically drained, caution was prudent. Excessive indulgence could lead to depletion, so he refrained from yielding to Xiao Luoxi and Appo's obvious invitations, causing her brow to twitch in surprise. This was not typical behavior for him lately. Noticing his lack of further action, she playfully chided, Feng, do not worry. Let us step inside. Jiang pinched her cheek playfully, mumbling, Darling, please return. I am rather fatigued today. Yet, after being dismissed, Xiao Luoxi did not depart. Instead, she rose gracefully, swaying to stand before him. The last vestige of Jiang's resistance crumbled away. An entire hour passed before Jiang emerged from the secluded space. He mused to himself, only the overworked ox perishes, while the fields remain unspoiled. Moreover, the responsibilities I must tend are numerous. Though youthful, he recognized the need for moderation. Otherwise, he might find himself in regrettable circumstances. Once outside, he noticed several missed calls from Hangzhou. He promptly returned the call. Hello, boss. The trending issue has been resolved. Public scrutiny has now shifted towards Ding Yujia. Good, well done, Jiang acknowledged. As for the second matter, we have some leads. It appears Longwei Media is stirring the pot from behind the scenes. Understood, Jiang replied, his expression impassive as he hung up, his eyes glimmering with a cold, steely resolve. "Damn it, I have yet to pursue you, yet you come knocking at my door." It seems Wang Ziming, that restless fellow, has once again allied himself with these troublemakers. He turned to Xiao Luoxi, gently patting her cheek, saying, "Luoxi, you should return. I have some matters to attend to." Xiao Luoxi nodded obediently, acknowledging all right. Her purpose for coming had been fulfilled, and she did not linger, turning to leave. As Jiang watched her depart, his previously gentle demeanor hardened into icy resolve. He swiftly approached his desk, adeptly opening his computer and logging into the Tianyinka website. Without hesitation, he entered Longway Media into the search bar. Before long, the search results appeared before him. Chapter 52. The grand performance begins, however, as Jiang Jingfeng meticulously scrutinized the shareholder list of Longway Media. A frown creased his brow. It appeared that the names listed were merely those of other companies, rendering it impossible to discern the true puppeteer behind this enterprise. Consequently, Jiang Jingfeng registered for a membership, incurring a substantial fee in the process. After a series of endeavors, his persistence bore fruit, leading to a shocking revelation. Long Xiaodian was not, in fact, the major shareholder of Longway Media. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Jiang Jingfeng and Oppo's eyes as he gazed upon the identity of the actual majority stakeholder. Meanwhile, through the relentless efforts and meticulous planning of the public relations team, Jingfeng Media successfully reversed the previously unfavorable public sentiment, resulting in a remarkable turnaround in their reputation. That very evening, the major streaming platforms of Jingfeng Media witnessed an influx of viewers, heralding a peak in traffic. Yet, for Ding Yujie, this was undeniably a nightmare. She trembled with rage, on the verge of an explosive breakdown. She could hardly fathom that Jiang Jingfeng would respond so swiftly, not to mention that he had obtained her photographs. In a bid to thoroughly expose her, the comparative images were astonishingly detailed, leaving no aspect overlooked. Prior to this, netizens had maintained a relatively objective and fair assessment of Ding Yujie. However, the tide had turned drastically, and she was swiftly branded a shrew in the eyes of the public. The prospect of redeeming her reputation seemed more daunting than scaling the heavens. The immense pressure nearly shattered her, her emotions spiraling out of control, threatening yet another hospitalization. Jiang Jingfeng could foresee the potential repercussions without a second thought. Secretly feeling aggrieved for the unborn child within Ding Yujie, was this tumult intended to jeopardize the life of her child? Simultaneously, within Longway Media, Long Xiaodian remained remarkably composed. He lounged leisurely on the sofa, a cigarette perched between his lips, exhaling smoke rings with a languid grace. In his view, the likelihood of this farce succeeding was minuscule. Nevertheless, since Wang Ziming had made a request, he acquiesced and dispatched personnel to assist. After all, should they truly succeed, it would be an unexpected delight. However, the notion of Wang Ziming being incarcerated once more left him bewildered. How had he ended up partnering with such a fool? It now appeared improbable that they would merge with Jingfeng Media. Although Longway Media had expanded rapidly under his stewardship, it had consequently lost its status as the major shareholder. Should this gamble falter again, he would risk losing even his voting rights, relegating himself to a mere deputy. Longway Media was his labor of love, and this was the last outcome he wished to witness. In the ensuing days, Ding Yujie dared not approach Jingfeng Media, opting instead to confide in Wang Ziming at the detention center. Wang Ziming, resigned, could only await his release to discuss matters further. Thus, operations at Jingfeng Media returned to normalcy. During this period, Jiang Jingfeng also mortgaged the company to repay the loans secured against his Lamborghini, thus averting any unnecessary complications. By Friday, the routine high-level meeting commenced. As the meeting neared its conclusion, Tan Wenhui hesitated before speaking. "Jingfeng, our living expenses have become quite tight lately. Given our current development, would it be possible to discuss dividends?" Without a moment and Oppo's hesitation, Jiang Jingfeng assented. The swiftness of his agreement took Tan Wenhui by surprise, as he was accustomed to Jiang Jingfeng deliberating thoroughly on matters of financial distribution. However, Jiang Jingfeng, without a moment's thought, promptly declared, "This time, We will allocate 10 million as dividends. Luo, she will receive 900,000, while Wenhui, you will be entitled to 1,500,000. Upon hearing this, Tan Wenhui nearly leapt for joy. Yet at that moment, Jiang Jingfeng paused, seemingly recalling something of significance before adding, however, Wenhui, I will directly deduct your share, with the remaining 500,000 to be deducted next time. What? The smile on Tan Wenhui and Appo's face instantly froze, replaced by disbelief. Damn, the money hadn't and amp, Appo's even reached his hands, and it was already gone. He felt bitter. How so? Jiang Jingfeng and Appo's expression remained impassive as he fixed his gaze on Tan Wenhui, inquiring, do you have any objections? Did Tan Wenhui dare to voice dissent? Repaying debts was a matter of principle. He could only grimace and nod helplessly. What a futile anticipation. In contrast, Xiao Luoshi had remained silent throughout, quietly observing Jiang Jingfeng and Appo's directives. Jiang Jingfeng noted their reactions, and Kuden and Appo's helped but smirk inwardly, thinking, competing with me? You are still too inexperienced. He then waved his hand dismissively, uttering 2 words, dismissed. Time swiftly passed, leading to Wednesday. The day Wang Ziming was to graduate once more. Jiang Jingfeng arrived at the office as usual. Early in the day, Gu Ziqing and Gu Zijing entered Jiang Jingfeng's office. What's the matter? Jiang Jingfeng inquired with a smile. Gu Zijing, somewhat reserved and hesitant to speak due to her bandaged wound, appeared considerably better than before. Seeing her silence, Gu Ziqing spoke on her behalf. General Manager, previously you mentioned granting my sister a week to gather funds, but we have yet to raise the money. Could you possibly extend the deadline? Of course, Jiang Jingfeng replied, having inferred the situation upon seeing Gu Zijing. However, out of respect for Gu Ziqing, he felt obliged to consent readily. Moreover, here's my 1 million. Gu Ziqing obediently presented her bank card, a sticky note affixed with her password. Jiang Jingfeng glanced at it, commanding, what are you doing? Take it back. Gu Ziqing was momentarily taken aback, her intended words stifled. Just then, Jiang Jingfeng noticed an unexpected guest arriving at the company entrance, Wang Ziming. He smiled faintly and said, put it away. We have a visitor. You may attend to your matters. Zijing can stay. Simultaneously, he activated the intercom, instructing the receptionist to let him in. Reluctantly, Gu Ziqing departed with her bank card, whispering to Gu Zijing to seek her out if needed. A minute later, the door to the general manager and Appo's office swung open, and Wang Ziming entered with a sullen expression. However, upon seeing Gu Zijing, he visibly froze, taken aback by the unexpected encounter. Likewise, Gu Zijing was startled. The last time Wang Ziming was released, she had waited several days, only for him not to seek her out. By the time she received word, he had once again landed himself in trouble due to her own foolishness. Hence, it had become impossible for her to demand money from him. To her surprise, the timing today was fortuitous. Without thinking, she rushed forward, exclaiming, Wang Ziming, you owe me an explanation. What explanation? Wang Ziming replied coldly, observing the tension. Jiang Jingfeng quickly rose and asked, should I step out? Neither Wang Ziming nor Gu Zijing responded. Jiang Jingfeng, realizing the situation, decided to exit voluntarily, granting them space. Once outside, Jiang Jingfeng found a spot, opened his phone, and quietly observed the surveillance footage. Chapter 53. Excessive chatter within the office. An atmosphere of palpable tension hung in the air as Wang Ziming and Gu Ziqing stood facing each other, ensconced in silence. Perhaps the unexpected encounter had caught them both off guard, requiring a moment for emotional preparation. Wang Ziming discreetly retrieved his phone from his pocket, tapping it with stealth before returning it nonchalantly to the confines of his trousers. He then raised his gaze toward Gu Ziqing and spoke softly, I apologize. Is a mere apology sufficient to resolve everything? Gu Ziqing replied coldly, her eyes locked onto Wang Ziming and Appo's. And what comes next? At her words, Wang Ziming and Appo's expression darkened instantly. He retorted defiantly, what do you believe should be done? The air between them crackled with an intensifying animosity. Gu Ziqing trembled with rage, glancing down at her injuries. her fury bubbling over. Huh, she scoffed, her voice laced with bitterness. After all this time following you, what an amp. Oppose. That's the outcome? Because of you, I am to repay the company 500,000, and to this day, I still owe 200,000. Tell me, what exactly do you think I'm trying to convey? Wang Ziming, maintaining his indifference, replied coldly, your debt to the company is your own affair. It has nothing to do with me. It is not I who owe. This statement was like throwing gasoline on a fire, igniting Gu Ziqin and Oppose as fury. With wide, furious eyes, she pointed an accusatory finger at him, exclaiming, you heartless wretch. If you do not compensate me with 500,000 today, do not expect mercy. I will reveal all your schemes to Jiang Jingfeng, so he can see your true nature. I know not what nonsense you speak. You willingly followed me. I never force you to strip, Wang Ziming said, feigning innocence. Gu Ziqin trembled with indignation, her voice quaking as she spoke. Very well, if that is the case. Gu Ziqin bit her lip and, without another word, strode purposefully toward the door. Feeling a surge of anxiety, Wang Ziming reached out suddenly, seizing her slender arm with a firm grip, demanding, what do you mean by this? What's it to you? Is it not evident? You are the one forcing my hand. Gu Ziqin struggled to free herself from his grasp, her beautiful eyes glaring at the insufferable man before her. Enough. Do not push me further. Wang Ziming and Amp. Oppose. His forehead pulsed with tension as he ground his teeth, forcing the words through clenched jaws. Who is truly forcing whom? You are the one being unreasonable. Gu Ziqin retorted defiantly, standing her ground and meeting his gaze. You are indeed tenacious. They remained locked in a stalemate until Wang Ziming, with a resigned sigh, withdrew his phone from his pocket and gestured toward Gu Ziqin for a transfer. Seeing this, she let out a derisive snort and produced her own phone. Moments latte. The transfer was completed, yet upon checking the amount, her brows furrowed in disbelief as she exclaimed, no way. There is still a deficit of 300,000. In response to her accusation, Wang Ziming merely smirked coldly, stating, you may leave now. I have important matters to discuss with Jiang Jingfeng. With that, he dismissed her entirely. Outside, Jiang Jingfeng, who had been observing the unfolding drama, chuckled softly, shaking his head in bemusement. This foolish woman is in for a rude awakening. Gu Ziqin, fuming, left the office without a backward glance. The 200,000 would suffice to settle her company and Amp, Oppose, debt, while she would devise a plan for the remaining 300,000. Wang Ziming, witnessing her departure, called out to Jiang Jingfeng, hey, you can come in now. His tone and demeanor suggested he was the one in command. Unperturbed, Jiang Jingfeng first sent a message to Gu Ziqin before leisurely entering the office. Upon stepping in, he was taken aback to find Wang Ziming audaciously occupying his rightful seat, legs crossed in a relaxed manner. Jiang Jingfeng retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, lit one, and strolled over to sit in the chair opposite, mirroring Wang Ziming's posture. Unlike their previous encounter, he did not offer Wang Ziming a cigarette. Wang Ziming instead observed Jiang Jingfeng smoking in silence, reminiscent of their last meeting. Eventually, breaking the silence, Wang Ziming said, you know, Jingfeng, this is all your fault. Now I have to endure 7 days of confinement. How do you intend to compensate me? Oh, because of me? Jiang Jingfeng smirked, his lips curling into a sardonic smile. You ought to be thanking me. Otherwise, you would have faced 3 years. By your reasoning, I should be grateful? Of course, Jiang Jingfeng replied. You can always test me again. Wang Ziming raised an eyebrow in disbelief. Test again? Who would dare? 3 years is no laughing matter. Wang Ziming shot a sidelong glance at Jiang Jingfeng, scoffing, you think I am Amp? Oppose? A fool? Whether you are foolish or not, your excessive chatter is undeniable, Jiang Jingfeng replied coolly, extinguishing his cigarette in the ashtray. I must ask again, how do you intend to handle my shares? Wang Ziming's tone turned serious and cold. Shares? What shares? Your buyout fund have already been returned along the same route. Jiang Jingfeng replied dismissively. If your only purpose in coming here is to lament the shares lost due to my actions, then I regret to inform you that you should leave now. Jiang Jingfeng waved his hand dismissively, issuing an unceremonious expulsion. He had anticipated that Wang Ziming would divulge secrets regarding Tan Wenhui or Xiao Luoxia, but he was disappointed to find the man still dreaming of reclaiming his shares. Very well, I will concede, Wang Ziming said with a scowl. I have invested effort into this company. If you are willing to grant me 500,000 as compensation, I assure you I will not trouble you again. Wang Ziming and Appo's face contorted with anger, his gaze fixed intensely on Jiang Jingfeng, as he could no longer suppress his greed, revealing his ulterior motives. He calculated that this windfall would bolster the confidence of the other two individuals. Perhaps, in due time, there would be an opportunity for a turnaround. However, Jiang Jingfeng remained unmoved by Wang Ziming and Appo's audacious demand. He responded resolutely, "You may leave now." Chapter 54. Money is life. Upon witnessing the situation, Wang Ziming realized that Jiang Jingfeng was resolutely severing ties with him. He inhaled deeply, resolute in his decision. Gradually, he rose from his seat. His expression darkened as he strode towards the door. Once outside, Wang Ziming hastily approached Tan Wenhui's office, where Tan was engrossed in paperwork, oblivious to Wang's arrival. Had he been aware, he would have undoubtedly fled the company at once. Now, upon seeing Wang, he resembled a mouse confronted by a cat. When Tan finally noticed someone pushing the door open and looked up to see Wang Ziming, he felt as though struck by lightning. His mind blanked momentarily, and he thought to himself, "This is bad. Come with me to Jiang Jingfeng and Appo's office," Wang Ziming commanded, glaring icily at Tan before turning on his heel and walking out. Tan stood frozen in place, taking a while to regain his composure. He hurriedly called out, "Ziming, wait." Wang paused, casting a cold glance at his timid and ineffectual brother. The intensity of his gaze made Tan instinctively shrink back. However, the current predicament left no room for questions, and he steeled himself to inquire, "Are we confronting him now?" Wang shot a stare at Tan, exasperated by his cowardice, wondering how he had ever considered this fool a close ally. "What do you think?" he retorted sharply. "How would I know? Just follow my lead based on my expressions." Wang Ziming felt an overwhelming urge to slap him. The two of them made their way to Jiang Jingfeng and Appo's office. Upon arrival, they found Jiang seated comfortably, one leg crossed over the other atop his desk, smoking without sparing them a glance. Approaching the desk, Wang Ziming stood firm, while Tan hesitated a couple of paces behind, unwilling to meet Jiang's eyes. Wang inhaled deeply, calming himself before speaking. "Jingfeng, we and Appo's been brothers for 5 or 6 years. I acknowledge that my previous actions have adversely affected the company, but that is now behind us. I also recognize that my name appearing on the shareholder list again may not be appropriate. However, in the spirit of our brotherhood, I have a request that I hope you will not refuse." Jiang Jingfeng remained silent, exhaling smoke without acknowledging him. Wang felt a surge of irritation at being disregarded and continued, "You know that without this job, my life would be in disarray. Fortunately, Wenhui has agreed to provide me with a portion of shares, but rest assured, it will be in the form of a pledge, and the outside world will remain unaware. Therefore, I hope you will not obstruct this." Tan Wenhui, upon hearing this, felt a wave of panic wash over him. Hadn't they agreed to register a new company, with him investing the funds? Why the sudden change? What about Xiao Luoxia? Wang Ziming's intentions shifted upon witnessing the promising prospects of Jingfeng Media. He desired those shares outright, aiming to streamline the process and eliminate potential variables, especially considering Tan Wenhui could also become a liability. As for Xiao Luoxia, he had plans, but after their last encounter, he had been unable to reach her, delaying any action. Jiang Jingfeng continued to observe Tan Wenhui with a detached gaze. Tan felt an immense pressure, uncertain of how to proceed. Wang Ziming abruptly turned, glaring fiercely at Tan, prompting Tan to reluctantly speak. "Jingfeng, we're all brothers here. There is no need to let our relationship sour. We see each other often." Hearing this, Jiang Jingfeng could not help but silently curse them. These two now called each other brother so affectionately, yet when they had conspired against him, they had never considered their brotherhood. He felt utterly foolish for having associated with such individuals. With a sardonic smile, Jiang finally spoke, "Brother, did you ever consider me one?" At this point, Tan Wenhui hastily interjected, "Of course, Jingfeng. Without you, I would still be a mere cog in that broken company. You're not only my brother, but also my benefactor." As soon as he spoke, even Wang Ziming could not help but glance at Tan with disdain. This man was truly adept at sycophancy. It was absurd he could articulate such sentiments. Under Wang's scrutinizing gaze, Tan felt a flush of embarrassment. He had long since realized the necessity of currying favor with Jiang Jingfeng. Without him, he was nothing. However, when Jiang Jingfeng and oppose, as attention shifted back to Wang Ziming, he quickly donned a fawning smile, adding, "We must be brothers. Remember the days we hid in the dorm, secretly watching films and excitedly discussing beauties? Occasionally, we would even go out together to relax. Ah, those were truly cherished times." As he reminisced, Wang Ziming appeared lost in thought. Tan, glancing sideways at Wang, internally scoffed, "You and Amp, oppose, read just as guilty of putting on airs. Are you finished?" Jiang Jingfeng exhaled a puff of smoke, casually inquiring. Wang Ziming and Tan Wenhui twitched at the corners of their mouths, both thinking, "We and Amp, oppose, you stooped so low, and all you say is and Amp, oppose. Are you finished? And Amp, oppose. What an Amp, oppose. Is next?" Wang Ziming summoned all his courage to smile. "So does that mean you agree?" Did I ever say I agree?" Jiang Jingfeng's retort ignited a flicker of hope in Tan Wenhui, who envisioned the previous cooperative model discussed with Wang Ziming, where they would gradually invest without relinquishing everything at once. Wang Ziming and oppose, S expression darkened. Jiang Jingfeng and oppose, S indifference pushed him to the brink of desperation. He shot a fierce look at Tan, urging him to speak. Tan, startled by Wang's gaze, felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness and regret. He finally resigned himself to say, "Jingfeng, I've already agreed to pledge 6 of the shares to Ziming. I'm helping him. After all, we're brothers, so please agree. Moreover, it's a pledge, meaning Ziming 1T partake in any company decisions or management, thus preserving the company and oppo's image." As he spoke, his heart bled. Just considering the previous dividends, he could earn 5 million a quarter, but if he followed Wang Ziming's demands, he would have to part with 600,000. Money was his lifeblood. Wang Ziming was effectively demanding half of it. Chapter 55. Were men not lustful? In the face of the insurmountable sum of 5 million, Tan Wenhui had no alternative but to reluctantly produce 600,000 to address the present predicament. This was the price he had to pay for his erroneous choices. At that moment, Wang Ziming fixed his gaze intently on Jiang Jingfeng, his eyes brimming with anticipation, desperately hoping for a nod of agreement. Unfortunately, Jiang Jingfeng remained unfazed, leisurely smoking a cigarette, showing no inclination to express his stance. This impasse was sheer torment for Wang Ziming. Finally, in the suffocating atmosphere, Wang Ziming could no longer contain his inner agitation. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Jingfeng, Wenhui and I have already come to an agreement. Just give us a straightforward answer." Jiang Jingfeng exhaled a puff of smoke, a tranquil smile gracing his features as he replied, "Straightforward? Why should I grant you that? What I desire is my own satisfaction." The moment those words left his lips, both Wang Ziming and Tan Wenhui were taken aback, clearly unprepared for such a response from Jiang Jingfeng. Instantly, Wang Ziming and oppose, fury erupted like a volcano. His face flushed, eyes wide with rage. He leaned toward the table, pointing a finger accusingly at Jiang Jingfeng, and shouted, "Jiang Jingfeng, you are truly going too far. Fine, if that's the case, then I shall make this clear, Shao." Just as he was about to utter Shao Luoxia's name, Tan Wenhui, quick on his feet, rushed forward and firmly covered Wang Ziming and oppose, mouth. "Ziming, calm down. Don't act impulsively," Tan Wenhui exclaimed in a panic. If Wang Ziming were to reveal his entanglement with Shao Luoxia, he too would face dire consequences. "Let him speak." "Continue speaking," Jiang Jingfeng said, unfazed, not even lowering his leg resting on the table. Wang Ziming, momentarily distracted by Tan Wenhui and oppo's intervention, quickly regained his composure. Realizing that disclosing Shao Luoxia and oppo's name would be detrimental to him. Thus, after shaking off Tan Wenhui and Appo's hand, he shouted, "Jiang Jingfeng, just wait for me." With that, he stormed out of the room. Tan Wenhui awkwardly bid farewell and followed suit. Outside, Wang Ziming did not leave, but instead called Xiao Luoxia. Already at the office. Upon seeing his call, she immediately rejected it. Wang Ziming persisted. Reluctantly, Xiao Luoxia finally answered, "I'm at the office. You have half an hour. Find a chance to come out. I'll be waiting for you in the parking lot." Wang Ziming, filled with anger, asserted, "If you don't come, I will return and disclose everything about us to Jiang Jingfeng, and I will ensure everyone in the company knows." Without waiting for a response, he hung up the phone and stormed away. Tan Wenhui could only stand at the company entrance, watching him leave, filled with regret. That was close. Tan Wenhui regretted his decisions deeply. Yet, he truly had no good solution to this predicament. Should he return and inform Jiang Jingfeng about the plot against him? Back at his office, he paced back and forth, struggling to make a decision. Ultimately, greed triumphed over honesty. Since Jiang Jingfeng had already shown no intention of responding to Wang Ziming's claims, it indicated that as long as he didn't overstep, there was still room for maneuvering. All that remained was to reach an agreement with Wang Ziming. Meanwhile, Jiang Jingfeng kept a close watch on Wang Ziming's situation. He monitored the surveillance footage, and within minutes, he saw Xiao Luoxia exiting the company. He picked up his phone and sent a message to Zhu Qi. Soon, Zhu Qi also left the office. Upon arriving at the entrance, Zhu Qi noticed the elevator stopping at the basement level. She followed suit. When she arrived at the basement level via another elevator, she did not rush out. Instead, she stood quietly inside, holding her breath to listen to the sounds outside. The surrounding silence confirmed there were no unusual noises, and she cautiously stepped out of the elevator, each step deliberate and careful. Next, like a vigilant cat, she peered out from the elevator door, scanning her surroundings meticulously for any sign of activity. Before long, her gaze settled on a corner not far away, where she saw Xiao Luoxia and Wang Ziming engaged in conversation. Observing this, she swiftly retrieved her phone to document every moment that might unfold. At that moment, as the two met, Wang Ziming, unable to contain his impulsive feelings, opened his arms, eager to embrace the enchanting woman before him. Xiao Luoxia. To Wang Ziming, Xiao Luoxia was not only an unforgettable first love, but also a pawn he meticulously orchestrated. After all, is there a man who is not swayed by lust? Especially for a beauty like Xiao Luoxia, whose stunning allure made her a rare gem. Her exquisitely beautiful face, graceful figure, and alluring curves could ignite desire in any normal man. Thus, the thought of truly letting Xiao Luoxia go was something Wang Ziming could not bear. Possessing such a captivating and charming partner would undoubtedly fulfill his vanity. However, faced with Wang Ziming's sudden advance, Xiao Luoxia decisively extended her hands, firmly pushing against his chest, resolutely thwarting his intentions. "What is it?" she asked coldly, her tone laced with indifference. This response caused Wang Ziming to frown, dousing his fervor with a splash of cold water. He looked at Xiao Luoxia and Appo's stunning face, wondering if she had divulged everything to Jiang Jingfeng. If she had, and if Jiang Jingfeng forgave him, that would be unbecoming of a man. More critically, if she reconciled with Jiang Jingfeng, the house he and Xiao Luoxia purchased would be as good as lost. He was counting on selling that house to amass cash and start a company to compete with Jiang Jingfeng. Damn, the ominous premonition weighed heavily on him. Wang Ziming composed himself, smiling gently. "Luoxia, what is wrong?" His voice was soft. "Is there something you need?" Xiao Luoxia remained unresponsive, her expression still aloof, glancing around nervously, fearful of being discovered with Wang Ziming. "Let us go." "Where to?" "To our love nest. I've neglected you for a while," Wang Ziming said, reaching out to embrace Xiao Luoxia's waist. In the past, whenever Wang Ziming promised to make it up to Xiao Luoxia, she would always half-heartedly follow him. Today, he employed the same tactic, confident that women needed to be coaxed, and he certainly knew the most effective methods. Chapter 56. The adulterer's Xiao Luoxia pushed his hand away, her tone indifferent. "I have no time." Wang Ziming pondered for a moment, wondering if his overt concern for Ding Yujia had led Xiao Luoxia to lose hope. With a pleading expression, he said, Luoxia, rest assured, after this incident, I absolutely cannot be with that fierce woman, Ding Yujia. The one I cherish most in my heart is you. I swear it. As he spoke, Wang Jiming raised his fist, ready to make an oath. In the past, Xiao Luoxia would have taken his hand and affectionately assured him of her belief in him. However, today, she remained motionless, her beautiful eyes staring blankly at Wang Jiming, as if the world around her was irrelevant, merely a spectator to his upcoming vow. His arm, raised high, hung suspended in the air for several seconds, with Xiao Luoxia showing no intention of stopping him. In desperation, Wang Jiming gritted his teeth and began to swear. Wang Jiming, hereby vow that in this life, I shall love only Xiao Luoxia. If I speak a single falsehood, then let me be imprisoned. In truth, he had wanted to utter something more severe, like being struck by lightning. But as those words were on the verge of escaping his lips, he changed his mind at the last moment. After all, being imprisoned would at least preserve his life. A lightning strike would mean instant demise. Once he concluded his oath, he shamelessly opened his arms again, attempting to embrace Xiao Luoxia and Appos as slender waist. To his dismay, she ruthlessly pushed him away. In that instant, an unquenchable fury erupted within him, akin to a volcano. I have done so much for you, and yet you still wear that sour face for whom? He thought, recalling how things used to be. Now, having merely fallen from grace, did it necessitate such a swift severing of ties, such a ruthless betrayal? His anger intensified. Finally, unable to contain his rage, he shouted, Xiao Luoxia, enough is enough. Upon hearing this, Xiao Luoxia turned without hesitation and walked away briskly, not looking back. Wang Jiming, witnessing her departure, bellowed, Stop. Xiao Luoxia, do not push me. It's you who is forcing me, isn't it? Xiao Luoxia halted, finally speaking. Wang Jiming, unwilling to concede, questioned her. Is it true? You are so heartless as to abandon me? Wasn't it Amp, Appos, I your one true love? Xiao Luoxia, her face twisted in disgust, reflected on the absurdity of first loves and the farce of love itself. Looking at Wang Jiming and Appos' shameless demeanor, she felt truly disillusioned. Thus, she asked coolly, What do you want? Wang Jiming took a deep breath and sighed, saying, Rest assured, I'll one tell Jiang Jingfeng about us. But now you must come with me to discuss how to handle the villa. Is that acceptable? Xiao Luoxia secretly sighed in relief, realizing it was best if Jiang Jingfeng remained unaware. She wrestled internally, knowing that if she went to the villa, what if Wang Jiming went mad? Moreover, what if Jiang Jingfeng suddenly sought her out? She pondered for a long time, hesitating. Ultimately, in order to sever ties with Wang Jiming, she had no choice but to acquiesce, nodding reluctantly. The two walked towards the underground parking lot, one following the other, concealed in a hidden spot. Zhu Qi sent this scene to Jiang Jingfeng. Follow them and confirm once they enter the community, then let me know. Jiang Jingfeng replied with a message and hurriedly left. He took a taxi to the back gate of Hangzhou Industrial and Commercial Vocational Technical College. After getting out, he casually approached a student, saying, Excuse me, I need to discuss something with you. The student looked up and saw a man wearing a mask, instantly becoming wary. He thought to himself, Is this guy a scammer? Without hesitation, he turned away, refusing to engage with Jiang Jingfeng. Jiang Jingfeng approached several other students, but they all reacted similarly, rejecting him the moment they noticed his mask. In this day and age, people are often suspicious and prejudiced against those wearing masks, as if it signifies illness, prompting them to keep their distance. It wasn't an Appos until the subsequent pandemic that perceptions of mask wearing would fundamentally change. At this moment, Jiang Jingfeng was anxious, estimating that the detestable adulterers should be arriving at the villa shortly. Suddenly, he spotted a group of students with dyed yellow hair, smoking and chatting animatedly. His heart steadied, and he quickly walked over to them. As he approached, he greeted them with a broad smile. Hello, everyone. I have a small favor to ask, and if successful, I am willing to pay you 1,000 yuan as a reward. Are you interested? The yellow-haired student's eyes lit up at this offer. 1,000 yuan could certainly fund a couple of lively nights at KTV. Instantly, their interest was piqued. Among them, one boy stood out, adorned with a sparkling earring. While the others clustered around him, clearly the leader of their little group. He turned to Jiang Jingfeng, sizing him up, and leisurely asked, "Oh, what do you need help with? But let me be clear, no deception allowed, or else." He shot a glance at his companions, adopting a tough demeanor. Jiang Jingfeng suppressed a smile. Aside from his height and good looks, the boy had strength and training on his side. If it came to a fight, he could easily handle them one by one. However, he was here on business and was in a hurry since Zhu Qi had informed him that the adulterers had just entered the community. He pulled out 500 yuan from his pocket and handed it to the ostentatious leader, saying with a smile, "This is an advance. My request is simple. Add someone on WeChat, send them a message once you are successful, then block and delete them. That an amp, oppose, is all." The leader and amp, oppose, eyes brightened, and he eagerly accepted the money, quickly stashing it in his pocket. The other students grinned widely, thinking to themselves how easy it was to earn this money. Was the man opposite them a fool? The leader quickly took out his phone, grinning broadly. "No problem. Just tell me the phone number, and I'll add them right away." Chapter 57. Old tricks resurfaced. Jiang Jingfeng swiftly reported Ding Yujie and Appo's phone number. Soon, the leading figure managed to locate Ding Yujie and Appo's WeChat. "Now it's my turn to take charge. You merely need to observe," Jiang Jingfeng asserted as he laid out his demands. The leader, motivated by the prospect of an unclaimed 500 yuan, readily acquiesced. Thus, Jiang Jingfeng took possession of the other party's phone and deftly inscribed a message in the friend request note. "Ding Yujie, urgent matter, please respond immediately." Meanwhile, Ding Yujie lounged on the couch in her rented apartment, engrossed in Douyin, furiously cursing at the derogatory videos targeting her. Just then, she noticed a WeChat friend request. Instinctively pausing her actions, she clicked to view the request. Upon reading the message, she furrowed her brow slightly. "Urgent? How does he know my name?" In her moment of distraction, she accepted the request without a second thought and quickly replied, "Who are you? What's the urgent matter?" On the other end, Jiang Jingfeng, fixated on the screen, could not suppress a smug smile upon receiving Ding Yujie and amp, Appo's message. He mused to himself, what a naive and gullible woman. She is so easily ensnared, truly simple to deceive. With haste, Jiang Jingfeng typed back, "I know exactly where Wang Ziming and amp, Appo's 5 million went." Ding Yujie's response was immediate. "Where?" Jiang Jingfeng replied, "He used that money to purchase a house for another mistress. Do you need the exact address?" Ding Yujie felt a jolt of shock upon reading this message. The staggering sum of 5 million flashed through her mind, reminding her of the sacrifices she had made to save Wang Ziming, including selling her own house worth over 4 million. However, after a series of unfortunate events, she was left with merely 1 million. A wave of uncontrollable rage surged within her. Gritting her teeth, she vowed to reclaim her rightful 5 million and to teach that shameless mistress a lesson. Without a moment in amp, Appo's hesitation, she replied, "Quickly tell me the address." Seeing this, Jiang Jingfeng's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. He leisurely typed another message. "Hold on. There is more news I need to share with you. At this moment, Wang Ziming is in that house with his mistress, supporting your quest for justice." Ding Yujie, upon reading the message, erupted into a frenzy, shouting madly at home as if possessed. Without hesitation, Jiang Jingfeng provided her with the exact address of the villa. To further bolster his credibility and ensure Ding Yujie's complete trust, he even sent several photos of Wang Ziming conversing with Xiao Luoxia, including images of them entering the community together. Ding Yujie was beside herself with rage, unable to fathom that Wang Ziming had, so soon after his release from detention, rushed to rendezvous with his mistress in a house purchased with her 5 million. She scrutinized the woman in the photographs repeatedly and, despite her efforts, could not reconcile the figure with Gu Zijing. This revelation ignited her fury to unprecedented heights. Her face flushed with anger, veins bulging on her forehead. She leapt from the couch like a frenzied beast and dashed into the kitchen, grabbing a razor-sharp kitchen knife. She stuffed it into her bag and stormed out with fierce determination. Meanwhile, Jiang Jingfeng waited for a moment, but Ding Yujie did not reply. Understanding her character, he knew she was already taking action. With this thought, he promptly blocked her on WeChat and deleted their friendship, even erasing all related photos from his cache. After completing these tasks, Jiang Jingfeng returned the phone to the leader standing nearby and, from his pocket, retrieved 5 crisp 100 yuan notes, stuffing them into the leader's hand. The leader and Amp, Oppo's face lit up with excitement as he hurriedly accepted the phone and cash, nodding eagerly. A small favor. You are too kind. Brother, let us connect on WeChat. Feel free to reach out for any future assistance. Though curiosity about Jiang Jingfeng and Oppo's earlier messages lingered in the leader and Oppo's mind, he wisely chose not to pry further. Adhering to the adage that one must repay favors without question, Jiang Jingfeng, bemused, thought, is that even possible? As he turned to leave, an important thought struck him. He halted abruptly, slowly turning back to the leader with a piercing gaze, his tone grave and icy. If she contacts you later, you must not divulge a single word about me. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. Think carefully. As his words hung in the air, a chilling smile crept across Jiang Jingfeng's face. The leader felt an inexplicable pressure settle upon him, a sudden realization of the gravity of the situation. Jiang Jingfeng could not quite grasp why his fierce demeanor instilled such fear. Perhaps it stemmed from his prolonged incarceration, which had naturally imbued him with an icy resolve. The leader, grinning nervously, assured, "Rest assured, brother. I guarantee this will never happen." Jiang Jingfeng said nothing more, hailing a vehicle to depart. To show mercy to one's enemies is to be cruel to oneself. He harbored no compassion for Ding Yujie, who had been an accomplice and a recurring source of trouble at his company. As for the possibility of Xiao Luoxia being exposed, he had already devised several contingency plans. Upon returning to the company, Zhu Qi continued to lie in wait near the entrance of the upscale community in a small Swiss town. After about 20 minutes, he spotted Ding Yujie angrily stepping out of taxi. At the security checkpoint, due to the community's exclusivity, she was stopped. Ding Yujie patiently explained, "Hey, my husband purchased a house here. I just returned to Hangzhou and forgot my access card. Could you please let me in?" The security guard inquired, "Which building?" Ding Yujie hesitated to disclose Wang Ziming and Oppo's exact location, fearing that the guard might inform him. Thinking quickly, she replied, "Building 68. The guard pondered for a moment and said, "Oh, you must be the owner of the recently purchased unit, right?" Without a second thought, Ding Yujie affirmed, "Yes." "All right, you may enter. Just remember to bring your card next time or arrange for facial recognition with the property management." The security guard smiled as he opened the gate for Ding Yujie. Chapter 58. Astonishing thrills. Zhu Qi had initially anticipated that Ding Yujie would cause quite a scene, threatening to assert her dominance with her pregnancy before gaining entry. To her surprise, everything unfolded rather smoothly. Even Ding Yujie herself did not foresee such ease. After all, Building 68 was the very villa Zhu Qi had assisted Jiang Jingfeng in selling. One could only deem it a mere coincidence. In truth, Zhu Qi felt somewhat nauseated by the task of surveillance, particularly since the target was Xiao Luoxi. She was fully aware that Xiao Luoxi had betrayed Jiang Jingfeng, and such a woman evoked considerable disdain within her, especially considering that Jiang Jingfeng had not only granted her shares, but had also treated her exceptionally well. Zhu Qi could not fathom why Xiao Luoxi would choose to betray him. Jiang Jingfeng was wealthy and handsome. She believed he would cherish her above all else. Yet, Xiao Luoxi remained insatiable. Nonetheless, Zhu Qi resolved to maintain her current relationship with Jiang Jingfeng without complications. She was confident that should she encounter someone she truly liked in the future, Jiang Jingfeng would not impede her. As for how Jiang Jingfeng would handle Xiao Luoxi and Oppo's downfall, she remained indifferent. For now, she was quite satisfied with her salary and benefits, which were far more stable and effortless than working as a real estate agent. In the opulent villa, Wang Ziming and Xiao Luoxi entered together. Upon crossing the threshold, Wang Ziming licked his lips, his gaze wandering over Xiao Luoxi, who was clad in a gray miniskirt. Her alluring figure ignited a tidal wave of desire within him, overwhelming his ability to restrain his impulses. He lunged forward in a swift motion. Xiao Luoxi was taken aback by this sudden advance, struggling desperately to escape Wang Ziming's embrace. However, her feeble strength paled in comparison to his, and no matter how hard she fought, she could not break free from his powerful grasp. Wang Ziming, let go! Xiao Luoxi shouted, her voice laced with anger and fear. Luoxi, please don't, Wang Ziming panted, recklessly toying with her sensitive nerves. Let go of me, she roared again. I want tea. Wang Ziming remained unfazed, tightening his hold on her. If you don't release me, I'll scream for help, she threatened. At this, Wang Ziming paused momentarily, but a sly smirk soon crept across his face. Luoxi, since you've decided to part ways with me, let us make this final encounter worthwhile. Let it serve as a farewell to our 6-year relationship, and I promise I won't pursue you any further. What do you say? With that, his hands began to wander restlessly. Xiao Luoxi wished to extricate herself from Wang Ziming and Oppo's grasped swiftly, but after a moment of hesitation, his fervor intensified. Before long, she found herself ensnared. She tried to convince herself that this would be the last time, yet she overlooked the true nature of Wang Ziming. Sensing her capitulation, he thought to himself, you foolish woman, how naive. He was in no rush. It took them several minutes before they finally made their way to the sofa. Meanwhile, Ding Yujie had already entered the community. Upon entering, she sprinted forward. Not far behind, Zhu Qi followed closely, finding it easier to gain access to the neighborhood now. Having previously sold properties in the area, she was already familiar with the security personnel, exchanging pleasantries to gain entry. 5 minutes later, Ding Yujie stood before the villa, noting that the gate had never been installed since the property was purchased. Moreover, Wang Ziming had been so eager that he had even forgotten to close the front door. Ding Yujie swiftly retrieved her phone and unhesitatingly activated the recording function. She then crept toward the house like a nimble wildcat. At that moment, Zhu Qi quietly approached the backyard, carefully edging closer to the window to observe the scene unfolding in the living room. The instant Ding Yujie stepped into the living room, her eyes widened in shock, and her mouth dropped open in disbelief. The sight before her was utterly breathtaking and exhilarating, far surpassing the antics Wang Ziming had displayed with her. Ding Yujie let out a piercing scream. Without a moment in Oppo's hesitation, she charged toward the couple like a wild beast, heedless of the consequences. At that moment, Wang Ziming was lost in a state of euphoric excitement. Suddenly confronted by Ding Yujie, who was brandishing her phone and advancing with ferocity, he was paralyzed with fear, rendered utterly speechless. Xiao Luoxi, upon seeing the commotion, was filled with dread. She exerted all her strength to escape Wang Ziming's embrace, staggering to her feet as she frantically searched for her clothing. Yet, in her frenzied state, Ding Yujie showed no mercy. Like a bolt of lightning, she lunged at Xiao Luoxi, mercilessly grasping her hair and pulling with all her might. Poor Xiao Luoxi, utterly exposed, could only cry out in agony while futilely attempting to resist Ding Yujie and Oppo's assault. It was only then that Wang Ziming seemed to awaken from his stupor. He disregarded his own clothing, hastily rising to intervene between the two women. Yujie, let go. Please. Let me explain, he shouted in panic. You adulterous scoundrel. I swear I will end you. Ding Yujie refused to relent, hurling insults at him. She was consumed by rage. Having long suspected an affair between Wang Ziming and Xiao Luoxi, and now she had undeniable proof of their betrayal. To make matters worse, she had sold her house to rescue Wang Ziming. And now, Xiao Luoxi had done nothing while Wang Ziming squandered the $5 million that rightfully belonged to her to purchase a villa for their illicit rendezvous. The more she reflected, the angrier she became, and with each passing moment, her grip tightened. Wang Ziming had no choice but to seize Ding Yujie and Oppo's hand, positioning himself between them. Yujie, please, let us talk this through. Just let go for now, he pleaded, his own composure unraveling as he struggled to comprehend the unfolding disaster. He understood Ding Yujie's temperament and feared the worst. Xiao Luoxi felt as though her spirit had been crushed, her hair painfully clenched in Ding Yujie and Oppo's grip. Yet, What tormented her further was the realization that this incident could not remain concealed. It would inevitably reach Jiang Jingfeng and Amp, Oppos, his ears. Had it occurred prior to her discussions with Jiang Jingfeng about betrayal, she might have sought his forgiveness, but now, how could she possibly plead for mercy? Despair enveloped her. It was Wang Ziming's reappearance that had shattered her once idyllic life, and now, with both Wang Ziming and his wife in the picture, she felt utterly doomed. She blamed Ding Yujie and Wang Ziming for her plight. Her anger surged, quickly reaching a boiling point. Chapter 59. The Hat Trick with a Kitchen Knife. Xiao Luoxia let out a furious roar, allowing Ding Yujie to grasp her hair as she lunged at her, equally frenzied and clutching Ding Yujie and Oppos as locks. In that moment, both women were wailing in agony, their cries nearly lifting the roof off. Zhu Qi, who was hiding behind and filming the scene, could only think how reckless women become in such madness, and she wondered how she would handle such a situation. Yet, no solution came to her mind, and it seemed the only option was to continue recording. Simultaneously, a wave of pity for Jiang Jingfeng surged within her. This man was truly unfortunate. First, his girlfriend had heartlessly betrayed him, and now even his brother had turned against him. Enduring such a double blow in life was enough to evoke sympathy from anyone. Meanwhile, Wang Ziming was thrown into disarray by the chaotic scene before him. It was essential to remember that Ding Yujie was a pregnant woman, over 3 months along. Thus, while attempting to separate the two, he had to exercise extra caution, constantly vigilant to protect Ding Yujie and Amp, Oppos, belly. This made Xiao Luoxia appear even more forlorn. He cursed himself for the misfortune that had led him to this absurd situation. However, the fierce struggle soon drained Ding Yujie and Oppos energy. Before long, she was panting and slowly sank to the ground, exhausted. Even so, she stubbornly clung to Xiao Luoxia and Amp, Oppos, hair, continuing to cry out, "Yujie, Luoxia, please. Stop this nonsense and let go." Wang Ziming urged desperately. To his surprise, Ding Yujie had completely lost her sanity, feebly shouting at Wang Ziming, "Make that wretched woman let go first." Seeing this, Wang Ziming turned to Xiao Luoxia with a troubled expression. "Luoxia, perhaps you should let go first?" In her fury, Xiao Luoxia was unwilling to yield easily, defiantly responding, "Why should I let go first? She was the one who grabbed my hair first." Though she said this, she was indeed the third party disrupting another in Amp, Oppos' family, which made her appear somewhat weaker in both demeanor and tone compared to Ding Yujie. "Can we just let go?" Wang Ziming reluctantly suggested. Both women fell silent. Wang Ziming breathed a sigh of relief and declared, "On the count of 3, we all let go together." Xiao Luoxia nodded, and Ding Yujie followed suit. 3, 2, 1, let go. Instantly, they released their grips, and Wang Ziming positioned himself between them, using his body to separate the two. Xiao Luoxia and Oppos' face was flushed, her steps unsteady as she frantically searched for her clothes. Meanwhile, Ding Yujie sat on the ground, utterly drained and vacant in expression. Wang Ziming hung his head, uncertain how to explain the situation. Having hastily dressed, Xiao Luoxia dashed into the bathroom. A few minutes later, she emerged, her complexion as pale as a ghost, rushing towards the door. At that moment, Ding Yujie, having regained a bit of strength, suddenly reached for her handbag, extracting a razor-sharp kitchen knife. Her face contorted with rage, she shouted curses, "You damn vixens!" With that, she lunged at Xiao Luoxia, knife in hand. Zhu Qi, witnessing this scene from outside, was horrified, instinctively covering her mouth with her hands to stifle any sound. Wang Ziming, equally terrified, rushed towards Ding Yujie, still fumbling with his pants. This scene was all too familiar to him, a kitchen knife version of a hat trick. Unfortunately, in his panic, his trousers hung loosely, hindering his speed. Just a few steps out, he tripped and stumbled, propelled forward like an awkward bear towards Ding Yujie. "Yujie, get out of the way!" Wang Ziming screamed, aware of the potential consequences of his collision. Alas, Ding Yujie, consumed by fury, was oblivious to the imminent danger, the distance between them narrowing to less than 2 meters. As Wang Ziming cried out, it was already too late. Before his words could fade, He collided with Ding Yujia's waist with a forceful thud. With a resounding crash, Ding Yujia let out a piercing scream. Then her body flew forward like a kite severed from its string, crashing into the sharp corner of the wall, separating the living room and the shoe cabinet. In that instant, Ding Yujia released a wail even more sorrowful than before. Unable to endure the excruciating pain, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Simultaneously, a stream of bright red blood gushed from her lower body, staining the floor beneath her in a horrifying pool. The kitchen knife she had clutched had slipped from her grasp, racing like lightning towards Xiao Luoxia's back. Hearing the agonizing scream behind her, Xiao Luoxia turned around. Upon seeing the knife hurtling towards her, her face drained of color, her body trembling uncontrollably. Instinctively, she raised her arm to shield herself from the oncoming blade. She cried out as a searing pain shot through her arm, feeling as though it were tearing her apart. She couldn't amp, oppose, help but scream in terror, her voice echoing throughout the room. The knife fell heavily to the ground, leaving a trail of blood and a sharp clatter. In that moment, Wang Ziming saw Ding Yujia unconscious, blood staining the floor a vivid red, his mind blank, filled with despair and fear. He realized their unborn child might have been lost due to his actions. Frantically, he rushed to Ding Yujia, cradling her in his arms, calling her name over and over. Yujia, Yujia, please wake up. Yet, no matter how he called, Ding Yujia remained unresponsive, her eyes tightly shut. Who can help me? Someone call an ambulance. Wang Ziming shouted, his voice laced with desperation and pleading. But at that moment, the only people present were the three of them, and none could make that call for help. On the other side, Xiao Luoxia held her injured arm tightly, tears streaming down her face like a torrential flood, heartbroken. She never imagined things would spiral so completely out of control. She knew it was all over. Wang Ziming gently set Ding Yujia down and rushed back to the sofa, hastily grabbing his phone, trembling fingers dialing the emergency services. Chapter 60. The despairing Prince Ming outside the window. Zhu Qi originally intended to assist by making an emergency call, but in that instant, everything unfolded too suddenly, leaving her in a state of shock. By the time she regained her composure, Prince Ming had already contacted the emergency services. With the situation having escalated to this point, she deemed it unnecessary to remain, promptly turned off the recording, and hastily departed from the villa. She had scarcely reached the entrance of the community when the ambulance arrived. Without delay, she exited the premises and hailed a taxi. Inside the villa, upon the arrival of the medical team, the doctors quickly assessed the scene and grasped the gravity of the situation. Reluctantly, they administered a swift bandaging to Xiao Luoxi before transporting both individuals to the hospital. Throughout the journey, Prince Ming, consumed by anxiety, repeatedly called out for Ding Yujia, yet she remained unresponsive, lost in unconsciousness. Suddenly, he seized the doctor's arm as if clinging to a lifeline, frantically pleading, "Doctor, please tell me, can my child still be saved?" Tears streamed uncontrollably down his cheeks. "Sir, please remain calm. Once we arrive at the hospital, we will do everything in our power," the doctor urged, observing the nearly frantic man before her. However, deep down, she understood that the scene's bloodshed and her years of clinical experience indicated that the hope of saving the child had become exceedingly slim. It was now a matter of fate. Prince Ming, hearing such ambiguous words, felt his heart plummet. He collapsed beside Ding Yujia's legs, weeping profusely, overwhelmed by regret. He lamented that if it weren't an oppose for him, Ding Yujia would not have endured such suffering, and their child would not have been lost. This was the second time, both instances stemming from his actions. The last time, they had managed to save the child, but now the circumstances were decidedly graver. As reflected in the doctor and oppose tone, hope seemed all but extinguished. Yet still he clung to a flicker of hope, abruptly lifting his head and shouting at the driver, "Hurry, drive faster, I beg you." 5 minutes later, the ambulance reached the nearest hospital. Ding Yujia was swiftly wheeled into the emergency room, while Xiao Luoxi was taken to a different unit. Prince Ming stumbled after them, and only when the heavy door of the emergency room slammed shut did he collapse onto the cold chair outside, utterly drained of strength, his eyes hollow and vacant. stared blankly at the closed door, his mind a tumult of chaos. Meanwhile, Zhu Qi had already sent the footage of the incident to Jiang Jingfeng. Seated in his office, he replayed the video repeatedly, his expression betraying no sign of emotion as he smoked a cigarette. When Zhu Qi returned to the company, she immediately sought him out. Observing his stoic demeanor, she felt a pang of sympathy. Approaching him, she gently wrapped her arms around Jiang Jingfeng from behind, offering solace. He lightly patted her delicate hand and said, "I and Oppos am fine. I've known for a while that she betrayed me. I just have the evidence now. You may return to your duties." Zhu Qi said nothing further, merely nodding as she walked away. Upon reaching the door, she heard Jiang Jingfeng's quiet thank you, which warmed her heart, prompting her to nod once more before exiting his office. Jiang Jingfeng did not linger for long. Within 15 minutes, he left the company. He soon arrived at the hospital, donning a mask as he seated himself at a distance, occasionally glancing at Prince Ming, whose face was ashen. A sense of satisfaction swelled within him, realizing that with just a slight maneuver on his part, Prince Ming had fallen apart. And this was without having to serve 3 years in prison. However, he knew that his comprehensive revenge against Prince Ming was still far from complete, but it would come soon enough. As for Ding Yujia, he felt no pity. She deserved her fate, and he harbored no compassion for her accomplice. Half an hour later, the emergency room door swung open, and the doctor emerged. Prince Ming immediately stood, rushing towards her, desperate for news. "Doctor, how is my wife? Can my child be saved?" The doctor shook her head, replying, "I'm sorry. We did everything we could." No, doctor, you're lying to me, aren't you?" Prince Ming, engulfed in despair, shook his head in disbelief. The doctor responded gently, "Please accept my condolences. What about my wife? I need to see her," he insisted, attempting to enter the emergency room, but the doctor stopped him. "The patient and Oppos' condition is extremely unstable and requires continuous observation. Additionally, she expressed a strong desire not to see you." After a moment of contemplation, the doctor decided to relay Ding Yujia's wishes to Prince Ming. Upon hearing this, the anguish on Prince Ming's face deepened. He slowly closed his eyes, his voice low and trembling as he asked, "Is this truly her intention?" "Yes," the doctor affirmed succinctly before re-entering the emergency room. Prince Ming stood frozen in place, lost in thought, muttering to himself, "Child, it is all my fault. I'm sorry." Half an hour later, he gradually ceased this aimless murmuring. He lifted his head and glanced at the time on his phone, realizing that within a mere half-day since his release from the detention center, so much had transpired. Unlike the last time, there had been no calls to the police. Had there been, he would likely have been sent back. In the vast city of Hangzhou, Prince Ming felt utterly disoriented and helpless. Previously, whenever he faced troubles or sorrows, he could seek solace in drinks with Jiang Jingfeng and Tan Wenhui. But now, after all that had occurred, how could he face them again? With this thought, he instinctively took out his phone, staring at it repeatedly, torn over whether to call one of them. After a fierce internal struggle, he inhaled deeply and, with trembling fingers, finally dialed Tan Wenhui's number. However, the line was met with a series of rapid, harsh beeps indicating it was busy. It was evident that Tan Wenhui had no desire to take his call. A bittersweet smile crept upon his lips as he sighed inwardly, acknowledging that given how he had treated Tan Wenhui before, it was no surprise that he would avoid him now. Then, he scrolled to Jiang Jingfeng's contact. Staring at the string of numbers, he lingered, his gaze filled with complex emotions, hesitation and trepidation. Nonetheless, he still lacked the courage to dial. After several minutes of intense deliberation, he gritted his teeth and pressed the call button. Chapter 61. Extortion. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jiang Jingfeng glanced at his phone and, after a moment in Oppos' hesitation, rose and strode towards the door. Upon exiting the hospital building, he answered the call just a second before it would have been automatically disconnected. Yet, he remained silent, patiently waiting for the other party to speak first. Wang Ziming, on the other end, had initially anticipated that Jiang Jingfeng would, like Tan Wenhui, outright refuse to take his call. Thus, he was taken aback when he heard the faint sound of breathing. After a brief pause, he hurriedly spoke, "Hello, Jingfeng. My child is gone. I am utterly heartbroken. Can you come out and share a drink with me? By the end of his plea, his voice trembled with emotion. All right, send me your address, and I will come right over, Jiang Jingfeng readily agreed. After hanging up, a smile unconsciously graced his lips. In fact, just minutes after Wang Ziming had departed that morning, Jiang Jingfeng sought out the two sisters, Gu Ziqing and Gu Ziqing. Upon seeing Jiang Jingfeng, Gu Ziqing hastily presented her bank card, saying, "Boss, here is 2 million." Jiang Jingfeng did not accept the card. Instead, he shook his head and inquired, "Tell me, where did this money come from?" Gu Ziqing appeared reluctant to disclose the source, retorting, "Boss, please don't ask. Once I pay this 2 million, I will have no further ties to the company. I'm grateful for the training the company has provided over the past year." As she spoke, she clearly felt a pang of reluctance towards her company and her influencer career. After all, a beauty who had basked in compliments from fans during her daily streams had experienced a significant boost to her vanity. However, now she faced nothing but slander. The label of a mistress would forever haunt her, leaving her uncertain about her future path. Jiang Jingfeng displayed a look of regret and remarked, "If I am not mistaken, you must have obtained this money from Wang Ziming?" Gu Ziqing frowned at this, seizing Gu Ziqing and Appo's shoulder and sternly asking Ziqing, "Didn't you say you wouldn't seek him out?" "Sister, I had no other choice." Gu Ziqing replied, her voice tinged with desperation. Gu Ziqing, exasperated, said, "I have 1 million here, and I will help you pay it back later. Can't you see what kind of person he is?" "Sister, I refuse to accept this. And what good will that do? We are both powerless women. What can you possibly do to him?" Gu Ziqing lowered her head, meekly saying, "But I need the money, don't I?" Sighing deeply, Jiang Jingfeng lamented, "Why must it come to this?" Hearing his sigh, Gu Ziqing felt a jolt of alarm and hurriedly asked, "Boss, what is wrong?" She trusted Jiang Jingfeng, knowing he would not sigh without reason. Gu Ziqing also turned to him, having just implicitly acknowledged that the money came from Wang Ziming. Jiang Jingfeng bit his lip, glanced at Gu Ziqing, and said, "Ziqing, just tell me what I ask, or I want to be able to help you, understood?" Gu Ziqing was confused, but Gu Ziqing quickly encouraged her to comply. Finally, Gu Ziqing nodded slightly. Through a few straightforward questions, Jiang Jingfeng laid the entire situation bare for Gu Ziqing, helping her comprehend what had transpired. Then, exhaling sharply, he stated, "Ziqing, you are extorting Wang Ziming with threats, and the amount is particularly substantial. If he reports you, you will certainly face criminal charges." Gu Ziqing retorted defiantly, "This is his compensation to me, not extortion. The law does not see it that way. Based on your description, if he has recorded evidence and transfer records, it would essentially confirm your guilt of extortion." Jiang Jingfeng patiently explained this to Gu Ziqing, motivated not only by concern for Gu Ziqing, but also to ensure the smooth execution of his own plans. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, Gu Ziqing panicked, and Gu Ziqing was also alarmed. They had not anticipated that seeking compensation could lead to legal repercussions. "Boss, what will happen if he reports it?" Gu Ziqing asked nervously, looking intently at Jiang Jingfeng. Jiang Jingfeng replied, "Given the large sum involved, if convicted, the law stipulates a potential prison sentence of 3 to 10 years. I would estimate around 7 years." "What?" Gu Ziqing and Gu Ziqing exclaimed in unison, fear washing over them. Jiang Jingfeng placed his right hand on Gu Ziqing's shoulder. Speaking earnestly, "Ziqing, think carefully. Is there any possibility that Wang Ziming could have recorded your conversation? If so, he likely has already devised a plan against you." Gu Ziqing nodded absently, and Gu Ziqing grasped her other shoulder, urging her to remain calm. Soon, Gu Ziqing collected herself, replaying the negotiation with Wang Ziming in her mind. Suddenly, a memory struck her. After exchanging a few words, Wang Ziming had pulled out his phone and seemed to be doing something secretive. "No way, no way. That bastard wants to send me to prison. I'll confront him." Gu Ziqing suddenly stormed towards the door. Jiang Jingfeng seized her arm, shouting, "Come back. Do you really think he will admit to anything? If you provoke him, he can call the police immediately, and you won't even have a chance." Upon hearing this, tears streamed down Gu Ziqing and Appo's face. "Boss, please help my sister." Gu Ziqing pleaded, clutching Jiang Jingfeng and Appo's arm desperately. Jiang Jingfeng nodded, but Ziqin must calm down first. I will find an opportunity to speak with him later, and you two should ideally part ways amicably. If possible, return the money. All right, Gu Ziqin nodded repeatedly, genuinely worried that Gu Ziqin would be imprisoned, which would leave her feeling guilty for not protecting her sister. Yet, Gu Ziqin continued to weep, offering no response. Suddenly, Gu Ziqin recalled how Wang Ziming had previously compensated them in exchange for a letter of understanding and asked, "Boss, if Wang Ziming were to report us, could we withdraw the case if we pay him?" Jiang Jingfeng shook his head, saying, "No. According to the law, extortion cases generally cannot be withdrawn." Hearing this, Gu Ziqin panicked, realizing she was only 23 years old. If sentenced to 7 years, she would emerge with her youth squandered. "Boss, you must help us." Standing nearby, Gu Ziqin and Appo's eyes were red-rimmed, and her gaze, filled with desperation, pierced Jiang Jingfeng and Appo's heart. Softened by her pleading look, Jiang Jingfeng slowly nodded. "I will do my best." In truth, even if the twins did not seek his assistance, he would still offer help. This presented an excellent opportunity for Jiang Jingfeng and Appo's plans. Chapter 62. Drinking to excess in truth. Based on his understanding of Wang Ziming, he knew well that Wang was a man who harbored a grudge. Gu Zijing's audacious demand for 2 million undoubtedly crossed Wang's bottom line. Hence, Wang Ziming would not let this matter rest, and would surely resort to ruthless means for vengeance. Moreover, his methods with Jiang Jingfeng indicated that imprisoning someone was his preferred approach. In fact, Wang had already anticipated that Gu Zijing would not rest until she sought compensation. So he secured 1 million from Ding Yujie, combined it with the 500,000 returned after Jiang Jingfeng withdrew his shares, and gathered a little more from his own reserves. Thus, through this patchwork, Wang Ziming successfully prepared 2 million for Gu Zijing. Of course, if Gu Zijing had been wise, this matter might have concluded here. However, should she persist in her stubbornness, she could only blame Wang Ziming for his mercilessness. This lesson was one he had gleaned from his time on Douyin. Unexpectedly, Wang Ziming found himself incarcerated for 7 days, only to emerge today and encounter Gu Zijing at the company. Consequently, he seamlessly executed his trap for her. However, a series of unforeseen events prevented him from considering reporting her. Nevertheless, once he regained his composure, he was determined to ensure that Gu Zijing faced consequences. For he must reclaim that 2 million. Wang Ziming chose a well-regarded restaurant not far from the hospital and sent the address to Jiang Jingfeng, arranging to meet in half an hour. To avoid Wang, Jiang first hailed a taxi to leave the hospital, then lingered in a CAF for 30 minutes before finally emerging. He purchased some hangover remedies from a pharmacy, employing the same old tricks before taking a taxi to the restaurant. Meanwhile, Wang Ziming arrived at the designated location early. Having reserved an opulent private room, seated, he occasionally glanced at his watch, growing increasingly impatient as time passed with no sign of Jiang Jingfeng. His suspicions began to mount. Was Jiang toying with him? Just as Wang was on the verge of losing his patience, the door to the private room was slowly pushed open. Jiang Jingfeng appeared with an apologetic expression. Wang felt a flicker of warmth in his heart, but remained silent, quietly opening a bottle of wine. When Jiang and Appo's gaze swept over the table, his eyes widened in disbelief. There, arranged neatly, were 6 bottles of Maotai. Goodness, was this a challenge to drink to death? With his tolerance, he could manage perhaps a bottle and a half. If he drank all 3, he might not even remember how to face his great-grandmother. Though he was willing to sacrifice himself for a noble cause, this was undeniably a faux intent on drowning him in drink, an absurdity. Yet Jiang Jingfeng, being an actor at heart, masked his inner turmoil, appearing unfazed as he took a seat across from Wang Ziming. At that moment, Wang had already deftly opened 2 bottles of Maotai, extending one towards Jiang while signaling him to fill his glass. Jiang, not one to be coy, took the bottle and filled his glass to the brim. He then raised a glass, locking eyes with Wang. "Jingfeng, thank you for gracing me with your presence today." Wang Ziming broke the silence, and without hesitation, he downed the contents of his glass. "We and Appo's, brothers," Jiang Jingfeng replied. a semblance of a smile gracing his lips as he too consumed the wine without hesitation, though he drank genuinely. The sympathy reflected on his face was merely a fade. How could he feel compassion for the one who had wronged him so deeply in his past life? He wished for Wang to endure even greater suffering, the kind that would leave him despondent. As he observed Wang Jiming and Appo's current state, Jiang felt the wine he had just swallowed ignite within him, a fiery sensation that coursed down to his heart, bringing him immense satisfaction. Wang invited Jiang to drink 3 consecutive cups as if it were mere water, compelling Jiang to put on a brave face and accompany him through 3 hefty drinks. It was only then that the server finally brought the appetizers to the table. Zimming, Don and Amp, Appo's, just focus on drinking. At least eat something to cushion your stomach. Drinking on an empty stomach is not advisable, Jiang Jingfeng chided, grabbing a pair of chopsticks and eagerly digging into the dishes. He was accustomed to eating while drinking to avoid the adverse effects of consuming alcohol on an empty stomach. However, today the service was excruciatingly slow, leaving him in a dire predicament. Wang Jiming, on the other hand, shook his head, completely engrossed in raising his glass, showing no signs of touching his food. His demeanor suggested a firm resolve to drown his sorrows in drink until oblivion. Jiang Jingfeng mused that this might be beneficial. Come, let us drink from bowls. With that, Wang began pouring the liquor into the bowl meant for his meal. Zimming, drink slowly. If you have anything to share, I'm here to listen. Getting completely drunk is no better than drinking alone, Jiang thought inwardly, reluctant to indulge in such excess. He knew that even the finest Maodai could not withstand this pace. He needed to preserve his health to enjoy life's pleasures. Wang Jiming replied nonchalantly, Jingfeng, I'm just happy you could come, so whatever you can accompany me with is enough. Upon hearing this, Jiang thought it fortuitous, but refrained from saying so. He filled his own bowl generously, declaring, I'll do my best to keep you company. We wanted to Amp, Appo's, leave until we're intoxicated. Who would have thought that in my darkest hours, it would be you drinking with me? Wang Jiming lamented, downing the contents of his bowl with a bitter expression. Look at that scoundrel Tan Wenhui, who won't even answer my calls. Am I truly a failure? Unsure of how to respond, Jiang deflected. Perhaps the company is busy. He just might not have noticed. However, he refrained from drinking, adhering to his principle of moderation. Let him be. I've seen through it all. What a sham of a brother he is. Just a cowardly little wretch. It's better to be rid of him, Wang Jiming declared, downing another bowl of liquor. Jiang's lips twitched as he thought. Did you ever treat Tan Wenhui like a brother? You've always summoned him like a subordinate. Anyone could see that, except perhaps the fool himself. Jiang Jingfeng remained silent, raising his glass, a toast. He followed through, genuinely sipping, while Wang Jiming gulped down an entire bowl in one go. Ultimately, Jiang Jingfeng was not one to sacrifice himself for the sake of drinking. His aim was companionship. Chapter 63. The frantic Prince Ming. After finishing his drink, tears began to well up in Wang Zimming and Amp, Appo's, eyes. Jingfeng, my heart feels truly heavy. My child is gone, and it's because of me. I really am not a good person. Jiang Jingfeng, having watched the entire video, was fully aware of the circumstances. At this moment, he refrained from inquiring further and simply said, perhaps this is just not the right time for you and him. Perhaps, Wang Zimming replied, but the thought that I was the one who sent him away fills me with immense sorrow. Under the influence of alcohol, Wang Zimming and Amp, Appo's, emotions intensified. His eyes grew misty, and tears streamed uncontrollably down his cheeks. He had consumed 3 large bowls of Maotai, amounting to at least 5 taels of liquor. Normally, his tolerance was comparable to Jiang Jingfeng and Amp, Appo's, around 1.5 gin. However, today he was drinking at an alarming rate, having already consumed 1/3 of his capacity. And on an empty stomach, as he hadn't eaten all morning, he was more susceptible to intoxication. Consider it an unfortunate incident. As long as you and your sister-in-law are well, once she recovers, you can certainly try again, Jiang Jingfeng comforted him while eating. After all, Wang Zimming sought his company for conversation, and whether it was truly comforting was up to his interpretation. Wang Zimming assumed Jiang Jingfeng was still unaware of the actual events. Drinking. Wang Zimming sighed, deeply before unhesitatingly raising his bowl and downing its contents in one go. The two continued to chat casually, occasionally clinking their glasses together. Wang Ziming's face was streaked with tears, and he kept drinking fervently. In contrast, Jiang Jingfeng took his time, taking a while to finish a bowl. Gradually, Wang Ziming's pace slowed as well. By now, he had consumed over a gin of liquor. The potent alcohol began to take effect. His gaze became hazy, and a flush crept onto his face, indicating clear signs of intoxication. Observing Wang Ziming's state, Jiang Jingfeng sensed the moment was right. He discreetly took out his phone and quickly sent a location to Gu Ziqin, briefly explaining the situation and urging her to arrive promptly. Upon receiving the message, Gu Ziqin wasted no time and set off from Jingjing International towards the hotel where they were. As she traveled, her mind was occupied with how to confront Wang Ziming and how to secure this portion of money, preferably with him stating it was voluntarily given. She had never considered Jiang Jingfeng and Amp Oppo's a suggestion of parting amicably. Time trickled by, and soon over 10 minutes had passed. During this interval, both Jiang Jingfeng and Wang Ziming had consumed several more bowls of alcohol. Jiang Jingfeng gauged the time and thought Gu Ziqin should be arriving soon. He lifted his glass and toasted Wang Ziming, saying, "Ziming, just now Ziqin asked me where you were and I told her the truth. When she arrives, you two should have a good talk and clarify things. Even if you cannot be lovers, there is no need to act like enemies, right? Let us all remain calm and part on good terms." After speaking, Jiang Jingfeng cast a meaningful glance at Wang Ziming. Wang Ziming downed another bowl of liquor without responding. However, a glint of ferocity flashed in his eyes, which Jiang Jingfeng noticed. Sensing the tension, Jiang Jingfeng refrained from making any further provocative remarks. Soon, Gu Ziqin entered the room. She greeted Jiang Jingfeng before taking a seat beside Wang Ziming. He did not even look up at her, continuing to drink on his own. At this point, he had exceeded his usual limit, and his senses were beginning to blur. Seeing this, Jiang Jingfeng felt it was time. "You two should talk. I need to visit the restroom." With that, he stood up, pretended to stagger as he walked out, and closed the door behind him. Once outside, he headed to the restroom and remained there. Inside the private room, as soon as the door closed, Gu Ziqin stood up and forcefully shoved Wang Ziming, shouting, "Wang Ziming, what do you mean by this?" I don't know what you're talking about," Wang Ziming stammered, trembling, his eyes bloodshot and clearly struggling to suppress his rage. Gu Ziqin suddenly pushed him again, causing him to fall to the ground. Ignoring his plight, she lunged at him, gripping his collar and seething with anger. "Did you record when you gave me the money?" Upon hearing this, Wang Ziming realized Gu Ziqin had seen through his scheme. His eyes gleamed with fury, breath quickening, and he glared at her, slowly uttering 3 words. "Don't push me." "I'm pushing you?" "You are the one pushing me. Do you want to send me to prison?" Tears streamed down Gu Ziqin and Amp Oppo's face as she frantically shoved Wang Ziming. "You took advantage of me, and your wife ruined me, and you still want to send me to prison. Wang Ziming, are you even human? You must say this money was given voluntarily." "Shut up," he yelled, "you bastard. I didn't think you'd go this far. Fine, I'll return the money. But I hope you suffer a terrible fate. May your whole family suffer." Caught up in her tirade, Gu Ziqin failed to notice Wang Ziming and Amp Oppo's increasingly unstable condition. Especially after Wang Ziming heard her wish for him to suffer, he suddenly snapped. In a swift motion, he seized her delicate neck with both hands, as if a ravenous tiger targeting its prey. With all his strength, he tightened his grip, releasing all his pent-up anger and pain. As he violently shook her body, he spat with venom. "My child is gone. I will send you to meet him. I told you not to push me. It's all your fault." He laughed maniacally. "I will send you to accompany my child, so he will no longer be alone." Gu Ziqin was utterly stunned by Wang Ziming and Amp Oppo's sudden aggression. Her beautiful eyes widened in horror. Instinctively, she reached out, desperately clutching his iron-like wrists in an effort to escape. However, no matter how hard she struggled, even summoning all her strength, it was futile. Wang Ziming's grip felt like iron, firmly constricting her throat, leaving her gasping for air. At that moment, not only could she not pry his hands away, but even calling for help seemed a distant luxury. She couldn't muster a sound. Desperate, Gu Ziqin pounded on Wang Ziming and Appo's head, hoping to jolt him back to reality. Unfortunately, her efforts were in vain. Wang Ziming remained lost in the overwhelming grief of losing his child, indifferent to her frantic attempts. Upon hearing Wang Ziming lament the loss of his unborn child and threatening to send her to join him, Gu Ziqin and Appo's heart lurched painfully. A chill coursed up her spine as she realized Wang Ziming truly intended to take her life. Chapter 64. Murder despite Gu Zijing's utmost efforts. She remained ensnared by her captor. She yearned to cry out for help, yet only a feeble whimper escaped her lips. In this harrowing moment, she fervently wished for Jiang Jingfeng and Appo's swift return. However, each passing second deepened her despair as silence persisted beyond the door. The shadow of death loomed ever closer. An overwhelming dread compelled Gu Zijing to struggle with increasing ferocity. Tears streamed down her face like a torrent unleashed from a dam. Gradually, her once wide-open eyes became clouded, and her strength dwindled with the relentless passage of time. Meanwhile, Wang Ziming had completely lost his sanity, his bloodshot eyes glinting with a terrifying malevolence. He muttered incessantly, insisting that Gu Zijing join him in the depths below to accompany his pitiful child. His grip showed no sign of relenting, firmly constricting her throat. Soon, in her despair, Gu Zijing ceased her final attempts to escape, her hands falling limply by her sides. Until the very last moment of her life, her eyes, brimming with unwillingness and resentment, remained fixed upon the demon, Wang Ziming, who had so callously snuffed out her existence. Oblivious to the gravity of his actions, Wang Ziming remained ensconced in his own frenzied world, reeking of strong alcohol, entirely unaware of the monumental mistake he had committed. At that instant, Jiang Jingfeng emerged from the restroom. As he passed the private room and Appo's entrance, he caught the sound of Wang Ziming and Appo's low growl, demanding Gu Zijing to accompany his child. Yet, Jiang Jingfeng did not pause. Instead, he walked expressionlessly towards the front desk. Upon reaching the front, he leisurely began selecting a beverage. After 2 minutes, he finally chose a bottle of coconut milk and instructed the waiter to deliver it to the private room. Having settled the payment, Jiang Jingfeng ambled behind the waiter towards the room. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the air, filled with terror. As the waiter gently pushed open the door to the private room, the scene before her rendered her pale with shock. Her eyes widened in fear as she gasped at the horrific sight within. Overwhelmed by fright, the drink slipped from her hands, crashing to the ground. In a panic, she spun around to flee, only to collide with Jiang Jingfeng, who was closely trailing behind her. With a dull thud, both fell to the floor. Jiang Jingfeng, caught off guard, fell hard, the soft body in his embrace failing to provide any solace, instead sending a jolt of pain through his chest. To make matters worse, he landed heavily on his back, nearly crying out in agony. The waiter's scream attracted the attention of the owner and other patrons who rushed over to ascertain the commotion. Through the open door of the private room, they beheld Wang Ziming violently shaking Gu Zijing by the throat, her body unresponsive. In a state of panic, the owner immediately dialed for the police, then bellowed, "Let go. You're committing murder. You'll end up in prison." The owner, a prosperous middle-aged man who owned several chain establishments, was now a picture of despair, shouting desperately in hopes of rousing Wang Ziming and rescuing Gu Zijing. He was acutely aware that a death in his establishment would spell doom for his business. The only consolation was that he had already recouped the costs of running the place. No one dared approach, and even as Jiang Jingfeng stood up, he could only shout from the doorway, "Ziming, stop. Let go now. Murder carries the death penalty." These words struck like a thunderclap. Upon hearing death penalty, Wang Ziming appeared as if struck by lightning. His muddled mind cleared in an instant. He widened his eyes, first gazing at the anxious Jiang Jingfeng, then swiftly turning to meet Gu Zijing and Appo's pale, bloodless face, particularly the infinite hatred reflected in her wide-open eyes. Wang Ziming was seized by terror, a chill racing up his spine, spreading throughout his body. He scrambled away from Gu Zijing, crashing heavily against the cold, unyielding wall behind him. In that moment, the effects of alcohol dissipated entirely, and he realized the irreparable mistake he had made. Murder. The thought filled him with boundless fear and despair. He understood that his life was irrevocably ruined. Trembling, he clutched his head, emitting desperate wails. This scene was captured by onlookers who reveled in the drama. Jiang Jingfeng and the restaurant owner stood at the doorway, visibly anxious yet filled with dread as they watched Gu Zijing collapse to the floor, teetering between life and death. They instinctively recoiled several steps, too terrified to approach. The owner was genuinely shaken, his face as pale as a ghost, shaking uncontrollably. Jiang Jingfeng mirrored his fear, appearing equally rattled. Yet, only he knew that his display of fear was a mere facade. Having spent 8 years in prison, he had witnessed many die, often in far more horrific ways. Thus, to him, this was child's play, overshadowed by a sense of vengeful satisfaction. Wang Ziming, his erstwhile ally, one of the masterminds behind his previous downfall, was destined for ruin in this life. As for Gu Zijing, particularly after associating with Gu Ziqing, Jiang Jingfeng had lingering feelings for such a beautiful woman. It was truly a waste for such a flower-like beauty to perish in such a manner. Damn Wang Ziming. Suddenly, Jiang Jingfeng turned, trembling, and asked, "Owner, have you called for an ambulance?" The hotel owner, in a daze, shook his head, and "No, I only called the police." He was at a loss for words. Without hesitation, Jiang Jingfeng swiftly dialed 120 for emergency services. After hanging up, he attempted to approach Wang Ziming. Ziming. "Please calm down. Take a breath." I've killed someone. I don't want to die. Someone help me." Wang Ziming had been consumed by fear, clutching his head tightly, his voice filled with anguished cries. Chapter 65. Terrified suddenly, Wang Ziming lifted his eyes, which had turned crimson from sheer terror, and gazed intently at Jiang Jingfeng, pleading urgently, Jingfeng, please save me. Only you can help me." "Ziming, calm down." Jiang Jingfeng responded, attempting to feign composure. He gently reassured Wang Ziming, "The police will arrive soon. You must not act impulsively or resist." "Jingfeng, I truly did not mean to kill Zijing. I merely wanted to frighten her." Wang Ziming sobbed, tears streaming down his face as he continued. "I just wanted to give her a little lesson. It was all her doing." "Ziming, stop." Jiang Jingfeng's face paled, and he scolded loudly. "How can you speak such words so recklessly? This is tantamount to confessing to murder." This left no room for defense, creating a chaotic scene devoid of any possibility for retreat. Meanwhile, the entire episode had been recorded by onlookers. Wang Ziming and damp, Oppos, as cries for help were far from over. "Ziming, Zijing is still alive. Please save her. I beg you." Jiang Jingfeng, having pretended to be frightened, dared not approach to assist Gu Zijing, leaving him speechless and immobile. Perhaps reminded by his own words, Wang Ziming suddenly turned toward Gu Zijing and crawled over to her. This unexpected action startled the crowd, causing them to instinctively step back. Wang Ziming grasped Gu Zijing and Oppos' shoulders, shaking her vigorously. "Zijing, wake up. I don't and Oppos. T want the money anymore, and I want an Oppos. T press charges. I just need you to wake up." Yet, no matter how forcefully he shook her, Gu Zijing's head hung limply, showing no signs of revival. Desperate, he recalled some basic first aid knowledge he had learned long ago. Lowering his head, he frantically administered artificial respiration, rhythmically pressing his hands against her heart. However, due to the size of her body, his hands slipped away comically with each firm push. Despite the absurdity of the scene, no one felt inclined to laugh. They merely watched silently, too afraid to intervene. As Wang Ziming desperately attempted to save her, the wail of police sirens echoed from outside the restaurant, and soon, 4 officers burst through the door. Step aside, step aside." The police quickly approached, and the onlookers parted to create a pathway. Jiang Jingfeng and the restaurant owner also moved aside. Upon entering the private room, the officers were momentarily bewildered. "Who called the police?" One of the officers inquired. The restaurant owner, retracting his neck, raised his hand. "I did." "What's the situation?" The officer pressed. The owner pointed at Wang Ziming and hastily explained the events he had witnessed. The officers quickly grasped the situation, and 2 of them drew their weapons, aiming at Wang Ziming. "Don't move. Raise your hands." Still consumed by desperation, Wang Ziming cried out, "Officers, please save her." She isn't dead. I didn't mean to kill her. One officer shouted, "Hands up, arms over your head." Wang Ziming seemed oblivious, continuing to plead for help. "Get out of the way. How can we save her otherwise? Do you hear me? Immediately put your hands on your head." Finally, as if awakening from a dream, Wang Ziming raised his hands to clutch his head and retreated until his back pressed against the wall. At that moment, one officer swiftly produced a shiny pair of handcuffs, while another hastened through the doorway. The two acted in perfect synchronization, rushing to Wang Ziming. One officer firmly grasped his shoulder, while the other secured the handcuffs around Wang Ziming's wrists. Throughout this process, Wang Ziming offered no resistance. He merely cried out, "Please." You must savor his voice thick with despair and supplication. Meanwhile, the officer who had initially brandished the firearm holstered his weapon and swiftly approached Gu Zijing. Cautiously, he extended his fingers to check her breath. After a few seconds, he furrowed his brow. He then examined her carotid pulse, but after just a brief moment, he shook his head in resignation. Witnessing this unfold, Wang Ziming's last flicker of hope extinguished. He emitted a heart-wrenching scream, and the next instant, darkness enveloped him as his body crumpled to the ground, two officers hastily catching him. Those standing by, including Jiang Jingfeng, suddenly detected a nauseating odor, turning to investigate. They then realized that Wang Ziming's trousers had become soaked, a foul yellow liquid streaming down his legs. The officers, bound by professional duty, refrained from covering their mouths, though their lips twitched in disgust. Jiang Jingfeng felt an overwhelming sense of shame, reflecting on how he had once considered Wang Ziming a brother, only to witness him brought low in such a manner. Recalling the day of the sentencing 12 years ago, he had stood tall, vowing retribution upon his release. Now, viewing Wang Ziming in Appo's disgraceful state, he could not help but think him a pitiful wretch. A minute later, the ambulance arrived. After a prolonged effort of resuscitation lasting over 10 minutes, Gu Zijing remained lifeless. The police escorted Wang Ziming into the vehicle, while witnesses were questioned and videos were confiscated, with strict orders to delete any recordings on site. Jiang Jingfeng and a waitress were taken to the police station for further investigation. The waitress recounted her observations in detail, including Jiang Jingfeng's involvement. When it was Jiang Jingfeng's turn, he dutifully relayed the entire sequence of events, detailing Gu Zijing's visit to see Wang Ziming and the ensuing chaos. He noted the relationship between the two, emphasizing the public uproar that had preceded the incident. Upon verification, the officers released Jiang Jingfeng, confirming that he had not been present during the altercation and possessing clear evidence that Wang Ziming's failure to negotiate had spiraled into a deadly confrontation, likely driven by financial motives. Chapter 66. The entangled Ding Yujia. As Jiang Jingfeng emerged from the police station, he received a call from Gu Zijing. It seemed that the police had already informed her of the tragic news regarding Gu Zijing and Appo's murder at the hands of Wang Ziming. Overcome with despair, she could only think of Jiang Jingfeng. Her sobs were heart-wrenching, filled with profound sorrow. As an elder sister, she felt like a failure. "Zijing, I'm so sorry. I had just stepped out, thinking they would have a proper conversation. I never anticipated that Wang Ziming would." Gu Zijing's voice trembled with tears. "Where are you? Please come with me to the police station. Will you?" "All right. I'll be waiting for you there," he replied. Half an hour later, Gu Zijing appeared at the entrance of the police station. Without uttering a word, Jiang Jingfeng enveloped her in a firm embrace, understanding that words were futile at that moment. His presence reassured her that he was unharmed, indicating that this tragedy did not involve him. Jiang Jingfeng accompanied Gu Zijing to view Gu Zijing's body. The evidence from the video was compelling, and the marks around her neck were unmistakable. The characteristics of asphyxiation were evident, leading the coroner to conclude that Gu Zijing had died from strangulation, thus confirming Wang Ziming as the perpetrator. Even upon the police and Appo's arrival, Wang Ziming insisted that he never intended to kill Gu Zijing, yet his chance for defense had evaporated. During the visitation, Gu Zijing collapsed onto Gu Zijing's body, weeping uncontrollably and repeating her apologies for not being there to protect her sister. Eventually, Jiang Jingfeng could no longer bear to watch and forcibly pulled her away. With a sigh of resignation, He lamented the plight of a good woman burdened by an ungrateful sister. Outside the police station, after much persuasion, Gu Ziqing finally regained her composure. However, upon contacting her parents, the tears flowed once more. Consequently, Jiang Jingfeng found himself escorting her home. Upon arriving at Jingjing International, he guided her into their rented apartment, where Gu Ziqing sank into a state of daze and despair in the living room. Recognizing the need for change, Jiang Jingfeng promptly went downstairs and hastily rented a one-bedroom apartment in another unit. He returned to help Gu Ziqing pack her belongings, running back and forth until he was utterly exhausted. Gu Ziqing did not protest, understanding that remaining in their current place was no longer appropriate. Jiang Jingfeng and Appo's thoughtful care deeply moved her, and she felt fortunate for her earlier decision regarding him. After ensuring Gu Ziqing was settled, night had fallen. Ziqing, I must take my leave now. There is little use in dwelling on what has transpired. Once your parents arrive, you can decide how to proceed. Please take care of yourself, he stated, offering her a reassuring embrace before departing. Jingfeng, thank you. Gu Ziqing addressed him with a sincerity she had never expressed before, having always referred to him as General Jiang or boss. Our relationship warrants this, he said softly, patting her back gently. With that, he released her and turned to shut the door. Meanwhile, Ding Yujie awoke shortly after Wang Ziming had met with Jiang Jingfeng. The anguish of losing her child was nearly unbearable, pushing her to the brink of madness. She oscillated between fits of laughter and bouts of inconsolable weeping, murmuring to herself, "My child, do not fear, mother is here." This erratic behavior was heartbreaking to witness. After 2 or 3 hours of emotional turmoil, Ding Yujie began to emerge from her state of despair. Her complexion was ashen, her eyes devoid of life, and her once beautiful face appeared haggard from overwhelming grief. Deep within, she harbored a profound resentment for Wang Ziming. She loathed the man for his betrayal and for repeatedly trampling upon her trust and affection. The desire to inflict suffering upon him consumed her thoughts. Initially, in an effort to preserve their marriage for the sake of their child, Ding Yujie had chosen to forgive Wang Ziming's infidelities. Yet, this had only led to further deceit and betrayal, as he squandered their resources on unscrupulous mistresses. Now, with the loss of their child, she resolved to divorce him and put an end to this nightmarish union. Still engulfed in hatred, it wasn't too long before she received a call from the police. Upon hearing their report, she let out a piercing scream, followed by maniacal laughter. As the laughter subsided, tears streamed down her face, not for Wang Ziming, but for herself. In a single day, she had lost her child due to her husband's actions, and now he would face the consequences of murder. Feeling utterly pitiful, she looked around, realizing there was no one in Hangzhou to assist her. Lying in a hospital bed, she felt powerless. At that moment, she thought of Tan Wenhui, but quickly shook her head. She knew what kind of person he was, and, considering Wang Ziming's actions against him, she was unsure if he would be of any help. However, driven by desperation, she dialed Tan Wenhui and Appo's number. On the other end, Tan Wenhui, upon seeing Ding Yujie and Appo's name, felt his heart race and his body tense. He thought to himself that he could not afford to engage with such a volatile woman. So he hastily set his phone aside, ignoring the call. "You have reached a number that is currently unavailable." The automated message confirmed her fears. Ding Yujie felt a mix of emotions. Disappointment and resentment were absent, as she attributed this to Wang Ziming's own machinations. She contemplated informing her parents and Wang Ziming and Appo's family about the situation, but realized that doing so would only heighten their worries. After much deliberation, she eventually found Jiang Jingfeng and Appo's number. After a moment of hesitation, she decided to call him. Her uncertainty stemmed from her awareness of Wang Ziming's plans against Jiang Jingfeng. Although those schemes appeared to have faltered, the memory of them lingered in her mind. Furthermore, she was troubled by the fact that the woman involved in the affair was Xiao Luoxia, Jiang Jingfeng and Appo's girlfriend. She was unsure whether Jiang Jingfeng was aware of the liaison between Xiao Luoxia and Wang Ziming. As for Xiao Luoxia and Appo's injuries, Ding Yujie had fainted before she could comprehend the events that had unfolded afterward. Had she known, she would not have reached out to Jiang Jingfeng. Chapter 67. The Curse of the Husband-Slaying Body. As Jiang Jingfeng stepped out of the Jingjing International apartment, he was abruptly greeted by the shrill ring of his phone. Upon glancing at the screen, he noticed the name Ding Yujie flashing before his eyes. The familiar caller ID elicited an involuntary smile that danced at the corners of his lips, a subtle expression of delight. However, he refrained from hastily answering the call. Instead, he took his time, allowing roughly 20 seconds to pass before he gently pressed the answer button. "Hello, sister-in-law," he greeted. "Brother Jiang, Ziming. Ziming has killed someone. I and Oppos am currently at the hospital and unable to go to the police station to find out what happened. Could you please assist me by going there to gather the details? I'm begging you." Ding Yujie's voice trembled, laced with a hint of tears. "I understand the situation. Please don't panic. Tell me which hospital you're in, and I will come to clarify everything in person," Jiang Jingfeng replied, his tone as tranquil as a still lake, devoid of any tumult. Ding Yujie sniffled, striving to steady her emotions before responding. "I'm at Binjiang Hospital, room XX on the XX floor." She could sense the coldness in Jiang Jingfeng's demeanor, yet she found herself with no other option. Wang Ziming had been a persistent source of trouble for her, frequently visiting Jingfeng Media to confront Jiang Jingfeng. It would indeed be strange if Jiang Jingfeng had greeted her warmly. "All right, understood. I and Oppos. I'll be there shortly." With that, Jiang Jingfeng decisively ended the call. He then hailed a taxi, swiftly entering the vehicle en route to Binjiang Hospital. More than half an hour later, Jiang Jingfeng arrived at Ding Yujie and Amp, Oppos' hospital room. Although her appearance was slightly less striking than that of Xiao Luoxi, she was undeniably a captivating beauty, garnering attention wherever she went. Her figure, while not as voluptuous as Xiao Luoxi and Amp, Oppos' still boasted a generous D-cup. Had it not been for her pregnancy, she would have undoubtedly attracted a throng of admirers. It was inconceivable that Wang Ziming would have chosen to marry her, especially with someone like Xiao Luoxi as a benchmark. At this moment, however, Ding Yujie and Oppos' pallid complexion rendered her exceptionally haggard and pitiable. Coupled with the turmoil she had directly caused Wang Ziming, Jiang Jingfeng found himself perceiving her as a harbinger of misfortune. He nearly exclaimed that she epitomized the true essence of a husband-slaying body. This perspective was not unwarranted. Ding Yujie and Amp, Oppos' first confrontation with Gu Zijing had led to Wang Ziming being detained, followed by a series of setbacks, most of which were orchestrated by Jiang Jingfeng himself. Her second instance of infidelity not only resulted in the loss of her child, but also ensured Wang Ziming and Amp, Oppos' complete downfall. Was this not the very definition of a husband slayer? With an unperturbed demeanor, Jiang Jingfeng approached the foot of the bed and spoke. "Sister-in-law, let me be frank. I was present at the scene. However, I did not anticipate that during my brief absence to the restroom, Ziming would take Gu Zijing's life." He succinctly summarized the situation, ensuring Ding Yujie understood precisely who had fallen victim to Wang Ziming and Oppos' wrath. To his surprise, Ding Yujie and Oppos' reaction was more composed than expected, even tinged with malice. "Ha! Good riddance. A pair of adulterers. They deserve this fate." After a moment, she turned to Jiang Jingfeng with a question. "Brother Jiang, do you think that this scoundrel Ziming will receive the death penalty?" Jiang Jingfeng pondered briefly before nodding. "According to the law, he has indeed committed murder, and with irrefutable evidence against him, a death sentence is highly probable." "Ha ha ha! Splendid, splendid, splendid!" Ding Yujie clapped her hands against the edge of the bed, appearing almost delirious. Jiang Jingfeng found himself at a loss, uncertain whether she was expressing joy or sorrow. Nonetheless, her emotional state held no relevance to him. This tempestuous woman, despite scoring above 90 on his attractiveness scale, was someone he preferred to avoid. He feared a fate similar to Wang Ziming's, where unexpected events could shatter his efforts. Even without the subsequent murder, it was likely that Wang Ziming would forever be haunted by the memory of his capture. The psychological trauma would lead him to a life of cowardice. Jiang Jingfeng suspected that Wang Ziming had lost control at the scene, driven by fear and a lack of restraint. He craved the exhilaration of a carefree life. unmarred by consequences. Thus, women like Ding Yujie, unless faced with extraordinary circumstances, would never wholeheartedly commit to being a mistress. The best course of action was to keep a safe distance. In summary, as one of the accomplices who had conspired against him, Ding Yujie had not actively participated in any wrongdoing, and her current predicament seemed a fitting punishment. Of course, if her suffering could be amplified, that would be even better. The dynamics of their respective families would ultimately dictate the outcome once they arrived. Once Ding Yujie and Appo's emotions had somewhat stabilized, Jiang Jingfeng continued, in fact, Wang Ziming may not have to face death. What? Ding Yujie gasped, quickly falling into silence. This was a matter beyond her control. She was not contemplating Ziming and Appo's as potential reprieve, but rather the financial implications involved. Tears streamed down her face once more as she cursed. Ah, Wang Ziming, you fool. Why must I bear the consequences of your folly? After a considerable pause, she gazed at Jiang Jingfeng with tear-filled eyes, her face a mask of anticipation as she inquired. Brother Jiang, how much compensation are we talking about? Is there any way I could avoid it? Jiang Jingfeng mused for a moment before replying. Based on my knowledge from prior news articles, such cases typically require compensation, which could total several million when all expenses are considered. As for whether you can avoid paying or if you are exempt from compensation, that would require consulting a lawyer for precise details. He recalled that prior to 2021, the compensation for intentional homicide was indeed substantial. In addition to funeral costs and lost wages, there was a staggering death compensation, which surpassed all other claims. However, after 2021, the laws had shifted and the death compensation was abolished, meaning the total would now amount to only a few $100,000 at most. Nevertheless, for Wang Ziming to evade the death penalty, he would need to obtain a letter of forgiveness from Gu Zijing's family, which would entail a significant financial sum. In essence, this was Wang Ziming and Appo's second offense requiring such a letter. The previous $2 million was to prevent a 3-year prison sentence, while this instance revolved around his very life. Ding Yujie pleaded urgently, Brother Jiang, could you please consult a lawyer on my behalf? I simply want to know if the victim and Appo's family can sue me and whether I could avoid compensation. Jiang Jingfeng furrowed his brow, hesitating to respond immediately. Brother Jiang, as long as you help me, I will owe you a personal favor. What do you say? Ding Yujie pressed, her urgency evident as she hastily added her plea. It seemed she was resolute in her desire to avoid compensating Wang Ziming. Chapter 68. Ding Yujie's request. Jiang Jingfeng remained silent, his expression increasingly conflicted. Observing his demeanor, Ding Yujie reflected on how her favor seemed worthless in his eyes. Her thoughts drifted to Xiao Luoxia and Wang Ziming, igniting a blaze of resentment within her. Resolutely, she said, Brother Jiang, if you assist me this time, I shall grant you a request. Any request you desire, even. She lowered her gaze, a faint blush unexpectedly gracing her pale cheeks. She held a significant confidence in her appearance and figure. Before her pregnancy, she was frequently approached for her contact information whenever she ventured out. During her university years, admirers would profess their feelings beneath her dormitory almost monthly. In retrospect, she was indeed a captivating figure, pursued by countless suitors. Her decision to marry Wang Ziming stemmed partly from his commendable looks and partly from the fervent matchmaking of their parents. Otherwise, given her nature, Ding Yujie would have likely relished several more years of singlehood, perhaps even ensnaring a wealthy partner. Now, she found herself regretting that choice deeply. Ever since she agreed to date Wang Ziming, they had naturally engaged in intimate relations, both favoring candor and neglecting precaution. It wasn't long before she inadvertently became pregnant. By the time she discovered her condition, it was too late. Otherwise, she might have considered terminating the pregnancy. Pregnancy often heightened a woman and Appo's emotions and awakened her maternal instincts, amplifying any minor fault of her partner in her eyes. Wang Ziming's transgressions were particularly egregious, transforming her into a figure of scorn and derision. In truth, she was merely 24, the same age as Jiang Jingfeng, still in the bloom of youth. Once her body recovered and, with a bit of exercise, she could effortlessly reclaim her status as a stunning beauty. Jiang Jingfeng gazed deeply at her, causing her cheeks to redden further. It's too late today. I will inquire on your behalf tomorrow morning. Please rest well, he declared before turning to leave the hospital room. She nodded softly, and only after he departed did she raise her head. Watching his retreating figure, she suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for him. He was not only betrayed by his own brother, but was also unwittingly scurrying around on behalf of the very man who had wronged him. Meanwhile, his girlfriend was engaging in an affair with that brother, oblivious to the truth, who, if not him, deserved pity in this tangled web. Reflecting on her past actions, she recalled how she had persistently troubled Jiang Jingfeng to save Wang Ziming. In hindsight, she recognized that such behavior was unjust. She had unwittingly become an accomplice in Wang Ziming's betrayal of Jiang Jingfeng. Now, she found herself seeking Jiang Jingfeng's assistance once more. The entanglement was undeniably convoluted. In that moment, she resolved that to atone for her previous misdeeds, she would accept any demand Jiang Jingfeng made, even if it were to warm his bed. Of course, she acknowledged that she was unworthy of Jiang Jingfeng and harbored no illusions of marrying him. Her sole concern was to avoid financial ruin. Having sold her house, she possessed only $1.5 million. Any further loss would leave her with nothing. The thought of Wang Ziming absconding with $250,000 gnawed at her, filling her with a desire for his demise. Their relationship had been tenuous from the start, and now, even the last vestige of attachment had vanished. Thus, safeguarding her remaining funds became paramount. However, what she withheld from Jiang Jingfeng was that she had caught Wang Ziming in the act with Xiao Luoxia, primarily out of necessity for Jiang Jingfeng and Appo's assistance. She was uncertain whether revealing the truth would incite his wrath upon her. If her health improved, she might acquiesce to whatever he desired, but in her current frail state, she was ill-equipped to endure his potential fury. On Jiang Jingfeng and Appo's end, he did not overthink Ding Yujia and Appo's so-called request. She had left a profound impression on him, starkly different from her former self. Had she been her old self, her striking beauty would have compelled Jiang Jingfeng to invite her to join him for a spin class. Now, however, he felt only a headache. After leaving the hospital, he took out his phone, intending to call Xiao Luoxia to return home. Initially, he had planned to invite Wang Ziming for a drink and then summon Gu Zijing. However, the unfolding events exceeded his expectations. When Wang Ziming called him to drink, he readily agreed, thus accelerating all his plans concerning Wang Ziming and Gu Zijing. As for ensuring Wang Ziming would act against Gu Zijing, Jiang Jingfeng needed to devise alternative strategies, especially in light of the recent incidents. However, these developments had made everything fall into place seamlessly, yielding results even better than he had anticipated. Finally, he had succeeded in imprisoning one of the masterminds, Wang Ziming. Yet, the situation was far from resolved. The most challenging aspect of his plan involved Xiao Luoxia. Jiang Jingfeng considered three options. First, to feign ignorance of the incident and continue his relationship with Xiao Luoxia. Then gradually plot her torment. Second, to reveal the incriminating video of her infidelity with Wang Ziming, subsequently severing ties and reclaiming his shares. Or third, to reclaim his shares, dismiss Xiao Luoxia, and subsequently ensure she became his obedient mistress until he grew weary of her. The first option posed the risk of addressing Xiao Luoxia and Appo's arm injury, potentially leaving matters unresolved. It also relied on Wang Ziming and Ding Yujia keeping the affair under wraps, a challenging task, especially for Wang Ziming, who might resort to revealing the shared secret if faced with dire consequences. The second option, while appealing, clashed with Jiang Jingfeng and Appo's desire for revenge against Xiao Luoxia. Should he choose this path, she could easily relocate, conceal her past, and find another wealthy suitor. Thus, Jiang Jingfeng leaned toward the third option, albeit acknowledging its considerable difficulty. Xiao Luoxia was no fool. She had already tested Jiang Jingfeng's resolve multiple times and likely grasped his intentions. Now, having been caught in the act and sustaining injuries, she would have anticipated the predicament she faced. It was safe to assume that she had prepared for the worst. Chapter 69. The Despair of Xiao Luoxia indeed. Xiao Luoxia bore a grievous wound on the back of her right arm, a gash exceeding 20 millimeters, exposing bone. Following urgent medical attention and bandaging, she was discharged by 3 o'clock in the afternoon. However, instead of returning to the office, she chose to retreat to the apartment she shared with Jiang Jingfeng. Locking herself in her room, she was engulfed by a sense of helplessness. She found herself at a loss as to how to confront Jiang Jingfeng upon his return from work. The crux of her anxiety lay in her uncertainty regarding whether Wang Ziming and Ding Yujia would divulge the incident to him, particularly Ding Yujia, who, she suspected, could not possibly sustain her pregnancy. Thus, Ding Yujia was likely to spiral into madness. As the hours passed, she anxiously awaited Jiang Jingfeng's call, but by 5 o'clock, he had yet to reach out. In her agitation, she attempted to contact Wang Ziming, but to no avail. Her mind was in a state of heightened tension, filled with regret for having foolishly acquiesced to Wang Ziming's last request. She began to pack her belongings, contemplating a temporary retreat from Jiang Jingfeng. Yet, a troubling thought struck her. If she departed silently, would Jiang Jingfeng, in a fit of anger, invoke a special clause from the shares he had gifted her to reclaim them? Losing the shares would mean losing a significant asset. She had invested considerable effort into Jingfeng Media, and once a prominent internet personality, her influence had waned, resulting in a substantial decrease in her income. Even if she were to make a comeback, she could not guarantee that Jiang Jingfeng would not retaliate against her. Overwhelmed and remorseful, she paused mid-packing, her heart brimming with discontent. How had circumstances deteriorated to this extent? What had once been a promising situation, just a step away from securing Jiang Jingfeng's downfall, had unraveled. Instead, he had returned home that fateful night, thwarting their initial plan, and the unexpected arrival of her cousin Zhu Qi had further disrupted their secondary scheme. To this day, she remained uncertain whether Jiang Jingfeng had repaid the $2 million he had borrowed from the company 3 months prior. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope sparked within her. She swiftly retrieved her phone, found Zhu Qi and Appos as contact, and dialed without hesitation. She was anxious, exhilarated, and resolute. She needed to seize control and eliminate the thorn that Jiang Jingfeng represented in her life. Otherwise, it would be the end of her. After several rings, Zhu Qi finally answered in a languid tone, "Hello, boss. What can I do for you?" Since witnessing Xiao Luoxia's humiliation at Wang Ziming's hands, Zhu Qi had grown to harbor a deep-seated disdain for her, prompting her to drop the term sister-in-law from her vocabulary. Her tone bore a hint of coldness, an unmistakable distance. However, Xiao Luoxia was oblivious to this nuance and urgently pressed on, "Zhu Qi, could you check the company accounts? Has Jingfeng repaid the $2 million he borrowed? What are you trying to do?" Zhu Qi's demeanor instantly shifted to one of wariness. Although she was aware of the truth, having received Jiang Jingfeng and Appos as directive days earlier, she chose to feign ignorance to maintain the illusion. Jiang Jingfeng had instructed her to allow Xiao Luoxia to investigate. Yet Zhu Qi was reluctant to reveal the answer too quickly, wishing to prolong Xiao Luoxia's torment. However, a message from Jiang Jingfeng moments ago had insisted that she must not obstruct Xiao Luoxia's inquiry. Thus, she acquiesced, albeit curious about what excuse Xiao Luoxia would concoct. Because Wang Ziming reported that Jingfeng had misappropriated funds, I want to confirm whether he has repaid the money. If he hasn't, it needs to be returned immediately. You know the implications, Xiao Luoxia explained, her voice tinged with urgency. Zhu Qi, inwardly seething and cursing under her breath, maintained her facade. After a moment, she replied coolly, "All right, hold on a moment." She placed the phone aside and began typing vigorously on her keyboard. Although she already knew the outcome, she had to maintain the pretense for Xiao Luoxia and Appos' sake. Meanwhile, Xiao Luoxia trembled with anxiety, her heart racing, fists clenched, momentarily forgetting the pain radiating from her injury. Zhu Qi, meanwhile, pondered the rationale behind Jiang Jingfeng's insistence that she not conceal any information. In her view, she could easily deceive Xiao Luoxia, leading her to file a false report, which could land her in serious trouble. However, she hesitated, opting instead to trust Jiang Jingfeng. She had no desire to disrupt his plans or jeopardize their rapport. Yet, she saw no harm in prolonging Xiao Luoxia's discomfort. Thus, she deliberately slowed her search. Just as Xiao Luoxia's patience began to wane, Zhu Qi finally announced, "I found it. Quickly tell me, Xiao Luoxia blurted out, her eagerness betraying her. Realizing her impatience, she quickly added, "Has Jingfeng repaid it?" The concern in her tone was palpable. Zhu Qi, now even more scornful of Xiao Luoxia, thought to herself how well she could act. She replied, "Your cousin repaid the loan on July 29th. Boom. In that instant, Xiao Luoxia's mind went blank. Even as Zhu Qi called her name repeatedly, she remained unresponsive. Fully aware of her intentions, Zhu Qi hung up, cursing under her breath. In that fleeting moment, she had been tempted to slap Xiao Luoxia in person, but the thought of her relationship with Jiang Jingfeng restrained her. On the other end, Xiao Luoxia eventually regained her senses, staring at the disconnected call and muttering in disbelief, "This is impossible." Indeed, Jiang Jingfeng had been with her on July 29th, accompanying her to the capital. When had he repaid the money? And where had he procured such funds? After mulling it over, she collapsed on her bed, as if all strength had been drained from her. Reflecting on Jiang Jingfeng's nonchalant demeanor when he had suggested an early dividend, everything felt amiss. Moreover, on the night they had plotted to frame Jiang Jingfeng for the assault on Gu Zijing, he had returned home exhibiting decidedly abnormal behavior. Piecing it all together, Xiao Luoxia arrived at a startling conclusion. Jiang Jingfeng was acutely aware of their scheme, deftly countering their every move. Since that night, he had remained unerringly composed. The realization struck her like a thunderclap. She had always believed they were the hunters, poised to ensnare Jiang Jingfeng, only to discover they were the prey. Mere jesters in this cruel game. Chapter 70. Xiao Luoxia and Amp. Oppos. As confession, the failure of the first plan went unnoticed. They assumed it was merely a coincidence. The outcome of the second plan has only now come to light, revealing that Jiang Jingfeng had long prepared a trap for them, eagerly awaiting their misstep. This shattered her hopes of a triumphant reversal. It became clear why Jiang Jingfeng forcefully reclaimed Wang Ziming's shares, and why he insisted on marginalizing Tan Wenwei. Meanwhile, he had been tormenting her, both physically and psychologically, even jesting about wanting her as a clandestine lover. Now it appeared that these were not mere jesting remarks, but rather a genuine desire on his part. "Is this your revenge, Jingfeng?" Tears streamed down Xiao Luoxia and Oppos' face, her expression filled with fear. At this moment, she could no longer ponder where they had erred, or whether she had uttered something in her sleep that had revealed their plans to Jiang Jingfeng. Instead, she was consumed with concern over whether Jiang Jingfeng's vengeance had reached its conclusion. If not, what would be his next move, particularly regarding her? At this juncture, she remained unaware that Gu Zijing had already fallen victim to Wang Ziming and Amp, Oppos' treachery. Had she known, she might have deduced that this was Jiang Jingfeng and Amp, Oppos' doing. She felt utterly helpless, uncertain of her next steps. Time slipped away, and she lay on the bed, unable to muster the resolve to act. As darkness enveloped her surroundings, her phone rang. She had assigned a distinctive ringtone for Jiang Jingfeng's calls, so she recognized the caller without needing to look. Startled, she sat upright and trembled as she picked up the phone, her face reflecting despair. Xiao Luoxia quickly composed herself, cleared her throat, and, feeling somewhat steadier, answered the call. "Phone, what is it? Baby, where are you?" I'm at home." Hearing Jiang Jingfeng refer to her as baby provided her with a slight sense of relief, indicating that he was unaware of her infidelity. However, she recalled that Jiang Jingfeng had been putting on a performance for them all this time, leaving her heart still heavy with apprehension. This suggested only one thing. Jiang Jingfeng had no immediate intention of further retaliating against her. "All right, wait for me at home. I'll be back soon." "Okay, I and Oppos. I'll wait for you." After hanging up, Xiao Luoxia and Oppos' instinct was to grab her belongings and leave, discarding everything else. Yet, upon reaching the door, she hesitated. She could not bear to part with anything, not Jiang Jingfeng himself, but rather the share she held. Moreover, Jiang Jingfeng could easily reclaim the dividends he had previously granted her. The promised dividend of 900,000 from last week had yet to be delivered. After more than a year with Jiang Jingfeng, leaving with nothing felt unbearable. Regret washed over her. She lamented the good times lost, all for the sake of believing in some foolish notion of first love. Ultimately, That first love had treated her as a mere pawn and a vessel for his desires. She harbored resentment towards both Wang Ziming and Ding Yujie. However, with Jiang Jingfeng returning home in half an hour, she had no time to dwell on other matters. A decision had to be made. Gazing at her injured arm and the luggage in her hands, she contemplated what would happen if she simply walked away. She also pondered whether begging Jiang Jingfeng for forgiveness might yield a favorable outcome. In the end, she chose to gamble, banking on Jiang Jingfeng's devoted nature, hoping he still harbored even a flicker of love for her. What was the worst that could happen? If Jiang Jingfeng were to relent even slightly, the outcome need not be utterly disastrous. Perhaps caught in a mindset of self-doubt, she momentarily overlooked her advantages. She returned her luggage to its place and anxiously awaited Jiang Jingfeng and Amp Oppo's arrival in the living room. The wait was excruciating for her. Half an hour later, the sound of the electronic lock echoed from outside. Xiao Luoxia swiftly approached the door and knelt down. Confession. This was the only opportunity she could conceive to salvage her relationship with Jiang Jingfeng. Previously, she had been confident in Jiang Jingfeng's unwavering loyalty. But upon realizing he was already aware of their plans, the likelihood of success diminished significantly. Still, she had to try. As the door swung open, Jiang Jingfeng's gaze immediately fell upon Xiao Luoxia kneeling on the floor, her tear-streaked face and injured arm evident to him. He understood her intentions and refrained from calling her baby as he had done before, instead observing her silently. "Feng, I was wrong. I hurt you. Please forgive me," Xiao Luoxia cried, crawling to Jiang Jingfeng and Amp Oppo's feet and clutching his legs tightly. Yet, her heart sank further. Jiang Jingfeng and Amp Oppo's silence confirmed her suspicions. He had known everything all along and was merely waiting for her to confess. Seeing Jiang Jingfeng remain impassive, Xiao Luoxia pressed on. "Feng, I confess. That scoundrel Wang Ziming was my first love. We were together for 4 years, but we broke up after college. I had no idea you and he were roommates and friends. He never mentioned his college life to me until I was with you and we established Jingfeng Media. It was then that I learned of your connection. Initially, I thought Wang Ziming was out of my life for good, but 4 months ago, he reached out to me, professing his love and promising to overthrow you so I could become the boss. I was foolish enough to believe him and got involved in his scheme to frame you. For the past month, I had minimal contact with him and resolved to distance myself. However, this morning, I don't know what he said to you, but after leaving the company, he called to threaten me. I was terrified of losing you, so I went along with him. I never anticipated he would propose. I couldn't resist, and then Ding Yujie showed up, leading to some unforeseen events. Ding Yujie's child is likely gone, and I was injured too. Feng, I truly regret my actions. I have revealed everything. I only seek your forgiveness. Jiang Jingfeng and Amp Oppo's pants were soaked with Xiao Luoxia and Amp Oppo's tears. He remained silent, contemplating the thoroughness of her confession. However, to forgive her so easily would feel unjust, considering the humiliation he had endured. Feng, I swear I will never do it again. Please forgive me, Xiao Luoxia cried, her beautiful yet pale face turned towards Jiang Jingfeng, eyes pleading. Forgive? Jiang Jingfeng replied with a faint smile. Are you aware that Gu Zijing has already been killed by Wang Ziming? That you cannot conceal the truth any longer? What? Xiao Luoxia stared at Jiang Jingfeng in disbelief, unable to shake off her shock. She truly had no idea. Chapter 71. The Little Puppy. After a considerable pause, Xiao Luoxia hastily spoke. Feng, I truly do not know. I swear to the heavens. Her expression was so sincere that it almost bore the word innocent written across her face. I genuinely acknowledge my mistake. I confess, Feng, you must believe me. I was blinded by foolishness. At that moment, she could hardly spare a thought for why Wang Ziming intended to harm Gu Ziqing, nor did she consider whether Wang Ziming would face the death penalty. Her heart and mind were solely focused on one thought, to gain Jiang Jingfeng's forgiveness. How can you expect me to forgive you? What will others think of me once they learn I've been betrayed? Jiang Jingfeng's temper flared, his voice rising with each word, each syllable striking Xiao Luoxia's heart like a heavy hammer. Could they return to the past? Was that even possible? Xiao Luoxie could only cry, utterly at a loss for how to respond to Jiang Jingfeng's questions. Seeing her silence only fueled his anger further. Speak. Teach me what I should do. With a look of disdain, he forcefully shook his leg, attempting to dislodge her from his side. I don't know. I truly don't know. But Xiao Luoxie, seemingly drawing strength from desperation, clung tightly to his leg as if it were a lifeline, refusing to let go. Let go. No. Phone. You can hit or scold me. I promise I won't retaliate. I only beg you to forgive me this once, just this once. Her cries were heart-wrenching, tears and snot streaming down her face, leaving no regard for her appearance. Jiang Jingfeng slammed the door shut, crouching down and lifting her chin with his right index finger, forcing her gaze to meet his. With a sardonic smile, he said, So, you guessed I already know about your little escapades? As she looked into Jiang Jingfeng and Amp, Oppo's eerily calm face, her heart sank. Her previous suspicions were confirmed. She suddenly felt that the man who once cherished her had become utterly unfamiliar, a stranger who instilled fear within her. Nodding vacantly, she then shook her head vigorously, pleading, Feng, please forgive me, won't you? I promise to behave from now on. Get up. Let's discuss this over there. Jiang Jingfeng pointed to the sofa, his tone commanding as though addressing a subordinate. Trembling, Xiao Luoxie stood, her knees reddened from kneeling on the floor for too long. Jiang Jingfeng plopped onto the sofa, embodying the demeanor of a lord, while Xiao Luoxie knelt before him, her tear-filled eyes gazing up at him with a pitiful expression. I admit, I know all about your plans. Jiang Jingfeng confessed nonchalantly, recognizing that Xiao Luoxie had likely already surmised this truth and that further concealment was unnecessary. Xiao Luoxie was not shocked. Instead, her sobbing intensified. Deep down, she understood that Jiang Jingfeng and Amp, Oppo's awareness of everything explained why their schemes had consistently faltered. You intended to imprison me and seize my company, and yet you nearly succeeded. A faint smirk crept across Jiang Jingfeng's lips, tinged with mockery. But I am fortunate. Fate has spared me. Internally, he mocked himself, reflecting on how his life had been saved by a second chance that could have easily led him to ruin. I was wrong. Feng, punish me however you wish, as long as it appeases your wrath. A chill swept through Xiao Luoxie as she recalled Jiang Jingfeng's earlier words about Wang Ziming killing Gu Ziqin, leading her to dreadful conclusions. She was certain this incident was somehow connected to Jiang Jingfeng. The mere thought sent shivers down her spine. Any way you want. A wicked smile curled Jiang Jingfeng and Oppo's lips, a grin that resembled that of a demon, nearly prompting her to leap up and flee. Yet, deep down, she knew escape was impossible. With no other option, she gritted her teeth and nodded slowly. Jiang Jingfeng leisurely retrieved his phone, tapping the screen a few times before tossing it to Xiao Luoxie. Dazed, she caught the phone, her eyes scanning the screen, nearly causing her heart to leap from her chest. The phone was playing a video of her and Wang Ziming's scandalous performance, a sight that was utterly shocking. Within moments, she was terrified enough to hurl the phone onto the sofa. Clinging to Jiang Jingfeng's leg, she cried out in anguish. Wang Ziming forced me into this. It was my choice, Feng, you must believe me. At that moment, her heart plummeted to the depths of despair. If she had previously seen a possible escape route, perhaps to leave everything behind and start anew, this video altered everything. It meant that Jiang Jingfeng held a weapon that could destroy her at any moment, unless she completely disregarded her reputation. Jiang Jingfeng had been plotting since Zhu Qi informed him of Xiao Luoxie's account confirmation, and this video served as his most powerful leverage against her. Should she dare to disobey, he could ruin her name in an instant. If you were in my shoes, how would you seek vengeance? Jiang Jingfeng propped her chin up again, his voice laced with bitterness. Xiao Luoxie shook her head vigorously, consumed by fear. I don't know. I really don't know. Feng, please spare me. At this point, she no longer dared to seek his forgiveness. Such hopes had become futile. Matters of equity, dividends, and her vice presidential position were cast aside, overshadowed by a singular desire for Jiang Jingfeng to spare her, to prevent her from meeting the same fate as Gu Ziqin or Wang Ziming. The terror etched on her face indicated her realization of her precarious situation. You were once my treasure, How could you do something that causes me such heartbreak? I truly hate this, and I despise how blind I've been. Jiang Jingfeng spoke through gritted teeth, his fury palpable, chilling the air around them and leaving Xiao Luoxia trembling, unable to meet his gaze. Not a single word escaped Xiao Luoxia's lips. She knew she had betrayed Jiang Jingfeng's love for her. You are an intelligent woman. Surely you can guess my intentions? Jiang Jingfeng raised an eyebrow, amusement glinting in his eyes. Xiao Luoxia and Appo's mind raced, and she quickly grasped his meaning. It was not difficult to deduce. Jiang Jingfeng, aware of their schemes and her infidelity, had been spending time with her, his demeanor far more aggressive than before. He sought to unleash his frustrations upon her, and only after that might she be granted reprieve. I understand. From now on, I will be your most obedient little puppy, devoted solely to you. With that, Xiao Luoxia closed her eyes, allowing tears to flow freely down her cheeks. This was the price of self-destruction. Yet, compared to Gu Ziqin and Wang Ziming, at least she was still alive, which she considered a small blessing amid her misfortunes. Chapter 72. A minor trouble. Her only hope now was that one day, Jiang Jingfeng would tire of his games and grant her mercy. Jiang Jingfeng looked at Xiao Luoxia's pitiful expression and nodded in satisfaction. He reached out, gently wiping her tears as one might comfort a small dog, and said, "Rest assured, when my mood improves and my anger subsides, I shall return your freedom." In truth, his words were meant to provide Xiao Luoxia with a glimmer of hope. A life devoid of hope is most prone to madness. After all, if one were pushed to the brink, who could predict what might occur while he slept? A pair of scissors might very well end his life, and that would be a grave misfortune for him. Upon hearing his words, Xiao Luoxia opened her eyes and gazed at Jiang Jingfeng with a sorrowful look. "I do not wish for freedom. I only wish to be by your side and heed your words." She understood all too well that she could not afford to express even a hint of a desire for freedom. Obedience was her only course of action. Jiang Jingfeng pinched her lovely yet tear-streaked cheek and said, "You've had a long day. Go take a bath." Upon receiving his command, Xiao Luoxia hurriedly stood up, her legs trembling as she unsteadily made her way to the bathroom. Due to her injuries, she took nearly an hour to finish her bath. When she emerged, Jiang Jingfeng had already entered and completed his own routine in less than 10 minutes. An hour later, as the storm subsided, the bedroom returned to a state of tranquility. Naturally, to spare Xiao Luoxia from further suffering due to her injured arm, Jiang Jingfeng forcefully restrained the wild beast of madness within him. Meanwhile, Xiao Luoxia, who had anticipated a tempest of torment and suffering, had mentally prepared herself for severe pain. Yet, the reality greatly exceeded her expectations. Jiang Jingfeng, as cautious as before, treated her like a treasured jewel. In a fleeting moment of daze, Xiao Luoxia experienced an illusion that the Jiang Jingfeng who once adored and cherished her had returned to her side. Jiang Jingfeng quietly reclined at the head of the bed, lighting a cigarette. He inhaled deeply before exhaling a cloud of smoke. "By the way, the villa you purchased together, under whose name does it currently reside?" At this question, Xiao Luoxia paused for a moment, then quickly replied, "Mine." Jiang Jingfeng nodded thoughtfully and said, "Very well. Tomorrow, find someone to sell it." Xiao Luoxia obediently replied with a soft, After a brief pause, Jiang Jingfeng continued, "Wang Ziming will likely resort to various means to gather money to compensate Gu Ziqin's parents for his survival. You should know how to handle this situation." Xiao Luoxia remained silent for a moment before saying, "He initially took cash, leaving no substantial evidence." So Jiang Jingfeng interrupted her, saying, "That's good. Use that money to purchase this current property, and it will belong to you from now on." Xiao Luoxia was both astonished and delighted, eagerly nodding. "Furthermore, you need not go to the company. Stay at home, and I will arrange a suitable position for you in the future. I shall follow your guidance." How obedient! Having resolved this minor trouble with Xiao Luoxia, Jiang Jingfeng still had a list of adversaries to address, including Tan Wenhui and those hidden forces at play. As for Wang Ziming and Ding Yujia, he had plans for them as well. To have Wang Ziming meet a quick end would be too merciful. For Jiang Jingfeng, he sought Wang Ziming to endure a slow demise through countless years of torment. Thus, a life sentence was his intended fate. The execution of this plan would require careful maneuvering. As for Ding Yujia, further confirmation of certain information was necessary before proceeding. Regarding Tan Wenhui, he would wait until Wang Ziming and Appo's matter was settled before settling the score. Simply excluding Tan Wenhui from the shareholders and allowing the housing market to plummet, ensnaring him in trouble, would not suffice to alleviate Jiang Jingfeng and Appo's deep-seated resentment. In this second life, revenge remained one of his greatest aspirations. The following morning, while Jiang Jingfeng slept soundly in another room, Xiao Luoxia arose early, neglecting her morning routine. She donned a seductive stocking ensemble and a pair of adorable bunny ears before stepping into Jiang Jingfeng's bedroom. More than an hour passed. Jiang Jingfeng lay sprawled on the bed, remaining there for another half hour before finally rising. Despite her exhaustion, Xiao Luoxia persevered, preparing breakfast for Jiang Jingfeng. At this moment, she had fully recognized her position. After finishing his meal, Jiang Jingfeng proceeded to his office, where he convened a high-level meeting. In the conference room sat Jiang Jingfeng, Tan Wenhui, Wu Wei, Hong Tao, Sun Xiao, and Zhu Qi. Tan Wenhui was perplexed, wondering why there were others present and where Xiao Luoxia was. However, he dared not voice his thoughts, keeping them bottled up inside. Jiang Jingfeng scanned the room, noting that apart from Tan Wenhui, the others had all fought alongside him. Clearing his throat, he addressed the assembly. Today, I have several announcements to make. First, Wu Wei will continue to oversee the Human Resources Department. We must intensify our recruitment efforts, particularly for streamers. I hope to see our number of streamers increase by 50% in the coming months. Secondly, we need to refine the types of streamers we are targeting in our recruitment, adhering to the scoring criteria we previously established. Lastly, every new streamer must undergo thorough background checks. As for those already well known, we can forego this, as our company now possesses the capacity for incubation and does not require long-established internet celebrities. This was Wu Wei and Appo's first time attending such a meeting, and upon hearing the directives, she promptly responded, "Understood, General Jiang." Although this aspect of the work had previously been her department's responsibility, the authority had largely rested with Jiang Jingfeng. Now, he effectively delegated this power to her, filling her with excitement and a sense of being valued. Casting a glance at Jiang Jingfeng, she thought that if she were not already married, and if her appearance were more striking, she might suspect he had an interest in her. At this moment, a sense of dedication to Jiang Jingfeng and the company welled up within her. Beside her, Hong Tao was filled with envy, thinking that since he had also been invited to the meeting, Jiang Jingfeng must have plans for him as well. His heart brimmed with anticipation. He did not have to wait long, as Jiang Jingfeng turned to him and said, "Hong Tao, moving forward, you will not only be responsible for the public relations department, but also for the creative, production, and operations departments. I will gradually transfer these responsibilities to you. Do well and do not disappoint me." Hong Tao was so elated that he nearly jumped up, clasping his hands together and exclaiming, "Thank you, General Jiang. I will certainly not let you down." Jiang Jingfeng smiled and nodded. Chapter 73. A Frightened Bird. Subsequently, Jiang Jingfeng turned to Sun Xiao and said, "Sun Xiao, you will continue to be in charge of the broadcaster management department." Sun Xiao readily agreed, of course. The three individuals present were all promoted by Jiang Jingfeng himself, having proven reliable in managing troublesome matters in the past. With Wang Ziming and Appo's downfall and Tan Wenhui being sidelined, Jiang Jingfeng found himself overwhelmed and in need of capable individuals who could operate independently. These three were his trusted aides, thoroughly evaluated over time. Observing their reactions, Jiang Jingfeng felt a sense of satisfaction and smiled as he announced, "Before long, the company will undergo a reform in equity distribution, and each of you present will have a share. As long as you put in your best efforts, I assure you, I will not shortchange anyone. We shall see results within 3 months. Anticipate good news." Upon hearing this, Wu Wei and her companions were filled with excitement, instantly rising to express their gratitude, their faces beaming with joy as they repeatedly thanked Jiang Zhou. Jiang Jingfeng understood well that to motivate the horses, one must provide them with fodder. A mere allocation of shares was insignificant, As long as the company thrived and revenge was served, it would all be worthwhile. In contrast, Tan Wenhui sat there in a daze, utterly bewildered, unable to grasp Jiang Jingfeng's intentions. He felt a tumult within him. Firstly, the absence of Xiao Luoxi from the meeting struck him as odd. Secondly, after rejecting calls from Wang Ziming and Ding Yujie, he remained in the dark about the unfolding events. Previously, whenever there were adjustments in the company, Jiang Jingfeng would consult with them. However, this time, he acted unilaterally, making direct announcements. This abrupt change left Tan Wenhui disoriented, filled with questions. The absence of Xiao Luoxi meant he lacked someone to strategize with, leaving him with no choice but to listen without rebuttal. Such transformations were difficult for him to adapt to. He speculated whether Jiang Jingfeng had uncovered their unsavory dealings, but had no evidence. Furthermore, with Wang Ziming ousted from the partnership, Tan Wenhui planned to keep a low profile, hoping to quietly amass wealth without drawing attention. He recognized that in light of Jiang Jingfeng's recent demeanor towards him, any inquiries would be futile, so he swallowed his concerns. Jiang Jingfeng was acutely aware of Tan Wenhui and Appo's thoughts and chose to disregard him, turning his attention to Zhu Qi. Though Zhu Qi suspected that Jiang Jingfeng had reached some form of agreement with Xiao Luoxi, she remained unaware of the specifics. As a savvy woman, she refrained from interjecting, focusing solely on her duties. If Jiang Jingfeng wished to share, she would listen. If not, she held no grievances. After all, she had resolved to play the role of the supportive partner behind Jiang Jingfeng, believing he would not neglect her. Jiang Jingfeng then addressed Zhu Qi. From today onward, the finance department will be under your management. Zhu Qi promptly replied, Understood, thank you, Jiang Zong. In the company, she had always respectfully referred to him as Jiang Zong. Suddenly, as if recalling something, Jiang Jingfeng remarked to Wu Wei, By the way, your salaries will increase by 30%, and the rest of the finance department will see a 10% raise. Upon hearing this, the others understood Jiang Jingfeng's rationale for raising the salaries of the finance department. Zhu Qi's relatively short tenure as finance director, primarily due to her connection to Jiang Jingfeng's cousin, had likely made others resentful. Jiang Jingfeng's strategy not only quelled any dissatisfaction toward Zhu Qi, but also conveyed his stance. Of course, the remuneration at Jingfeng Media was already commendable. Even without raises, employees would merely grumble privately, too intimidated to openly oppose Zhu Qi. Wu Wei, astute and aware of the moment, quickly stood to affirm, Rest assured, Jiang Zong, I will handle this appropriately. Jiang Jingfeng was pleased with Wu Wei and Appo's response, recognizing her capability and reliability. Zhu Qi, feeling grateful, cast appreciative glances towards Jiang Jingfeng and Wu Wei. With the arrangements made for everyone in the conference room, except for Tan Wenhui, Jiang Jingfeng pondered another matter and said to Wu Wei, We need to hire several legal advisors. We have previously underestimated this aspect. Wu Wei promptly responded, Understood, Jiang Zong. Jiang Jingfeng was determined to expand the company's scale. As it grew, the workforce would inevitably increase. He could no longer afford to treat contract signings as mere modifications of random online templates, as that was far too unprofessional. Moreover, he could not handle any potential legal risks alone. He was not a legal expert, and his past experiences were limited to certain offenses. Continuing with his directives, Jiang Jingfeng insisted, This matter requires urgency. Once we hire, we must thoroughly review all existing contract terms. Legal counsel is indispensable for the company's growth. Previously, there had been a legal advisor, but in the days leading up to Wang Ziming and his conspirators' betrayal, Wang Ziming had concocted an excuse to dismiss that individual. Jiang Jingfeng had intended to intervene, but Wang Ziming and Tan Wenhui had insisted otherwise, forcing him to relent. Although they agreed to recruit a replacement, the matter was postponed repeatedly, and it remained unresolved until Jiang Jingfeng was wrongfully imprisoned. Now, with the mastermind behind his framing, Wang Ziming, incarcerated and considering his plans, the need for legal personnel was urgent. Wu Wei recognized the importance of this and diligently noted it down. Meanwhile, Tan Wenhui, seated in the prominent position to Jiang Jingfeng and Appo's left, had maintained a stoic expression throughout the meeting. However, upon hearing the announcement of Zhu Qi and Amp, Oppo's new role in the decision to recruit legal advisors, his brows furrowed in confusion. In that instant, numerous thoughts raced through his mind. He had already messaged Xiao Luoxi, but had yet to receive a response, leaving him feeling entirely unsettled. With Wang Ziming expelled from the company and Xiao Luoxi dismissed, the loss of two of the four key founders raised fears that he might be next. Instinctively, he wondered if Jiang Jingfeng had discerned their plans and was methodically retaliating. Yet, mere moments later, he dismissed that notion. Particularly with the recent troubles instigated by Wang Ziming, it appeared more like a scheme orchestrated by his wife, Ding Yujia. Despite this reasoning, Tan Wenhui's mind remained in turmoil, plagued by anxiety and uncertainty. He constantly feared that Wang Ziming would expose him. Simultaneously, he dreaded the possibility that Jiang Jingfeng might target him next. Most alarming of all was the prospect of losing his shares, which would signify a devastating blow to his stable and lucrative source of income. Consequently, even the slightest disturbance within the company sent him into a state of agitation, akin to a frightened bird poised to take flight. Chapter 74, Brothers. Ultimately a nonsense, Tan Wenhui's greatest dream now is simply to lie back and count his money in peace. Therefore, when Wang Ziming reached out to him, he chose to ignore the call. When Ding Yujia tried to contact him, he resolutely rejected the call. As a result, he remained oblivious to the significant events that transpired with Wang Ziming. However, with Jiang Jingfeng suddenly making a series of adjustments, even Tan Wenhui, who was usually slow to react, sensed something amiss. Considering his mortgage and dividends, he realized he could no longer remain silent, or he would inevitably vanish from the company. Reluctantly, he mustered the courage to ask, Jingfeng, where is Xiao Luoxia? In Tan Wenhui and Amp, Oppo's mind, discussing brotherhood with Jiang Jingfeng seemed like a ludicrous joke. Brotherhood is, after all, nothing but an empty notion. Yet he could not entirely blame himself. Wang Ziming had always treated him as a pawn, and now he found himself ensnared in the pit Wang Ziming had dug for him. While Jiang Jingfeng had once genuinely cared for him, it seemed that his actions with Wang Ziming had not gone unnoticed by Jiang Jingfeng. Consequently, Jiang Jingfeng demoted him to oversee administration and logistics. To Tan Wenhui, the value of brotherhood had diminished significantly. In this world, how many brothers turned against each other, betrayed by those they trusted? Brotherhood sometimes merely became a cash cow for others, eventually leading to enmity. Jiang Jingfeng was well aware of the implications. True sincerity often resulted in mere superficiality. Thus, remaining trapped in the quagmire of brotherly affection was sheer folly. Jiang Jingfeng silently scoffed, thinking that Tan Wenhui had finally lost his composure. He took his time responding, leisurely pulling out a cigarette, lighting it slowly, and savoring a couple of puffs, clearly toying with Tan Wenhui's anticipation. After a moment, he turned his serious gaze toward Tan Wenhui and spoke in a nonchalant tone. She and I have broken up. She will no longer appear in the company. What? Tan Wenhui sprang up from his seat, exclaiming in shock, startling those around him. Wu Wei and the others also wore expressions of disbelief. Jiang Jingfeng had broken up with Xiao Luoxia. She would no longer be seen in the company. This revelation detonated like a bomb, leaving everyone present in a state of bewilderment. After all, for over a year, they had grown accustomed to the presence of the stunning beauty, Xiao Luoxia, and had tacitly accepted her as the lady of Jingfeng Media. Who could have anticipated that, despite Jiang Jingfeng and Amp, Oppo's profound affection for her, they would part ways? Moreover, Jiang Jingfeng spoke of it so casually, as if discussing a trivial matter. Zhu Qi, taken aback, though privy to more insider information, had not expected Jiang Jingfeng to state it so directly. She studied him intently, filled with questions, yet she understood that this was not the moment for her to inquire. Besides, it was not her place to ask. Nevertheless, she was curious about how Jiang Jingfeng intended to handle Xiao Luoxia. It was universally difficult for a man to forgive the betrayal of a beloved woman. The notion of forgiveness was almost insurmountable. As Zhu Qi pondered, a thought struck her, causing her lips to twitch uncontrollably. Considering Xiao Luoxia and Oppo's as striking beauty alongside Jiang Jingfeng and Apos. As formidable prowess, she felt certain that he would not easily allow Xiao Luoxia her freedom. The memory of a certain video only solidified her assumptions. However, she felt no aversion toward Jiang Jingfeng's actions. In her view, Xiao Luoxia had brought this upon herself and deserved her fate. Instead, she found herself sympathizing with Jiang Jingfeng. Amusingly, she realized that she and Jiang Jingfeng were now in the same boat, and she ought to support whatever he chose to do. As Zhu Qi analyzed the underlying reasons for this news, the conversation between Tan Wenhui and Jiang Jingfeng continued. Jiang Jingfeng cast a sidelong glance at Tan Wenhui, maintaining his indifferent tone. "What's the matter? Do you have an objection?" Tan Wenhui snapped back to reality, realizing he had lost his composure. He quickly put on a forced smile and replied, "Jingfeng, I was merely taken aback. I have no objections. This is a private matter between you two. What are you astonished about?" Jiang Jingfeng was not about to let him off easily and pressed further. Struggling to find the right words. After a pause, he awkwardly said, "I just didn't expect you two being such a perfect match to reach the point of breaking up. What a pity." Upon hearing this, Jiang Jingfeng laughed, though his smile carried a hint of sarcasm. "A pity? If it's such a pity, why don't you pursue her?" Tan Wenhui felt a wave of dread wash over him. Jiang Jingfeng and Apos' remark felt like a reckless shot fired in every direction. He had merely made a casual comment, yet Jiang Jingfeng showed him no mercy, publicly challenging him in front of everyone. How could he possibly maintain his standing in the company after this? Although he had little influence at present, he was still the second largest shareholder. "Don't joke, Jingfeng. I'm in a relationship and nearly engaged. Had you not mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten you had a partner," Jiang Jingfeng replied, dismissing the topic and turning to the others. "Meeting adjourned. Tan Zong, stay behind." The moment he heard meeting adjourned, Tan Wenhui felt a surge of relief, eager to slip away and uncover the truth behind Xiao Luoxia and Apos' situation. His heart raced with anxiety. Just as he prepared to rise, Jiang Jingfeng's next words acted like a spell, freezing him mid-motion. Reluctantly, he sat back down. Once everyone else had departed, Jiang Jingfeng took a few more puffs of a cigarette before turning his attention to Tan Wenhui, speaking slowly. "Ziming has committed murder." "What?" Tan Wenhui shot up from his seat, knocking over his chair with a loud clatter. His mind went blank, and he scarcely registered the pain in his legs. After all, Wang Ziming had been his closest ally in college, despite often treating him like a subordinate. In the years untouched by greed, they had been true brothers. Although their relationship had soured due to the scheme against Jiang Jingfeng, hearing such news still shocked him. His first instinct was disbelief, based on his understanding of Wang Ziming. Such an act was utterly inconceivable. While Wang Ziming was audacious, he would never engage in self-destructive behavior. Soon, anxiety crept in. What if Wang Ziming exposed him? After all, self-preservation is inherent in human nature. Simultaneously, a glimmer of hope flickered within him. Perhaps Wang Ziming would receive a death sentence, taking the secret of their scheme against Jiang Jingfeng to the grave, allowing him to lie back and count his money in peace. He had to admit, this thought was rather idyllic. Chapter 75. The Demon Beside Us. After a considerable pause, Tan Wenhui stammered, "It's impossible. He called me just yesterday afternoon. How could it be?" Jiang Jingfeng silently observed Tan Wenhui and Apos' performance before continuing. "It should have happened shortly after he called you." Sighing, Tan Wenhui feigned deep sorrow, still unwilling to relent. He asked, "He wants to be sentenced to death. Will he?" "Highly likely, as the evidence is conclusive." "In Apos' case of intentional homicide," Jiang Jingfeng replied, taking a drag from his cigarette and exhaling slowly. Tan Wenhui sighed deeply, his expression one of regret. "Don't you want to know who Ziming killed?" Jiang Jingfeng squinted his eyes, resembling a cunning old fox, as he gazed at Tan Wenhui with interest. With Jiang Jingfeng and Apos' words hanging in the air, Tan Wenhui had no choice but to inquire, "Who?" "Gu Ziqin." Tan Wenhui exclaimed again, stunned into silence. His heart skipped a beat, and instinctively he wondered if Wang Ziming was silencing someone. But as soon as the thought crossed his mind, He couldn't help but scold himself for being foolish. The mere emergence of this notion made him question whether Wang Ziming intended to kill him as well. Damn it, I've read too many apocalyptic novels lately, thinking murder could be so casually executed. We're living in a society governed by law. Who would be so foolish as to resort to killing to silence enemies, only to end up sacrificing themselves? Yet, what could possibly be Wang Ziming's motive? Tan Wenhui racked his brain but failed to comprehend, primarily because he lacked any information. Of course, if he had answered Wang Ziming and Oppos, as called yesterday and met him, perhaps the circumstances would be different now. However, Jiang Jingfeng had anticipated this, knowing Tan Wenhui would never answer that call. Such was his character. Unable to unravel the mystery, Tan Wenhui had no choice but to ask, Jingfeng, why did Ziming kill Gu Ziqin? Jiang Jingfeng shook his head helplessly and shrugged, I don't know either. I happened to be in the restroom at the time, and am unaware of what transpired between them. Upon hearing this, Tan Wenhui sighed heavily, alas. Ziming has truly lost his mind this time. His tone was filled with regret, as if he were genuinely pained, while inwardly he was calculating his own interests. After all, they were brothers. He hadn't anticipated that a demon resided in Wang Ziming and Oppos' heart, a thought that sent shivers down his spine. Jiang Jingfeng remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Tan Wenhui, hearing these words, inwardly scoffed. Humph, you say Wang Ziming harbors a demon, but you're not much better yourself. To me, you are a veritable demon. With this thought, Tan Wenhui felt a profound bitterness in his heart. The reality of demons surrounding him was unbearable, leaving him in a state of discomfort. At a loss for words, Tan Wenhui abruptly stood up, intending to leave the conference room. His interest in continuing the conversation having evaporated. He certainly had no intention of visiting Wang Ziming, secretly hoping never to see him again. In Tan Wenhui's view, Wang Ziming, who held power over him, was the most intimidating presence compared to Jiang Jingfeng. Meanwhile, Jiang Jingfeng silently watched Tan Wenhui and Oppos' retreating figure, saying nothing. In his eyes, Tan Wenhui, timid and full of scheming thoughts, could not conceal his intentions. They were all laid bare before him. 5 minutes later, Jiang Jingfeng leisurely finished his cigarette and departed from the company. He sought out a law firm named Huiman Law Office and stepped inside. The front desk was attended by a competent young lady who, upon learning of Jiang Jingfeng's purpose, led him to the door of an office. She gently knocked, and a few seconds later, a sweet voice from within called, Please come in. From the sound alone, Jiang Jingfeng surmised that a beautiful woman awaited him inside. Sure enough, as the door swung open, he caught sight of an exquisite face with large, bright black eyes, a high nose, and full, sensual lips. Her fair neck glistened with moisture, and clad in a tailored suit, she exuded an air of a competent woman. Her confident gaze suggested she was a blend of beauty and intelligence, a veritable legal goddess. Jiang Jingfeng couldn't help but admire her, considering the possibility of recruiting her. The front desk lady politely introduced, Mr. Jiang, this is our lawyer, Ms. Tang, who is here today to provide free legal consultation. Jiang Jingfeng quickly nodded in gratitude and took a seat with confidence. Hello, I am Tang Xiao, the assistant lawyer. How may I assist you today? Tang Xiao and Oppos' voice possessed a natural magnetism, distinctly pleasant, and Jiang Jingfeng could tell it was genuine. Dressed in a suit, her movements exuded a unique charm that compelled him to glance at her several times. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Jingfeng formulated a plan. He retrieved a business card from his bag and handed it over with a smile. Hello, I am Jiang Jingfeng, the general manager of Jingfeng Media. Tang Xiao furrowed her brow, pondering his intentions. However, noting Jiang Jingfeng's tall and handsome appearance, she received the card with a polite smile, placing it on the table. Jiang Jingfeng feigned a cough, clearing his throat before asking, Ms. Tang, what are your thoughts on utilizing the internet to disseminate legal knowledge? Uncertain of Jiang Jingfeng's ulterior motives, Tang Xiao paused briefly before sharing her insights. I believe that with the rise of short videos, this is indeed an effective way for the general public to quickly grasp legal knowledge. Indeed, Ms. Tang appears knowledgeable in this area. I share the same sentiment. Moreover, As far as I know, there are not many influencers or streamers focused on this niche. If you were to take on such a role, how would you attract attention? Tang Xiao's lips twitched slightly, and she quickly understood. Goodness, this handsome gentleman isn't here for legal advice. He is here to interview me, she thought, bemused yet unperturbed. Responding politely, Mr. Jiang, are you seeking legal consultation? Feigning a hand to his forehead, Jiang Jingfeng smiled awkwardly. I apologize. It seems I have a habit. Whenever I see a beauty as stunning as you, I can't help but think you would thrive in the influencer realm. His words were clearly intentional, primarily aimed at observing her reaction. Chapter 76. The charming lawyer if the other party dismisses the idea outright without a moment and oppose, as thought. It indicates that they have never considered such a possibility. Convincing someone like this would require considerable effort. However, if there is a visible hesitation, it clearly shows that they have contemplated the possibility. After all, a beauty like Tang Xiao, of a similar age, inevitably finds herself comparing with internet celebrities while scrolling through short videos, wondering if she could also achieve fame through similar means. This is human nature. Competition is omnipresent. Men measure their worth by capability, while women are often judged by their appearance. As expected by Jiang Jingfeng, upon hearing his words, a glimmer of anticipation flashed in Tang Xiao's eyes, which Jiang Jingfeng keenly observed. It was a sparkle of hope, albeit mixed with evident uncertainty. Do you think I might excel in this field? Tang Xiao could not suppress her curiosity and inquired. Sensing an opportunity, Jiang Jingfeng, with a cheerful demeanor, explained. It is not a matter of possibility, but of certainty. Firstly, your looks alone ensure that if you venture into short videos, your chances of success soar to 80%. Secondly, your voice possesses a charming quality that will undoubtedly attract a substantial following. Most importantly, having someone knowledgeable to guide you is essential. In my view, even if the dissemination of legal knowledge does not pan out, you could undoubtedly become a talent influencer. Jiang Jingfeng articulated his thoughts with fervor, encapsulating his message into two key points. Firstly, you are destined to succeed, and secondly, my guidance is crucial. However, at that moment, Jiang Jingfeng had no intentions of pursuing this enchanting lawyer. Why? Because those who study law are not to be trifled with. One misstep could lead to personal repercussions, potentially landing him in trouble once again. Having spent 8 years within the confines of the law in his previous life, he was determined to exercise caution in this one and avoid such folly. He recalled a television drama where the male lead was pursued by a beautiful lawyer. When he declined her invitation, he was soon inundated with various legal summons. Who could endure such a fate? Just the thought of it was daunting. Tang Xiao felt a stir of emotion, yet she found it challenging to firmly resolve to leave the law firm. After all, she depended on this job for her livelihood. Furthermore, should her career progress favorably, she could potentially become a partner at the firm, earning a substantial income. Admittedly, compared to becoming an internet celebrity, the financial rewards would be slower to materialize. However, it was clear that the influencer market was rapidly becoming saturated. With a flicker of interest, Tang Xiao thought to herself that she would consider it further down the line. Mr. Jiang, let us pause this discussion for now. When you have time, I would like to treat you to a cup of coffee. I am genuinely intrigued by the idea of using short videos to disseminate legal knowledge, she proposed. Very well. I shall await your call, Jiang Jingfeng replied, pleased with her response. He understood that if a few words could persuade her to sign a contract with Jingfeng Media, it would indeed be a miracle for her to succeed as a lawyer. In society, once one secures a stable job, stepping out of one and oppose, as comfort zone requires significant resolve, often only occurring under duress, such as being dismissed or unable to find work. In Jiang Jingfeng and oppose, as perspective, while Tang Xiao harbored thoughts of change. Truly abandoning the seemingly glamorous profession of law would not be an easy decision. His aim was to plant a seed of ambition in her mind, waiting for the day it might flourish. For the next 5 minutes, their conversation revolved around the concerns voiced by Ding Yujia. Tang Xiao SCB Professiman. And Jiang Jingfeng gleaned the answers he sought, confirming his prior understanding. Moreover, through their exchange, he discovered a remarkable talent of hers. She could articulate complex legal jargon in a manner that was both accessible and comprehensible. This attribute bolstered Jiang Jingfeng and Appo's confidence in her potential. "Thank you, my dear," he said with a smile as he rose to leave. "Previously, I believed your chances of succeeding in legal dissemination were 90%. However, after our discussion, I am now convinced that you will succeed 100%. He felt assured in his conviction because he knew of many who had thrived in this arena. Following their successful examples, how could one possibly fail? "Thank you for the compliment." Tang Xiao felt a surge of happiness, though she maintained a composed fa. After all, being a lawyer required a level-headed demeanor. It was not easy for others to discern her true thoughts. Her earlier display of interest stemmed from genuine contemplation of the matter. While she intended to consider it further, she was not about to let Jiang Jingfeng lead her by the nose. As they exchanged farewells, Jiang Jingfeng departed from Huiman Law Firm, feeling that this visit had yielded significant rewards. He had managed to assist Ding Yujie with half of her requests, but he had never intended for her to owe him any favors. However, should she wish to express her gratitude willingly, he would certainly consider it. Yet, the most unexpected bonus from this encounter was meeting the charming lawyer, Tang Xiao. In that brief exchange, Jiang Jingfeng felt increasingly confident that he could successfully bring her under his wing. Moreover, he had already devised strategies to persuade her. Now, he simply needed to wait for the enchanting mermaid to take the bait. Should he successfully secure a partnership with this legal beauty, it would undoubtedly enhance the diversity and completeness of the influencer segment under Jingfeng Media. This was a core strategy he intended to pursue vigorously as he sought to propel the company's growth. However, if he could formulate a specific agreement with Tang Xiao, persuading her to replace Yin Dongxue to execute an alternative plan, it might yield unexpectedly beneficial results. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the outcome could surpass that of relying on Yin Dongxue. It was essential to note that among the various adversaries, the situation with Wang Ziming was gradually reaching its conclusion. Gu Ziqin had already met her demise at his hands, and Xiao Luoxia had chosen to submit, becoming a compliant follower. Presently, only Tan Wenhui and the colluding forces behind Wang Ziming remained. Tan Wenhui, a coward at heart, would not pose much difficulty. With a bit of cunning, Jiang Jingfeng could easily ensnare him. The true challenge lay with Longwei Media and the hidden powers backing it. What unknown secrets and intricacies lay within? Jiang Jingfeng needed to delve deeper to uncover the truth. Chapter 77. Doubt Throughout the Journey. Jiang Jingfeng contemplated the forthcoming course of action. After approximately half an hour, he arrived at Binjiang Hospital. Upon reaching the ward where Ding Yujie was located, he discovered a couple, seemingly in their 50s, seated within. Jiang Jingfeng gently pushed the door open and stepped inside, his gaze swiftly scanning the two individuals present. Just one glance was sufficient for him to deduce their identities, particularly that of the middle-aged woman, whose features bore a striking resemblance to Ding Yujie. Had time not etched a few faint wrinkles upon her face, lending her a slightly older appearance, one might easily mistake them for identical twins standing side by side. The woman sat quietly on a stool beside the hospital bed, tightly gripping Ding Yujie's hands while casting a look of suspicion towards Jiang Jingfeng, who had just entered. As for the man, although a few strands of silver had begun to emerge at his temples, he maintained an upright and dignified posture. His serious demeanor exuded an air of sternness. "Hello, uncle and aunt." Jiang Jingfeng greeted them with a smile, exhibiting utmost politeness. At that moment, Ding Yujie, lying on the bed, noticed the puzzled expressions on her parents' faces and quickly interjected, "Mom and Dad, please don't misunderstand. This is Jiang Jingfeng, a college classmate of Wang Ziming. Rest assured, I invited him here to assist us." However, Ding Yujie and Appo's clarification seemed to have little effect, as her parents and Appo's brows furrowed even tighter. Jiang Jingfeng, sensing their skepticism, felt somewhat at a loss. He keenly observed that Ding Yujie and Appo's parents harbored doubts regarding his relationship with their daughter. Moreover, it appeared that Ding Yujie had already communicated her intentions to her parents. Yet, judging by their expressions, they had evidently not reached a consensus on the matter. Ding Yujie's mother exhibited a discernible inclination to support her daughter's decision. Yet her wary gaze towards Jiang Jingfeng suggested a lingering suspicion about his true intentions in helping Ding Yujie. If his intentions were genuine, it implied an ambiguous relationship with her daughter. Conversely, if they were not sincere, caution was warranted. In stark contrast, Ding Yujie's father demonstrated a completely different demeanor. Although he sat silently to the side, the 2-meter distance he unconsciously maintained from his wife indicated his disapproval of Ding Yujie and Appo's as course of action. However, he seemed resigned to acquiesce to his wife and Appo's as authority. Thus, upon learning Jiang Jingfeng and Appo's as true identity, his expression was more one of confusion and incredulity. How could a classmate of Wang Ziming and Appo's as possibly assist his daughter? This line of thought led him to an unsettling speculation. Could it be that his daughter shared some clandestine connection with this seemingly charming young man? If that were the case, how would he face his close friend, Wang Ziming? After all, it was they who had endeavored to bring Wang Ziming and Ding Yujie together. Now, faced with this predicament, he found himself at a loss for words during their phone conversations. Jiang Jingfeng, feeling the pressure of their scrutiny, hastened to clarify. Actually, Ding Yujie reached out to me, hoping I could help her contact a lawyer for some legal advice. I just returned from the law firm. Upon hearing this, Ding Yujie and Appo's mother forced a smile. Oh, I see. Come, young man, please have a seat and explain the situation to us. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Ding Yujie and Appo's father, relieved, silently exhaled. He had genuinely feared that there might be an unclear relationship between Jiang Jingfeng and his daughter. Even entertaining the absurd thought that the child in question could belong to this young man. Had Jiang Jingfeng been privy to these thoughts, he would have likely fled in fright. After all, his intention had been to help, yet he nearly found himself embroiled in a scandal. Of course, Jiang Jingfeng harbored no ulterior motives. Nodding, he approached the foot of the bed, organized his thoughts, and began, I inquired. And even if the deceased and Appo's family were to sue you, there would be no obligation for you to compensate. The law states that the family bears no responsibility for damages. Compensation is derived from the personal assets of the individual in question. Personal assets? That scoundrel has no personal assets left. He squandered everything on that wretched woman. Ding Yujie erupted, her emotions spiraling out of control. However, midway through her tirade, she realized that the wretched woman referred to Jiang Jingfeng's girlfriend, Xiaoluo, and abruptly ceased her outburst. Her expression became a complex tapestry of emotions, resentment towards both Xiaoluo and Wang Ziming, intertwined with sympathy for Jiang Jingfeng. Jiang Jingfeng remained composed, exhibiting no visible reaction, which led Ding Yujie to believe he was oblivious to the underlying tensions. Upon hearing that there would be no compensation required, Ding Yujie's mother immediately brightened. Yet, Ding Yujie's father wore a conflicted expression. Indeed, marital assets are to be divided equally. At that point, you will need to cooperate with the lawyer to demonstrate that Wang Ziming has already taken half. Jiang Jingfeng continued, addressing Ding Yujie with a measured tone. Moreover, I believe it is premature to consider who will bear compensation at this stage. The pressing matter at hand is Wang Ziming's fate. What do you mean? Ding Yujie's father inquired eagerly. Jiang Jingfeng nodded and elaborated. I consulted with a lawyer, and the conclusion is that Wang Ziming is likely facing the death penalty. To have it reduced to life imprisonment, we would need the understanding of Gu Zijing's family. Clearly, obtaining such a letter of understanding would require at least 3 to 4 million. However, as I understand, you previously sold your house, and half of that money was allocated for Gu Zijing and Appo's as compensation, leaving you with insufficient funds now. After stating this, Jiang Jingfeng observed the 3 members of Ding Yujie and Appo's family in silence. Upon hearing Gu Zijing and Appo's name again, Ding Yujie and Appo's parents became perplexed. The incident involved Gu Zijing, and the previous compensation was also directed towards her. They turned their gaze towards Ding Yujie, eagerly awaiting an explanation. With no choice but to clarify, Ding Yujie recounted the entire series of events, from her discovery of infidelity to the subsequent developments. Only then did her parents begin to grasp the entirety of the situation. Chapter 78. To save or not to save Ding Yujie and Apos. S. mother was so enraged that her face turned crimson, and she exclaimed, "That scoundrel Wang Ziming has actually taken several mistresses behind Yujie and Amp. Apos. S. back. He deserves to be condemned." With a fierce glare directed at Ding Yujie and Amp, Apos. S. father, she demanded, "Old man, do you now agree with Yujie and Amp?" Amp. Apos. As previous suggestion, Ding Yujie and Amp. Amp. Apos. S. father trembled with fury, unable to fathom the multitude of events that had transpired. With the blame resting squarely on his son-in-law and Apos. S. shoulders. His fists were clenched tightly, the joints creaking under pressure, and, after several deep breaths, he managed to utter through gritted teeth, "I have no objections." These words emerged from him with great difficulty, akin to squeezing toothpaste from a tube, revealing the extent of his disdain for Wang Ziming. He longed to confront Wang Ziming and his brother directly, thinking to himself, "I entrusted my precious daughter to you, and this is how you treat her? Now you wish to save this scoundrel? Huh, you figured out." Though Jiang Jingfeng did not wish for Wang Ziming to receive the death penalty, he understood that no matter how eloquently he argued, he could not alter the stance of Ding Yujie's family. Thus, he silently observed as the trio made their decisions. As for Wang Ziming, he hoped that this rogue would be sentenced to life imprisonment, allowing him to experience the harshness of a cold iron bed, and gradually await death in the endless passage of time. Such a hopeless torment would be the greatest punishment for Wang Ziming. Even if he behaved well in prison and earned a sentence reduction, he would generally be incarcerated for around 20 years. By then, he would be in his 40s. At that point, the accomplished Jiang Jingfeng could easily orchestrate another scheme to imprison him, ensuring that his demise would come in due time. In short, in this lifetime, Jiang Jingfeng was determined to bring an end to Wang Ziming. Of course, Ding Yujie's family did not intend to rescue Wang Ziming, but that did not imply that Wang Ziming's parents would refrain from attempting to do so. Moreover, Jiang Jingfeng believed that Wang Ziming's parents would undoubtedly strive to save him. Meanwhile, at Wang Ziming's end, his parents rushed to the police station early in the morning, anxious to see him. However, as Wang Ziming was under criminal detention, family visits were not permitted. Yet, due to the recent nature of the homicide and Wang Ziming and Amp, Apos, as current confinement at the police station, there remained some operational leeway. Wang Ziming and Amp, Apos, as father Wang Tao, with the assistance of a university classmate, managed to gain access to Wang Ziming through special channels, albeit for only a few minutes. Faced with his parents, Wang Ziming refrained from disclosing the specifics of the situation. He only fervently pleaded for their help to save him. Observing his son's haggard appearance in the cell, Wang Tao felt as though his heart was being wrenched by a knife. "Ziming, if you wish to live, there is but one option left," he said, his voice heavy with anguish. On the way to Hangzhou, Wang Tao had sought legal counsel, hoping to understand how to navigate such a dire situation. Upon hearing this, Wang Ziming and Amp, Apos, once vacant eyes ignited with a fierce will to survive, and he urgently inquired, "Dad, what is the option?" "You must obtain a letter of understanding from the victim's family to secure a chance for your life. Though it would mean a lifetime in prison unless you demonstrate exemplary behavior to earn a reduction. Better than death, Dad, Mom. You must save me." "I truly do not wish to die," Wang Ziming exclaimed, breaking into sobs like a frightened child. The terror of death overwhelmed his sense of pride, and he clung desperately to this glimmer of hope. "We will certainly find a way, but the compensation amount is likely to be substantial." "How much do you have left on you?" Wang Tao lamented, for Wang Ziming was his only son. Meanwhile, Wang Ziming's mother was already in inconsolable tears. "I have over $1 million left with Yujie." Wang Ziming quickly thought of the money in Ding Yujie and Apos' possession. Wang Tao immediately shook his head, frowning as he replied, "Ziming, you have already harmed Yujie to this extent. I believe we cannot ask her for money anymore." However, Wang Ziming's mother vehemently disagreed, crying and shouting, "She is Ziming's wife. At this moment, she ought to help her husband." "You foolish woman, what do you understand?" Wang Tao retorted. "Even if Yujie willingly offers the money, we cannot accept it." His face flushed with anger. He glared at his wife. "Lu Duo Duo, as if he could devour her whole. Lu Duo, startled, instinctively recoiled. This small detail revealed Wang Tao's considerable authority at home, far surpassing that of Ding Yujia's father. However, Lu Duo was not one to be easily intimidated. After a brief moment of surprise, she quickly regained her composure, thinking, what time is it? Is there anything more important than saving our son? Moreover, Ding Yujia would surely divorce Wang Ziming. In that case, why should they let this money go to waste, allowing Ding Yujia to benefit without consequence? With this thought, Lu Duo and Appo's earlier timidity evaporated. She lifted her head defiantly, meeting Wang Tao and Appo's gaze and coldly retorting, "Humph, I don't and Appo's. Take care about that. As Ziming and Appo's wife, she has a responsibility to provide that money." Wang Tao was momentarily speechless. However, this was not the time for an argument. He redirected his attention to Wang Ziming, his expression grave as he asked, "Ziming, while it is true that the over $1 million is indeed marital property, can you genuinely confirm that half of it belongs to you?" No one knows a son better than his father. From the evasive responses Wang Ziming had previously offered, Wang Tao sensed there was more to the story that remained undisclosed. Upon hearing his father and Appo's question, Wang Ziming felt a jolt of panic, but upon reflection, he concluded that all that money was earned through his own hard work, and Ding Yujia ought to assist him in this matter. With that thought, his previously evasive gaze transformed into one of resolute determination, and he boldly declared, "That money is all mine. Since it's my earnings, that woman should hand it over." Lu Duo clearly viewed Ding Yujia as the primary obstacle preventing her son from escaping the death penalty, and her resentment and bitterness were unmistakable. Wang Tao felt a headache coming on. His obstinate wife was manageable under normal circumstances, but once she fell into a misconception, she was as immovable as a mountain. Clearly, she had entrenched herself in a narrow mindset. He could only endure, speaking earnestly to Wang Ziming, "Son, you cannot say that. Although it is your earnings, they were accumulated after your marriage, and according to legal stipulations, it remains shared marital property. Thus, you must be truthful with me, so we can discuss how to gather the funds to save you." Chapter 79. Heart like ashes. At this moment, Wang Ziming gradually regained his composure, and suddenly remembered that Gu Zijing still had his $2 million. However, the thought of negotiating compensation with her family filled him with dread. Only by retrieving the $2 million from Gu Zijing and the over $100,000 from Ding Yujia could he hope to salvage his situation. As for the $150,000 from Xiao Luoxia, that seemed highly unlikely. In his attempt to gain Xiao Luoxia's trust, he had left himself with no backup, making it nearly impossible to reclaim that amount unless she willingly offered it. Given the scandal involving Ding Yujia and the injuries she sustained, Wang Ziming felt a wave of despair wash over him, realizing that it was utterly impossible for Xiao Luoxia to repay him. Nevertheless, rescuing his own people was paramount. He had to make an effort. Thus, he turned his gaze toward his father, Wang Tao, and urgently implored, "Dad, you and Mom must hurry to the hospital. Once you find Yujia, please ask her to contact 2 individuals, Jiang Jingfeng and Tan Wenwei. It is crucial that they come to see me." Pausing momentarily, he emphasized, "Especially Jiang Jingfeng. He is the only one who can assist me in negotiating with the victims and Appo's family." Upon hearing his son and Appo's earnest request, Wang Tao nodded without hesitation. "All right, son. Rest assured, I will take care of it immediately." No sooner had the words left his mouth than he turned and hurried out the door. Furthermore, it was high time for them to leave. At that moment, Lu Duo, weeping profusely, clutched Wang Ziming and Appo's hand tightly and choked out, "Ziming, your mother will do everything in her power to save you. Do not be afraid." Observing her tear-streaked face in profound sorrow, Wang Ziming felt a surge of guilt, replying, "Yes, Mom, I am at fault. I have burdened you both. Foolish child, why do you apologize? You are my son," Lu Duo said, wiping away her tears. Her expression suddenly turning fierce as she added, "I will go confront that wretched woman right now. Await my good news. Mom, please do not act impulsively." Wang Ziming attempted to dissuade her, but before he could finish, Lu Duo had already hastened away. Watching his mother's receding figure, Wang Ziming felt a sense of foreboding. He understood her temperament all too well. With her fiery nature, she would likely provoke Ding Yujie, making it even more improbable to extract any money from her. At this juncture, Wang Ziming felt helpless and could only silently pray that Ding Yujie would show some compassion, considering their marital bond. Simultaneously, he hoped Jiang Jingfeng would lend him a hand to save his life. To this point, he had not contemplated involving Jiang Jingfeng, as he appeared to have done nothing wrong. In his mind, it was his own impulsive act that had led to Gu Zijing and Amp, Oppo's, demise, and thus he bore the blame. Meanwhile, Wang Tao and his wife swiftly contacted Ding Yujie and Amp, Oppo's, father, Ding Yong, and without a moment in Amp, Oppo's, delay, they hailed a cab headed for the hospital. Along the way, Wang Tao hesitated several times before addressing Lu Duo. When we arrive at the hospital, do not say anything until I finish speaking. Lu Duo shot him an angry glare and huffed. Fine, I will let you speak, but if she is ungrateful, do not blame me for being rude. Although their relationship had not been particularly close, Lu Duo and Ding Yujie had managed to get along without significant conflict. However, the current situation was drastically different. Now, it involved her son and Oppo's life. The previous semblance of harmony was shattered completely. After all, for a mother, no matter how well she got along with her daughter-in-law, nothing could eclipse the importance of her own child, especially now that her son and Oppo's life hung in the balance. Should anything happen to him, that daughter-in-law would only be another family and Oppo's daughter-in-law. What bond could remain? Before long, Wang Tao and Lu Duo arrived at Binhai Hospital in a flurry. Upon entering Ding Yujie's hospital room, both Wang Tao and Ding Yong wore expressions of anxiety, exchanging nods before embracing one another. At 50, facing such a tragic event, their anguish was palpable. Although Ding Yong had previously been angry, after a moment of reflection, he recognized that Wang Ziming and Oppo's predicament was far worse, prompting him to suppress his urge to question. In stark contrast, Ding Yujie and Oppo's mother exhibited a colder demeanor, blatantly ignoring the arrival of Wang Tao and his wife. Ding Yujie merely glanced at them before diverting her gaze elsewhere, failing to utter even a simple greeting. Observing this, Lu Duo and Oppo's heart sank. She realized that this wretched woman would never part with any money to save her son. The thought ignited a volcanic rage within her. At that moment, Wang Tao sensed the tension in the air and shot Lu Duo a warning glare, signaling her to remain calm. Recalling her earlier promise to keep her anger in check, Lu Duo begrudgingly turned her head away, silencing her fury. Wujia, are you feeling any better? Wang Tao finally approached the bedside, expressing concern. After all, Ding Yujie was still his daughter-in-law, and due to his son and Oppo's actions, she had lost her child. Failing to show concern would have seemed too callous, especially since she was the daughter of his good friend. I'm better, Ding Yujie replied, maintaining a degree of respect towards her father-in-law. She refrained from being rude, yet her tone was laced with politeness and distance, omitting formal titles altogether. Wang Tao could detect the resentment in her voice, and he lamented, alas, it is all that ungrateful son of mine and Oppo's fault causing you such distress. This was a heartfelt admission, while Wang Ziming and Oppo's account concealed certain truths. It was evident that his infidelity had instigated this calamity. In the past, to encourage Wang Ziming to pursue Ding Yujie, Wang Tao had spared no effort, enlisting the help of his good friend Ding Yong, and the two had brainstormed tirelessly. Both families believed that Wang Ziming and Ding Yujie were a match made in heaven, an exceptional man paired with a beautiful woman destined for a lifetime of happiness. Who could have foreseen that within just a few months, this marriage would unravel? Ding Yujie had suffered a miscarriage, and Wang Ziming had been arrested for murder. In an instant, what had appeared to be a blissful family in the eyes of others lay in ruins, shattered beyond repair. As Wang Tao expressed his disappointment in Wang Ziming, Ding Yujie kept her head bowed, remaining silent. Her heart had turned to ash, and she had no desire to respond. After all, at this juncture, words held no value. Chapter 80. Who fears whom, however, recalling the countless admonitions from Wang Ziming just before his departure. He had no choice but to muster his courage and continue asking, Yujia, my wife and I just visited Ziming. He entrusted us with a message for you, hoping you could assist in contacting two individuals, one named Jiang Jingfeng and the other, Tan Wenwei. He asked you to convey to them that they must visit him. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Ding Yujia slowly lifted her gaze to Jiang Jingfeng. Since Wang Tao and his wife entered, Jiang Jingfeng had retreated several steps to the side, appearing as an outsider. But now, under Ding Yujia and Amp, Oppo's scrutiny, he was drawn back into the center of attention. Wang Tao and Lu Duo finally noticed the young man in the room, someone they had subconsciously overlooked. Ding Yong, observing Wang Tao's puzzled expression, felt a twinge of helplessness. "He is one of the individuals your son is seeking, Jiang Jingfeng, and also a classmate of your son." Wang Tao finally grasped the situation, though his brow furrowed in concern. A question emerged in his mind. Why was he present here? However, there would be no answers at this moment. He turned to Jiang Jingfeng and said, "You are Jiang Jingfeng, right? Ziming needs your help. If you are free, could you accompany me to see him?" "I am." Jiang Jingfeng nodded, pondering for a moment before responding, "Of course, when shall we go?" In truth, even if Wang Ziming had not sent someone to find him, he would have sought him out anyway, for they were brothers. How could he refrain from witnessing his friend and Oppo's suffering? At times, Jiang Jingfeng felt a bit twisted for his eagerness. Yet, recalling his past experiences in prison, he found solace. Nothing could hinder his path to vengeance. "Please wait a moment. We will head over shortly." Wan Tao va Appos et an city suai so mewat. He remembered Wang Ziming and Oppo's last words, that Jiang Jingfeng could negotiate with the victim and Oppo's side. The remaining concern was the other individual and whether Ding Yujia would provide financial assistance. He glanced at Ding Yujia and asked, "What about Tan Wenwei?" Ding Yujia remained silent, once again looking at Jiang Jingfeng. Wang Tao was further perplexed, pondering why she kept glancing at the young man. Reluctantly, he turned back to Jiang Jingfeng, his expression one of confusion. Seeing this, Jiang Jingfeng explained, "Tan Wenhui is the vice president of my company and also a brother of Ziming's. I will contact him and have him come over." Wang Tao quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you so much." Jiang Jingfeng acknowledged the thanks and picked up his phone to call Tan Wenhui. While Tan Wenhui might ignore Wang Ziming and Oppo's call, he dared not disregard Jiang Jingfeng and Oppo's. After a few rings, despite the trepidation in his heart, he steeled himself to answer. "Hello, Jingfeng. What do you need? Ziming is looking for you. You need to come over right away. I will follow shortly." I and Oppo's am busy right now, and Kin and Oppo's leave immediately. Tan Wenwei attempted to evade. "Now, immediately at once go." Jiang Jingfeng's tone was commanding, leaving no room for refusal. Tan Wenwei's heart sank upon hearing this, and he weakly replied, "All right." After hanging up, he suddenly realized that Jiang Jingfeng would be delayed in arriving, which sparked a glimmer of hope within him. He sprang from his seat, dashed out of the office without a backward glance, and hailed a taxi, urgently heading to the police station. His sole thought was to ensure that he reached before Jiang Jingfeng, preventing Wang Ziming from betraying him. Meanwhile, at the hospital, after ending the call, Jiang Jingfeng smiled at Wang Tao, saying, "I've informed Tan Wenhui. He is on his way." Wang Tao nodded in appreciation, then turned to Ding Yong and the others, his heart in turmoil. He truly did not know how to broach the subject. He understood that once he spoke to Ding Yujia, the familial bond between the two families could shatter in an instant, although it was a fate that would eventually come to pass. Additionally, it would create a rift in his brotherly relationship with Ding Yong. Yet, if he remained silent, should the victim's family demand 3 or 4 million in compensation, the elderly couple would be unable to muster such a sum. Even if Ding Yujia were willing to contribute over 1 million, they still fell short. And that was under the assumption that they would drain Ding Yujia and Oppo's finances, and that the victim and Oppo's family would only demand 3 million. If they were to make unreasonable demands, the gap would be even wider, unless they were willing to sell the only home they had toiled for a lifetime to acquire. However, even if they were prepared to sell the house, time was not on their side. Yet, Wang Ziming and Oppo's mother, Lu Duo, had come with the firm resolve not to sell the house, determined to save her son. Wang Tao's gaze lingered on Ding Yujia's face as he hesitated, struggling to find the words. "Old man, if you lack the courage to speak, then I shall." Lu Duo had endured enough. Seeing her husband in such a feeble state ignited her anger. Moreover, now that she had managed to fulfill her son and aunt, Appo's, requests, she no longer felt compelled to stifle her frustration. She looked at Ding Yujia with a fierce expression, as if Ding Yujia owed her a lifetime of debt. Lu Duo wasted no time, raising her voice. "Yujia, I know Ziming has wronged you, but he is in trouble now. As his wife, you must help him." Ding Yujia shot Lu Duo a cold glance, remaining silent, her disdain nearly bubbling over. Seeing this expression, Lu Duo and Appo's anger flared once more. But before she could react, Ding Yujia and Appo's mother, Li Xiuyan, who had been quietly seated on the bedside stool, let out a derisive laugh and slowly stood up, with an expression full of disdain. She retorted, "Oh, since you are aware that Wang Ziming is a scoundrel who has wronged my daughter, why should my daughter feel obligated to assist such a cad?" Li Xiuyan was not one to be trifled with. Ding Yong cowered before her like a meek lamb. She had been quietly observing everything, particularly appalled by Lu Duo's demeanor. Now was her moment to stand up for her daughter. Anyone who dared to bully her daughter would have to answer to her first. Humph! Who fears whom? It takes a confrontation to truly know who is formidable. Lu Duo, resolute and unwavering, declared, "Humph! Why should she? Just because she is Ziming and Appo's wife? All this money was earned by my son." Chapter 81. The failure of gossip. Li Xiuyan wore a sardonic smile as she remarked, "Oh, so you think that scoundrel earned it, do you? There's no name inscribed on that money. And tell me, does the law acknowledge your claims? I care not for your legalities. You must take that money, or how could you live with yourselves? Will you just stand idly by and watch Ziming perish? He is, after all, your son-in-law." Lu Duo, aware of certain legal stipulations, understood that saving her son took precedence over legal discussions, which she could never win against Ding Yujia. Thus, she resorted to emotional appeals, hoping for a glimmer of opportunity. However, she was unprepared for her mother-in-law and Appo's resolute stance. She had previously heard whispers about this formidable woman, known for being anything but easy to handle. Lu Duo preferred to steer clear of her, avoiding confrontations whenever possible to prevent trouble. Yet now, avoidance was no longer an option. Li Xiuyan scoffed, her countenance brimming with disdain and derision, as she barked, "Conscience? How dare you mention conscience to me? That scoundrel Wang Ziming has been keeping a horde of mistresses. When has he ever considered Yujia and Appo's feelings? When he crashed into Yujia, did he ever ponder the potential misfortune that could befall their unborn child?" Her fury intensified, her chest heaving as she continued her tirade. "So do not lecture me on conscience. That wretch is unworthy of it." Lu Duo trembled with rage, her face paling, her finger quivering as she pointed at Li Xiuyan, unable to utter a single word. Yet Li Xiuyan showed no sign of relenting, continuing her scathing diatribe while pointing an accusatory finger at Lu Duo. "What do you mean? Hasn't he, your scoundrel son, told you anything? Not only is he frolicking with several lovers, but he is also squandering money hand over fist, buying them houses and cars, dropping millions without a second thought. If that's the case, you might as well go and beg those shameless mistresses for money to save your worthless son." Li Xiuyan's insults grew increasingly harsh, causing Ding Yong, who stood nearby, to lose face. Wang Tao wished he could sink into the ground, particularly upon hearing about Wang Ziming spending millions on a mistress. He felt utterly embarrassed. Lu Duo found herself speechless, at a loss for words. It was evident that Li Xiuyan was adamant, resolutely refusing to assist Wang Ziming. The crucial point was that Lu Duo could not outmatch this woman's ferocity, and more importantly, Wang Ziming had never disclosed his sordid dealings to her. Her indignation was thoroughly quashed under Li Xiuyan's relentless onslaught, and she could only cast a desperate look towards her husband for help. At that juncture, Li Xiuyan spoke again. "I say, that scoundrel has taken the couple's joint assets to support his mistresses. He owes it to Yujia. If necessary, We shall sue him to reclaim that money. Yuji and Amp, Oppo's mother, perhaps you should hold your tongue, Ding Yong interjected. Having seen the pleading look in Wang Tao and Amp, Oppo's eyes, he reluctantly turned towards Ding Yong. He knew his words would hold little weight, but felt it imperative to conclude the matter, given the escalating situation. Li Xiuyan shot a fierce glare at Ding Yong, causing him to hesitate in his approach. You are but a useless waste. Others are bullying your daughter, and you remain silent? Is Yuji not your own flesh and blood? Ding Yong felt a pang of distress. He merely intended to mediate, yet found himself caught in the flames of conflict. He cast a furtive glance at Wang Tao, conveying an expression of helplessness, before retreating to stand alongside Jiang Jingfeng. Observing the scene with keen interest, Jiang Jingfeng was thoroughly entertained, until Ding Yong's presence beside him made him apprehensive, sensing an impending shift in the tide of blame. As expected, the moment Ding Yong steadied himself, Lu Duo rushed over, her eyes alight with fervor, nearly grasping Jiang Jingfeng and Oppo's hand as she exclaimed, "Little brother, you are Zimming and Oppo's dear friend. You must help me reason this out. Should they not release that money?" Jiang Jingfeng felt a wave of frustration. Was it not more enjoyable to watch the spectacle unfold? Why should he involve himself? He longed to declare Wang Zimming as a worthless wretch unworthy of being called his friend. Yet, such candor would surely unmask his carefully crafted facade. Thus, he adopted a solemn demeanor and spoke slowly. "Auntie, from a legal standpoint, your daughter has the right to withhold that money. Morally, she ought to consider it. However, Zimming and Oppo's prior actions were indeed reprehensible, shattering the trust between husband and wife." Lu Duo was taken aback. This was hardly the support she sought. It was as if he were turning against her. She had approached Jiang Jingfeng for assistance due to his connection with Wang Zimming, but instead, he offered her nonsensical remarks. Her gaze shifted from hope to fury, as if she were about to unleash her wrath upon him. Contrarily, Ding Yujie regarded Jiang Jingfeng with a mixture of surprise and gratitude. Sensing Lu Duo and Amp, Oppo's impending outburst, Jiang Jingfeng quickly raised his hand to calm her. "Auntie, please do not rush. Allow me to finish. Now is not the time for disputes. A million will not resolve the issue and may only sour our relations. I propose we set aside the million for now and communicate with the victim and Oppo's family to determine a course of action. What do you think?" As he surveyed the room, he realized that if these individuals continued to bicker, the entire ward might be turned upside down with no end in sight. Yes, this young man is absolutely right," Wang Tao exclaimed, as if awakening from a dream, eagerly nodding in agreement, relieved to find a way out. Indeed, perhaps Ding Yong quickly concurred. Casting cautious glances at Li Xiuyan, his eyes filled with trepidation, resembling a child who had erred. Jiang Jingfeng observed the scene with a silent shake of his head. Ding Yong was truly a spineless creature. Nonetheless, his words proved effective, breaking the suffocating tension that hung in the air. Chapter 82. A series of unfortunate events. Lu Duo let out a cold snort and gracefully descended the metaphorical steps, turning to leave. Wang Tao was taken aback for a moment, then quickly glanced at Ding Yujie and the two in-laws with an apologetic expression. After hesitating, he said nothing and hastily followed Lu Duo out of the hospital room. Li Xiuyan, in a fit of anger, turned her head away, pretending not to see the couple leave. She was well aware that after such a quarrel, the next time they came asking for money, they would have to think twice. Jiang Jingfeng observed that the timing was just about right and recognized that there was no longer a need for him to linger. Clearing his throat, he addressed the group. "Uncle, auntie, and younger sister, I shall take my leave now." Ding Yujin nodded gently and murmured her gratitude. "Thank you." Li Xiuyan and Oppo's previously tense expression softened as she smiled and acknowledged Jiang Jingfeng with a nod. "Thank you." Even Ding Yong hurriedly expressed his thanks. Jiang Jingfeng politely replied, "You're welcome," fully aware that his performance today had allowed Ding Yujie's family to discern that he was not allied with Wang Zimming. This was primarily why they were grateful to him. As he exited the room, he spotted Wang Tao waiting outside. while Lu Duoduo maintained her distance, refusing to glance their way. He understood their intentions, but Lu Duoduo had sought his assistance inside the ward, and his failure to help had left her in a huff. Ironically, she ought to be grateful to him. Without his intervention, she would have been at the mercy of Li Xiulian's wrath. Wang Tao, with a sheepish grin, suggested, "Why don't we go visit Ziming now?" He could discern that Jiang Jingfeng and Oppo's demeanor was less than pleasant and understood the reason behind it. However, as a family man and the pillar of his household, he had to resolve the turmoil caused by his wife, especially when it concerned his son. "Uncle, please just call me Xiao Jiang," Jiang Jingfeng replied, maintaining a stoic expression, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. "All right, Xiao Jiang. What is your relationship with Ziming at university?" Wang Tao inquired. "We were roommates." "Ah, so you're quite close. Given the trouble he's in, I truly appreciate your assistance." "Uncle, it's already noon. Should we grab a bite to eat first?" Wang Tao was taken aback, glancing at the time and realizing it was indeed 12 o'clock. He awkwardly remarked, "Look at me, running around and forgetting the time. Let us go eat something light first before visiting Ziming." Jiang Jingfeng felt as if he were spinning like a top. Yet he took pleasure in the situation. He nodded and followed Wang Tao outside. Upon seeing them approach, Lu Duoduo did not wait for the two and strode away, clearly still simmering with anger. Jiang Jingfeng observed her and mused on her haughty demeanor. However, he wondered how long she could maintain such pride. She was hardly in the prime of youth, and with her current predicament, it was unwarranted. He held no contempt for women, but Lu Duoduo struck him as someone who was long-haired but short-sighted. In contrast, Li Xiulian, despite her ferocity, had not shown Jiang Jingfeng any disdain. From this, he could deduce why Ding Yujia had adopted such a fierce demeanor after having children. It was evidently inherited from her mother, Li Xiulian. As Jiang Jingfeng followed Wang Tao, they finally reached outside the hospital, where Lu Duoduo paused to wait for them. Wang Tao hailed a taxi while Jiang Jingfeng appeared indifferent, and Lu Duoduo looked elsewhere. Once in the car, Wang Tao quickly explained, "Xiao Jiang, we'll just grab something to eat near the police station, okay?" "That's fine," Jiang Jingfeng replied tersely, his tone lacking warmth. Lu Duoduo was displeased with the idea of eating before visiting Wang Ziming. To her, saving Wang Ziming was far more important than a meal. She cast an angry glance at Wang Tao, who thought to himself that she was oblivious to the context. At this critical moment, she should not be displaying such attitude. Hadn't she already made a spectacle of herself in the hospital? Wang Tao, filled with remorse, glanced apologetically at Jiang Jingfeng. Jiang Jingfeng merely shook his head slightly, unwilling to engage further with someone of her disposition. Wang Tao, a striking figure, must have been even more handsome in his youth than Wang Ziming. Likewise, Lu Duoduo had undoubtedly been a stunning beauty in her younger days. Otherwise, Wang Tao would not have married her. Yet individuals like them often lose sight of what truly matters when faced with significant issues. Wang Tao likely regretted countless times how his initial infatuation had led to so much trouble. The atmosphere remained tense and awkward throughout the journey, resulting in silence among the passengers, which Jiang Jingfeng found rather enjoyable. He was aware that there were complications regarding the visit to Wang Ziming, and calling Tan Wenhui was merely for show. At that moment, Jiang Jingfeng's phone buzzed with an incoming call. Recognizing the caller, he pressed the answer button and activated the speakerphone. Tan Wenhui's anxious voice came through. "Jingfeng, we can't visit Ziming. What do we do?" Tan Wenhui had every reason to be anxious. He had rushed to the police station, hoping to reach an understanding with Wang Ziming before Jiang Jingfeng's arrival, only to be informed that visits were prohibited, with only the appointed lawyer permitted access. He felt utterly foolish. Isn't this futile? He thought, feeling manipulated by Jiang Jingfeng, prompting him to call the individual who had summoned him. Jiang Jingfeng remained silent and turned to Wang Tao, feigning ignorance. "Uncle, what is the situation here?" Wang Tao suddenly recalled that in their haste, they had bypassed the usual channels and failed to secure a lawyer. "It's my fault. I didn't find a proper lawyer," he admitted awkwardly. "Tan, I'm Ziming's father. Please hold on a moment. I will contact a lawyer right away." Upon hearing this, Jiang Jingfeng inwardly cursed. How absurd. Referring to Tan Wenhui as young brother and calling him Xiao, Jiang only diminishes Tan Wenhui's standing. Had he known, he would have let Wang Tao refer to him as a young brother to at least derive some advantage from Wang Ziming's situation. Jiang Jingfeng ended the call abruptly and fell silent again. Wang Tao and Lu Duo were in a state of distress, akin to ants in a hot pan, wondering where to find a lawyer. They were not familiar with Hangzhou. Wang Tao contemplated calling a college friend, but hesitated, ultimately refraining from making the call. The previous shortcut had already exposed the other party to considerable risk. Seeking further assistance now would render him utterly insignificant, perhaps even jeopardizing their friendship. Wang Tao pocketed his phone and turned to Jiang Jingfeng, imploring, "Xiao Jiang, you've been in Hangzhou for a while. Do you know any lawyers? If so, could you help find an attorney for Ziming?" Chapter 83. Quite satisfied, Jiang Jingfeng raised his eyebrows slightly and, with a hint of reluctance, said, "Well, I don't and amp, oppose, really know any lawyers. I merely picked up a business card during my visit to a law firm today to consult on some matters concerning our company." In truth, from the snippets of conversation exchanged earlier, Jiang Jingfeng had already surmised that Wang Tao and his wife must have encountered Wang Ziming through some special channel. Coupled with the urgency of raising funds and the need to negotiate with the victim and Oppo's family, he had inadvertently overlooked the crucial matter of hiring a representative attorney. Originally, he had intended to inquire about this while at the hospital, but then he thought, why should it concern him? Especially after noticing Lu Duoduo's perpetual sour expression. As if someone owed her millions, Jiang Jingfeng became increasingly disinclined to engage with the couple. His request for Tan Wenhui to come over was entirely at Wang Ziming and Oppo's behest. He was merely delivering a message. As for Tan Wenhui's thoughts and the torment he may have endured, that was his own affair, irrelevant to Jiang Jingfeng. With no other recourse, he had to implore little Jiang to swiftly get in touch and see if that lawyer could come over to lend a hand. "Uncle, I can make the call, but as for the fees, you could decide amongst yourselves." "All right." Jiang Jingfeng reluctantly retrieved his phone and dialed the number of the charming lawyer, Tang Xiao, whom he had met that morning. On the other end, Tang Xiao had just finished her meal and was preparing for a midday rest. Upon seeing an unfamiliar number, she promptly hung up. As an assistant lawyer, she rarely received calls for cases, so she typically rejected unknown calls. Jiang Jingfeng, embarrassed by the abrupt disconnection, had no choice but to call again. When Tang Xiao saw the same number again, she hesitated for a few seconds before finally answering. "Hello, this is Jiang Jingfeng. We met this morning." Jiang Jingfeng wasted no time, stating his name and reminding her of their earlier encounter. "Oh, I remember you now. What can I do for you?" Actually, Jiang Jingfeng briefly outlined the situation and extended an invitation. The more cases a lawyer handled, the faster they would grow, and Tang Xiao, after a mere second of contemplation, agreed. Jiang Jingfeng, feeling a bit helpless, reminded her, "Hold on, let an Oppo's clarify the fees first." At this moment, Tang Xiao realized she had become a bit too excited, her cheeks slightly flushed, as this was her first case. She was quite familiar with the fee structures and began, "Our fee arrangements typically include charge per item, hourly rates, and percentages based on the amount involved. Since I am an assistant lawyer, we can proceed with the charge per item. The fee standards during the investigation phase generally range from 1,000 to 10,000 yuan, while the prosecution phase usually spans from 2,000 to 12,000 yuan, and the trial phase varies from 3,000 to 30,000 yuan, according to our firm and Oppo's standards. My fees are 4,000 for the investigation phase, 6,000 for the prosecution phase, and 10,000 for the trial phase." Tang Xiao succinctly conveyed all the fee details. With the speakerphone on, Wang Tao and Lu Duo listened attentively. Wang Tao did not find the fees particularly steep, but Lu Duo wore a pained expression. Jiang Jingfeng gestured for Wang Tao to respond, believing it best not to overstep, especially after witnessing Lu Duoduo's reaction. Wang Tao pondered for a few seconds, considering the uncertainty of obtaining the victim's family's letter of understanding, and inquired, "Can the payments be staged?" Tang Xiao thought for a moment, and seeing how pleasantly the conversation with Jiang Jingfeng had gone, she replied, "Yes, that can be arranged." Ordinarily, unless under special circumstances, the three phases were typically handled together. All right, let us proceed with the first two phases for now. Wang Tao had a sound strategy in mind, allowing for a swift change if the other party proved uncooperative, especially upon learning that the lawyer was merely an assistant. He had already made a decision. Now is not the time for meticulous budgeting, given the urgent need for legal assistance. Tang Xiao, being perceptive, acknowledged her role as an assistant lawyer and did not press the issue further. Good, that it and oppose, as settled. When will you come to our firm to sign the agency contract and authorization letter? Wang Tao looked at Jiang Jingfeng, seeking confirmation. Jiang Jingfeng, feeling exasperated, realized that a meal was off the table for now. We and oppose, head over now, and we expect to arrive in about half an hour. After a brief discussion about the necessary documents, Jiang Jingfeng ended the call. He then instructed the driver to turn around and head to Huiman Law Firm. Wang Tao, looking apologetic, said, "Little Jiang, I'm truly sorry for the trouble. You didn't even have time for lunch." Jiang Jingfeng waved his hand dismissively. "It and oppose. That's no trouble at all. Moreover, Zimming is my classmate. I'll help wherever I can. Thank you so much." In contrast to Wang Tao and oppose, as gratitude, Lu Duo, seated in the passenger seat, regarded Jiang Jingfeng with disdain. Within half an hour, the trio arrived at the entrance of Huiman Law Firm. The receptionist paused upon seeing Jiang Jingfeng. Jiang Jingfeng courteously said, "I have an appointment with Lawyer Tang. Could you please escort us to her?" "Thank you. Of course. This way, please." Before long, the three reached the office where Jiang Jingfeng had visited that morning. Tang Xiao was already waiting there, having prepared the agency contract and authorization letter. The subsequent process proceeded remarkably smoothly, and Jiang Jingfeng opted to wait in the lobby. In just a few minutes, all necessary formalities were completed. Anxious, Wang Tao hurriedly relayed the details of the situation to Tang Xiao, outlining the next steps. After listening attentively, Tang Xiao contemplated for a moment before standing up to request a leave of absence from her supervisor. It was worth noting that today was her turn to be on duty, providing free legal consultations to the public, meaning she would need to arrange for someone to cover her. Several minutes later, she exited the law firm alongside Jiang Jingfeng and the Wang couple. While Tang Xiao headed to the police station, Jiang Jingfeng and the Wangs continued their search for food. En route, Tang Xiao took the initiative to add Jiang Jingfeng as a friend on WeChat. Once they successfully connected, they began to communicate. "Thank you for introducing me to a client. Am I owed 2 cups of coffee now? 1 cup of coffee and a meal, how does that sound? Quite satisfactory. I await your news." Tang Xiao replied with a thumbs-up emoji. "This time, I truly appreciate your assistance in introducing clients to me." She sent a message first. "Haha, it's a trivial matter. Including the cup of coffee mentioned this morning. Does that make it 2 cups now? It's as if I'm stingy. What do you think of 1 cup of coffee plus a gram meal? Quite satisfactory. I shall eagerly await your good news." Immediately after, Tang Xiao responded with a large thumbs-up emoji as well. Chapter 84. The realization Jiang Jingfeng and his companions quickly found a restaurant. At the dining table, apart from Wang Tao intermittently raising a few questions related to Wang Zimming, Jiang Jingfeng remained as silent as a clam. Meanwhile, Lu Duo maintained a perpetual frown, which greatly diminished Jiang Jingfeng's appetite. Eventually, he reluctantly shoveled a few bites of food into his mouth, akin to completing a task, and set down his chopsticks and bowl. Initially, Jiang Jingfeng contemplated feigning ignorance to avoid paying the bill. However, considering Wang Tao's competence, he took the initiative to settle the bill at the cashier's counter. Remarkably, Lu Duo's expression softened slightly, resembling the weather shifting from overcast to clear. Meanwhile, Tang Xiao hurriedly arrived at the police station. In the reception area, she encountered Tan Wenhui, who had been waiting there. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Tan Wenhui urged Tang Xiao to meet Wang Zimming without delay. He was anxious that if Jiang Jingfeng and the others arrived, he would lose the opportunity to negotiate with Wang Zimming. Tang Xiao wasted no time, submitting a visitation request. Once the materials were approved, she was guided by an officer to meet Wang Zimming. "Hello. I am Tang Xiao, the attorney appointed by Wang Tao for you. Wang Ziming paused for a moment, captivated by Tang Xiao and Appo's innate beauty and enchanting demeanor. In his eyes, she was undeniably the epitome of beauty. According to Jiang Jingfeng's scoring criteria, she would easily score above 90 in terms of looks alone. Moreover, her professional attire accentuated her slender and graceful figure, standing tall and elegant. Particularly striking was her delicate waist, which seemed as though it could be easily snapped, yet perfectly highlighted her alluring curves. Though her bust did not rank among the highest, it appeared quite appealing against her slender waist. Her rounded hips sculpted an irresistibly seductive silhouette. The harmonious proportions of her figure were truly a feast for the eyes. While she may not surpass Xiao Luoxi, she was certainly not far behind. Hello. Wang Ziming sighed inwardly, realizing that his life might be coming to an end, and he lost the desire to appreciate beauty. Tang Xiao, of course, noticed the scrutiny in Wang Ziming and Appo's gaze. She thought to herself, even at this moment, he remains so restless. No wonder trouble has befallen him. However, she did not display any contempt, instead addressing him politely. The purpose of my visit is primarily because Mr. Tan Wenwei mentioned that you wish to see him. However, apart from me, no one else can visit you. Therefore, please convey what you wish to say to Mr. Tan, and I will relay the message. Upon hearing this, Wang Ziming's face was filled with confusion. He wondered, did my parents not visit me before? Why is it not possible now? Tang Xiao, seeing his expression, quickly added, criminal defendants can only be visited by their appointed attorney. No one else is allowed. Wang Ziming nodded, indicating his understanding, especially since he was aware that his father had a college classmate in high position. Thinking of this, he felt a glimmer of hope. Yet he also realized that it was unreasonable to expect anyone to go to great lengths to assist him. Suppressing those thoughts, Wang Ziming said, Attorney Tang, does our communication only extend to specific individuals, without the information being relayed to any third parties? In principle, yes, Tang Xiao replied succinctly. Good. Then please have Tan Wenwei contact Xiao Luoxi and request that she retrieve the 5 million from the house purchase to save me. Additionally, Tan Wenwei must also provide 1 million. Otherwise, I will disclose everything about them. Wang Ziming was evidently desperate to save himself. Is there anything else? Given that the evidence against Wang Ziming for murder was irrefutable, every clue and testimony pointed decisively to him as the perpetrator. Faced with such overwhelming evidence, Tang Xiao understood that her role at this stage was merely that of a messenger. Only by successfully obtaining a letter of understanding from the victim and Appo's family could she potentially help Wang Ziming evade the death penalty. Nothing more. Suddenly, Wang Ziming appeared to remember something, abruptly lifting his head to ask, has Jiang Jingfeng arrived? He went out to dinner with your parents and is expected to return in about half an hour. All right, then I would appreciate it if you could first communicate with Tan Wenwei. Thank you. Tang Xiao nodded gently and rose to leave the meeting room. Outside, Tan Wenwei was almost pacing in circles with anxiety. Upon seeing Tang Xiao emerge, he rushed over, his face a mask of urgency, and inquired, Attorney Tang, what did Wang Ziming say? Observing the tense expression on Tan Wenwei and Appo's face, Tang Xiao, Kuden and Appo's, he helped but reflect on the intricate web of relationships entangled in this incident. Taking a moment to compose herself, she spoke slowly. He asked you to contact someone named Xiao Luoxi and demanded 5 million. Tan Wenwei was taken aback, then quickly pressed for more information. What else? He also stated that you need to provide 1 million as well. Upon hearing this, Tan Wenwei's eyes nearly bulged out, and he shouted, is he out of his mind? Deep down, he understood that Wang Ziming was leveraging knowledge of his and Xiao Luoxi's past to extract money, threatening to reveal their secrets if they refused. Tan Wenwei's anger had nowhere to go. In all fairness, Wang Ziming's demands were not excessive. Yet who could guarantee that this would end Appo's spiral into an insatiable abyss? He secretly wished for Wang Ziming to receive a death sentence, thereby resolving everything and allowing him to rest easy. However, such thoughts were impractical at this moment. Tan Wenwei fell silent, consumed with regret. But what good was regret? He suddenly considered confessing to Jiang Jingfeng, seeking his forgiveness, but hesitated. After a long deliberation, he picked up his phone to call Xiao Luoxi. The call rang for several seconds without an answer. Undeterred, he tried several more times, only to be met with a notification that clearly informed him that Xiao Luoxi had blocked him. What on earth? Tan Wenhui was bewildered. He opened WeChat and swiftly sent her an inquiry, only to receive a notification stating that the message had been sent but was rejected by the recipient. Desperation washed over him. Xiao Luoxi had blocked him, completely refusing to communicate. What did this mean? Although not particularly capable, he was not foolish. Forcing himself to remain calm, he meticulously considered the events related to Xiao Luoxi that had unfolded recently. Her breakup with Jiang Jingfeng, her dismissal, and now her unavailability all hinted at something unusual. He slapped his forehead in realization. Xiao Luoxi likely sought to extricate herself from this predicament, probably confessing to Jiang Jingfeng. Thus, she left the company and cut off ties with him. Only now did Tan Wenhui come to this late realization, but was it perhaps too late? Chapter 85. A complete defeat with the analysis results in hand. Tan Wenhui finally comprehended why Xiao Luoxi had vanished entirely, distancing herself completely from the situation. However, a sudden thought struck him. If Xiao Luoxi were to confess, would he not also be implicated? As this realization dawned upon him, dread washed over him like a tidal wave. He collapsed to the ground, his demeanor one of utter despondency, as if life held no allure for him anymore. Various signs indicated that only he, in his pitiable state, remained ensnared in the trap, subject to the whims of others. Conversely, the architect of this predicament, Wang Ziming, was not faring much better. He was still lost in his delusions, expecting Tan Wenhui and Xiao Luoxi to rescue him. Unbeknownst to him, their feeble schemes had likely been seen through by Jiang Jingfeng long ago. Tan Wenhui was utterly at a loss regarding his next steps. In truth, during the plot to frame Jiang Jingfeng, he had gained nothing, but now lived in constant fear, nearly driven to madness. Tang Xiao stood to the side, observing his woeful state, her mind churning with thoughts. Is this what it means to be a man? Reduced to such a state by mere words, truly pathetic. Yet, she refrained from offering counsel, instead silently watching him sit there in a stupor. After all, she was young and had not pondered deeply on the matter. As the eyes of those around them fell upon Tan Wenhui, Tang Xiao felt her composure slipping. The police officers walked past, casting curious glances, while the onlookers regarded Tan Wenhui on the ground as if he were a spectacle, their gazes towards Tang Xiao shifting to something less than favorable. Tang Xiao felt an overwhelming frustration, as if she were a dragon from Sichuan and Chongqing, chastising her boyfriend in public. What a situation this was. As a lawyer, she valued her reputation, and now Tan Wenhui had nearly tarnished her image. She found herself at a loss, whether to advise him or not. It was her first time handling a case alone, and she was confronted with such a cowardly man. It was truly unfortunate. Resolved, she tossed her head and moved to a nearby bench, distancing herself from Tan Wenhui. After some time, Tan Wenhui finally regained his composure. With a deep sigh, he stood up and approached Tang Xiao. With newfound determination, he spoke in a low voice, gritting his teeth. Lawyer Tang, please inform that scoundrel Wang Ziming that Xiao Luoxi cannot be reached, and she has already broken up with Jiang Jingfeng and left Jingfeng Media. As for me, I cannot raise any funds for him. He may do as he pleases. I will no longer serve him. With that, he turned on his heel and strode toward the police station and AMP, Oppos, as exit. However, after taking a few steps, he seemed to recall something and, turning back with ire, said, "And Lawyer Tang, please convey another message to Wang Ziming. Tell him to go to hell." With that, he marched away, seemingly intent on abandoning all restraint. Tang Xiao watched his slightly hunched figure, unable to suppress a frown. From the exchanges between Wang Ziming and Tan Wenhui, she discerned that their relationship with Jiang Jingfeng was far from simple. Xiao Luoxi, being Jiang Jingfeng and AMP, Oppos, as former girlfriend, was also entangled with Wang Ziming. The web of relationships was so convoluted that she could not help but feel sympathy for Jiang Jingfeng. Yet this thought was fleeting. She had no desire to get embroiled in such messy affairs. She was merely a lawyer, focused on fulfilling her professional duties. With this in mind, Tang Xiao stood and returned to check on Wang Ziming. In the meeting room, Wang Ziming was perplexed by her swift return. He had anticipated that Tan Wenhui would soon agree to provide him with funds, but he was uncertain about Xiao Luoxia and Amp, Oppo's stance. After all, she held the upper hand. Should she choose to relinquish her shares in Jingfeng Media, she could easily start anew elsewhere. He was banking on her reluctance to part ways with Jiang Jingfeng during his moment of peril. Wang Ziming had a keen understanding of both Xiao Luoxia and Tan Wenhui and Amp, Oppo's as characters. Yet, despite his meticulous calculations, he had failed to anticipate that Jiang Jingfeng was already aware of their plans, leading to this chaotic turn of events. Filled with anticipation, he inquired, "Lawyer Tang, what is the situation?" Tang Xiao maintained her impassive demeanor, adopting her professional tone as she replied, "Tan Wenhui cannot reach Xiao Luoxia, but he has a few messages for you." She then relayed Tan Wenhui and Oppo's irate remarks verbatim. As Wang Ziming listened, his expressions transformed dramatically from confusion to fear, and finally to pure rage, his face reddening with indignation. The news from Tan Wenhui struck him like a bombshell, obliterating his last glimmer of hope. Xiao Luoxia's breakup with Jiang Jingfeng and her departure from the company were clear indicators that she wished to escape his control. He realized he had lost, utterly and completely. He even began to suspect that Jiang Jingfeng had been aware of their scheme from the very beginning, patiently waiting to watch their downfall unfold. All the blame, in his mind, rested squarely on Xiao Luoxia. The more he pondered, the more enraged he became, forgetting that had Xiao Luoxia betrayed them from the start, she would never have agreed to go to the villa, nor would the scandal have ever occurred. He also failed to consider that after being caught in the act by Ding Yujia, the departure might have stemmed from a simple fear of Jiang Jingfeng's wrath. After all, she was still young, with a house and beauty. She had no shortage of potential suitors. Yet at that moment, Wang Ziming was utterly consumed by his own anger, cursing Xiao Luoxia for ruining his promising future and leaving him with nothing. He pounded the table repeatedly, his hands turning red, oblivious to the pain. Tang Xiao said nothing, silently observing his frantic outburst. She recognized that the man before her was married. Even so, he chose to engage with others, and not just one, but multiple partners, resulting in one of them being killed. In her eyes, he was nothing but a scoundrel, wholly unworthy of sympathy. Her agreement to represent him stemmed partly from her connection to Jiang Jingfeng, as she sought to explore the potential of disseminating legal knowledge through short videos with him. Additionally, it was a means to gain experience, for it was challenging for an assistant lawyer to take on cases independently. However, prior to accepting this case, she had expressed her views on its peculiarities, acknowledging the slim chances of a favorable outcome, at most securing a life sentence with a letter of understanding. All these stipulations were outlined in the letter of engagement. Of course, these were her private thoughts, not to be easily divulged or reflected upon her visage. Chapter 86. An impassable hurdle after a fit of madness. Wang Ziming gradually regained his composure. He was acutely aware that Tan Wenhui had completely thrown in the towel, and the inability to contact Xiao Luoxia meant that he could not extract a single penny from them. Yet, he was not ready to resign himself to death. He still pondered how to save himself. However, the thought that Jiang Jingfeng might already be privy to everything filled him with trepidation. What was to be done? Wang Ziming found himself engulfed in profound despair. If Jiang Jingfeng were oblivious to their schemes against him, he could still shamelessly beseech him for assistance. After all, Gu Ziqing was still employed at Jingfeng Media, and Gu Zijin owed a hefty sum in breach of contract to the same company. Based on these two facts, as long as Jiang Jingfeng intervened to converse with Gu and Amp, Oppo's, as parents, they would likely relent and not demand exorbitant compensation. Yet, in the current predicament, Jiang Jingfeng was fully aware of the situation. Would he be inclined to lend a hand? He would probably be more inclined to revel in Wang Ziming's misfortune. Even if Jiang Jingfeng were to agree, could he be trusted? Wang Ziming felt lost, truly experiencing the bitter taste of self-sabotage, an unbearable sensation. Lawyer Tang, If you were to negotiate with the victim and Oppos, S family, what kind of compensation do you think they might demand? Wang Jiming, like a headless fly, could only place his last shred of hope in Tang Xiao, gazing at her with pleading eyes, almost begging her. That and Oppos is quite difficult to determine, Tang Xiao replied, caught off guard by his sudden inquiry. She spoke honestly, acknowledging that the family had lost their beloved daughter and were likely to demand a significant sum. This was an undeniable truth. Other fees might be negotiable, but the amount for death compensation was exceedingly hard to define, especially with irrefutable evidence. If they were adamant about a life for a life, Wang Jiming might not even have the opportunity to negotiate compensation. The fact that the other party had not approached them since the incident spoke volumes. In truth, Jiang Jingfeng had also sent a message to Gu Ziqing, inquiring about her parents and Oppo's arrival. Upon receiving confirmation, he learned that her parents were emotionally unstable and solely focused on seeking retribution from Wang Jiming. Jiang Jingfeng understood the role he played and recognized that he was an unavoidable obstacle for Wang Jiming. Thus, even if Wang Jiming suspected that Jiang Jingfeng was aware of the truth, he was certain that Wang Jiming would ultimately seek him out. Jiang Jingfeng and Oppo's involvement stemmed from a desire to ensure that Gu Zijin and Oppo's, as parents, once they calmed down, would not hesitate to demand substantial compensation. To that end, he approached the situation from two angles. Firstly, he clearly communicated to Gu Ziqing that during their negotiations, they must not consider his presence and subtly suggested that they should demand as much as possible, given that Gu Zijin had previously secured 2 million after her injury. Secondly, he aimed to participate in the negotiations himself to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. For instance, if Gu Zijin and Oppo's, as parents were resolute in demanding Wang Jiming's life, that would contradict Jiang Jingfeng and Oppo's plan for revenge. He did not wish for Wang Jiming to find an easy escape. Upon hearing Tang Xiao's response, Wang Jiming's countenance darkened, and he remained silent for an extended moment. There was also the possibility that they might refuse to even discuss compensation. Tang Xiao hesitated, but ultimately voiced this worst-case scenario. Wang Jiming's expression shifted between hope and despair. He realized that, upon reflection, in Hangzhou, only Jiang Jingfeng possessed the capability to persuade Gu and Oppo's as parents to sit down and discuss compensation. This was the first formidable challenge. The second challenge lay in determining how much compensation would be necessary and how to procure the funds. Sighing deeply, Wang Jiming and Oppo's exhale was laden with helplessness and despair. If only he could meet Jiang Jingfeng, he would be willing to kneel before him for his life. He did not seek forgiveness, but merely hoped that, considering their past brotherhood, he might extend a helping hand. Yet now, it seemed that he had blocked every possible route, leaving him uncertain if Jiang Jingfeng would truly assist him. Nevertheless, he resolved to give it a try. Desperate times called for desperate measures. Lawyer Tang, I have a request. Please convey a message to Jiang Jingfeng. He must agree to help me. I implore you. Wang Jiming gazed at Tang Xiao, his eyes filled with desperation. I will do my utmost, Tang Xiao replied, somewhat helpless yet still acquiescing. Tell him I was wrong, and I sincerely apologize to him as a brother. I hope that, considering our past friendship, he will convince Gu Zijin and Oppo's as parents to negotiate. Wang Jiming articulated with heartfelt sincerity, uncertain of its veracity. Is there anything else? Tang Xiao inquired. Also, if possible, please ask him to expel Tan Wenhui from the company. He is utterly inept and only brings about failures. Wang Jiming's face darkened with resentment at the mere mention of Tan Wenhui. Understood, Tang Xiao responded, though she pondered the meaning behind Wang Jiming and Oppo's final statement. However, she was disinclined to dwell on it, as her role was merely to relay messages. As Tang Xiao exited, she unexpectedly encountered Jiang Jingfeng and Wang Jiming and Oppo's as parents arriving as well. Jiang Jingfeng deliberately lagged a few steps behind Wang Jiming and Oppo's as parents, allowing them to converse with Tang Xiao first. Lu Duo rushed towards Tang Xiao, her anxiety palpable. "Lawyer Tang, how's my son? What have they discussed?" Tang Xiao had already prepared a response and calmly replied, "The parties involved sought 2 individuals for financial assistance, but unfortunately, neither succeeded." "You are referring to Tan Wenwei, aren't you? Isn't he Jiming's classmate? How could he be so heartless and refuse to help?" Lu Duo fired off her questions like bullets. "I'm unaware of the reasons. They did not specify," Tang Xiao responded, feeling exasperated. She was merely a messenger, and the reasons behind their refusal were their own concern. As an attorney responsible for relaying messages, how can you not know? Lu Duo persisted, becoming increasingly obstinate. "Enough." Wang Tao, who had been silently enduring, suddenly erupted. He grabbed Lu Duo's arm and shouted, "You shrew! You're unreasonable all day, attacking everyone indiscriminately. If you continue this nonsense, go home and stop causing chaos here." Hearing this, tears streamed down Lu Duo's face, her emotions spilling forth like a broken dam. Sniffling, she glared at Wang Tao and retorted, "Why should I go home? Am I wrong in saying this? She took our money and should clear things up for us. Yet, she claims to know nothing. What sort of nonsense is this?" Chapter 87. A desperate plea at this moment. Wang Tao was seething with rage, his voice booming. "Do you still wish to save your son? If so, then silence yourself. If not, speak as you wish, for I shall leave Hangzhou and no longer care." Lu Duo, witnessing Wang Tao and Appo's contorted face in fury, trembled in fear. It was the first time she had seen him so enraged. Since their arrival in Hangzhou, they had first clashed with their in-laws, then quarreled with Jiang Jingfeng. And now even their lawyer, Tang Xiao, had come under her ire. It could be said that anyone who had crossed paths with them had been offended by Lu Duo. How could they possibly save Wang Ziming? It was akin to sabotaging their own efforts, and it was no wonder Wang Tao was so incensed. Initially, he had understood Lu Duo and Appo's desperation to save her child, but her repeated transgressions had become unbearable. Wang Tao realized that if he continued to indulge Lu Duo and allow her temperament to dictate their actions, they would only exacerbate their predicament. As Wang Tao and Appo's shout echoed, Lu Duo dared not meet his gaze and lowered her head, falling silent. "Remember my words. If you dare to speak recklessly again, I will cease to care about anything," he warned Lu Duo before turning to Tang Xiao, his expression tinged with embarrassment. "I apologize, Lawyer Tang. It's quite all right. I can understand her emotions." Tang Xiao replied with a composed demeanor. Wang Tao felt a measure of relief and inquired, "Has that scoundrel said anything?" Tang Xiao nodded, "Yes, but only concerning Mr. Jiang." She gestured toward Jiang Jingfeng, who stood a few meters away. Wang Tao rushed over, grasping Jiang Jingfeng's arm, pleading, "Xiao Jiang, that rascal Ziming has something to convey." Jiang Jingfeng merely nodded in response. Had it been earlier, Tang Xiao might have perceived Jiang Jingfeng and Appo's demeanor as aloof. However, after piecing together some truths, she now empathized with his current feelings. Given how Wang Ziming had treated him, it was unreasonable to expect Jiang Jingfeng to assist others without resentments. Moreover, she noted that Lu Duo had consistently treated Jiang Jingfeng poorly, even having lashed out at Tang Xiao herself. Tang Xiao recounted Wang Ziming and Appo's words verbatim. In truth, she was unsure why only Jiang Jingfeng could persuade the victim and Appo's family to the negotiating table. Wang Tao had a vague inkling, while Lu Duo also suspected something. Having assumed Jiang Jingfeng was merely Wang Ziming's university classmate and thus should naturally assist him. But Jiang Jingfeng did not, which explained her disdain towards him. Upon hearing this, Jiang Jingfeng did not immediately agree, causing both Wang Tao and Lu Duo to grow anxious. Wang Tao hesitated to speak, while Lu Duo nearly unleashed another barrage of questions at Jiang Jingfeng. However, Wang Tao's fierce glare stifled her words. At that moment, she recognized the error of her previous approach and realized that Jiang Jingfeng and Appo's reluctance might be attributable to her own behavior. If her son had been the perpetrator, She would have demanded retribution without a second thought. Yet now, her son was indeed the murderer. How could they persuade the other party to accept compensation? This young man before her had the potential to help, yet she had consistently displayed animosity towards him. Was that not self-sabotage? But in her desperation to save her son, she cast aside all semblance of pride. Lu Duoduo knelt before Jiang Jingfeng, tears streaming down her face. I'm sorry I was wrong before. I beg of you, help Ziming. Witnessing this, Wang Tao also knelt. He realized that his son had indeed wronged Jiang Jingfeng and now required his assistance. He understood why Jiang Jingfeng had been so pragmatic in the hospital, showing no favoritism towards Wang Ziming. While his wife still clung to the notion that Jiang Jingfeng should assist because they were classmates, the thought made him flush with shame. However, what could be done? To save his son, he would relinquish all pride. Xiao Jiang, I implore you, he pleaded. Tang Xiao watched quietly, curious how Jiang Jingfeng would respond. Jiang Jingfeng stepped back several paces, turning aside, refusing to accept such a profound act of reverence. After all, he had once considered Wang Ziming a brother, and he could not accept the bow of his parents. Despite any peculiarities he possessed, he was not devoid of basic ethical understanding. After a long pause, Jiang Jingfeng reluctantly spoke, I will do my best, but I cannot guarantee their agreement. Thank you, Xiao Jiang, Wang Tao replied, a weight lifting from his heart. Lu Duo repeatedly expressed her gratitude, a stark contrast to her previous haughty demeanor. Very well, await my news, Jiang Jingfeng stated, turning away without a backward glance. Wang Tao reached out, yet ultimately found no words to express, allowing Jiang Jingfeng to depart. As they stood up, unsure of their next steps, Wang Tao hesitated, his lips parting as he murmured, Lawyer Tang, we, but faltered, uncertain how to continue. Do you have anything to convey to the parties involved? She inquired. We. Sigh. Wang Tao exhaled deeply, his heart heavy with helplessness and conflict. At this moment, he longed to converse with Wang Ziming further, yet found himself at a loss for words. Even Lu Duo beside him wore a troubled expression, silent and contemplative. Having reached this point, it seemed their only course of action was to wait for news from Jiang Jingfeng. However, he had not specified when to expect updates, merely instructing them to wait. This uncertainty was an excruciating ordeal for them. Tang Xiao stood by, gently shaking her head. To be honest, she did not know Jiang Jingfeng well enough to predict when he might provide a definitive response. At that moment, all she could do was wait in silence. Upon exiting the police station, Jiang Jingfeng swiftly retrieved his phone and sent a brief message to Gu Ziqing. Inform me when your parents have calmed down. Not long after, Gu Ziqing replied affirmatively. With this response, Jiang Jingfeng felt a slight sense of reassurance, knowing that for the next day or two, he would likely be undisturbed. As he left the police station, the clock struck 2 in the afternoon. After a moment and Oppo's contemplation, he decided to forego his visit to the company and instead altered his course to the Tianlonghui Commercial Center. Chapter 88. I Won't Eat You. The Dragon Gathering Commercial Center was not far from the Jingjing International Apartments. Jiang Jingfeng ascended to the 3rd floor, making his way directly to the Xingyang Dance Training Center located in the easternmost corner. As soon as he stepped through the entrance, the receptionist greeted him with a smile. Sir, may I ask if you are? Jiang Jingfeng quickly thought on his feet and replied with a grin, Oh, I and Oppo's. We've been under immense pressure lately, and I just wanted to see if any dance can help alleviate it. You and Amp, Oppo's, VE come to the right place. The receptionist and Amp, Oppo's, eyes brightened as she began to enthusiastically explain. Did you know that yoga is excellent for stress relief? I wonder how much you know about yoga. Can men practice it too? Jiang Jingfeng asked with a curious expression. Of course. The receptionist assured him confidently. Yoga offers numerous benefits for men. It reduces stress, enhances flexibility and strength, and promotes overall health. Is it possible to observe a session? Jiang Jingfeng inquired earnestly. The receptionist scrutinized him several times. The reason being? In the past, there have been men with ulterior motives who claimed they were merely there to observe, only to become overly enthusiastic, making everyone uncomfortable. Fortunately, Jiang Jingfeng appeared quite trustworthy, and she found no cause for concern. Let me check with the instructor. Please wait a moment. Jiang Jingfeng nodded and waited patiently. 5 minutes later, the receptionist returned, nearly jogging. Sir, there are about a dozen students training in the classroom, and after I spoke with them, they agreed to let you observe. Please follow me. Jiang Jingfeng followed her to the innermost yoga studio. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a pleasing sight. He immediately recognized a somewhat familiar figure. It was Yin Dongxue. She stood on one leg in a warrior three pose, her right leg lifted, arms extended, and body parallel to the ground, striving to maintain her balance. Unfortunately, she could only hold it for a few seconds before wobbling and having to repeat the movement. The moment Jiang Jingfeng entered, he attracted the attention of the dozen or so students in the room. Upon seeing a handsome man, their faces lit up with delight. They speculated that a man who could spare time for fitness at this hour must either be wealthy or a rich second-generation heir. Given Jiang Jingfeng and Amp, Appo's, youthful appearance, they presumed he was likely the latter. Among those practicing yoga, some are internet celebrities residing in Jingfeng International, while others were housewives. However, they were all intrigued by the prospect of conversing with a rich heir, which explained their willingness to allow a man to enter. In truth, yoga can be practiced by both genders, yet some hold the bias that it is a feminine pursuit. Coupled with attire considerations, it is rare to see men and women practicing yoga together. If a man were to join a class, he might be labeled a lecher. Yin Dongxue also noticed Jiang Jingfeng and Appo's arrival, and in her moment of distraction, she stumbled and fell onto the mat with a thud. She shot him an accusatory glare, her eyes seemingly saying, "This is all your fault." Jiang Jingfeng suppressed a laugh as he followed the receptionist to a seat at the edge of the room, feigning earnest admiration for the classroom's ambience. However, his gaze frequently returned to Yin Dongxue, watching her flustered attempts to regain her composure, nearly causing him to burst into laughter, which he barely managed to suppress. One must admit, those who could spare time during working hours to practice yoga were either affluent or remarkably beautiful. Jiang Jingfeng surveyed the room and noted that many of the older women were strikingly attractive, with a few possessing enviable figures and features. From the glances they cast in his direction, he surmised they might be seeking a wealthy partner, perhaps even the legendary socialites. Of course, this was merely his conjecture. 20 minutes passed, and the training session concluded. The lead yoga instructor approached with a beaming smile. "Sir, how was the observation? Are you interested in joining us?" Jiang Jingfeng replied with a grin. "I pondered it, but with so many beautiful women here, I do feel quite embarrassed to participate. This is fitness. There is nothing to be embarrassed about." The instructor continued to encourage him. "I'll think about it some more." Jiang Jingfeng smiled and politely declined. "You and Appo's, are always welcome to join us." The yoga instructor did not press further, primarily due to Jiang Jingfeng and Appo's good looks. He nodded with a smile and leisurely exited the room, maintaining an air of composure throughout. Indeed, within the room, Yin Dongxue was one of the most beautiful individuals present. Even if Zhu Qi were to join, she would be on par with Yin Dongxue. If Gu Ziqing were to come in, her overall prowess would undoubtedly make her stand out. Should Xiao Luoxi appear, she would undoubtedly eclipse everyone else in beauty. This illustrates that Jiang Jingfeng's standards were far from ordinary, and his tastes were not easily satisfied by mere attractive women. In his early days of rebirth, he could not have faced a collection of beauties with such serene composure. After spending 8 years in this environment, had he encountered the least attractive individual on his first day, he would have regarded her as a celestial being, potentially losing sleep over the matter. His palate had been refined by the likes of Xiao Luoxi, Gu Ziqing, and Zhu Qi, not to mention the alluring internet celebrities within the company. As Jiang Jingfeng waited in the lounge area outside, the beautiful women gradually emerged. A few approached him, boldly initiating conversation. "Handsome? Waiting for someone? Just sitting for a bit." Jiang Jingfeng replied with a smile. "Let us add each other on WeChat," the women suggested confidently. "Sure." Jiang Jingfeng welcomed the opportunity, and soon his friend list expanded with several of the women he considered to be socialites. As these women departed, Yin Dongxue emerged, her cheeks flushed. Today had been particularly embarrassing for her, Her lack of coordination combined with her limited experience meant that her missteps could easily be compiled into a comedic video. The fact that the benefactor who paid for her yoga lesson was seated nearby and occasionally watching her only intensified her embarrassment, making her wish she could vanish into thin air. Fuming, she marched over to Jiang Jingfeng, casting a hurried glance his way before turning to leave. Her steps were quick and agitated, reminiscent of an upset girlfriend. Jiang Jingfeng, unfazed, smiled as he followed her. "Hey, let us share a ride back." Upon reaching the roadside, Jiang Jingfeng noticed Yin Dongxue walking briskly towards Jingjing International without looking back and called out to her, "Where are you going?" Yin Dongxue halted, turning her head to regard him with suspicion. "Where else but to your place?" Jiang Jingfeng replied, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. He found teasing beautiful women to be quite entertaining. "What are you talking about?" Yin Dongxue exclaimed, stepping back in alarm. "I want to eat you." Jiang Jingfeng rolled his eyes, feeling exasperated by her reaction. Just then, the deity he had summoned arrived. He hopped into the front seat and leaned out to call, "Get in." Biting her lip, Yin Dongxue hesitated for a moment, struggling internally. Ultimately, with what seemed like a great deal of resolve, she strode over and opened the back door to take a seat inside. Chapter 89. A beautiful shell along the journey. Yin Dongxue was embroiled in a fierce internal struggle. Ever since Jiang Jingfeng had rescued her from the grasp of the hotel operations director and assisted her in renting an apartment, while also encouraging her to practice dance, she had sensed that he would eventually return to seek her out. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. She understood her worth, which was intrinsically linked to herself. At times, possessing a beautiful appearance felt like a sin. Several times, she contemplated the idea of simply following Jiang Jingfeng, reasoning that it wouldn't end oppose, to be a bad fate. However, the reality of him being such a significant figure made her realize that it was not as simple as wanting to be his girlfriend. The crux of the matter was that Yin Dongxue and Amp, Oppo's understanding of Jiang Jingfeng was dismally scant. She pondered whether he was merely infatuated with her looks, perhaps intending to sponsor her under the guise of promoting her as an internet celebrity. To put it plainly, she felt as though she was willingly leaping into the fire. Fortunately, after his last act of assistance, Jiang Jingfeng had seemingly vanished, never reaching out to her again. As for her yoga classes, she had taken the initiative to inform him. Thus, when Jiang Jingfeng unexpectedly appeared today, it caught her off guard, as she had not mentally prepared for this encounter. Upon stepping out of the car and entering the apartment, Yin Dongxue's hands remained tightly clenched until she crossed the threshold of her home. Jiang Jingfeng chuckled inwardly, finding her adorably charming. As he ambled into the living room and took a cursory glance at the interior decor, he boldly plopped down onto the sofa. Yin Dongxue hurriedly fetched him a glass of water, placing it on the coffee table. After taking a sip, Jiang Jingfeng teased her, remarking on the effort she expended in her dance practice, and added, "It must be quite a challenge for you. However, one must not underestimate the importance of talent. Besides your beauty, do you possess any other merits?" Upon hearing his words, Yin Dongxue felt a tumultuous mix of emotions, her cheeks flushing deeper. Indeed, after investing in lessons, it had become evident that she lacked any innate talent for dance, and her debts were only accumulating. She was at a loss for how to respond to Jiang Jingfeng and Amp, Oppo's inquiry, or her strengths. Aside from her looks, she had no idea what else she could claim. Consequently, the mention of talent sent her heart racing with trepidation. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, she lowered her head and shook it, muttering, "None." Jiang Jingfeng did not seem surprised by her response and inquired further, "What about your personality? Are you extroverted or introverted?" "Relatively extroverted," Yin Dongxue replied softly. "Well, that gives me a rough idea," Jiang Jingfeng said, pulling out his phone and swiftly transferring 50,000 yuan to her via WeChat. The notification sound from her phone startled Yin Dongxue, nearly causing her to drop it in shock. While everyone appreciates money, the ease with which it arrived left her feeling uneasy. Since their acquaintance, they had exchanged scarcely a few words, and with this transfer, Jiang Jingfeng had already given her a total of 100,000 yuan. A wave of panic washed over her. Receiving this money felt akin to being sponsored by him. and it was anything but reassuring. Accept it. In a bit, I'll show you some outfits. You can buy them and see which style suits you, Jiang Jingfeng suggested. After some contemplation, he decided that someone as beautiful as Yin Dongxue should likely adopt a pure and innocent image, particularly with her short hair, complementing her youthful visage. She had the potential to become a short-haired sweetheart with a little promotion. However, the question remained, how to monetize this newfound fame. Jiang Jingfeng had begun to formulate an idea. It wasn't an amp, oppos, merely a concept. During his previous life, he had encountered news regarding the rise of short videos, particularly the explosive popularity of platforms like Douyin and Kuaishou. He understood that live streaming would soon dominate the landscape. Thus, his current preparations were aimed at nurturing various internet celebrities, selecting those suitable for live commerce, and seizing a competitive edge to allow Jingfeng Media to swiftly ascend to the top of the MCN hierarchy. As for Yin Dongxue, with Tang Xiao as a substitute target, he needed to expedite her entry into the online world. This was precisely why he had come to check on her progress today. Although the advancement was less than stellar, it mattered little. Given Yin Dongxue and Amp, Oppos, as striking looks, she undoubtedly met the public and Amp, Oppos, as aesthetic standards. Her beauty alone was sufficient, and any additional talents could be developed over time. Yet, Yin Dongxue hesitated to accept the money, staring blankly at Jiang Jingfeng, her mind a whirlwind of confusion. Observing her demeanor, Jiang Jingfeng playfully teased, "What's wrong? Am I so extraordinarily handsome that I've left you speechless?" Yin Dongxue shot him an exasperated glance and retorted, "Follow me." With that, she turned and strode toward her bedroom. Jiang Jingfeng was somewhat taken aback. His original plan did not include Yin Dongxue joining Jingfeng Media. However, before that could happen, he needed to establish her as a minor internet celebrity, ensuring she had a promising trajectory. It was only after Tang Xiao's appearance that he contemplated signing Yin Dongxue into Jingfeng Media, concentrating resources to elevate her status. After a moment and Amp, Oppos, hesitation, he rose and followed her into her room. Once they entered and subsequently emerged, it was already 5:30 in the afternoon. Remarkably, they had spent over 2 hours in the room, concluding 2 substantial business deals. Jiang Jingfeng plopped back down onto the sofa, a broad smile illuminating his face. "You truly are unique. Your online name should be in Oppos, Shui Erbu E, and Oppos, you rascal," Yin Dongxue exclaimed, playfully pinching Jiang Jingfeng and Oppos' arm with a fierce twist. He grimaced but bore it with a grin, acknowledging her playful retaliation. "I want to start working, otherwise I'm either stuck in training or cooped up here. And I feel like I'm suffocating," Yin Dongxue said, releasing her grip and gazing at him with a forlorn expression. Jiang Jingfeng smirked. "How about you go tomorrow? What do you think?" Yin Dongxue clenched her teeth in frustration and pinched his arm again. "Ouch, that hurts." All right, we'll go once you're feeling better." He hastily conceded. "That's more like it. By the way, I checked, and your company issued a statement saying you have a girlfriend. Will my presence cause any issues?" Yin Dongxue asked, her brow furrowed with concern. Her worry was not unfounded. Yet, unbeknownst to her, Jiang Jingfeng had already parted ways with Xiao Luoxi and had no intentions of returning to the company. The dilemma lay in how to respond to her inquiry, an apparent trap. He dreaded the thought of Zhu Qi, Gu Ziqing, and the current Yin Dongxue expressing a desire to become his girlfriend. It wasn't that he lacked the desire for responsibility. Rather, he had resolved in his rebirth to free himself from constraints of any title. This time, he intended to live unencumbered, allowing himself to revel in life. To speak candidly, Xiao Luoxi and Amp, Oppos' betrayal had inflicted profound wounds upon him. So much so that he felt as if he had lost the capacity to love. Setting aside the feelings he might have for these beautiful women, the mere existence of a legitimate girlfriend would contradict the principles he had established in his new life. Whether his perspective might change in the future remained to be seen. For now, he sought to focus on living freely. Chapter 90. A World for Two. Jiang Jingfeng pondered for a considerable time before stating in a tone devoid of emotion, "She has already left the company." The moment Yin Dongxue heard this, her face was instantly etched with confusion, utterly failing to comprehend the implications of his words. Observing her curiosity, Jiang Jingfeng could only shake his head helplessly and further elucidate. She betrayed me. Em sorry. I didn't know it would turn out this way, Yin Dongxue replied, a hint of remorse flickering across her features. Haha, it's all right. You're still here. Jiang Jingfeng responded with surprising magnanimity. You? Yin Dongxue keenly seized upon this word, prompting her to inquire further. Jiang Jingfeng was caught off guard by her question, his mind swirling in disarray as he silently lamented his predicament. He had never anticipated that Yin Dongxue would so swiftly and accurately capture the crux of his statement, rendering the situation exceedingly awkward. Nevertheless, having been reborn, his resilience had been tempered to an unyielding toughness, impervious to embarrassment. I used to be an absolute good man. Do you believe it? As night enveloped the world, Jiang Jingfeng opted to stay over at Yin Dongxue and Appo's residence. However, nothing transpired between them, primarily due to Yin Dongxue and Appo's inability to withstand strain. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiao Luoxi had already busied herself in the kitchen, meticulously preparing dinner for herself and Jiang Jingfeng. But as moments ticked by, the dishes on the table gradually lost their warmth. Yet Jiang Jingfeng's return was still awaited in vain. She felt a profound sense of loss. Once, she had been the sole treasure cradled in Jiang Jingfeng and Appo's hands. He had uttered promises of forever, yet now, those words lay shattered. The once warm and loving abode now appeared to Xiao Luoxi as merely a transient in where Jiang Jingfeng could come and go at will. This stark contrast sliced through her heart, leaving her restless in bed, unable to find solace in sleep. Reflecting on the turmoil, she recognized it stemmed from her own momentary greed and folly. Why had she ever placed her trust in that charlatan, Wang Ziming? Wouldn't it have been far more gratifying to remain by Jiang Jingfeng's side? She harbored resentment, wishing fervently for Wang Ziming's demise. As for the timid and cowardly Tan Wenhui, even a glance at him stirred her irritation. Consequently, she ignored his calls and messages, even going so far as to block him. In truth, she needed time to acclimate to her new reality. The following day, Friday, Gu Ziqing messaged Jiang Jingfeng to inform him that her parents and Appo's emotions remained unstable. Jiang Jingfeng, however, remained remarkably composed, even feeling a small sense of relief, as the torment did not directly affect him. Wang Tao attempted several times to call Jiang Jingfeng to inquire about the progress, but each time he picked up the phone, uncertainty crept in, and after much internal struggle, he ultimately refrained from dialing. Concurrently, Lu Duo also opened her mouth multiple times, seemingly wanting to say something, yet her words remained trapped, unexpressed. The couple resided in a hotel near the police station, and that night, they engaged in deep conversation for quite some time. Wang Tao shared with Lu Duo the plight Wang Ziming faced and the impending challenges. It was only at this moment that Lu Duo grasped the gravity of her previous missteps, realizing she had nearly inflicted irreparable harm upon her son. A wave of dread washed over her, and she silently prayed that Jiang Jingfeng would not intentionally obstruct matters. Before long, a day had slipped by. As evening fell, Jiang Jingfeng and Appo's media company was at its busiest. Yet as the owner, he had transitioned from a period of unwavering diligence during the company and Appo's nascent stages to a point where he could confidently delegate daily operations to his capable employees. As the clock approached closing time, Jiang Jingfeng was preparing to pack up and head home for a well-deserved rest when a WeChat message drew him away. The sender was Zhu Qi. The two met at Tianlonghui, dined together, and later enjoyed a film, appearing as a loving couple. That night, it was only natural for Jiang Jingfeng to stay over at Zhu Qi and Appo's place. Since their relationship had evolved, Zhu Qi rarely had the opportunity to savor their time together. Had it not been for Jiang Jingfeng and Appo's separation for Xiao Luoxi and Gu Ziqing attending to her parents, Zhu Qi would not have had the chance to enjoy such extended companionship with him, let alone sharing the night. Jiang Jingfeng was equally considerate, ensuring to reward this indispensable companion for her efforts. In the dead of night, they finally succumbed to deep slumber. Zhu Qi rose early to prepare breakfast for Jiang Jingfeng. However, when she gently roused him from his slumber, she was met with a rather stern wake-up call from the man. Consequently, while they filled their stomachs, the breakfast had long gone cold, and they hastily reheated it, transforming it into lunch. After the meal, Zhu Qi began to clear the table and wash the dishes. Once she completed these mundane chores, she lifted her gaze to Jiang Jingfeng, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. "Brother Feng, will you accompany me to go shopping later?" "Of course," Jiang Jingfeng replied without hesitation. Zhu Qi's heart soared with joy as she prepared to apply her makeup for their outing. Yet, just then, Jiang Jingfeng and Amp, Oppo's, phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was Gu Ziqing calling. The name on the screen caught Zhu Qi and Amp, Oppo's, attention, and she immediately pouted in silence. Jiang Jingfeng chuckled as he playfully pinched her cheek before answering the call on speakerphone. "Boss, my parents are feeling a bit better now. When will you come over?" Gu Ziqing inquired, fully aware that Jiang Jingfeng and Oppo's visit was primarily concerning Wang Ziming and her sister and Oppo's affairs. "At 1 this afternoon, just find a place and I and Oppo's come by." "All right." After hanging up, Jiang Jingfeng turned to Zhu Qi, his expression laden with regret. "I'm truly sorry. It seems I can only accompany you next time." Though Zhu Qi felt a tinge of disappointment, she understood that Jiang Jingfeng and Oppo's visit to Gu Ziqing was of utmost importance, and thus she nodded obediently. Naturally, had Jiang Jingfeng chosen to accompany Gu Ziqing instead of her, she would have been far less agreeable. She could never tolerate the thought of Jiang Jingfeng being distracted by another woman while they were together. With a smile, Jiang Jingfeng affectionately ruffled her hair before heading off to freshen up. Once he completed his routine, Gu Ziqing sent over the meeting location. To his surprise, the rendezvous point was at the very apartment where the Gu sisters resided, meaning it was still within the Jingfeng International Apartments. This revelation considerably eased his burden, sparing him the frantic rush to the meeting place. Glancing at the time, he noted he had nearly 40 minutes to spare, allowing him to return to Zhu Qi and Oppo's side, enveloping her in a warm embrace as he cheerfully remarked, "Are you curious about how I dealt with Xiao Luoxi?" Zhu Qi, unwilling to admit her curiosity, quickly replied, "Not curious at all." Jiang Jingfeng observed Zhu Qi, whose beauty had blossomed, in her evasive eyes while fabricating her response, and he couldn't help but chuckle, reaching out to pinch her adorable dimples. "If you're not curious, then so be it." Chapter 91. Jiang Jingfeng and Oppo's sincerity. With 15 minutes remaining until the appointed time with Gu Ziqing, Jiang Jingfeng rose to prepare for his departure. Although Zhu Qi had not explicitly stated it, through their subsequent casual conversations, Jiang Jingfeng surmised that she was well aware of his relationship with Gu Ziqing and could infer how he had dealt with Xiao Luoxia. Nonetheless, she chose to accompany him, which pleased Jiang Jingfeng immensely. Observing Zhu Qi and Oppo's somewhat melancholic demeanor, he offered her a heartfelt embrace, which reassured him before he closed the door. 15 minutes later, he arrived at the entrance of the apartment previously rented by the Gu sisters. He raised his hand and pressed the doorbell. Moments later, the door creaked open, revealing Gu Ziqing, her brow furrowed with worry. Upon seeing Jiang Jingfeng, she managed to force a faint smile, which tugged at one's heartstrings. Earlier, Jiang Jingfeng had stopped downstairs to purchase some fruit, which he brought inside. Inside the apartment, Gu Ziqing and Oppo's parents were seated on the sofa. Her father, Gu Tianxiang, was smoking in silence, enveloped in a haze of smoke, while her mother, Wang Shifeng, leaned against the sofa, her eyes red and swollen, a picture of sorrow. "Hello, uncle and aunt," Jiang Jingfeng said politely as he placed the fruit on the coffee table. Gu Tianxiang cast a fleeting glance at him and nodded slightly. Wang Shifeng remained expressionless, as if she had not heard him. Sensing the atmosphere, Gu Ziqing quickly interjected, "Dad, Mom, this is my boss, Jiang Jingfeng, whom I mentioned to you before." "I know," Gu Tianxiang replied in a disinterested tone. Wang Shifeng still showed no sign of acknowledgement. Observing their demeanor, Jiang Jingfeng understood that Gu Ziqing had likely shared some details with them, and they probably guessed the reason for his visit. Their decision not to dismiss him immediately was evidently due to his position as Gu Ziqing's employer, which he appreciated. "Thank you, uncle and aunt, for not sending me away immediately. You must have surmised that I am here regarding Wang Ziming. But I assure you that I have no intention of using my connection with Gu Ziqing or Gu Ziqing's contract to coerce you into going against your will." Upon hearing this, Gu Tianxiang and Wang Shifeng and Amp, Oppo's expressions softened noticeably, their earlier hostility dissipating. In truth, prior to Gu Ziqing and Amp, Oppo's call to Jiang Jingfeng, the three of them had engaged in a deep discussion, ultimately leading Gu Tianxiang to agree to allow Jiang Jingfeng to come and converse. This indicated that they were aware that Jiang Jingfeng could indeed leverage the contract to press Gu Ziqing, compelling them to agree to negotiations. Moreover, although Gu Ziqing had passed away, she still owed Jingfeng Media a penalty of 2 million. Since Gu Ziqing was alive, it was unjust to let her suffer for her sister and Oppo's debts. To express my sincerity, I first declare that the penalty owed by Ziqing will be nullified. As for Ziqing, the company will continue to support her development vigorously. Upon the conclusion of her contract, she will be free to leave, and I will not obstruct her. In a bid to gain their trust, Jiang Jingfeng took the initiative to convey his sincerity. He understood that some of his statements might be superfluous but felt compelled to articulate them. For instance, regarding Gu Ziqing and Amp, Oppo's penalty, it was clear that she had no heirs, and the 2 million on the account could not be considered her property. Furthermore, this debt was strictly her personal liability and could not be automatically transferred to her family, implying that the penalty owed to Jingfeng Media would cease to exist upon her death. "Please take a seat." Gu Tianxiang gestured toward the corner of the sofa, his tone noticeably more cordial, even polite, inviting Jiang Jingfeng to sit down. Jiang Jingfeng nodded and respectfully took his place. He recognized that, in light of Gu Ziqing's presence, these two individuals were his elders, deserving of utmost respect. Meanwhile, Gu Ziqing moved beside Wang Shifeng, grasping her mother and Amp, Oppo's hand to offer some comfort. "Jiang boss, let us discuss the matter at hand," Gu Tianxiang said, taking a deep drag from his cigarette before extinguishing it forcefully, finally directing his gaze at Jiang Jingfeng. "Uncle, you may call me Xiao Jiang," Jiang Jingfeng replied, eager to lower the formality of their titles to facilitate the negotiation process. "Very well. First, regarding Ziqing, I express my condolences, and I ask you and aunt to bear your loss with fortitude." Jiang Jingfeng and Oppo's expression grew solemn, his tone subdued. Gu Tianxiang nodded slightly, acknowledging the sentiment. "I must also be candid. The perpetrator, Wang Ziming, approached me, seeking to pressure you into accepting compensation and signing a letter of understanding as a means of securing his own escape." Jiang Jingfeng employed a straightforward negotiation tactic, laying all pertinent information on the table before proceeding with discussions. His words were chosen with care, by identifying Wang Ziming as the perpetrator up front. He underscored his shared conviction of the man and Amp, Oppo's guilt, assuring them he would not shield him. Moreover, he made it clear that Wang Ziming and Amp, Oppo's party desired a particular course of action from him, but his very presence indicated he would not acquiesce to such demands. Finally, he articulated the goal of the mediation, enabling them to comprehend the nature of the discussion and the extent of their differing perspectives. As anticipated upon hearing this, Gu Tianxiang and Wang Shifeng exchanged glances, their brows knitting tighter, though they refrained from erupting in anger. According to the information Gu Ziqing had previously provided, her parents were resolute in their desire for Wang Ziming to pay with his life. Nevertheless, Jiang Jingfeng's earlier transparency and sincerity had at least encouraged them to listen patiently. Marking a partial success, observing her parents' reaction, Gu Ziqing silently sighed in relief. She was genuinely concerned that her parents might completely disregard Jiang Jingfeng, which would render her relationship with him exceedingly awkward. Although she had learned of Jiang Jingfeng's breakup with Xiao Luoxia, she understood that she would still not be his sole focus. Gu Tianxiang's tone turned slightly frosty as he urged, "Continue." Recognizing the source of the tension, Jiang Jingfeng addressed Gu Ziqing and Wang Shifeng politely, Aunt, would you and Ziqing mind stepping out for a moment? I would like to speak privately with Uncle. Wang Shifeng and Gu Ziqing were taken aback, while Gu Tianxiang was equally puzzled, wondering what this young man intended. However, being a man, he dismissed any apprehension and nodded to his wife and daughter. Wang Shifeng and Gu Ziqing then stood and made their way to Gu Ziqing's former bedroom. Once the door closed, Gu Tianxiang turned to Jiang Jingfeng, directly inquiring, "Now that it is just us, do you believe you can persuade me to issue a letter of understanding?" Jiang Jingfeng refrained from unnecessary preamble, instead retrieving his phone and tapping a few buttons before handing it to Gu Tianxiang. The older man, curious about what this young individual had to offer, accepted the phone without hesitation. However, the next moment, he reacted as if a cat and Oppo's tail had been stepped on, flinging the phone onto the sofa. His face flushed as he snapped at Jiang Jingfeng. "What do you mean by this?" Chapter 92. Ruthless Jiang Jingfeng was utterly speechless. He had anticipated such a question. He hastily clarified, "Uncle, please do not misunderstand. The man in this video is Wang Jiming, the one who murdered your daughter. The woman initially featured is my girlfriend." While the woman appearing later is Wang Jiming's wife, Gu Tianxiang gazed at Jiang Jingfeng, his lips twitching in disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. Indeed, the video Jiang Jingfeng showed him was the first half of Wang Jiming and Xiao Luoxia caught in the act of the villa. However, Gu Tianxiang had merely glanced at it and had not discerned the identities of the individuals involved. Even if he had, he would not have recognized them. Jiang Jingfeng picked up his phone, opened the album, and revealed a photograph, a group shot. In this image, alongside himself, were Wang Jiming, Tan Wenhui, and Xiao Luoxia. These individuals were the original core members of Jingfeng Media and the four partners of the company. He turned the phone in Oppo's screen towards Gu Tianxiang and pointed at Wang Jiming with a heavy tone. "This is the murderer, Wang Jiming." He then shifted his finger slightly to rest on Xiao Luoxia's beautiful face, his voice lowering, "This is my girlfriend." Gu Tianxiang stared at the photograph for several seconds before Jiang Jingfeng turned the phone back and retrieved the previous video, handing it to Gu Tianxiang once more. This time, Gu Tianxiang did not impulsively toss the phone aside, but accepted it with a grave expression, watching it intently. After a swift glance at the provocative scenes, he immediately focused on the faces of Wang Jiming and Xiao Luoxia. Finally, as the video concluded, Gu Tianxiang silently returned the phone to Jiang Jingfeng, his gaze revealing an indescribable complexity. At this moment, he finally understood why Jiang Jingfeng had asked his wife and daughter to stay away. He also realized that Jiang Jingfeng was not there to assist Wang Jiming. The matter was far more intricate than he had initially perceived. "Uncle, do you believe me now?" Gu Tianxiang nodded and asked, "What do you think would be the most severe punishment for that scoundrel?" Jiang Jingfeng and Oppo's complexion darkened. "A quick death would be too lenient. He deserves to perish in endless waiting and torment. That is his ultimate punishment." Gu Tianxiang comprehended, yet questioned. Not being sentenced to death implies he may eventually be released. Wouldn't that be even more lenient? That would be 20 years later, and his life would essentially be ruined, Jiang Jingfeng replied, shaking his head. "Moreover, do you think I would let him off so easily?" As he spoke, resentment flared in Jiang Jingfeng's eyes. Gu Tianxiang could not help but inhale sharply. Having lived several decades and encountered all manner of ruthless individuals, he found the young man before him exuded an unprecedented aura of intensity. Just how deep was Jiang Jingfeng and Oppo's hatred for Wang Jiming? From his words, it was evident that even if Wang Jiming were to be released in 20 years, Jiang Jingfeng would not simply let it rest. He would find every conceivable means to return Wang Jiming to that stifling prison. Such intentions were far more brutal than merely sentencing Wang Jiming to death. It was a desire to obliterate him psychologically, ensuring his irrevocable downfall. Undoubtedly, this individual could be described as truly merciless. If his motivations were solely due to Wang Jiming and Oppo's betrayal, it hardly seemed sufficient to drive him to such relentless vengeance. So, the question arose, what was Jiang Jingfeng truly after? Was he coveting Wang Jiming's wife? While this possibility existed, upon reflection, it seemed implausible. After all, Despite Ding Yujia's striking beauty, she paled in comparison to Xiao Luoxia. Could it be that Jiang Jingfeng aimed not for one, but rather sought to ensnare both? Even though his girlfriend had betrayed him, the existence of the video gave him leverage, allowing him to manipulate her into becoming his obedient plaything. With a little cunning, he might even ensnare Ding Yujia as well. Imagine two beauties in his embrace. Gu Tianxiang pondered this explanation as the most reasonable conclusion. At that moment, Jiang Jingfeng was fixated on Gu Tianxiang's shifting expressions, which revealed a wealth of emotions. He could not help but shake his head in resignation and slowly spoke, "Uncle, my relationship with him is far more complex than you imagine." He paused briefly before adding, "Furthermore, consider the woman by his side. Her fierce and aggressive nature is akin to that of a she-devil. It would be prudent to steer clear, let alone approach her." Jiang Jingfeng and Amp, Oppos. S word struck at the core of Gu Tianxiang and Amp, Oppos. S hidden thoughts, leaving him feeling utterly embarrassed, his face flushing crimson. Gu Tianxiang instinctively scratched the back of his head, a sheepish expression crossing his face. I didn't Amp, Oppos. Do you mean it that way?" Desperate to escape the uncomfortable situation, Gu Tianxiang quickly changed the subject. "Your reasoning is sound. Allowing that scoundrel to die easily is indeed too lenient. Therefore, can I assume you are in agreement for a letter of understanding? From my personal perspective, I indeed agree. However, this matter is not solely within my purview, so that's fine. You can discuss it with Annie. Once you reach a conclusion, we shall negotiate the compensation." Gu Tianxiang nodded lightly and then stood up. He proceeded directly to the door of Gu Ziqing and Amp, Oppo's room, raised his right hand, and gently knocked on the door. The door creaked open, and Gu Tianxiang stepped inside. After closing the door, Wang Shifeng rushed towards him, her face filled with urgency. "Old man, what did they say?" He was not aligned with that scoundrel, Wang Zhiming. Upon hearing this, Wang Shifeng's anger flared. "If that's the case, what is there to discuss? We refuse to issue a letter of understanding. Let that scoundrel die." However, Gu Tianxiang shook his head gently, his tone grave. He stated that allowing that scoundrel to die easily is far too lenient. Wang Shifeng paused, glancing at Gu Ziqing, who wore a similarly puzzled expression. Together, they asked, "What do you mean?" Chapter 93. Jiang Jingfeng's proposal. Gu Tianxiang took a deep breath and then explained. He believed the most severe punishment for Wang Ziming would be to imprison him for life. Wang Shifeng, however, was solely intent on demanding a life for a life, as this individual had inflicted too much pain and suffering upon their family. Yet, upon hearing Gu Tianxiang and Oppo's words, she could not help but furrow her brow in concern. Previously, they had consulted a lawyer and were well aware that even if they were to provide a letter of forgiveness, Wang Ziming would, at most, evade the death penalty, ultimately facing either life imprisonment or suspended death sentence. Seeing his mother's conflicted expression, Gu Ziqing was at a loss for words. After pondering for a moment and glancing at her son, Wang Shifeng sighed. "We can agree, but I have a condition beyond compensation." Gu Tianxiang, puzzled by his wife's intentions, inquired what condition. He suspected that her words were merely superficial, leaving him uncertain of her true motives. Wang Shifeng turned to Gu Ziqing and said, "Didn't you mention that the penalty for breaching the contract was exceedingly high? My additional condition is to have that penalty reduced to 1 million. "Ah," Gu Ziqing exclaimed, taken aback by her mother and Amp, Oppo's surprising shrewdness. Gu Tianxiang, however, was visibly exhilarated, nodding in agreement. This arrangement would serve multiple purposes. It would ensure that his daughter, who is still alive, would not be overly constrained by the company, allowing her the freedom to extricate herself at any moment. Furthermore, it would also grant the other party a semblance of dignity while securing a substantial compensation. Most importantly, the perpetrator would be incarcerated for at least 20 years, providing a sense of retribution. If Jiang Jingfeng upheld his promise, it would be even better. "All right, let us step outside," Gu Tianxiang declared, turning to leave. "Dad," Gu Ziqing called out to him, but she hesitated, unsure of how to articulate her thoughts. She feared that if she were to present this request to Jiang Jingfeng, he might misconstrue it as her desire to break free from his influence, leading to misunderstandings. Truth be told, aside from reviving her career, Jiang Jingfeng had not provided her with any substantial benefits. Yet, in her eyes, he had been quite good to her. She was reluctant to let these matters jeopardize their relationship. But how could she express this? She couldn't, and Amp, oppose. T simply divulged that she was involved with Jiang Jingfeng. Without his explicit consent, such a statement would be inappropriate. Gu Tianxiang and Wang Shifeng observed Gu Ziqing, awaiting her response. When she remained silent for an uncomfortably long time, they finally opened the door. Jiang Jingfeng had been seated on the sofa, waiting, and upon seeing them emerge, he stood up. Once the elder couple sat down, he resumed his seat. This gesture of respect from Jiang Jingfeng had not gone unnoticed by Gu Tianxiang and Wang Shifeng, who appreciated his courtesy. Had they known how Jiang Jingfeng treated Wang Tao and his spouse, their satisfaction would have been even greater. Gu Tianxiang contemplated the situation. Although he concurred with his wife's perspective, he felt reluctant to voice his agreement, given Jiang Jingfeng's evident respect towards them. After a few moments of silence, Wang Shifeng, realizing her husband was not going to speak, shot him a disapproving glance and took the initiative. Xiao Jiang, we can agree to provide a letter of forgiveness. But we have a condition. Could you reduce Ziqing's penalty? Upon hearing this, Jiang Jingfeng's brow furrowed slightly. Gu Ziqing, who had been watching him intently, felt a surge of panic. Fearing Jiang Jingfeng's displeasure, she lowered her head. He did not look at her, but hesitated for a few seconds before responding affirmatively. In that case, I will take it upon myself to remove the penalty clause from the contract. This matter will be resolved by Monday. Gu Tianxiang and Wang Shifeng were taken aback by Jiang Jingfeng and Oppo's swift and generous agreement, which exceeded their expectations, leaving them feeling uneasy. However, upon reflection, the absence of a penalty was undoubtedly advantageous from any standpoint. Wang Shifeng and Oppo's expression brightened considerably. Thank you, Xiao Jiang. Gu Tianxiang also managed a rare smile. Meanwhile, Gu Ziqing felt a tumult of emotions. She was unsure whether this was a blessing or a curse. Setting aside her relationship with Jiang Jingfeng, this was indeed a positive development, as it meant she could extricate herself from Jingfeng Media at any time. Utilizing her fame, she could quickly amass a following, even under a different name. However, it also meant that she would have to shoulder all responsibilities alone, which would undoubtedly be exhausting. Yet, the prospect of freedom, unencumbered by constraints, was enticing. Nonetheless, considering her unspoken relationship with Jiang Jingfeng, she felt anxious. But now was not the time for discussing such matters with him. She resigned herself to silence. Not at all. It's a minor matter. Now, let us discuss the compensation issue. It should ideally be handled by the other party's lawyer. The reason for my initial discussion with you is to ensure that you do not factor in my interests. Jiang Jingfeng reiterated his stance. When the topic of compensation arose, Gu Tianxiang and Wang Shifeng found themselves at a loss, exchanging glances but reaching no consensus. Jiang Jingfeng patiently awaited their response. It was clearly inappropriate for him to suggest an amount. Gu Ziqing, who had been looking down, suddenly raised her head, recalling Jiang Jingfeng and Oppo's earlier hint. Mom, Dad, the compensation for when Wang Ziming injured my sister and Oppo's neck was 2 million, she reminded them. Upon hearing this, Gu Tianxiang and Wang Shifeng exchanged knowing glances and nodded in unison. Clearing his throat, Gu Tianxiang slowly extended his right hand, fingers splayed, and announced 5 million. Jiang Jingfeng remained silent, prompting Gu Ziqing to interject once more. Dad, Mom, my sister had taken 2 million from Wang Ziming, and that amount must be returned to avoid legal repercussions. Her tone was urgent and agitated. Without hesitation, Wang Shifeng responded, in that case, let them add another 3 million. After speaking, she looked towards Jiang Jingfeng, who was also watching them intently. While they had proposed the figure of 5 million, they were uncertain about its appropriateness. In comparison to the immense grief of losing their beloved daughter, they would gladly forego the money. They had to consider Gu Ziqing and how to ensure that the despicable perpetrator faced greater punishment and torment. Jiang Jingfeng met their fervent gazes and remarked, in my opinion, if you insist on demanding an additional 3 million, Wang Ziming's parents might have to resort to selling their house to amass that sum. Consequently, this matter would likely be prolonged indefinitely. I propose we reduce it by 1 million. Let them compensate with 2 million instead. This way, you can expedite your sister's burial. And both of you can take a trip to clear your minds and change your environment. Chapter 94. The transformation of Xiao Luoxia upon hearing Jiang Jingfeng and Amp. Oppose. A suggestion. Gu Tianxiang and Wang Shifeng exchanged glances for the third time. After a brief moment, they nodded in agreement. Observing that the discussion was nearing its conclusion, Jiang Jingfeng stood and said, "Well, I am merely here to discuss the possibility of issuing a letter of understanding. We have not yet deliberated on the amount of compensation." Gu Tianxiang also rose and nodded. "This is the consensus reached within our family, and it does not concern you, Xiao Jiang." "Very well, I shall take my leave now." Jiang Jingfeng turned toward the door, followed closely by Gu Ziqing. She casually closed the door behind them, quickening her pace before embracing him from behind. Jiang Jingfeng felt as if he had been gently struck by a large, soft cushion, comforting and delightful. In a hushed tone, Gu Ziqing anxiously whispered, "Boss, the matter of the penalty fee was not my suggestion. I wanted to refute, but..." Jiang Jingfeng grasped her hand, releasing it before turning around to give her a firm embrace. "I understand, and I shall not hold it against you. Even if your parents do not mention it, I would have eventually taken this step." "Really? You and Amp, oppose. You're not joking?" "Of course, I am sincere." "Thank you, boss." Jiang Jingfeng released her, mischievously suggesting that it would not be too late to express gratitude once everything was settled, urging her to return quickly lest her parents grow suspicious. At his words, Gu Ziqing reluctantly took a few steps back, waved goodbye, adjusted her clothing, and then entered the house after inputting the password. Jiang Jingfeng glanced at the time and decided against notifying Wang Tao and Tang Xiu, opting to wait until tomorrow. He hesitated momentarily, having just left Zhu Qi's. It was also inconvenient to visit Yin Dongxue. Ultimately, he resolved to return to the Lujing community, which lay nestled between the Jingjing International Apartments and Jingfeng Media, where both he and Xiao Luoxia resided. Currently, all of Jiang Jingfeng and Oppose, as personal belongings remained there, as he had not yet moved out nor planned to do so. If he were to hastily vacate, given Xiao Luoxia's nature, she would not obstruct him or act irrationally. However, she would undoubtedly harbor numerous doubts and insecurities. Hence, Jiang Jingfeng resolved to stay for a while longer, allowing Xiao Luoxia time to acclimate to her new role. Before he could enter, his fingers lightly brushed the keypad as he entered the code. At that moment, Xiao Luoxia, seated on the sofa, engrossed in her phone, keenly detected the sound from outside the door. She swiftly set her phone down, hurried to the entrance, and unhesitatingly pulled the door open. As the door swung open, a radiant smile blossomed on her face, reminiscent of spring flowers. Without delay, she deftly retrieved a pair of slippers from the shoe cabinet and respectfully presented them to Jiang Jingfeng. After he changed into the slippers and settled onto the sofa, Xiao Luoxia promptly went to fetch a glass of ice water, carefully placing it on the coffee table. Observing her proactive demeanor, Jiang Jingfeng thought to himself that she was adapting quite well to her new role, nodding in satisfaction. He had intended to suggest she simply continue as before, but the words faltered on his lips, ultimately swallowed back. There was no harm in being obedient. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Luoxia sat beside Jiang Jingfeng and began to massage his shoulders. Although her technique was rather rudimentary, it was understandable given that she had only just begun learning. Jiang Jingfeng bore it with good grace, offering words of encouragement for her improvement. "Feng, I visited the agency this morning. The house has already been entrusted for sale and should sell quickly." "Well done. Selling it now will yield profit. Otherwise, it might end up a liability in the future." Indeed, while Xiao Luoxia did not fully grasp Jiang Jingfeng and Oppo's reasoning, she recognized that selling the villa would at least net her 3 million, alongside the initial deposit of 250,000. Thus, she would have 550,000 in cash, her entire fortune. If she disregarded her reputation, she could easily flee with that sum, but she was not in a position to do so. By the way, the current price of the house is still quite high. Let's not rush into buying. We should wait a bit and keep the proceeds from the sale for now. Perhaps you should hold on to it? Xiao Luoxia wished to keep it, yet feared Jiang Jingfeng might overthink the matter. That money is yours. If an opportunity arises in the future for investment, you can use it then. Jiang Jingfeng understood Xiao Luoxia and Appo's concerns. He was reluctant to take the money, knowing that she could easily vanish from his sight if she so desired. However, he was well aware of her attachment to her reputation, which allowed him to confidently let her keep the money, thereby fostering the illusion of lingering affection. Sometimes, excessive control could yield counterproductive results. Upon hearing this, Xiao Luoxia's heart warmed. She felt reassured that, in some measure, Jiang Jingfeng still held feelings for her. Their thoughts aligned perfectly. However, one was the hunter while the other was the prey. Jiang Jingfeng's ultimate aim was not to make Xiao Luoxia entirely dependent on him. Such women were the most formidable. If he ever grew weary or found someone capable of unlocking his heart anew, Xiao Luoxia was free to depart. Around 5 Appo's clock, Xiao Luoxia rose to prepare dinner. With nothing pressing to occupy him, Jiang Jingfeng took a look around, noticing the dining table adorned with a basic menu and signs of previous usage. Venturing into the kitchen, he found Xiao Luoxia following a cooking tutorial from Douyin. Glancing at the trash can, he saw it filled with discarded ingredients. Upon noticing Jiang Jingfeng's entrance, she bashfully nudged him out of the kitchen. In less than 2 days, Xiao Luoxia had shown remarkable improvement, leaving Jiang Jingfeng thoroughly pleased. He returned to the sofa, awaiting the meal. The dining table was laden with an array of delectable dishes that tempted the palate. A bottle of vividly colored red wine stood out conspicuously. Jiang Jingfeng understood that the appearance of red wine often heralded tumultuous events. Recalling the previous night, due to Yin Dongshue's interference, it had been a night devoid of his beloved Jiao Chan. After a restful night, he awoke revitalized, only to unexpectedly find Zhu Qi emerging midway, engaging him in several substantial business discussions. The intensity of the work left him feeling as if his very essence had been fortified. It must be said that Xiao Luoxia possessed a notable talent for cooking. The dinner table featured several dishes she had never prepared before. To his delight, upon tasting them, he discovered they not only looked exquisite, but also boasted exceptional flavors. Delicious, Jiang Jingfeng praised without reservation. Really? I only practiced for a morning. At his words of praise, a radiant smile illuminated Xiao Luoxia's face, akin to flowers blooming in spring. Her smile was truly captivating, sweet and enchanting, overshadowing even the most renowned beauties. In years past, Jiang Jingfeng had been utterly captivated by her flower-like smile, falling deeply into its allure. Even now, he found her smile eternally enchanting. At times, he pondered whether his actions were truly meant to retaliate against Xiao Luoxia, or if he simply could not bear to erase her radiant smile from his memory. As night fell, a variety of splendid programs unfolded as usual. However, unlike before, Jiang Jingfeng had now become the one wholeheartedly savoring the joyful moments. Chapter 95. The next steps on Sunday, with the sun high in the sky, Jiang Jingfeng lazily stretched and slowly rose from his bed, still bleary-eyed. After completing his morning routine, he glanced at the clock and realized it was already 11 and Appo's clock. Estimating that it was about time, he took out his phone and dialed Wang Tao and Appo's number. Meanwhile, after nearly 2 days of anxious waiting, Wang Tao and Lu Duo were both in a state of agitation. They were uncertain whether their boldness in calling Jiang Jingfeng would provoke his displeasure. Just then, the phone rang, and Wang Tao quickly picked it up, his heart racing with excitement upon seeing Jiang Jingfeng's name. Without a moment's hesitation, he answered, "Hello, Xiao Jiang." Although he was eager to learn the outcome of Jiang Jingfeng and Appo's negotiations with the victim and Appo's family, he restrained himself from asking immediately. Beside him, Lu Duo gripped his arm tightly, her face etched with tension and her palms slightly sweaty. She was terrified of hearing any news from Jiang Jingfeng that she would find hard to accept. At that moment, Jiang Jingfeng's calm voice came through the line, "Uncle, I have good news for you. The victim's family has agreed to negotiate with you. However, the specific amount of compensation will need to be determined through your discussions with them. I will no longer intervene." "Great, Thank you so much. I sincerely appreciate it on behalf of Zimming. Wang Tao exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy, even unconsciously using respectful terms. This was the most uplifting news they had received in the past couple of days. Lu Duo clearly heard Jiang Jingfeng's words, and tears began to flow down her cheeks like a torrential downpour. Although she harbored a slight resentment towards Jiang Jingfeng deep within her heart at that moment, all of it dissipated like smoke. She repeatedly murmured, "Thank you, Xiao Jiang. Thank you, Xiao Jiang." Her gratitude was palpable. Jiang Jingfeng heard her voice but chose to ignore it. "By the way, uncle, I advise you and auntie not to negotiate directly with them, as their emotions are still quite volatile. It would be best to have a lawyer handle it, otherwise." Jiang Jingfeng offered a kind reminder, though he only conveyed half of his thoughts, trusting that Wang Tao would grasp the implication. It was evident that their attempt to negotiate with Gu Tianxiang and his associates would bring more harm than good, potentially worsening their situation and jeopardizing their plans. "Understood. Thank you for your hard work, Xiao Jiang." Jiang Jingfeng, not wishing to engage in further conversation, replied curtly before hanging up. As for informing Tang Xiao, that was left to Wang Tao. He had essentially completed his part and could now simply observe the unfolding events. Next, he shifted his focus for vengeance onto Tan Wenhui, particularly since Tan Wenhui had undoubtedly not met Wang Zimming the previous day. Even though Tang Xiao had not disclosed any details about the encounter between Wang Zimming and Tan Wenhui. However, considering that Tan Wenhui had left the police station before Jiang Jingfeng arrived and that Xiao Luoxia had informed him about Tan Wenhui's calls and messages to her, he surmised that their discussions had likely fallen through. Moreover, he suspected that Tan Wenhui was aware that he knew everything. Yet this coward had not even attempted to plead for mercy. How should one describe Tan Wenhui? He was the epitome of cowardice and greed. He must have thought that since Jiang Jingfeng had neither sought him out nor dismissed him, merely assigning him to menial administrative duties, it indicated that Jiang Jingfeng recognized him as a mere accomplice and had only imposed a mild punishment. How naive! Jiang Jingfeng would not let him off so easily. At noon, after finishing his meal, Jiang Jingfeng drove out. Approximately 40 minutes later, he arrived at the information building on Jianxi Road. After parking his vehicle, he walked towards the entrance of a company named Hongxin Internet Financial Services Company, Limited, and took the elevator to the 18th floor. As he stepped out of the elevator, he headed directly towards the door of the general manager's office. Inside, General Manager Li Cheng, nicknamed Li Lao Air, was leisurely seated in a spacious and comfortable executive chair, his feet propped up on a wide desk, squinting his eyes while puffing on a cigar, exhaling clouds of smoke. Behind him stood a strikingly attractive woman, dressed provocatively, gently massaging his broad shoulders with practiced skill, the pressure just right. Li Cheng occasionally let out a few contented hums, clearly pleased with her massage technique. Suddenly, a sharp knock echoed through the office. Li Cheng and Oppos' eyes widened in anger. Everyone in the company knew that noon to 1:00 and Oppos' clock was his time to relax. No one was permitted to disturb him. Yet today, someone had dared to violate this rule. Who dared? He shouted, causing the beautiful woman behind him to step back in fright. Knock, knock, knock. No one responded, and the knocking continued. Li Cheng sprang to his feet, but, after a moment's reflection, sat back down. If it were an employee, they would never have the audacity to knock on his office door at such a time. Thus, it must be someone from outside, likely someone who knew him. At this point, it was no longer about why the front desk had not stopped the visitor or why his subordinates had not reported anything. It was time to see who had the audacity to come uninvited. Taking a deep drag from his cigar, he coolly said, "Come in." The door swung open, revealing a youthful and handsome face that Li Cheng could not place. He racked his brain, but could not recall where he had seen this person before. A cold glint flashed in Li Cheng and Oppos' eyes as he crossed his legs again, gesturing for the attractive woman to continue her massage. Jiang Jingfeng, shuddering Li Cheng, de mano, felt a strong urge to kick him. What was he trying to demonstrate in front of him? Did he think he could intimidate him? During his 8 years in prison, Jiang Jingfeng had initially endured bullying in silence. However, he had secretly trained each night, transforming himself into a muscular figure. As a black belt, in Taekwondo. He had once taken down all those who had tormented him in the showers. From that moment on, he became someone no one dared to provoke. Yet, adhering to the principle of live and let live, he spent his time engaging with current events and studying, avoiding any involvement in illicit activities. However, many newcomers who entered the prison did not share his good fortune. Chapter 96. Who are you? Li Cheng, who had entered the scene, found himself in unfortunate circumstances on his first night, being dragged into the men and Oppo's restroom. The cries emanating from within were heart-wrenching, even muffled by hands. Coincidentally, Jiang Jingfeng was in the midst of his own business when he emerged from the stall and witnessed this distressing scene. The coward before him wore a pleading expression, a sight that stirred Jiang Jingfeng and Oppo's disdain. With a mere glance at the group of aggressors, he sent them fleeing, leaving the injured Li Cheng drenched in cold sweat from pain behind. From that moment on, Li Cheng became Jiang Jingfeng and Oppo's subordinate. However, this subordinate now dared to act with an air of superiority in front of him. How could he not feel anger? He was all too familiar with Li Cheng and Oppo's antics, having endured his boastful tales for over 7 years. Li Cheng prided himself on his prowess in establishing partnerships for business ventures, often resorting to high-interest loans and dabbling in P2P lending. Yet, when P2P lending faced a crisis, he swiftly shut down his operations, narrowly avoiding disaster. Unfortunately, his good fortune was short-lived, as he later fell victim to more seasoned con artists in the realm of business partnerships. Li Cheng and Oppo's misdeeds were numerous, particularly in the realm of student loans, where he had unknowingly harmed countless female university students. Li Lao Jiang Jingfeng said, taking a seat opposite Li Cheng, addressing him with a casual tone. Who are you? Li Cheng fought to suppress his anger, casting a scornful glance at Jiang Jingfeng, his demeanor radiating arrogance. I am but a humble citizen seeking your assistance with a matter, he replied. Who are you? Li Cheng and Oppo's impatience grew, his tone darkening as he repeated the question. The task I require of you is simple and aligns with your expertise. Upon its completion, you shall profit as well. What could be more agreeable? Jiang Jingfeng remained composed, observing Li Cheng's pretentiousness without answering. I'm asking you a question. Are you deaf? Li Cheng exclaimed, throwing down his cigar. He stood, leaning over the table, glaring at Jiang Jingfeng. I will ask you once more, who the hell are you? Jiang Jingfeng, unperturbed, rose as well, picking up a large fortune cat ornament from the table, playing with it with a sardonic smile. It seems you no longer wish to assist me? Li Cheng's heart raced as he regarded the unfazed Jiang Jingfeng, sensing a formidable presence. He couldn't ascertain whether this young man was truly mad. Even if he weren't, someone with such intensity could be dangerous. He realized that if he continued this charade, it might well cost him his life. Let him to Oppo's speak reasonably, he said, softening his tone, raising his hands in a gesture of peace. He then called out to a beautiful woman behind him, instructing her to prepare tea for Jiang Jingfeng. With a grin, Jiang Jingfeng set the fortune cat aside and resumed his seat. I have already articulated my request. Oh, my apologies. Are you looking to partner with me in a business venture? Li Cheng, recalling his own expertise in forming partnerships, spoke eagerly. However, upon uttering the words, he realized his mistake. If Jiang Jingfeng was aware of his skills, then surely he wouldn't seek a partnership with him, but rather with someone else. Li Cheng cursed himself for being slow-witted, realizing the gravity of his error. What a blunder! Jiang Jingfeng, still smiling, remained silent. Li Cheng hastily corrected himself. Who exactly do you wish for me to partner with? Upon hearing this, Jiang Jingfeng nodded and replied, a partner of mine, lacking in ability, yet greedy for wealth. Here are his details. He handed over several sheets of paper filled with information about Tan Wenwei. Jingfeng, Li Cheng began, but was interrupted by Jiang Jingfeng and Oppo's cold stare and scoff. The intensity of Jiang Jingfeng and Oppo's gaze startled him. Despite his own connections, he had never encountered such a chilling look. During the brief moment he had spent reviewing the documents, he discreetly attempted to text his subordinates outside, summoning them. Unfortunately, he received no response. Despite his efforts to stall, Nearly 10 minutes had passed without any sign of them, raising his suspicions. The layout of their company was peculiar, divided into 3 sections. The outermost layer housed the staff engaged in various loan operations, while the second area served as a resting place for Li Cheng's subordinates, who were typically responsible for his safety. Yet today, the outside was eerily quiet. Jiang Jingfeng had discerned Li Cheng and Appo's attempt to summon help, but he remained unbothered. Realizing assistance was not forthcoming, Li Cheng mustered his courage and stated, "I've reviewed the information. Such individuals are easy to handle. How soon can we expect results?" "In a month," Jiang Jingfeng replied, holding up a finger. "Moreover, I will collaborate with you. Starting tomorrow, I will begin redistributing his authority and announce an expansion plan." Li Cheng shook his head, declaring, "A month is too brief. It cannot be accomplished." Jiang Jingfeng smiled, reminding him, "Are you not the second largest shareholder of Hangzhou Media? With your experience, coupled with the fact that this individual is also in the same field, does that not bode well for us?" Hangzhou Media ranked 3rd among MCN companies in Hangzhou, yet few were aware of Li Cheng and Appo's stake in it. Puzzled, he wondered how Jiang Jingfeng had obtained such insight. The connections were convoluted, revealing that Jiang Jingfeng was no ordinary individual. After a moment and Appo's hesitation, he proposed, "A month is still too short. For safety and Appo's sake, let Appo's extend it to a month and a half. I will ensure he not only loses everything, but also incurs significant debt." "How does that sound?" "Agreed, it and Appo's deal." Jiang Jingfeng was pleased with Li Cheng's response and stood to leave. "Hey, brother, I haven't yet mentioned my fee," Li Cheng called after him. "Fee?" Jiang Jingfeng turned, his expression darkening. "Do you think I am here to cater to you? Believe me, I could dismantle you in an instant." Jiang Jingfeng had no qualms about confronting villains. Chapter 97. The violent conquest. He cheerfully circled the table and approached Li Cheng, seizing him by the collar with a menacing glare. "Lier, would you like me to recount the female university students you and Appo's harmed over the past 2 years? Oh, I almost forgot, you enjoy showcasing their photos and those videos in." Upon hearing this, Li Cheng panicked. He struggled to free himself from Jiang Jingfeng's grip, but Jiang's right hand lifted, tightening its hold around Li Cheng's neck. A wave of suffocation washed over him, nearly sending him to meet his ancestors. In that moment, he had no doubt that if he resisted even slightly, this young man would indeed take his life. Fear gripped him. The stunning woman from earlier in the office was about to scream, but was silenced by a